could be part where we're actually saying, okay, let's focus on some kind of demonstration. What can we do? Let's try to quantify this. Let's figure this out, and kind of get a handle on how we're going to test this. So when we do that and put that into the physical natural world, then we actually make known what was a belief or a thought experiment or some kind of hypothesis, and we can then now test this result to be the case. But see, that's what I'm saying. So we're getting to the matter of either the knowledge that we have is built on this idea, this belief perhaps, but not on something we can verify.
That's what sorry to interrupt, but that's what I was trying to get at a second ago that I think is really interesting. It's the question of what you think is required for something to be proved to you, for your own sort of satisfaction. And so the idea that you would require a separate demonstration of this principle is not something that I think I would personally require. And what I mean by that is, excuse me?
You're getting your words mixed up, mate. It's not a separate requirement, it's the actual requirement. So
either way, that's not really the point. Well, the point that I'm trying to make is
no. Hang on. You're saying
I was kind of talking, so
hang on. You're saying you need a separate experiment or demonstration. It's not a separate experiment or demonstration. It's actually a demonstration of the thing you said doing what it's doing. That's the only thing. That's it.
Yes, and what I was going to say is that for me, the demonstration of this model being the world that we live
physical, tangible reality. When we go outside into the field, so when you go to the field and you test in the field, you're going to use the physical natural world around you. You're not going to use a model. The model is there used for whatever predictability ideas that you have and constructing mathematical ideas and such. But what we're doing right now is now taking whatever people are saying about the Earth being a globe, going out into the field on the very same thing, not a separate thing. The separate thing you're talking about is model and reality out in the field. So that's why you're saying another one. It's like we're talking about the very same claim that they're saying with the gas pressure claim. So we're going out into the field. Where out in the field can we test this information to be the actual reality in which you and I exist in? Whereas gravity becomes a container for gas pressure. And so that's the question at hand at the moment for having gas pressure without a container. So if that's possible, then we need to demonstrate that in the field, whereas the idea of a model in your mind, that's where you're kind of happy with, is only good enough for you. So the people in here, we're like, okay, the thing in question, which is gravity being the container, we want to see it acting as such. And if it is, then that would satisfy the question of the gas pressure without a container argument, being gravity would be sufficient. But it needs to be demonstrated to us, as in it needs to be the thing that holds the pressure in. So I would say if you don't have that specifically, just say I don't know, and we can move off to the summarization of the three questions. Because I think keeping us from just waffling on into other topics, we can just wrap this up and.
Well, I'm happy to say I'm not an expert on the first two questions, but I really do still disagree with you here. I think that if you have a description of the world and it makes sense and it explains how things work, and then you go out and you discover new things and they still adhere to that description, then that is a demonstration.
But are you going out into the field and demonstrating it?
Well, or is it for me, right? I look at other planets, other stars, right? They appear to obey the same description that we've developed here before we even knew they existed.
What?
That's reasonable support, and at least for me, it's
right.
It's
right. That's great. That's great that you have that mind for whatever reason you want to have that mind for. But the demonstration only suits the Earth that you're standing on. So this Earth. Not any other planetary body that you might have. And I'm using these words to kind of resonate with what you're saying. So that's the only reason why I'm using them. Otherwise, I would not be. But if you're saying that you're sharing
you're saying that
other planets,
if you prove it somewhere else, it's not necessarily proved like here for Earth.
No, the thing is, what I'm saying is that those other places are not this place. Mm-hmm. We're talking about this place, not those other places.
Yeah.
So if we're saying that,
well, I wasn't.
So, right. So you
brought it up.
Well, no. What I'm saying, coming back to what the question was about, it was about this specific place, not those other places. So if you point to some other place, I would have to direct your attention back to this place and say, no, we're talking about how do we have air here on this place. So if you can
everywhere we look, things appear to work the same way.
Yeah, but I don't want to look somewhere else. I want to look right here. It's got to be demonstrated here on Earth that thing we're talking about, which is gravity, is a container, and we have to demonstrate that. So if you can't do that, then it's simple for me to say that you don't know. But you'd have to admittedly say that. If you keep
I would not say that I do not know. I would say I do not agree with you that it is necessary. For me to have a self-consistent model which describes things, which makes predictions, which appears to be an accurate, at least somewhat accurate description of how things work.
Let me ask you.
That seems like a reasonable description of the world.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think I'm getting resistance from you on this one last point? Do you feel like because it's your area of expertise, or do you feel like you should know this, or what do you think that the reason is? I think
you're getting resistance from me here because we've found something of a fundamental disagreement.
Right. In demonstration? In demonstration or in a model? Like, because I'm looking for the demonstration in physical known reality. So we're going out into the field and testing this idea that you're talking about. So that's what we're doing. And if you're saying we can't do that, then why is it that we can't do that? I'm looking for the answer to the question, why isn't it possible to demonstrate gravity being the container that contains gas out in the field?
I can give you two answers to that question. The sort of easy answer is that, the formulation, like the gravity that I talk about, right? The scientific concept of gravity, right? Gravity is not very strong as a force, right? You're familiar with this concept? Like if you have sorry?
Is it force?
Yeah, or effect, whatever you want to call it. The semantics are not really important here. It's not very strong.
Yeah, they are.
Right?
Words.
So if you take a magnet and you hold up a paper clip with this little fridge magnet, right, you can hold it up against the entire gravity of the Earth. It's not a very strong force. And so in order to demonstration...
sorry, Aitair. Let me save you some time. We're understood in the fact that the rhetoric is talking about it, the weakest of all fundamental forces, so you can continue.
It's fine. So the point is, because it's weak, right, you would have to construct something of extremely high mass in order to have a physical hands-on experiment of the gravity influencing gas to stay in a container. It'd be a hard thing to do. Practically difficult. That would be my first answer. But my second answer is, in terms of my area of expertise, I look out into the universe and I do see things that appear to be acting in accordance with this idea. Like I said, Jupiter or Saturn, these gas giants, right? They appear to be a very massive object where gravity is holding the gas, right, and causing that gradient, the same as we see it here on Earth. Now, I know you're not happy with that because it's not here, and that's fair. I think that's a difference of opinion, though. For me, that is reasonable evidence. For you, it's not, and that's a difference of opinion. That's subjective.
Right. The first rebuttal was that you couldn't demonstrate it because we needed something the size of the Earth. That was your first rebuttal, that you couldn't demonstrate it. So it cannot be demonstrated here on Earth because we needed something the size of Earth in order to demonstrate something like that. The second one was, let's look at other things.
But something quite large, certainly.
Right, but But then the second one was that let's look at something else other than the Earth. Once again, it's like those two rebuttals to the thing that I'm asking for directly looking at the Earth is actually saying that, number one, I can't demonstrate it because I need something as big as the Earth. Or number two, let's look at something else other than the Earth. Do you see the problem I'm having here? Because now it's like, first of all, the first rebuttal was, well, we can't do it. The second one was, well, let's just do it with something else other than the Earth. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with just doing it from the Earth? Like, because that's what everybody's asking.
An actual, like really sincere question. Like, I'm not trolling you here.
Go ahead.
So, suppose for a moment, I know, hypothetical, right? I know. But bear with me, right? So, suppose for a moment.
Oh my God, I hear.
No, seriously. Just give me the benefit of the doubt here, man. Give me the benefit of the doubt here, man. This is not a hypothetical like experiment or anything. That's what I'm talking about. If the understanding of gravity that we have, the scientists have, is true, right? If it were true, then it would be very difficult to demonstrate to the standard you want, but it would still be true, right?
Why do you think it's real?
Things can. Well, hold on. I'm not talking about proof. I'm just saying that there can exist things that are very hard to prove that are still true, right? That's possible.
It's true.
Could I quickly jump in here just to speak to Tier?
Yeah, I would say this, Wolfgang, before you start. I'm at the last point of the 3 points, so I don't know if you just want to tie in whatever we're saying here, but I do want to finish up with the 3 points. So I'm going to let you go. I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know I'm at the end of the 3 points.
I just wanted to address it here when he's saying that he doesn't think a demonstration is necessarily necessary. But you have to understand the reason that we're doing this is because not only is there not a demonstration for this claim, but in reality, when we observe gas and air, it's doing the exact opposite of what it's claimed is happening, right? So air on the surface moves omnidirectionally. It doesn't move down, right? And gravity, in the conception that we're given, is supposed to be strongest at the surface. So it doesn't hold to logic that it can move up where gravity is strongest, but then when it gets to the edge of the atmosphere or wherever, much higher up, then that effect starts happening where it's pulled down. That flies in the face of what gravity is explained to be fundamentally. On top of that, you could look at
that's just a lack of understanding. Like, if you want to debate like the fundamental points, that's fine. But if you don't understand the model, then you can't really get into the details.
No.
You're just a misunderstanding of how hydrostatic equilibrium works.
No. That's entirely the case, right? The claim is that gravity is what would be holding the air down. That's the claim, right? But we can observably know the air moves omnidirectionally on the surface. It doesn't have a vector of down. That's not a misunderstanding. That's the fact. So that's observable reality. Your
interpretation of it is based on a misunderstanding of hydrostatic equilibrium.
No. There's no misunderstanding of what the claim is versus what's observed. The claim is gravity will hold it down. There'll be a vector of down for the air. That's not the case. It will not be pulled down. It's not pulled down on the surface. So it doesn't hold to reason based on what we're told of gravity as being strongest towards the surface. They would be pulled down higher up. Further, we could put a container of air in a vacuum and then open that container of air. The air is not going to sit in that container. It's going to disperse in all directions in the vacuum. So the reason we need a demonstration of this claim is because in reality, all observation of gas pressure behavior flies in the face of this claim. Do you understand that?
That's just not accurate.
What's not accurate?
Okay, so you say that at the surface, sea level, whatever, gas moves omnidirectionally. That's true, but that would be expected in this model. That's not surprising.
Right, but you're claiming that it's held down.
Yes, I am. Those two things are not in conflict, and the fact that you think they are just shows a misunderstanding of the model.
Going up is not going down. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right, so saying that the air is being pulled down is in conflict with the fact that the air is going up very clearly.
I'm sorry, it's not. You just don't understand the model. I'm happy to explain what you're getting wrong.
No, well, I'll let me finish off, and we can come back to that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
But that's simply not true. So,
Tier. So I want to make sure that I finish up this 3 points that I'm doing. So if there isn't any demonstration that we're going to look to gravity holding the air in any way, shape, or form, then we're going to say that you do not know how gas pressure is here on Earth without a container. So
no, I don't think
if you can't demonstrate, well, it is reasonable because that's the issue. Well, here's the thing: it's not up for this isn't up for debate. It's only up for a discussion of how it's possible to be demonstrated as such. And if it's not demonstrated, then it's not really, there's no point. So it's not really, this point is not an agree to disagree position. It's either right or wrong. You're either right in what you're saying, and you can solidify that by saying, I have a demonstration to follow up. And then we can say, okay, you've done it. But if you can't do it, then you don't have a demonstration, which means that you would be wrong in saying that. And that's okay to be wrong, because if you think somebody else figured it out, I don't care. To me, this question it's not about, okay, the 3 questions that I'm asking you is just basically your baseline knowledge of how this is true. It's not about a back and forth about how you ask me a question, I ask you one.
That's not exactly what you're saying. My baseline knowledge of, for instance, the model of how this works is quite accurate, but that's not what you're asking about. You're asking me for a demonstration, which, as we both know, is not really something that exists for that. And that's 2 different things, right?
So it doesn't exist.
Not to my knowledge, no. But I mean, well, okay. By your standard, from my standard, it absolutely does. The world that we live in and the observations we make are sufficient demonstration for me. And so this is the thing that is our tension here. Okay. To your standard, I do not believe that there's an experiment that exists that shows this. To my standard, there absolutely is.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and just tie this up, because at least on this point, I understand that there isn't a demonstration to follow up. As you say, the way I'm saying it, which everybody here knows is the only way. But so let me just go ahead and put a summarization to this. So, yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Everybody heard. So now we're going to get to the final point of this exercise, which is, I'm going to summarize. So the Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief that you have, even currently as you reside in some academic position right now, as an astronomer. So it's kind of, to us, it's curious, but at the same time, we're trying to figure out why the world has gone this way. But nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and probably have conversations with you, probably more, because I still had questions about what I was telling you about the exoplanets. But on these 3 fundamental questions for the Earth being a globe, it was I don't know to the first 2, and the last one was a little bit kind of like you have your own model and ways that you think about the Earth, but there was no demonstration provided. Therefore, it is just a belief. So
that's it. That's all she wrote.
He sounded like a nice fella.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's wrong, but he's a nice guy. The questions don't change, Kosho. The answers do. Remember I told you that people make things up on the spot? And I was telling you that before. The very last question with the bucket example that he was talking about, he made something up on the spot. That has never been done by anyone, but he just thought of something on the spot. And that wasn't the question. The question, how has it been done? Interesting, huh? I told you. Well, I'm showing you this is what happens. And with somebody in academia, it shouldn't be that way. They should have overwhelming evidence to crush any flat earther. They don't have that, sir. So here comes the spiral. Watch. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just curious. I heard the bucket thing, but I forget. Like, what was his point? What was the experiment he was talking about?
He said,
I heard him say,
put a balloon in a bucket with air, and it has to rise up really fast, faster than the gas can expand, and pop the balloon and see if the air doesn't stay in that bucket. In a vacuum. Or rather, in space. In space.
Bring the bucket to space?
Yeah, but it has to rise faster than the air can expand inside. Like the balloon that's inside that bucket, when it's rising faster than air can expand, it will stay in that bucket. In a vacuum. I don't know. What's his example? Well, yeah, that's what he said. I understand what he means because he's trying to make it sound like it's the Earth moving through the vacuum of space. He's trying to do the same example with the bucket example, but it's just not even something that can be done. What his idea, what he tried to propose. So he just made it up on the spot because he didn't have an answer of a real world demonstration.
I see. What was
And I get I get that all the time, and it's not just on that last question. I get them on the first question too. So I get them on the second question. People make stuff on the spot because they want to save face. Here's another one. I think I got. Let me see if I uploaded to my channel. Let's see here. Videos. Oh, this is a good one.
Can you do the mind virus next?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about that. Here.
I love that one.
I could do that one first, Electricity. Yeah. I like that one too.
So funny.
I don't think Kosho's heard this yet.
Don't think so.
All right, let's just, check this out. You're not featured in these because you haven't been around, so otherwise, I think you might have. There you go.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. Now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. And I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not?
Oh,
fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So like, I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy,
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before. So.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking
I believe
on Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What?
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Who's getting the wig snatch today? Join the Flat Earth Discord, join the live stream VC, and Mayhem will take you through the 3 points.
Yes, I will.
So good.
That compilation should be a lot longer, but just for because like there's so much, because I've done this many times and it's sprinkled throughout all the content that we have, so there's a lot more than that.
Recently I asked my sister that question and she responded and she's like, in this reality, yes, I'm sitting down. Because like at the start I thought, oh, okay, I guess that's sort of plausible. At least she's saying in this reality, but it's still like adding the doubt. So I thought she answered it sort of cleverly, but still, the mind virus.
Yeah, most people have it. I know Kosho thinks that way, but most globalists think that way. They have to. In order to make the globe Earth a reality, your mind has to be thinking that you can't know things to be 100% and that your senses can be fooling you. That's the only way that this idea can exist. That's it. Because if you don't think that way, then it cannot exist. Because you'd be actually empirically saying things to be objectively true, and that's just not the case for the globalists. They cannot think of the reality that way.
Yeah, and I agree with you 99.999%.
It's funny, isn't it? It's so good. Oh. Like I said, there's more clips. There was a guy that I remember I asked him that, and he said that I have to use a different word. Like when he said, because I posed the question, are we talking on Discord? Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? And he's like, you're not supposed to say on Discord. You're supposed to say through Discord, because I got him, right? And he didn't know how to answer. He was like, on? No, I was like, no, I'm not sure. So he wasn't sure either. But when I came back and I told him, okay, yeah, he heard these clips. He was like, oh, now I know what you mean. I could answer correctly. I could say, no, you can't, dude. You're now a part of the compilation somehow. Like, so he didn't want to be, and he's like, well, it's because you didn't use the word through. If you use the word, we're talking through Discord. I was like, people don't talk like that, bro. Like, that's, you know what I mean? It's like, we understand each other when I'm saying something. So if you had any questions, you would have said that in the beginning, but you didn't, because you knew what I meant.
Yeah. Well, at least he's in the Hall of Fame now in that compilation.
Well, he wasn't in that one, but he's through the content that we have, he's somebody that I could just utilize for this. People don't realize this, Stacy. They don't realize this, but they all are about, like, they all have this like mind virus, because in order, like I said, for the globe Earth to be real, you have to think, well, my senses can tell me about the world around me, but then there's something that's extra perceptory that my senses can't detect. And that's where the globe Earth lives, right there. The place you can't. So and if you can't think that way, then you're not. It's like you're too objective. Like, that's too rigid. Like, yeah, that's why they can't live in that world.
It's really strange that like people who think very practically, like, okay, this is what my sensories tell me. This must be the reality as I know it. Yeah. That's like the not normal thing.
Isn't that strange? That's pretty strange, huh?
Strange world.
But the globalists can sound like they are. No, I agree with you. Yeah, you can use your senses for everything. It's just that you don't know what's beyond your senses, and that's where you can't say that truth is this reality is objective. You can find objective truth because you can only go so far, and that's how they kind of view it. It's weird.
I have to admit though, like I remember thinking like that because I remember when the Matrix come out and they're like, what is real? How do you define real? It's just electrical signals in the brain. So I did go through that phase. So I guess know where the head's at.
Yeah, Clipcord. Did you get the clip of the guy that I recently ran through this question, the 99%er? And he was trying to change the word from on to through. Like when we're talking on Discord, he wanted to change it to through Discord to kind of save face. I don't know if you got that one. But he was the one he was like, did you get me? Am I in part of the clip? I was like, hell yeah, you're a part of the clip, bro. Like just, but I didn't know if you got it or not. Oh shit, dude. It was for sure like within the last 2 weeks, I would say. For sure. I know that's not helping, but he was, hold on. I think I might know it. Bootman. That's his name. Bootman. Yeah, that's his name. Got it. It's Bootman. Yeah, find Bootman's clip if you can. He's got his avatar is like a face or something. But his name is Bootman.
So you said, Mayhem, that I could go back and listen to it, but I'm going to ask you. You said the globe Earth lives where people can't see. Is that kind of what you said?
Perceive. You can't perceive it. You can't. You can't see it either. But if I say it that way, then they'll be like, "Well, look at the videos."
So the globe Earth lives where the people can't perceive. That is really deep. That's really deep. I'm telling you. I'm sorry that's stolen. I'm taking it.
Yeah, you could. I hand out freely all the information. Well, I mean, utilize it as much as because, like, even the 3 points. Like, I'm already echoing. My 3 points have echoed already to some of the prolific flat earthers, like David Weiss. He's taken him and because he came into this chat and I told him about him, and he ransacked one of the Globers that was on his show with the 3 points, like destroyed him.
Yeah, I'm taking it. I'm gonna now. When I make a meme out of it, do you want your name on it, or I mean, it's up to you. I'll be glad to put your name on it.
No, you can construct it any way you want, but at some point, but like, you know what, we're all together. I'd like for it to be said that all of this information is because we help each other out. Like that's the only thing.
The globe Earth lives where people can't perceive. That is deep. That is deep, man.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god!
You have to look at it this way. The globalist mindset will always want to make it seem like you don't know what's going on at some level. Like you can understand the world to a certain extent. Beyond that, there's something else happening, and that's where the globe Earth lives. And it's like they want to make it so they can feel comfortable in their knowledge of not knowing anything, to be 100% or objective.
So I wake up at 6:30, tune into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord like 6:50, listen for 5 minutes, and Mayhem drops a big one. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Well, I mean, I gotta say, man, it's over the years of like doing this. I've already collected so much data from like these guys that I can tell you the character archetype that they are when they're in here. I know exactly what buttons to push. I know exactly where to go with the conversation. Sometimes I just stand back because I let other people kind of get into the fight. The new people. I think it's important. Like, sometimes when I identify with the character type right away, I'm on them. And it's like, I kind of feel like it's unfair to the new people that are new flat earthers that are in this arena because they don't know that I can identify their character type right away. And they're like, how do you know he's not like being genuine? Like they might look at me like a villain. Like, why are you getting on this guy? It's because I can see the certain clues that somebody like that person was already showing from previous conversations. There's certain archetypes, right? Like you have the sophist, the solipsist, the friggin', the guy who makes things up on the spot. Like you can hear these different archetypes, and then you know the mindset behind that archetype. You know where they're gonna go. You know why they're gonna say the things that they do. You know it's all revealed. It's crazy. Has to do more with psychology, Jim, than it does with anything that they could produce as evidence.
Oh yeah, it's entirely psychological warfare. I mean, we've seen psychological warfare over the last 38, 39 months on our TV sets. Some people say over $1 trillion worth of advertising worldwide to make us think a certain way. So yes, that and this outer space monkey fairy tale religion, they put a lot of money into psychological warfare.
Yeah, and for the most part, it's worked. It's worked because we can see the fruit of that because the people are thoroughly confused. They don't know, and I'll put it the way QE says it, they don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. Yeah. So when you ask them certain questions, and it's sad because you don't want that to be the case. You hate to see it, right? You don't want somebody to say they can't understand objective reality. But the fact of the matter is, with all these ideas that people get, that they can't understand their reality. And I say it that way because it's really the conversation we have in here. Because we can talk to the globalist mind only to a certain point, and then it becomes like, okay, I know reality just like you do, right? The globalist might tell us, but there's a point where you can't know everything to be 100%. So come on, and that's not what we're asking here. Some of the things that we ask are very pertinent to foundational objective truths, right? So we'll say it this way. Have you ever eaten anything in your life ever? And when they say, well, I don't know. How's that possible? How can you logically say something like this if you know you're alive? Food is what keeps you sustained in this life. There's no other, you know what I mean? It's illogical to say statements like that. Yet they still say them. And they think that they're somehow sound in saying that. It gets so kind of you try to rescue that mind from it, but it's I think it's something supernatural that has to happen because we can only do is the only thing you and I can do is plant the seed. That's it. And as far as the staunch dug in people, what we do is expose them, and we're gonna keep doing that. That we're not gonna because once you are on the side of truth, there's nothing to do but to tell people truth. That's it. I've heard it said before that there's people that were flat earthers that went back to the globe, but that's never been the case that somebody who's actually been exposed to truth, that knows truth, goes back. It's not the case. It's people who aren't sure of themselves. I would say flat earthers, they've fallen in the camp sometimes of the 99.9% category. And those guys, yeah, they can't go back because they were never sure in the first place. They were never truthfully involved. But if you're truthfully involved, if you know, then there's no way you can go back. How? It's not true that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, that's a nice saying, isn't it? You already made a meme out of it.
Yeah, I'll change. I'll put different fonts and maybe some things around it to make people notice a bit more. But that's it's. I can't. That's all these places like Facebook that have all these trolls that come in that are we're trolls that come into flat earther discussion groups, and over on TikTok that 95% of everybody there is into the globe discussion as a glober, and I'll make sure this one gets in there. Oh my goodness.
I mean that even belongs on a T-shirt,
Oh, I tell you what, bumper sticker too.
I'm looking at. I might even get. You know what? Now that you're bringing it like this, I think it might look good on a shirt.
Yeah, yeah. I tell you, you can put things on a shirt. You can put things on I don't think you can put this on a hat too much, but you can put it on a bumper sticker, a shirt, you know, just any place. You know, if we had a lot of money, we could put it on a billboard on the highway, huh?
Yeah, that would be great. And you can have a big old globe in the background under these words, like superimposed over it.
Yeah, if we
That'd
had
be nice.
if we had a little bit of taxpayer money, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But just as truth is the way it's always been. I was telling Kosho this because Kosho, we're on two sides of the fence, me and him. We've always been, like, with his perception of the Earth being what it is, a globe. I told him, I was like, I can do nothing but expose you, and you, on the other hand, will try to be doing the same from your side to our side. So it's just it's sad. I told him the foundational where the truth of where all this came from. It's an ancient war on the mind. It's not just some kind of new idea that it came from the age of enlightenment. That's a whatever that was. That's packaged and sold to you. That's a lie. It's just rebranded and renamed to something what you can consider it being relative to the times, you know, the globe, you know, being what it is. It's ridiculous. He's been in this discussion ever since I think the movement begun, so he knows. Kosho knows this.
I don't want to
say more. Yeah, go on, Jim.
I don't want to give Kosho a hard time, but I'm going to anyway because I like Kosho. You know, when Kosho and I came up with a date to have our debate on Geo server, which didn't come through, I asked him, and he posted it the other day when we were talking, and I have it. So Kosho, forgive me for saying this. I'm not making fun of you, even though I might be. Anyway, I said, when is our one-on-one debate goes? And he goes, how does February 30th look? You know, it's like, February 30th? I'm old, and I've had maybe 15 or 16 February 29ths in my life, but I've never had a February 30th. So I enjoyed that. But I didn't realize you did that until you reposted it last Saturday or Sunday. So February 30th. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
We've definitely had some interesting discussions in here for sure. We got Stacy's in here right now. What's up, Stacy?
Hello. A bit drained today. A lot of global chaos going on. Got me down a bit. But I'm getting through it. Just like huge dramas going on, just like trying to pursue the truth, and just like heaps of dramas.
You got your Helio friend, right? No, he's part of the drama,
yeah.
no?
Oh no, just like crazy drama, but I can't get into it here. But it's unfortunate, but that's just, you know, the cost of truth sometimes. It just, people make it really hard for you.
You can hit me up in the DMs if there's something specific or whatever. If you want there to be a little mayhem in their life, send them my way.
No, actually, one, obviously I'll spare the details, but my sister's like, she says she doesn't care about the shape of the world, but the way she's like so opposed to it makes you think, well, there's definitely some sort of, you know, reaction there that if she didn't care, she wouldn't respond so strangely. And she actually, yesterday, she just came into my room and had like a huge yelling match, but, well, I mean, not a yelling match in the sense I didn't yell back, but just like shouting out about everything. And then like I got to the crux of it. She like let something out. She was like, "Stacy, you sold your soul to logic," and it's like, that's it. That's the thing which like upsets her the most is the fact that it's logic. And you know, she lives like, I'm sure she like sees logic has its merit, but she's very speculative in the sense her perspective depends on speculation. So it's just strange. I found it strange to just encounter her saying that, but yeah, it's.
You know, I've always said this, Stacey. We hate to see it. We hate to see the mind has been degraded so badly that it's turned that way. It's hard for all of us. We've lost friends and family over this. It's a very real thing to me, Stacey. Like, I take this chat like to be something of a battleground for all of us. This is not some place where we have like, well, I'm going to say it this way, like civil discussions. This is a battlefield for the mind. Sometimes because it's real. It's not like a staged. It's not like scripted. It's just whatever like yesterday, Lexa, who just popped in here right now. He's a young man. He's 14 years old. And we're having a discussion. I don't know if you heard it or not, but it was pretty organic in the sense of like him actually encountering this topic and going against like the understanding that the earth is flat and stationary. And so he had a really bad reaction. He was yelling at the top of his lungs and screaming, and because, you know, we weren't you know, going with what he was saying, and because he doesn't understand, you know, he's still a young man. You could see like what you just described your sister was doing. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. And so he's right above me right now, but like he's deafened, and he had the same reaction. So that's the kind of thing that you're going to get from people who want their worldview to be a globe because we're actually destroying something that they previously thought. Like, so it's like, in other words, they want to tell us, just why are you guys not letting us keep our fantasy? Like, why do you guys have to be like the, you know, the Debbie Downer, the globe killer? Like, why are you doing this? You know, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they see it as you like you being a negative input.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's correct. It's a negative input, but I would say it this way: is that going to change your mind to actually then go back to the other mindset where you want to make them feel comfortable, and you go back to sleep and saying like, you know, okay, I'll just go with you thinking that the earth is a globe just because I don't want you to have or be mad at me, you know, like,
definitely not.
You are who you are, right? It's like who you are. I don't know. It's just sad, and I get it, but that's the reason why I'm coming hard against these guys every day, is because our friends and family have been taken away. Their mind has been taken away into this fantasy world, and the only way to get it back is if the supernatural awakening happens to them. That's not something that we do, but we have to challenge them to the point where they don't have an answer, and that's going to always drive them to want to come here and prove themselves right. And when they find out that they run out, they're exhausted, and they find out, look, I can't go any farther. I've done this for so long, and I can't provide any evidence. And then that's where hopefully the awakening happens. But if not, that's not that's not the goal here. We're not looking for that. We're just going to keep challenging them. They'll never have the answers, ever.
Yeah, I guess the goal is to get people to think rather than to like, you know, convince them of anything. Just get them to think for themselves.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. But you know, these are the testimonies, I guess, of people, the things that they have to endure. Oh, you know, we had Matthew Learns in here the other day when he was here, like months ago, and he was talking to Heretic. That's why I was fuming. I was so furious when I came into the chat, because he told Heretic, he's like, oh, I'm glad I don't have to tell you about the earth being a globe because you have your friends and family to do it for me. I was fucking pissed, man. Like I knew he was still in the server. So I came in here fuming, like looking for him, and then I waited till he came back on, and then I went at him. Because that, to me, that our families are hurting because of this information, that's why I do this. Like, it's there's a passion behind why I do it.
Yeah, definitely.
So
because my passion for it is just to like, because it's such good news. It's like,
yes.
Who wouldn't want to share it?
But sometimes we feel like it's a fight that we feel alone in. So yeah, if there's other things that have been bugging you, man, just hit me up in the DMs or whatever. No, you could just talk about it, whatever.
Yeah, I can give you a bit of context through DM.
Sure.
Yeah.
I might have to add you because I on Discord you can turn off like where people just DM you because knowing my character here, I get hit up with a lot of DMs of people angrily posting stuff to me. So I'd have to add you.
Yeah, okay.
But I guess I can relate with what you're saying because there's been a lot of people, and I look at it differently now because the character type that I am. Like I challenge people in my world, but like the people that I know that are kind of hard-nosed, I just let them be. But they know my position. They know exactly who I am and what I stand for, so they kind of avoid having conversations like that with me at all costs. They won't.
Yeah,
they
which
won't
is
do
fair
it.
enough.
Yeah.
You pick your battles and they can pick theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Let me see. I'll just add you right now. Saw your friend request. Great.
Yeah, and recently, so I'm not sure if you would have been aware, but like during the Discord one time I was talking about how there was this Globe Earth seminar I went to, and this professor guy had like a whole 1.5 hour presentation on like all his pseudoscience and physics research and all that sort of credential stuff. And he ended up he found my YouTube channel, and I recently got a comment from him on one of my things. And in my video I was talking about how you have the visual light and then infrared, and if you like have a long distance observation with visual light, you'll see it like haze and stuff. It will be harder to see, whereas with the infrared you see more because there's less refraction. And then he was responding, and I'm just bringing this up to get some clarification because I think he was wrong in what he said. But he said that, actually, the infrared it would have more diffraction. So like my claim, which was you'd see less refraction on infrared, he was basically saying no, it's the other way around.
No, he was wrong.
Yeah. Okay. But I thought I'd get a second opinion.
Yeah, and that's also obvious. It's not just that he's wrong. You can actually see farther in infrared.
Yeah, but I guess he probably doesn't do those visual tests.
Well, he's probably at a standpoint where he's looking at it from maybe a perspective of a model or something. He doesn't really like real world examples usually trump anything that going to the field and actually doing these tests. Oh, Clipcord, you found it? Oh man. Yeah, add that to your clips of your next compilation, will you? Like put that one in there. And thank you for finding it, by the way, Clipcord. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
If you take sorry to interrupt, you take $1,000 P1000 and put an infrared on it, you basically have to break it apart and then put it back together. You basically double the price of the P1000, plus you don't guarantee that they do it right. So somebody suggested doing that with what I got. It's like, no, I'm not spending another $1,000, and if it doesn't come back right and you're not liable, forget it.
Yeah, you got to have money to be thrown around if you're going to do that, because it does. Yeah. You have to take the camera apart and actually do something to it, like modify it. So it's a modification, and then they might not get it right, and they'll destroy the investment you made.
They do. I mean, I've had one person have found one somewhere, and they bought it already refitted, and they really love it. But it's like, okay, you paid for that. Of course, they bought it secondhand, so they didn't pay full price for it, obviously. But it's just like, no, nobody's going to touch something like this and then say, well, if it doesn't come back right, you still owe me $1,000, and it doesn't work anymore. Nope.
Yeah, I've been able to convert the P600 and P900, but then when I looked at the P1000, I don't have one, but I was looking for a friend. and then like that has desoldering, and that's where I draw the line. No, I'm not gonna desolder camera electronics.
That's your best. You could damage the internal parts. I don't know. You already have one that's the P900. It's modified. No, is that not what you said?
I have a P600 modified.
Oh, okay.
I have a P900. I tried to modify it. I currently have a broken part, but hopefully I'll get it all fixed. It was my bad. I was being a bit rough with it, but I'll fix it. It's fixable, definitely. And you learn from your mistakes, so I'll be careful the next time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I was having trouble with my P1000 getting it focused over water. Quick story, Mayhem. Sorry. I took it over to South Bend to an authorized Nikon and Canon dealer, and Jack is the owner over there. And Jack's going through this P1000 like I couldn't believe. It's just like, don't make me feel stupid. And he goes, I'm going to set this for you on default position so you can see across Lake Michigan. And I'm going, thank you. So he puts it on infinity, puts it on portrait, and moves the autofocus to the right. There's two settings. So he said to the right. He said, if you ever want to change it, just put it back to manual and take your pictures. But if you're looking across Lake Michigan, you need to have it here. But then also remember, this camera reads what it's looking at. So when it's looking at over water, it can't read it right away, so it's going to get fuzzy on you until it reads what it's looking at. And I'm going, this camera reads what it's looking over? And he goes, yeah. So I've noticed that. I noticed that when I would try to look 30, 40, 50, 60 miles across Lake Michigan, especially when it's warm out and the water's cold, that I get this real fuzzy look until for maybe 5 or 10 seconds. And then it clears itself up. The camera's reading what it's looking at, but the camera is having trouble with all the refraction or the atmospheric conditions over the water as well. I found that very interesting.
What time is it over there, Stacy? In Australia? For you?
8:20 for me. But I don't speak on behalf of every Australian. Just the Western Australians.
Oh, are you in Perth?
Around about there, yeah.
Yeah, because it's really strange between the USA and Australia. Sometimes you're 17 hours difference in Melbourne. Sometimes you're 16, and now you're 15. And I can never figure it out.
What's that range of in the far distance? Is that like a little mounted range or like in the distance of your shot, a camera shot?
Just like not a mountain range, just like so this is from a salt lake. So it's just like ground which is no longer part of the lake, just a bit higher up in altitude, I guess. Elevation was probably about 300 meters, but obviously it's the lake itself is very flat, so it's not like standing on a 300 meter altitude mountain. The math works out.
What was the range of those? The topography in the far distance. What was that range like? How far away?
Meant to be about 35 to 40 kilometers, which would be like 20 miles or something like that.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'll just post through a mountain range one as well. Unfortunately, this was like for a test. I won't say too much about it because of all the drama I have mentioned earlier. But my friend was going to be on the other side with a laser, but then to actually get to the other side, just like being able to drive onto the lake, he couldn't find access or anything, so it ended up just be me standing there waiting for him to like get on the lake, which he never got onto. And so we didn't get to do an actual test, and sort of just now I'm just left looking at some of the data, seeing, is there anything which could be like a nail in the coffin for the globe? But there's, at the moment, I haven't figured anything obviously like too far to see, because you don't really have much reference or much good references. Like the mountain you see over there, you wouldn't expect to see any curvature drop, or I mean, like maybe you would, but not enough to substantiate like a visual thing of like seeing barely any of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
But it was cool. I got the because I'm volunteering, I have access to a drone, and I had the drone out taking some pictures or videos actually. I'm not sure. I don't think I might try and get a screenshot of one, send that through.
There's some distance markers you can put like on a Google Maps perspective, so that you can use like where you're at, your location, and then draw like a distance line to where that thing that you see in the far distance, how far away you can see, to kind of put something in like side by side, so you'd have just the data on the side of this photo to kind of give context. So if somebody's looking like from a top down perspective, you know what I mean?
Do you mean just like a reference to where I was at?
Yeah, like on a Google Maps kind of thing on the side of this image. You could put like a top-down view of Google Maps, and then like a line to draw like a dot from where you're at, like the observer, and then
definitely.
So like I would say the horizon, where I want to say mountain, but hills probably. Like we can see those hills in the far distance, and then put like a distance marker on the top-down map to say like this is how far you could see, and then of course input the information for the curvature of the earth and how high those hills are, like, just like other stuff that kind of puts things into comparison of like what's expected and what's not seen and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of data I could pull out from it. It's just very like intricate, having to like find, okay, here's this random broad part of land which might be here, but it might be there and might be there. So just need to put some more time into looking into it.
Yeah, because I think you got some data here, but you just now gotta like sort it. You gotta sort it out.
Yeah.
Are these the only two shots that you got, or you got more shots?
I have heaps.
Okay. Well, yeah, I would say that the ones that you're gonna use to have the side by side comparison with like the data, and then have ample like shots of like different things you see in the distance, and then you can show like, okay, this one's 15 miles, this one's like 30 miles, this one's like, you know what I mean, like that way. And then you could put on the side of that the comparison of like the distance from where the observer is to how far you see in the distance, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, in time I will. It's just all a lot of work.
I like that wide angle shot. Is that the drone shot? Looks like it.
Yeah, that's just a screenshot from a video, because the video is too big to send.
That's freaking cool.
It was funny. My brother came down with me, and he was I guess he was bored, so he wanted to like hang around the cameras and do the drone stuff. So he was doing that. But it's funny that some of the videos he was filming, you just get some of his commentary, and he's like, "Oh, Stacy's out here to measure if the Earth's flat. Oh, she's gonna be heartbroken if she finds out it's a globe." So just some silly commentary. Like if I was there, I'd say, "No, Matt, that's not what's happening. I'm not gonna be heartbroken if I'm not measuring for it to be flat, Matt." But no. Just his random commentary made it fun to listen back to.
How long have you been friends with this Helioer? Has it been most of your life? Is he a good friend of yours?
That one's my brother. My other
that's your bro.
Globe,
okay.
Yeah, my the other Helio friend, I've been friends for like a few years, but he didn't come up. He was busy.
Dude, Stacy, how many? You got any flat Earth friends over there? Or are you the only like flat earther over there? Like, you must be surrounded by people who are just opposing you on the daily.
Well, luckily, most people don't really like oppose me. You know, like they just think, oh yeah, it's Stacy, let her do her thing. But yeah, I have felt a bit opposed at the moment. But you know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, the weirdest thing is when people who are meant to be on the side of truth are the ones who actually like seem to make things really difficult, and it's like, why are they opposing like this, you know, good thing we're trying to do? That's what has really annoyed me the most at the moment.
I know. I ask Kosho that every day. I think, and the mindset behind these guys, Stacy, is they think they're doing God's work, and it's like the opposite of God's work. They're trying to make people more delusional than they ever can be.
I don't remember saying that when you asked me.
So, no, I'm telling her the perception of your guys' idea. You think that you're doing a good thing, telling people the Earth's a globe. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, I told you the opposite, though.
I know. That's what I said.
No, I told you the opposite. Yeah,
that you're thwarting the efforts of it, doing a bad thing.
No, I didn't even say we're thwarting the efforts of it. I said we're the ones perpetuating it. That's what I said. Like we're perpetuating the flat Earth.
No, you're not.
You say so, but yeah, I'd be upset if we're thwarting it.
We're fine without you. Honestly, if you disappeared and gone off to some island somewhere, there would still be more numpties to replace you.
Yeah, but what if there was no numpties?
Then we'd all know the truth. There would be nobody deceiving. And then the world would be what it was prior to that. But it still wouldn't negate the fact that it would make the world a better place. That would still be the human condition that still we'd have to deal with. But just the truth would still be out there, that the Earth isn't what we've been told.
I value the truth, and I value the flat Earth as well. I don't think it should disappear.
Yeah, but you're looking at it as something, a way like people can debate on things to kind of further advancement of like human thinking. That's not it. Yeah, that's missing the point. The point is people don't realize that the truth is out there, self-evident. It's declaring itself as what it is. Whatever you think it is by like keeping the debate alive to a further scientific inquiry, that's the wrong way. That's not what this is about.
Yeah, I didn't say that either, though. I don't think there's any value to doing it. It's kind of a selfish goal that to persist flat Earth, but I don't think that I'm not doing it for like a output like good or something like that.
So
I don't have like an altruistic motive or anything. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's still the reason why people are against it, whatever reason that is. They're still going to be thwarting the efforts of truth getting out there. So you're not helping the cause of truth at all.
I mean, that's your perspective, but
no, it's reality, Kosho. If you were, then you would be on this side going against all the Globers, but you're not.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just it depends on who you ask. If I ask you, you'd say that. If I asked anybody off the street, they'd say the opposite.
Because they don't know. That's simple. Those guys don't know. They're pretty much nobody out there. When you ask a regular Joe on the street if they know anything about this, they don't have a dog in the fight because they don't think there needs to be one. They're like, did we learn about this in 3rd grade? Like, why are we talking about it today? They don't know how relevant it is. And so that's why to them it wouldn't matter. But when they start to realize, they're like, what the fuck? Why are these people talking about this like it's something to talk about? Whereas you probably found more fruitful discussions happening that further people's like ideas of like investigating further into science or whatever. And that's not it. That's not why we're doing it. So, yeah, like I said, you have maybe a misconception of that, but that's fine. But you're still against the truth, either way.
Two of the biggest lies that we were taught from age 5, if not sooner. Two of the biggest lies that I believe Satan hatched in the pits of hell, just my opinion, is something we can't talk about that's been going on for the last 38 months. Lies. There are other big lies, obviously, but those are the two biggest lies. And those who question those lies are put into a camp, which I never wanted to be put into a camp like that, but now I am, and I don't care, because the truth has set me free, and it's set a lot of people free, and we don't care anymore. We're going to speak the truth when I'm out in the world, not on social media. I talk about the other thing almost as much as I talk about the earth thing, and sometimes I talk about it to a person, both of them to a person, and so I don't care anymore, because the truth is very important, and it's very possible that that person I'm talking to, whatever their age is, it's the first time in their entire life that they have been talked to by somebody in person that says, hey, the earth isn't a spinning space ball, and this other thing is not what it's cracked out to be either. And that is a great responsibility that we have, but it's also a very freeing experience, because we are telling people the truth, and it's just a wonderful experience.
Yeah. But most people don't know, so they don't have a dog in the fight. That's how it is. You know, it's funny. I actually go a little bit lighter on the secular guy who doesn't inquire with the notion that the earth is a globe due to biblical principles. I go lighter on the secular guy who's not invested in the biblical side. Those who claim both biblical and globe earth, it's total destruction for you. Like, I don't let up. But yeah, because you're not gonna. That's, for me, that's a double deception, and the fact that you could be a teacher speaking about the earth being a globe at school and totally not believe in God or whatever, just be kind of like Gnostic. When you start to introduce biblical principle and then back it up by saying that you believe the earth's a globe, yeah, I will become mayhem to you entirely. You will. Yeah. I won't let up.
Poor Danny Faulkner. And even Loon McToon in his website, his first part of his website, he brings up Isaiah 42 and Job 26:7.
That's blasphemy.
But both of them are the Douay-Rheims, the Jesuit Douay-Rheims from 1610, the Jesuit Douay-Rheims, and so Loon will say that, and Loon will go, well, the Bible says the earth is a globe. I have that quote. I'll drop it. Loon sent me a quote when I was on TikTok. He's on TikTok. He sent me a quote, and I had it, so I'll drop it so everybody sees what he said. But he won't discuss it, because he just goes, the Bible says the earth's a globe, and I'm not going to talk about it any further. And that's all because the Douay-Rheims 1610 Jesuit Bible. So it's just, I tell you what, you are right. When Danny Faulkner makes fun of us in a book with this tilted disc, water falling off the disc, I mean, it's open season, Danny. Only problem with Danny
it's open season. You better believe it's open season. It's also
season. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And then claiming that that the creator's signing off on it because he says so. That's even worse. All of creation is speaking that the earth is a globe. Oh, it's not going to end well. For those guys. For the secular guy, I go a little bit lighter because it's like, yeah, but you don't have anything that you're basing this on, just your presupposition, idea. So for me, it's just you're confused. This guy who's actually backing it up with the creator's words, you're in trouble with me.
Hey, Mayhem.
What up, bro?
I've been listening. I appreciate the chat.
Yeah.
I came across the channel on YouTube. Flat Earth is the Bible from heaven, I think it is. And they posted a whole bunch of things, and I got a copy of the Matthew's Bible because of a video that was posted on it. Do you know if that came out before the Bible that you just mentioned, the Catholic one, the
Matthew's Bible?
Matthew came out like 1571.
Yeah, I think so.
That's interesting because what they posted on the video was a short little clip, and it's in 2 Samuel, and it talks about it actually has flat Earth in it. It's hard to read because it's in Old English, but it's interesting. I'll post a link.
Yeah. From what I understand, it Erasmus in 1516, if you believe these dates, Erasmus in 1516 took the Latin Vulgate, which was what the Catholic priests and the Catholic Church allowed people to read if they had a Bible. They took the Latin Vulgate, and Erasmus translated it into so people could actually read it away from the very corrupt Latin Vulgate. And then I believe it was 1521 that the good gentleman in England, 1517 that Luther translated it for the German people, and then in 1521 Tinsdale in the UK translated it for the English people, and then somebody else translated in 1522, I can't remember. But then the Jesuits got a hold of the New Testament and translated the New Testament in 1582, and then translated the whole Bible in 1610, which included the sphere in Isaiah 40:22 and Job 26:7, where the earth hangs on nothing, where they say the earth hangs on gravity. And then King James Bible came out in 1611, which I guess they say is 80% translated from what Tinsdale did in 1521. It's from my memory from heliosorcery and from watching Omar Turbo in the Philadelphia church that he did in 2018. He did a 5-part series, 6.5 hours, that is really good. Plus heliosorcery with Chris is really good too.
Yeah, I was blown away when I looked in, because I'm not a real big history guy, but the Tyndale was apparently put in prison and put in a bad way while he was doing the whole thing, the translation.
Right. Well, we got to look at context and the same with these writings and teachings, right? So we're going to have to also not just we examine. There's certain words, right? Because the transliteration of words from original manuscripts is a very difficult process. It's not as easy as just saying, I say a word in Spanish and then I'm going to say what the word is in English, because even with the different languages, they have different context meanings. So, like, I think the Greek word for love can be transliterated over to like different types of love in the sense of using it in the Greek. Like, I think phileo, agape, and all these sorts of words that are used in the Greek mean different type of love. Like the love that you say, like the love, like how a creator loves its creation, or versus like a man loves a woman. Like those are two different types of loves, right? It's not the same. So you'd have to say it in a different way. But when you translate that word love over into, like, find a word for that word that they're describing in the English language, like the way we know it now, it's gone through like maybe 4 or 5 transliterations, So it's hard for us to get that meaning of the word, but the context still remains. You know what I mean? Because you could read the paragraph and you can know what's going on with the context, So you'd be able to get the context and not so much understand the actual word meaning, but you can get the meaning by understanding the context. So even if like the word love was put there, and if you were describing a love between a man and a woman, or a love between a deity and its creation, you'd be able to get the understanding of that from the context, and not so much derive it from the actual etymology of the word, due to the fact that it's been transliterated over from different, languages. So that, to me, I think that's important, right? Context is key. Without that, you can argue the toss of these words till the cows come. But that's not what we're doing here. We're going for context, because that doesn't matter what Bible translation you're looking at, will always remain to be the foundation of truth, is context.
Well, it's interesting because, biblically, they used to argue that it was flat. I mean, there was a hard argument 100 years ago. There's quite a few scans of books that come out. They're on books.google.com. Assuming that Google didn't screw with the scanning, there's quite a bit of argument that happened about 100 years ago.
Oh, they still happen today. But I mean,
yeah.
Most of it has to deal with these specific things, right? And a lot of the argument goes into, well, what Bible translation should I be reading? Because obviously you got word for word, and then you got thought for thought on the other end extreme. There's two extremes, right? You can stick with word for word, and you can get the meaning of each word and look it up in the, the concordance, and you can start to figure out the root meaning and all that kind of stuff. And then you can go with the thought for thought, which is just giving you basic context, the gist, like the understanding. So,
hey guys, I've always a thought over years, like if you're thinking about the the old concepts of the globe Earth, and we've been deceived, and hiding the creator, thoughts that we discuss, and the Jesuits and these elite people who are trying to hide creation. I often think then, we're talking about changing the word, and why did they not just get rid of the Bible? Why haven't they done that? Why did they keep it going, do you think?
You can't hide the truth. You can just suppress it. So the truth can't be hidden. It can only be suppressed. So in other ways, and also, so if you have truth, why not just confuse everybody about what the truth is? So the truth is in plain sight, right? So if the truth doesn't go away, right, and there's always going to be, think about it, if you're being a controller, and if you know that there's always going to be truth in some way, shape, or form, and you can't find every faction that's harboring truth, right? How would you then be able to thwart the efforts of people that speak truth? Well, you confuse the ones who actually hear truth, because then you're going to put amongst them many different iterations or versions of truth, what truth can be, right? So truth can mean this, truth can mean that, truth can mean this. How are you going to find out which one it is? Like a needle in a haystack, right? Because that guy's saying he's holding the truth, but then there's other religion that says they're holding the truth. There's another religion that says they're holding the truth. And by the time you figure out, you're like, well, which one of these truths are real? That's how you do it. You don't destroy it. You make it sound like that truth was not. It's that's your truth. It's
that's how they've they've divided us and with different beliefs and things like that. There's always
So check this out, one deck, right? With the I'll say it's religion. So you got Christianity, right? I'm using these terms so you can understand what I'm saying without having to go back to saying that Christianity is real, because the idea of saying Christian, that was a derogatory term for the people that I guess it was first heard in, I'm going to misquote this probably, it's in Antioch, I think was the first. It was a derogatory term talking to people who were following after Christ, talking about saying that there were little Christs. It was making fun of them. So being a Christ-like or Christian is a derogatory term. People that were following after Yeshua or his teachings were considered to be a part of the way. That was their organization or group. You can call them that they're a part of the way. They weren't a part of being called Christians. That was just a term that was a derogatory term meant as a put down. So it was meant as a put down, like you would call somebody a bad word or something these days. but it was a put down. So, us understanding that right now, we're going to realize that, people have been with the idea that like all the fundamental understandings of like the Christian understanding, it's like it's specific to the Christian household. And then under that, you have another umbrella, which is like denominational Christian. Like you got Baptists and you got Lutherans, you got Catholics, you got Protestants, you got all these denominations under that, and each one individually have a different take on what the truth is about, right? So we have amongst those factions different categories, and amongst those specific categories, there's even splintered groups of that. It's crazy, right? It gets even worse than the way you might think. So it's easier for me to just deliver an abundant amount of what you might think truth is, so that you never know which one is the right one. You could be reading the right one, you might not be reading the right one. And so that confusion is where this is all, because like you can't ever eliminate truth because it's obvious, right? It's self-evident. But what I can do is make it to where the truth that you think you know is covered up by somebody else's truth, what they think that truth is. So like you'll never be able to get to realize like if you're following the right thing. Because don't we hear that from people? Is this the right Bible? Is this the right one? Am I following the right religion? Is this the right religion? Am I doing the right thing? Is this so we get people confused and questioning. So I try to show them, if you want to unconfuse something, if you want to make something clear, because the Creator always wants us to have a clear mind and a sober mind, then we have to understand not only does creation speak for itself, but also the truth when we hear it, right? So if you hear truth, go on.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but the thing that's interesting is this isn't just a Christian concept. There's Muslims that people come from a different faith system. They have the view that it's flat as well. So I mean, if you look back at antiquity, a lot of videos will be out there and some books that talk about it used to be flat. The concepts that people had, it was flat. And then it kind of creeped in that it could be a ball, but it was almost like a thought experiment that everybody looked at the world that they could see, and their perspective was it was a flat world. And somehow it got mutated. And I've heard the Jesuit thing put out there as well, as creating that mind virus. But it's not just Christians. Right. And I'm actually finding that kind of interesting right now, because I try to have conversations with people who are Christian, and I'm like, it's flat according to the Bible. I mean, I read tons of books when I was younger that put me in that mind space of how could there be a God if they got it so wrong in the books that they wrote. And if you go down that path, then you believe in the monkeys, you believe in the all the
primordial soup.
Yeah, totally. And it's not, you're going to quote believe something. You're either going to believe the truth or you're going to believe a lie. Either way it'll be religious, and that's what they don't understand. Either way, whatever it is that you faction with, it will be a religious understanding. Right.
It will.
And you can't believe nothing.
That's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was on earlier today, and I was just listening to the clips, the mind virus clips, and now I get some of what you were coming at me with the other day.
Yeah. You see how that makes sense now? But no, people don't see it because it's a program that's running right now. It's running, and people think like, well, it's pretty relevant, man, and it's also something that I, by myself, like nobody else thinks like me, so I think for myself, I think by myself, and what they don't realize is that this mindset is the virus it's a program that's running. And so what I mean by that is that other people think just like you. They're carbon copies of exactly what you say has been restated over and over again. It's restated, but it's the same thing. We can't know something to be true because we can only know it to be 99.99999. And you think it's weird, but other people think that way. And they also use that mindset to say, because of that, science will never be able to tell you definitive understanding of the natural and physical world that you live in. So you can't know anything to be objectively true. It will always be subjective. It can always, the interpretation of this information can change. And it leaves you in a state of confusion. Well, I guess we can't know anything to be 100%.
Well, it's relativism. Relativism is what comes down to is there is no truth because there's like a 0.0001%. You could be wrong.
Possibility. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating that is called special relativity and general relativity, and not special absolutes and general absolutes, because special relativity deals with where the person is looking from, so it's relative to them. That's where you get your reference frames. And general relativity, I have no idea where. General relativity is just total BS because of the bending and warping of space-time can't be measured. So obviously that's relative too. So it's interesting how they use the word relativity and not absolutes.
Well, the speed of light has changed. If you look back, the speed of light has not been a static thing. And here recently they're saying it depends on what the medium it is and whether it speeds up or slows down. And they it's like they're using double speak. And you want to have fun, start going down redshift. Redshift.
Yeah, Einstein, I think, even came up with the fact that speed of light is constant. So it's when you look at speed of light, it's velocity is v, the speed of light is c. It's not L for light, it's C for constant. And so when somebody says the speed of light slows down, speeds up from 186,200 miles per hour, that actually goes against what Einstein says, because there were people back, and I believe Lorentz was one of them, that said that the speed of light is not constant. It's actually not. And Einstein went, no. I think Einstein's just a propped up puppet. That's just me. And so it's really interesting that the whole of science and cosmology has been hijacked from one person, started in 1917, and Einstein stole the perihelio precession of Mercury from Verrier from 1846. He stole the photoelectric effect. He stole E equal mc squared. He stole relativity from Poincaré, and he married his first cousin. His second marriage was his first cousin, and he wrote letters to the first cousin's underage daughter, wanting to sleep with her. And even a puff piece from Cynthia Phillips that I read in a book, who's very pro-Einstein, even said during his second marriage to his first cousin, he was a hound dog, basically. He slept around with everybody, or anybody he could. So
he's like Woody Allen.
This Einstein fella that everybody worships, or most people worship, is a pervert, he's a liar, and he's a thief.
Mm. I never looked into Einstein. That did mostly Tesla, Nikolai. And it's kind of like the Who Invented Radio. Marconi is given that credit, but he pretty much stole that one as well.
See, sorry that QE and I had that thing the other night, but I am seriously looking into quantum mechanics, and I looked at it last night again, and I have about 5 videos now, about 25 hours of videos that I'm looking through. Some positive, some negative, and I think quantum mechanics is trying to put together the best parts of special and general relativity, put it all into one, because Einstein, towards the end of his life, worked on a unified field theory where all of physics came under one camp, and he couldn't do it or whatever, and people criticized him for giving up part of his life for something that would never happen, unified field theory. And right now we live under something called the string theory. String theory, nobody knows what it means, so that's why you don't hear about it. But I think the unified field theory, in just my opinion, is going to be quantum mechanics and the best parts of special and general relativity. And they're going to announce it sometime as we have unified field theory. Even McToon talks about it someday. Hey, we're going to get there someday. I think they're going to use quantum mechanics and relativity, and they're going to announce someday, hey, physics is all one now, and look at us.
Kind of like the one world religion pursuit of everybody gets under the one umbrella.
One world, that's a great point. One world religion, one world government, one world science, one world physics. All makes sense. Interesting about quantum mechanics, from their point of view, is that they have something called quantum gravity. I love it. They had to put gravity in there too. Quantum gravity. Oh my goodness. And they use that. They don't necessarily use mass attracts mass. Things fall to the ground 9.81 meters per second squared agreed upon average. They use the Bane warping of space time.
All right, I'm going to have to go off a little bit. Meetings are yelling at me. Later.
See you, Sinistar. So what's up with the panel, man? We got Wave Mixer joining us with probably your morning ride to work. We got One Deck that's hanging out. Blue Jumper, Brain Shape Investigator. We got Batman hanging out. Flat Earth Professor, dude. I think you're kind of I don't know what you're doing. Flat Lloyd Wright, Flying High, Kosho's in here. Lexa's also a part of the panel. Resolve, Salt Lake Stacy, Shalambro, Sinistar. You just left us right now. Systems. We got the Gettier Problem. What's up, brother? Ether Grass. What's going on, bro? We got a panel in here. 22 people in the live stream. And we got the YouTube live stream running right now. We got a few people in there. Shout out to Clipcord, Omega Genesis, TOS UK, ever vigilant for those clips. Appreciate you, brother. We got 18 people watching on the YouTube live stream. Welcome to Flat Earth's Discord in the morning. And I'm usually your host in the morning. So what's up, guys?
There you go, Mayhem.
How we doing? Fine.
Yeah, pretty good, man. Clipcord's a legend, eh?
Yeah, he got the clip I was looking for. He got Bootman. I've been meaning to get Bootman on that clip, so I'm anxious to kind of play it. I'm gonna see how it turned out. Let me see.
Give it a play.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not that long, but let me see.
Hey, what's up, Flying? I left you hanging the other night, and I apologize.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna play Bootman's example here.
Vous pensez quoi de Trouble-Z?
What?
Vous pensez quoi de Trouble-Z là?
I can't understand your French, bro.
What do you think about Troposphere?
About the what?
Troposphere.
The toposphere?
The troposphere is a...
Oh, the troposphere.
Yes.
What do we think about it? I don't know.
I'm
what is
talking
that?
about the rockets, not the layer of...
Oh, you're back to the rockets again. Well, I told you if we don't have a globe, we don't have the idea that they're going into the vacuum of space. However, they do appear to be launching from a certain location. And they do appear to be some kind of technology that is being utilized. But as far as like the place where they're going to, that doesn't exist. That place.
Sorry?
The place that they're going to does not exist.
Yes, it does. It's called Earth orbit.
Yeah, that's because that's what you believe. That's fine. You can believe that.
It's real in your mind anyway, so that's okay.
Yeah, I don't care. You have no evidence for it, but you can believe it. That's fine. All right, let me see.
So, just have a question. Talking about the African rockets, do you think they are part of the liar, the people that makes everyone think that Earth is round? Do you think
What are my question to you? What are African rockets? What the hell is that?
These are troposphere rockets, and they will be soon reaching. They did not reach space yet, but soon, very soon. So, do you think they're part of all these liars that make us think that the Earth is round?
So here's the way it looks, right? You got people working in a company. Those guys who work in the company are doing one specific job to make technology work in a specific way, right? Like you could be taking part in the company, you could work for it, you could be an engineer, you could be somebody that works in data, whatever it is. But you're going to be doing a job. That job doesn't include you going into the vacuum of space. That job only includes you doing a specific thing for your company. That's it. You don't know that it's actually going to be. You don't know where the thing is going to go that you're making. You're just going to make the thing, right? That's all you're going to do. So where it actually winds up going, you don't know. There's only, like, maybe I would say a small percentage of people that actually have some kind of knowledge about what they're doing. Like, let's say this. I'm going to put it to you this way. The CEO of the company knows a lot of information that the people that work for him do not know. Right? They have board meetings, they have conferences where you don't even know where that's what is going on with that. All you know is that every day you drink coffee in the morning, you go into your job, you do your job, and then you leave. That's the only thing you know. You're doing a job and then you're leaving. You don't know, you just believe. That's all. That's all you're doing, is believing.
And regardless of that, I think you just contradicted yourself because you were saying how space was real and were we denying these rockets that go to the thermos or the troposphere. You then just said that these rockets haven't
So who do you think is lying?
or made it. So you've contradicted your own position.
Yeah. So you wouldn't listen.
Question I ask.
You would not if you work.
I'm asking
if you Lexa, if you work for the company, you believe that they're telling you the truth. You believe this with your whole heart and your mind. You believe it. You're not lying to people when you tell people, "Hey, man, I work for a company and we send rockets to space." You're not lying when you say that because you believe it. So you're not lying in and of yourself, but the actual information that doesn't get supported with evidence, that becomes a lie. But you think you're saying the truth. So in your mind, you're saying to somebody, I work at a company that sends rockets to space. You don't know they're going there. You just keep saying that they are.
Right. So can you stop repeating the same thing over and over?
Do you understand? If you understand, I won't repeat it. If you understand, I won't repeat it. If you understand, I won't repeat it. You keep repeating it. There you go.
The company that is.
Why do you keep repeating that?
That's lying.
Why do you keep repeating that? I gave you the answer. Why do you keep repeating that?
Tell me.
Why do you keep repeating it? I did tell you that. You would be telling me the truth from your
compartmentalization.
Alexa, you would be thinking that you're telling people the truth and you're not. See? In your mind, it's the truth.
Answer my question. That's
yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I did answer your question.
Say yes or no. Is Congo lying?
So it has to be spoken of in the way that I told you, because if I say that you're straight out lying, that would not be truthful. So me being truthful to you is telling you that because you believe it, you think it's true, but it is not, because it's a lie. Do you understand the words that I am saying?
No.
Yes or no? Well, then that's not my problem. That's not my problem. Yes, I am. You don't. No, you don't understand. I'm not going to go over it again.
I am.
Not gonna.
I'm just
No, you're
asking
not.
you.
If you understood it, if you understood,
yes or
yeah,
no,
if you would,
and
if you understood, Lexa, if you understood it,
respond. That is
if
not,
you're gonna wake people up in your house. You better settle down.
bro.
Listen,
it's
if you understand what I said, if you understand what I said, you wouldn't be questioning me on this. You wouldn't. It's pretty simple. If you believe somebody, if you believe them, that's fine. You can believe whoever you want in this life. I don't care. But there's no evidence to support it to be true. Therefore, it's a lie.
Okay, can I just tell you something really quickly? Can I tell you something really quickly?
Just don't repeat the same question. I already gave you the answer 3 times.
Because it's not important. Okay, just my brother was a little concerned about all these flat earths and was maybe gonna join your side. He was like pretty close to being a flat earthist, but because of your response and stuff, he don't want to become anymore a flat earthist, and now he believes that the earth is round. I'm sorry for
Why don't you let him? Hang on. Why don't you let him speak for himself? You're not his lawyer. He can speak for himself. You're not. What you're doing is very disingenuous, Lexa. You don't speak for other people. They speak for themselves.
Bro,
you don't control your. You don't control your brother's mind, Lexa. You don't control your brother. Your brother can think for himself. You can think for yourself. If you believe these guys that are telling you they're sending rockets to space, you can believe them. He doesn't have to. You're not his. You don't control his mind. That's what people like you like to do. They like to control other people's minds. You don't control his mind. He can think whatever he wants. You leave him alone. You think whatever you want. If you want to work in that stupid company, you work for that stupid company and be whatever you want. You leave him alone.
No, because I am.
Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. That's your problem, not mine.
I'm being sent by the government to tell false thing. I know the earth is flat.
No, you're not. No, you're not being sent by no. You're not being sent by the government. You're not being sent by no. You're just you're very confused.
Andrew Tate.
You're a very confused young man, and you just think that you know everything right now. That's fine.
I took the black
pill. Confused. I don't care, Lexa. You don't have any evidence, so
I am already out of the matrix.
But listen. You leave other people alone. They can think how they want. If you want to believe some other person about rockets,
I know that the Earth is round because I can control his mind.
You don't know. You don't know. No, you don't control him. You're just being an asshole to your brother.
I control his mind.
No, you don't control it.
I am from the fucking CIA.
No, you're just an asshole.
Yes,
that's all you are to your brother.
I'm from
your brother.
NASA.
I told you, you're not from any of that. You're just a confused young man.
I'm from Andrew Tate.
You're not. You're just a very confused young man. That's all.
No, I took the black pill.
You don't even know what you're saying. So settle down.
Black pill. I know what I'm saying.
All right, be quiet because I'm going to play a clip. All right, so this is a clip.
The rainbow pill. I know everything.
Yeah, have a seat, Lexa, or else I'll sit you down. How about that?
Shut up, Lexa.
All right, so I'm going to play this clip. See this way. Are we talking on Discord?
In real life.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I'm sorry?
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Right now? We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yes.
I don't follow.
Well, just answer the question.
We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I don't understand the question.
Oh, let me say it a little bit. Let me say it a little bit slower. Are you 100% sure we are talking on Discord?
We're talking through Discord, but let's leave it at that, I guess.
Well, we can't leave it at that because that's not the answer. So usually, or typically, I should say, when somebody asks a question, there's a response. And in the form of the question that I was asking was a response to be a yes or a no. So the confusion is kind of at this point, you understand English, the English language, right? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And you would say, yes, I understand the words coming out of your mouth. So therefore, when I say the question, are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? You would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with, that's him thinking, by the way, guys. All right. Actually, the clip ended there, but here's the second part. It's really good. Watch this. That was the first part. Here's the second part. Yeah, I know. Here's the second part. Okay. Give me a second. You would respond with. You want me to keep going?
I think there's a language barrier here.
No, I don't think so, Roger. We can't do that. We can't give him the benefit of the doubt. He knows what I'm saying. Come on now. Let's not kid ourselves around here. We've been talking with Bootman for a while. He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer the question, Roger. And me wonders why.
Christ.
Does anybody in our panel, can anybody in our panel, can anybody, hang on, Bootman, I'm talking to my panel now, bro. Can anybody on our panel find out why he didn't want to answer that question? Speculations, anyone? Besides Bootman.
I don't know, but I'm 100% sure that I'm on Discord.
Huh. Well, that's good, Rod. That's good for you, Sasha. All right,
I'm 100% sure I'm on Discord and driving my car.
Oh, you like to be sure about things, Roger. That's good. Anybody else in the panel? Anybody else can chime in?
My speculation would be that if somebody doesn't want to answer the question, if he's 100% sure he's doing anything right, then that would pin him down, right? So if you say, well, I'm 99% sure I'm alive, then you always have that 1% out. You can always run to the exit. I guess.
I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now let's kick it back to Bootman. Bootman, do you think that's true, what Roger was saying?
You could interpret it in more than one way, how your question was asked. So whether it was true or not, that depends on your intentions as to why you asked the question and what answer you were expecting. Well, so you put me in a position where you could shut me down. And I'm not... I don't like it.
That's fine. Okay, but you can assuredly tell me if you're... if you're doing something right now, like if you're standing up, sitting down, laying down, you can surely tell me that. Are you sitting down right now? I'm just assuming, but...
Oh, I'm in my room, laying in my bed, holding the phone, looking at the Discord and speaking through it to you.
All right. That's fine. But if I was to ask you the question, are you 100% sure that you're laying down? What would you tell me?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, my.
You know how easy that was? That wasn't so bad.
Hey, man, I don't know you. I've been in enough, talks with people on the server where the question is, I feel like it was asked specifically in an ambiguous way where they could take it any direction they want just to smear a person.
Did that sound ambiguous to you?
Well, if you ask a person if he's on Discord, you can tell him, yeah, I'm 100% sure I'm on Discord. Well, how are you on Discord? Aren't you in real life or whatever? You know, you could go it that way.
Well, that wasn't That wasn't the question, though. The question was specific to, are we talking on Discord? And then I just went ahead and made it super redundant and said, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now? And so even you stating that to me right now means that you understood the question, but now that you're restating it the way you are, it makes it sound like I was actually asking something else that I wasn't asking, which there is no gimmick here. It was a straightforward question, which needed a straightforward answer, which you didn't reply with.
I mean,
that was it. Good old Bootman. You see how he repeated the question correctly and he understood? I know these guys, man. I'm in their heads. They can't get away from this. I knew he understood what I was saying. He just repeated it back to me exactly how he could understand what I was saying. See how that works?
Of course he understood it, and then he had to change what you were saying to try and get out of the question.
Yeah. He didn't want to be held accountable. Hey, but anyway, I'll dive more into that. But we got Steve Areno that's a part of our Discord right now. Steve Areno, if you're there, say what's up, man. This is the morning panel. Welcome.
Thank you. Just listening in.
No worries. So with new people, we'd like to ask them, what brought you here? Like, what link did you click on? And what is your position for the topic of the shape of the Earth?
I believe the Earth is spherical.
Okay. And what link did you click on to get you here? Was it just a random link or something?
YouTube link.
YouTube link. Okay. Let me give you some roles here. Globe, Earther. That's fine. All right. So, do you know the Earth to be a globe 100%, Steve Areno?
Yes.
Okay. That's great. All right. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? And if you do, let me point you to the live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above the voice channel that we're in. All relevant information should be posted there. So if you have any, let me know, and then I'll give you links permission. But first, we have to kind of get to know you, that you're not some kind of troll or something. So
No,
if you
not
are
troll,
going to...
I'm sorry, not troll, just listening in.
All right, so if you do... Well, it's like, let's put it this way. If you have any evidence that points us towards the understanding that there is evidence for the Earth being a globe, please post it to the live stream voice text. But I will say this with new people, I want you guys to have free reign, at least for a couple of questions. Any questions you'd like to ask us on the panel. You can ask any questions, and we have to answer you directly, the questions you ask. There's no obfuscation. It's got to be directly the question you ask. We have to give you no matter, we can go into the details later, but we'll answer you directly. How about that? Is that fair?
I believe so. My evidence and/or proof would be full angular size sunsets are not possible on a flat Earth.
Full angular size sunsets. That's a mouthful. All right, but do you have any questions for us, though? Do you have any questions for us, Steve Verona, before we get into that?
No, I guess that would be my question. How would you explain those on the model that I understand from a flat Earth, which is the sun is just revolving above the Earth? How would a full angular size sunset be possible?
Okay, so you might want to tell us what's involved
of
here.
A model, then we're not talking about the Earth anymore, are we?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, I'll let him finish. CB,
well, there is no model. We're just dealing with the Earth outside. It's not, we're not like closing our eyes and thinking of a model and then, well, how does this work? We're just dealing with the Earth outside as it presents itself, where sunsets happen and all these things. So,
no, a model in as much as how you explain things. Excuse me. So, on your plain Earth, the model is your explanation is the sun is above the plane, just rotating above the plane, and perspective, I guess, or distance would be the reason for sunsets, correct?
Yeah, the explanation of what we see in the physical and natural world is exactly
the same
how
thing.
you're describing.
The same thing.
Yeah, you see the same
with
thing.
The boats. They're saying that boats are going over and down behind some sort of curve. They're saying the same thing happens with the sun. It's going over and down behind the curve.
So that's. I'm just trying to.
I'm answering your question.
I'm just trying to get it in context and get agreement on. That's kind of what you're envisioning happening.
Answering your question, yes, it's perspective. Just like the boats are not going down over the curve; they're going away from you. The sun's not going down over a curve; it's just going away from you.
So it's
he's adding the idea. So he's making it analogous to that as well. So he's answering you directly, though. It's the same thing.
So the size of the sun from sunrise to sunset changes less than 3%.
Okay.
Where did you read? Where are you getting your information from?
Well, just let him. Hang on, Steve Verino. Go ahead. I just want him to finish. Get it all out, Steve Verino. Tell us everything about it, and then we'll respond.
So the size of the sun from sunrise to sunset changes less than 3%. That's an.
Well, first you would need the size of the sun first.
I'm sorry?
Well, first you would need to know what the sun is, and then you would need to...
It's not necessary.
Okay,
because...
so...
no,
okay, if you're saying the size changes, you need the size then. So what size is the sun?
No, that's angular size. I'm sorry, that's angular size.
I don't know where we're going with this, Steve Verino. I don't know. Could you kind of get to the point?
So for the size to change, you need measurements of the size.
We can observe the sun appearing to go below the horizon without a change in angular size, which means which means it does not disappear into the distance and get smaller and disappear into the distance as a dot.
Oh, whoa! That's a 2016 argument, Steve Verino. Like, wow! I haven't heard that in a while.
That's a fact, and
that's a 2016 argument. We've been debunked. That's been debunked. That's been debunked, Steve Verino.
No, it has.
Where are you coming? Where are you coming from, man? Like, where is this? Where is this? Oh, I think flying.
I'm not hearing somebody else.
CB, can you hear me? Mic check.
I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Wait,
There's a lot.
Is someone else speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Can you hear me, CB?
I can hear you.
Okay.
No, he's thinking that you're talking. He thinks you're talking to CB.
Are you saying, because I hear people say this all the time, well, the sun should do this and should do that.
I don't think he can hear me.
Why should the sun do what you're saying?
Hang on. Steve Verino, you might let him know that Mayhem, the one speaking now, I don't think CB can hear me.
I can hear all of you.
Yeah, Flying, tell CB he can't hear me.
Stevie, I don't think you can hear Mayhem.
Yeah, I don't think I can hear Mayhem for some reason. I have them all the way turned up. Let me drop and rejoin.
Let me drop and rejoin. All right, how about now?
There we go. Yep. I thought it was weird. I was like, oh, there's no way he's just talking to me.
No, I was actually talking to Steve Verino.
I think Steve Verino just dipped.
He left?
Oh, he's not coming back? Oh, it was getting good.
Well, we got somebody in the VC check-in that's a familiar face. Let's get him in here. Let's just move him in.
If you really dig into it, sunsets prove the stationary plane, and not the other way around. But Globers don't think. Yeah, Globers don't think much past 4th or 5th grade, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he don't know that, Jim. So we're gonna let him kind of explain himself.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Don't ruin the fun for us, man. Like we got to. At sometimes we play with our food, so let us.
Hey, I got your 2 memes that from 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning spread far and wide already. So thank you for that.
Nice. Yeah, we'll continue to do that. All right, so let's. I guess
maybe holler at Nico.
Nico de la Dahout. I don't know. How do you say your name? Nico, are you there? Nico de la Dahout.
Come on, don't be shy now.
What's going? Oh, you guys have lobby. He was in the lobby. Nico, were you in the lobby?
BC check-in. Text.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, you can
There
speak
we go.
now. Go ahead.
Okay. I was not allowed before.
All right, so real quick, because I already heard that you were talking before, but can you just tell us how you found us, right? A link or whatever, and then tell us what your position is on the topic of the server.
Alors, how do I find you? I found you months ago by following an invite on another server. I come here, I come to discuss, telling I'm a Glober, presenting the fact I present, and I get sent to cock this here, so I left.
All right, so I gave you the globe earth role, so there you go. And Nico, so what evidence can you present that the earth is a globe, Nico?
What evidence? Observation of a ship, building, island disappearing behind the curve. I can give you celestial navigation, or it's done with a globe. I can do it traditionally Cartesian type, mathematically explain.
Well, pick one. I would say pick one, Nico, and let's just talk about that one first, because you got a bunch of them coming out. Just pick one and let's talk about that one. How about that? You can choose any one you want.
Celestial navigation.
All right, that sounds like Chris's wheelhouse. Chris, you want to come in here? Well, just one moment. I want to see if Chris is here. Chris, can you hear me?
I'm gonna keep calling him Jedi.
I know, me too. I don't know why did you take Jedi off, bro? All right, well,
you're always cool to me.
You can continue. Go ahead and present your evidence, and you can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation: the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us. And the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius. It is not specified anywhere how far are the stars. And that is not a problem for the globe, because it just means that the star angle with Earth is the same all over Earth. And that was the main point that allow globe to make celestial navigation. So I'm curious, how do you deal with this definition of the celestial sphere to having an infinite radius? So that means the star distance from anywhere on Earth is not known. How can that make the celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
All right, so I'll take the panel. I'm gonna leave you guys. Whoever wants to go first, and anything he just said, and see if Nico.
Oh man, I want. Please.
I don't.
Everyone wants in.
I think everybody wants in, but Kiwi, I let you go. I don't know, flying between you and him. You guys decide who's gonna go first between you and Flying High. Like I don't.
Well, please, my friend, go ahead. Celestial navigation is my jam, especially based on mathematics. Please go ahead.
I won't take away what the question you might want to ask, Kiwi. So I'll let Flying and you. Flying, if you want to go first.
Good. If he's onto it, let him go. Oh, good.
All right, he's yielding the floor to you, Kiwi.
All right, perfect. So here's my question: celestial navigation. What mathematic principle is that based on?
Mathematic
principle is celestial navigation based on?
You can make it on a non-Euclidean spherical geometry.
So geometry, you agree?
Oh yes.
Perfect. So trigonometry, you agree? Trigonometry would be the aspect of mathematics for that?
Okay, if you want to go Cartesian type, we can do with trigonometry.
Okay, fine. So the aspect of trigonometry is the study of three sides to an object. Is that correct?
No, it's just angle.
Okay, but trigonometry, last time I checked, three sides of an object, that would make it a three-sided object. What's a three-sided object?
It's a triangle.
Three angles, perfect. So those three angles have to add up to what in order for it to be a three-sided object?
On a flat plane, it will be 180 degrees.
Well, we haven't even brought in the aspect of the flat plane as of yet. I'm just trying to understand that if we're dealing with a three-sided object, you get three angles. Those angles would add up to what?
Yeah, 180 degrees on a flat plane.
Perfect. So again, my question to you is, if it's a tangential relationship, how can the celestial body be based on a sphere when you're dealing with a flat baseline?
We don't deal with flat baseline at all. You deal with the...
How does celestial navigation work without the study of three sides? How do you introduce a spherical object into a trigonometry-based calculation?
Because you will get only one angle out of your reading. You don't get any distance. Only after, when you apply it to a circle, you will have this angle that you will need to apply to get the distance from the GP.
So this is the idea of spherical excess, then?
No.
Well, again, if we're trying to observe a celestial body and we're using angles to calculate it, using like a sextant to observe the horizon, your angles, again, my question to you is, how do you introduce a sphere in using celestial navigation to observe these things and make these calculations? These are questions to you again.
Okay. So you will measure an angle from the horizon to the star. That is using just an angle. No.
But how do you measure that angle? That's my question.
With a sextant.
Okay.
A sextant has different mirror, well placed, that you will be able to misalign these two mirrors to have in one half of the mirror you will have the horizon, and the other half you will have the star. And by moving the limb of the sextant, you will be able to get them aligned and read an angle.
Can you define what an angle is? Can you define what an angle is?
An angle is defined by two lines. So one line is a two point. Two line you need a minimum 3 points. So you have 3 points. The point on the horizon, the observer, and the star. Here is your angle.
So are they straight lines or are they curved?
Huh? Okay.
No, you can't laugh at that, though, my friend, because this is a question. Again, because you on a globe model, you have to bring in a curve in order to start observing these things. And with trigonometry, we need three straight lines to create these angles.
No, you don't need to have a curve to measure an angle. You just need 3 points to measure an angle.
Right. And those connections, what you're measuring, are straight segments. That's what's defined in a three-sided object. Straight lines.
Yes.
So again, how do you introduce a curve into that observation? Because the curve would throw off your angles.
Yeah, the curve is used with the deep correction. So you can check like with the 176 root of h.
Yeah, just real quick. Just real quick. Hang on, Nico. 1 second. Nico, 1 second before you continue. I just wanted to add a point before King's Clown Kiwi. Before you forget, I do want to play a clip of just when you came in here, Nico, just to remind everybody where we're at with this. Okay, it's only like 23 seconds, so just allow the clip to play. You can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation, the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us, and the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius.
Infinite radius. So I'll kick it back to.
Thank you.
And that's
thank you to bring back my questions that have not been answered.
Well, I'm waiting for Kiwi and Flying High to.
Yeah, so I'll withdraw for this, but it's just the idea of the celestial sphere, right? I agree with you that there is the azimuthal, grid of observability if you'd like to go there. But we're not at a place where we're going to use the sky, the stuff that occurs up in the sky, to prove what we're standing upon. This is the point. And the suggestion of an infinite radius is a very, very questionable claim on your part. Sorry, Flying High, if you want to go ahead, please.
Yeah, again, I was just going to ask, when he's standing on the Earth, where is he measuring this this angle from? Is he standing in the center of the Earth on this celestial plane that he requires?
That is,
or are you standing on a curved surface on the surface?
No, that's why I start by the celestial sphere of an infinite radius, because with this simplification, because you can make the calculation for it with a star with light years away. Light years away, it will make a difference because it's given by the second the position of the star. It will make no difference. No difference to consider.
Mate, what's the GP angle underneath the star?
The GP angle?
Yeah. What is it?
Where is it? The GP angle?
So underneath it, hold on, because obviously English isn't your first language. The GP, ground position of the star. So under every star, yes. What's the GP?
What the GP? It will be given to depend which reference you take by the era and the declination, or it will be given by the GHA plus the SHA and the declination. So the GP is the position where the star will be at 90 degrees over the surface of Earth. To be at the zenith of this position. The GP, the star is at the zenith of this position on the ground. So the GP angle, perhaps you are talking about the other sign formula to get the distance. That is what I will continue with. Otherwise, you will have the deep correction. Applying the deep correction with function to the 8, and it's based on a curve, on a sphere. You will be able to have where is your astronomical horizon. After that, you will apply the refraction correction and some small stuff like that, and you will get your altitude. And from this altitude, you will remove it from 90 degrees, and you will have your co-altitude. And the co-altitude angle is equal to the angle there is between the observer, the center of Earth, and the GP. And that is possible using the celestial sphere of infinite radius.
Well, I'd put it to you that the dip correction is just the eye height correction to sea level, where the observer is standing.
Yes, 1.76 square root of h. And if you apply the trigonometry of the sphere to get this same deep angle, you will see that it's equivalent to less than a second. It's derivated. You can find easily on Google how this 1.76 root of h is derivated from the sphere for the deep correction.
Well, I think the point of this is that seeing the stars that we see do not prove whether the Earth is a globe or not, but measuring elevation angles from sea level would definitely be evidence of a flat plane.
No, because we don't measure it from sea level. We measure it from 8 above sea level to the horizon.
And then we do eye correction to sea level.
No, you make eye correction to get your astronomical horizon at the 8 of the observer.
Okay, and just to confirm, so if I'm using the sextant and I'm, say, 6 feet tall and I'm observing, i.e. I'm lining up the base of my sextant with the horizon, right? Therefore, I can negate. That means I don't have to pay attention to anything underneath my eyesight line. Therefore, I don't need to pay any attention to, quote, dip correction, or this dip correction that you're referring to. Because, again, I'm observing the horizon line. Hold on a second here. Well, I'm observing the horizon line, and the horizon is defined as where the floor meets the ceiling. That's the extent of where I can see to. So if I'm measuring to that point, there's no dip correction that I have to use. Now, if I'm viewing the horizon from an elevated plane, let's say from the mast of a ship, the way that they would have observed it using navigation of these waters back in the day, that would require a bubble sextant, which is where this height would be accounted for. So I'm again observing the horizon line. It's a straight shot from my eyesight line to that horizon line. Please go ahead.
No, no, I would disagree. From 6 feet ahead, you don't know which angle you will have to remove from a vertical. If you use a vertical, a bubble sextant, yes, you can bypass the dip correction because you will have directly your angle from your astronomical horizon. And I don't see what I don't see from 6 feet. You apply also the dip correction. So it will be
so wait a minute. You're telling me that you mean to tell me, and based on what you're referencing, that the observer has nothing to do with the horizon that they're viewing. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. I said the astronomical horizon. Astronomical horizon is horizontal at the observer, c'est-à-dire perpendicular to its vertical, and it has a dip to the visual horizon. The visual horizon is all time lower than the astronomical horizon.
But so you're saying there's two different horizons then?
Yeah. No, I said there is only one. Visual horizon. After I talk about the astronomical horizon. This one is not visible. It's from your.
Can you see the mainstream
horizontal? Huh?
Can you see the mainstream text chat? Because I've just clipped something out of a instruction manual on this that clears up the dip correction that you're referring to.
No, VC voice text. No, which chat is it? Live stream voice text.
Yeah.
And but no. Who I should look for?
1140 flying high.
1140 flying high. Oh, okay, data is coming. Allez, nice. Come on.
Yeah. Well done.
I cannot hear you right now because it's downloading the picture. I'm walking the street, so I cannot hear you.
The live stream voice text at 11:40 p.m. posted by Flying High.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Just not
a bunch
downloading.
Of us are replying to it, dude, and tagging you too. You should be able to hit it. Corey just hit you up. This is an important point for you to understand.
Yes. Oh, yes, this one from WikiHow.
So if you're an engineer, you say you're an engineer, right? And we're posting these tools showing you how they're used. What type of an engineer are you, my friend?
I'm a ship engineer. I'm building ship.
Ship engineer?
Yes.
What's the size? What's the biggest size of a level that you've used?
The biggest size of a level on a ship
that you've used? Yes, that's correct.
We use a level when we are in dry dock, and the biggest one will be 3 meters.
Okay, so quite sizable level then. So you're familiar with it. So you agree that if you want to measure something that you're working with, you have to sit a measuring device on that thing that you're measuring versus looking up in the sky and presupposing that that thing that you're measuring is level. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay. I will go with it.
Well, no, I mean, it's a valid point. You're an engineer. That means I can appeal to your your intelligence, right, about the things that you use in your everyday life to measure things. So you agree that if you're measuring something, you should be touching it. Is that correct?
No.
Bro.
We are using also theodolite and stuff like that, and we are the target is pretty far away. My arms is not 150 meters
You're
long.
not going to obfuscate away from what I just asked you directly. Now, again, you work on a ship. You just admitted to using a 3-meter size level, which is pretty substantial. It's 9.84 feet. Now, again, the question being, you agree, yes or no, that if you're going to measure something, you should be touching it?
No, I disagree.
Okay, I'll withdraw at that point. Thanks, boys.
Yeah. With a sextant, with the right, with auto level, you are not touching the object.
Well, again, my friend, I'm sorry to be so, specific, but as an example, back in the day when I was measuring buildings, I would have to literally be touching the building. I wouldn't dare take a laser and just point at the 2 corners of the building and say, yeah, they're 150 feet in length. I would take a tape measure to it, or a site measure, survey measuring tape to it, and measure the building, i.e. touch it, right? So when you talk about working on a ship and you said that you've used a 3-meter length level, that to me tells me that if you say wanted to measure the ship's deck or the counter, let's say, that's sitting on the ship, you would put a level on top of it, and the 2 mediums within that level would show you level, right? So I have a hard time understanding that you're going to point up at celestial bodies to say, hey, the surface that we're working upon is flat, when you can actually take an opportunity to view all the different structures that are built upon this realm, realizing that they all observe level, which speaks to your intellectual honesty because you're an engineer. So that's why I'm trying to just figure out what aspect of it that you will appeal to.
Yes, and your question was, do you need to touch the things to measure? To measure? Did you measure? Come on, didn't you need to touch to measure? No, you don't have to touch. You will take a laser thermometer, you will measure the temperature, you will not be touching the piece. And luckily for you, because it's quite hot.
Okay. Thank you for your time, my friend. If anybody else wants
to...
you don't have to be touching to measure.
Quick question. How would our friend measure the Earth?
Oh.
Yeah, how would you measure the terrestrial, not the celestial up above? How would you measure the terrestrial on the Earth? How would you measure the Earth?
Oh, will I measure the Earth? Or perhaps I will go easy and Eratosthenes style.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I think our language or our accent is getting in the way.
Oh, I know. My accent is very sharp. So I will go easy and I will go Eratosthenes style.
Would you ever try to prove 8 inches per mile squared of the ball or sphere of 59 miles? Would you ever try to go prove that you have an 8 inches per mile squared drop of any distance? Would you go do that?
I already did it. That with
when did you do it? When did you do it?
No. I already did it by observing the ship's visible part compared to its distance.
You determined 8 inches per mile squared by, again, our accents are getting in the way. You determined the 8 inches per mile squared by looking at boats on the water.
Yes.
You actually did. Now let me ask you this: looking left, right, and over 20, 30, 40 miles, have you ever seen Earth curvature looking left, right?
No, you cannot. It's too feeble. it's only if you take a picture like that on this distance, it will be only less than 1 pixel for a 1000 pixel wide picture.
Are you into pixels now? Are you into pixels now?
Yes, because
Okay. All right.
it's just a ratio, because I will not look my eyes. I will not use my eyes. My eyes are not a good measuring tool.
Here, okay. I want to get this right, and then I'm going to I'm going to excuse myself from this conversation. You said that you can't use your eyes. Is that correct? Or you can't trust your eyes?
You can't trust your eyes. Did you ever see an optical illusion?
So you're saying, looking straight out, that you can see boats going over the horizon at, if you're 6 feet observation height, they will start to disappear at 3 miles, and that there is nothing else that can be going on as far as atmospheric conditions above the water. So you're assuming that it is going over the horizon. Now, have you gone back the next day and looked at it exactly the same way, at looking at something on the horizon the next day? Well, you can see that the atmospheric conditions above the water can change day to day, if not hour to hour.
Yes.
Okay. So do you actually take a concerted effort, like I do, to look through some magnification like my P1000, and to see that there are atmospheric conditions going on every day that we can't assume, and that when we look at a boat leaving us, that the next day it may not be leaving us? Can you predict the atmosphere?
Can I predict? You can roughly predict it, if you know, because it's very difficult to what is the name in English? To foresee what will be the reflection if you don't know what the weather will be the next day.
Okay, well, last question, and then I'll leave, or I'll stop. You can predict atmospheric conditions from day to day. Is that correct?
You can measure it on the instant.
Okay, then I'm done, guys. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
But someone will tell me how it works on a flat Earth celestial navigation.
What Kiwi just did. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Not at all. Not at all.
Why is it so important for you to come on a Flat Earth Discord 24/7 and try to convince us that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? You're taking time out of your day, maybe your work day. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I know. I'm just come to the argument.
Okay. All right. Thanks for listening.
So the last thing I'll say, or since Jim mentioned it and you asked the question, how does celestial navigation work on a flat plane? So number one, celestial navigation has been done since the 1700s, before this topic even came into existence. Again, the perversion started in 1960. Sextants have been around since the 1700s. The idea is everything is based. Hold on. No. You asked, and I'm going to make these points, and I'm going to withdraw because you asked the question. I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm making these statements. There's nothing to be confused about.
Okay. No.
Sextants, everything is based on trigonometry, which is the study of three-sided objects. Three sides make an object. That's called a triangle. Those internal angles all add up to 180 degrees. That matches the horizon. These are facts. These are points. Everything is used based on a tangential relationship. Sine, cosine, tangent, SOHCAHTOA, which gives you the angles and the height relationships between all of those line segments, which all have to be straight and all equal up to 180 degrees. Thank you for listening.
Okay. So I'm using one angle, and for your triangle, you need to know at least.
Hang on, Nico.
At least once.
Nico,
okay.
1 second. I would just like to make a statement to the panel. It's okay. You guys don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and then like not speak, because we want you guys to keep speaking. So I want to encourage you guys to know that you can keep continuing to speak. You don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and I won't speak again, because obviously we got somebody in here that we want you to speak to. So just be inclined to like open your mic and talk to these guys again, because they're not going to leave until they go. That's it. But yeah, don't say this will be the last thing, because we want you guys to continue to speak to these guys. You guys that are new to the server, anyway. I'm just saying that so you guys can know. Please talk to him some more.
Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to stop talking to him, because he doesn't know. Nico is coming from the camp of the anti-flat Earth movement, which is, against what we're doing. So I would just ask the panel: is there anybody else other than Kiwi and Jim that would like to chime in and talk to Nico? Now that we got somebody from that camp, I'm eating right now. It'd be too easy for me right now. I don't want to.
I think I got
interact with him. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah. So, do you actually think that flat Earth is some sort of plague on the mindset of humanity, or is that just being provocative to start like conversation or something like that?
If you read well, I write flat Earth is a plague to knowledge, not to humanity. To human knowledge, not to humanity. And it's deliberately provocative to make Effie react.
Yeah, can you parse that out? Like, what do you think that means? Like, do you know what you know and what human knowledge? What would it mean? So you know the Earth is a globe. What does that mean? Okay, so you've got knowledge, right?
It changed nothing to be a globe or a flat Earth for my everyday life.
So how can it be a plague to nothing?
It's a plague to have all people telling wrong stuff, like we hear from a flat Earth.
All right, from the side of.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say from the side of the panel. Let's not divine a guy who's anti-flat Earth. We already know his position, so we don't have to divine his thoughts in that. Let's just go into the arguments. That would keep it concise to how he doesn't have an answer to that. So we don't have to keep continuing to go to the character. I know this guy, so his character is an anti-flat Earther. We don't have to divine his thoughts any longer. We just go into the arguments and debunk those. So let's go to the arguments, guys.
Well, I'd like to say that the way that you stated that you measured the Earth by watching boats go over a horizon is not a measurement at all. You've made an observation, and that horizon moves daily. It is apparent, and we can clearly see that has to do with angular resolution. Secondly, your sextant argument, we clearly know that we need two straight lines to form an angle, and we're doing that at sea level. You have no argument there. Who has directly measured the Earth? How have you ever, or whoever has directly measured the Earth?
I will answer. So, what I did for the 8-inch, I just not only observe the boat, I observe how much of the boat was out, because I knew this boat a bit, this boat. And I knew how deep it was. I knew the draft and everything. I knew how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also by illustration how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also how far the ship was away from me. And with this number,
Just quickly, how did you know that?
I did know that because I can see where the horizon was cutting the ship. I can see it was just at the upper deck of the ship.
So is this with a device or is this with your eyes?
Yeah.
Was this with your eyes, or what were you using to see this ship out on the horizon to see it was going
with
up,
binocular?
down?
With binoculars.
So how did you make a direct measurement?
By looking where the horizon
So
was.
how did you make a direct measurement? You're not answering the question. Looking is not a measurement.
See, I was looking where the horizon was on the ship. I knew the ship was my scale.
How did you make a direct measurement? You have not answered the question. How is observing with your eyes, with your binoculars, what the ship is doing on the horizon that moves every day due to atmospheric conditions? How have you made a direct measurement?
I have the ship is my scale. It was the horizon was cutting the ship at the upper deck. I knew the ship was at 26 meter and 5 centimeter from the baseline. I knew the draft was at a little bit less than 7 meter. So I knew which part of the ship was out of the water, and I was not seeing all these parts. These 19 meters were missing, and I knew my position, and I knew the position of the ship also. So I knew the distance with it.
But
with
you
that
just
also,
sorry,
I knew
Nico. You just keep saying, I know the distance. What flying is asking you is how. With the Black Swan, we know the distances because they're at set distances from the shore. If you're just looking out over the water, you don't know the distance.
I have my GPS position and I have the GPS position of the ship.
Yeah, he's trying to
that's what he was asking you.
All he's done is try to calculate the distance.
And regardless of that, looking through a pair of binoculars at a ship at a distance that appears to be compressing into the horizon is not measuring curvature. So who has directly measured the surface of the Earth? You haven't answered the question.
Because after applying, because I knew also the temperature of water and the temperature gradient and the atmospheric pressure and all, you can have, because people have been doing this calculation, this measurement to define what will be the refraction coefficient, and I was able to make the radius of to calculate the radius of Earth from this measurement and arriving to the radius of Earth.
And what is the radius of Earth?
Around 6,370 kilometers. And my result was 410 kilometers.
Anyone in here tell me if I'm wrong, but if I ask you to take a direct measurement of something, do you go and look at some distances and have a look at it with your binoculars?
Hell no. You would measure the thing directly.
You will measure the thing directly.
And that was my point when asking him earlier. Do you touch the thing that you're measuring? He stated that you just not touch it. But again, hard surfaces, not mediums that we're measuring. We need to check these things. So based on your dimension, then, 1,000 kilometers, my friend, the question being, what is the expected drop over distance then, if we're dealing with a sphere on our feet?
What is the expected
drop over distance if we're dealing with a sphere at our feet?
At a sphere. So the drop will be from below your feet. Below your feet, you will be looking at 8 inches per square mile to around 1,000 kilometer distance. 1,000 kilometers, 700 miles.
Okay, here's the thing. I need you to cut straight to the brass tacks. I need you to cut
Can I finish my answer?
Well, no, because you presented the dimension, and I'd like you to know, for the audience's perspective, if I'm standing in one spot and then I travel, let's say, 100 miles, 130, I think, kilometers, something like that, what would be the expected DOD, drop over that distance traveled, if I'm dealing with sphere at my feet?
So you will have at your feet. So you mean looking your eyes in the ground, half in the ground. you don't take into consideration the height of the observer.
No, I take into account I'm standing in one spot as the observer. Now that same observer is going to go travel 100 miles, get in a car, whatever. Now when he moves, there's going to be a drop over that distance that he travels. Because again, you're stating that we're dealing with a round surface. So you presented the mathematics, and I'm asking you specifically, what is the expected drop over distance? Because I can tell you what it is. I want to know if you know what it is.
So first, you will have to calculate how far is the horizon from you. So you will get it from the height of your observer. So you can reverse the 8 inch per square mile to get that, to get an approximation of it. And you remove this distance horizon to the distance of your target. And you apply also again the 8 inch per square mile, the normal way, to get what will be the hidden distance.
What is the drop over distance over 100 miles on your 3959 mile fairy tale?
I will not do it the calculation above my head. But if you want to apply with standard refraction, you will not use 8. You will not use 8 inch per square mile, but you will use around the 6.7 inch per square mile.
So what?
Can I just cut straight? Hold on a second, Jim. If I can just cut straight to it to show you the fact that this doesn't seem to show up. It's 100 miles that we travel on that sample size, and based on 100-mile travel distance, there would be a 1.25 mile drop over distance. So again, the question to you is, where does that show up? Because we can't seem to find it.
So, did you see 800 meter mountain at 100 miles?
My friend, we're not going to bring into observing mountains in the distance. Again, my question to you specifically on its face is, if we travel 100 miles in distance, there should be a 1.25 mile drop over that distance traveled. We don't seem to see that when we interact with the surface. So again, question to you is that what they dress up in this explanation of refraction? Where a temperature-based phenomenon can actually change the surface that we're walking upon? Is that really the story that you're believing?
No. So now you are telling that you are walking the distance. You know, Mark said you are walking the distance. So you tell me you can feel that the ground is not straight, that is dropping 8 inch over a mile. Is what you are telling me? Your feet are very sensitive.
You're the one making the claim that there is a curve that shows up. But what I'm going to say to you is that the higher we go, whether it's in a helicopter, maybe things like the CN Tower in Canada, our horizon line is always straight. I'll withdraw. Sorry, somebody's going in. Please.
Lexa, mute up. You're hot micing.
Sorry, I was unmuted.
You're right, Kiwi. Go ahead.
Thanks, dude. So the last point I'll be making, I got to jump into a work meeting, but the one thing I want to say is that whenever we gain altitude, we go up higher and higher, we just seem to see that the floor continues to meet the ceiling the further out we go, whether that's over land, water, whatever. And that tells me that we're dealing with a structure that has a flat baseline. Because if we were dealing with something that had a set dimension, 3959 claimed radius, then as I go up, that horizon line would start to curve, and the curve would start to show itself, i.e. the skirt would start to lift, but we don't see that. So again, my question to you is, where does your curve start to show up? 1.25 mile drop over 100 miles. Please, go ahead.
Where it will start to show, so you will need to define your angle of view, how much side to side you will have, and you will calculate. And you will see that you will need to go pretty high, higher than any mountain on Earth, to be starting to be able to detect a curve left to right. But you don't see that. You just need to go to sea level and to see that you will compress all that and stuff get hide behind the horizon.
Okay, so you are willing to entertain compression over distance, or you're not willing to entertain compression over distance?
Compression. I don't think you get how I use compression here.
I don't think you get how no, it's not how you use it, it's how it actually works in real life, i.e. the boat sails away from you in the horizon, it gets compressed into the horizon line as it sails off into the distance. Somebody seeing that boat on the opposite side of things, i.e. the opposite end of where you are, sees the boat coming towards them, and the boat starts to decompress, i.e. get bigger. So these are two perspective-related things that show up. So again, the question to you is, if somebody's seeing it, let's say, come back over the curve towards them, that seems to be visual compression displaying itself. Just like when I'm in the hallway, I stand up and I notice that the lights on the ceiling of that hallway get closer together.
Yes.
Visual compression. Perspective again. So my question to you is, where is the curve, man?
And I will ask you, where is the compression when it's why the ship is at the same distance? Why only the bottom of the ship will be compressed and not the top? Why
because the bottom is the closest thing to the bottom, the closest thing to the floor, i.e. the floor meeting the ceiling. If you had a plane at the ceiling sailing off into the horizon, the reverse would happen. Don't try to answer my question with a question.
So, yes. So I should be able to find mathematics about this compression that works better than the globe to tell me how much will be hidden.
If you would like to introduce a poisoning the well like mathematics, sure, but let's try to observe things for what they are before we try to introduce a language that came after the fact. The Earth is the Earth before all languages existed.
Yeah, and
so why do I need to learn a language in order to understand the surface that I'm walking on?
Why do I see the ship disappearing without compression? Just the bottom do not get compressed. I don't see any gradual distortion. It's a neat cut on the ship.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
how
a
flat
compression.
Earth works, my man. That's how flat Earth works.
Yes. Yeah, but I have difficulty to wrap my head around how you can make any use of that.
Well, you guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
anywhere.
Why did you say that, bro?
Because
why did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on a sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on a ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill. Yeah.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? We need this clip.
Only one short thing. There is no such thing like a hill of water in reality. That doesn't exist.
Well, Nico said it does.
Only naturally cannot exist. I can agree it can exist somehow, but naturally cannot exist.
Yeah, I think I might be able to help you out, dude, if you allow me. And 1 second, Jim. If you look, you know how the train lines appear to converge? When you're looking down train lines, they seem to come together off in the distance. That's what happens. They're not actually coming together, though, are they? If we went down there, if we walked down there, they wouldn't be together. They'd be still in the same place. It's just that they appear. So it's perspective, isn't it? It's just perspective, that's all.
Yeah, and perspective, as you well mentioned it with the rail, they are gradually coming together. They don't cut at what moment and disappear. They just gradually, and when your angular resolution get too thin, you see only one point and you don't see it anymore.
Right, and then you pull out a telescope or some binoculars, and then you can see it again. Why is that?
Yes.
Why is that? Why can you see the boat again?
Why you can see? Because the boat is hidden. The rail. If it's
hidden by the sphere edge. That's what you're saying. It's hidden by the sphere edge, the physical sphere edge.
Yes.
How can I pull out a pair of binoculars and see it again then?
No, you don't see the ship anymore.
Well, you can if you get some optics.
Yes, we do. Do you want to see? Yes, we do.
Yeah, a real ship. Don't show me a little plastic boat.
Okay,
show me.
Can I show you small ship, not big one? Small is better because bigger you can see better. The small one you cannot see better. The small one you can see less. Is that true?
Yeah, but why you don't want to show big ship? Because
because
you will not whatever.
Isn't small one better? Example.
No, because small one can be easily in a refraction area just over water.
Because if I see the big boat, that means the small one. I don't. It's not possibility to see the small one.
See, because it's angular resolution.
Yeah, does angular resolution working for small boats or for the big boats?
For both, they are working.
For both. That means that angular resolution is doing something that things going bottom up, that is disappearing bottom up.
No.
No.
Oh.
Can we demonstrate that angular resolution in every 3-time case doing that? You can do. I can do that. We can stand on some road, and I will go away from you. You know what will happen with my foot and legs?
If I go over a hill, you will not see me anymore. Whatever angular resolution you have.
Oh, is it that because of curve or because of angular resolution?
Because I will be behind the hill. You cannot see me through the hill.
We are on the road, straight road, and if I'm going away from you, should I disappear because of curvature or because of angular resolution?
If you are a very small object, no, you will disappear first due to angular resolution before to be behind the curve.
Oh, really? That's the answer.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, and every object, big, small, will disappear on some distance, bottom up, every of them.
Yes, and that's the problem with flat Earth. Why only the bottom? What not all the buildings with the same distance?
I'm repeating you. Every object will disappear bottom up if you go away from it. Every big, small, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that?
Right, let's take a minute, Shasta. Let's take a minute. We got some errors and misunderstandings on the table. The perspective drop-off in the real world is not linear as an ideal perspective in art. It's actually hyperbolic as it proceeds into the distance and as it approaches zero in your field of view. So something high in your field of view is going to have more propagation angles than something lower in your field of view. Because it's not just a pure geometry relationship. You have the angular size of the object at that distance, and you have the place in which it is in your field of view, and the difference between the reception angles and the propagation angles, and how that interferes with each other as it approaches zero. Now, if you want to know more in depth about this, you can go watch free lectures from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, world-renowned university. You can watch lectures from their professors. I'm speaking, not you. Thank you. You can watch and learn about it. Okay, great, dude. I don't need you to say yeah in the middle of my sentence.
Mm. Yeah, bon.
Dude,
I will send the link. Send the link to your to the text message to the MIT.
Anyway, the point is, it's well established in the physics of optics that as you approach 0 degrees, not a linear relationship. Dude, don't be saying yes every 5 seconds. It's fucking annoying. For goodness sakes, restrain yourself. Show some composure.
Mm.
Dude, you can't even stop for 1 second, bro. Just shut your mouth for like 5 seconds. How about that?
Interrupt me, Mr. Beta Man. Hold on.
Okay, so now that we know that, okay, anything that recedes towards 0 degrees in your field of view and goes away at distance, the bottom portion of it is going to have an increased loss over distance in the available resolution. So the bottom will be less resolvable than the top. And that's a fact. All right, you guys can continue.
Yes.
Yeah, we had
it.
Hang on, Nico. We had somebody that's a Glober that chimed in here. Chong in the text chat says that sounds like an appeal to authority. Tisk, tisk. To you, AI.
How about using him as a hostile witness?
Oh no, I didn't say because they said it, it's true. I said you can go there to learn about it. Therefore, it's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
If I say Walter Lewin says this, and therefore because he said it and he's an authority, it's true. That's a fallacy. But if I say he has lectures where you can learn about it and he will explain it and then you'll know about it, that's not, I'm not using that as the conclusion of my argument. So whoever chimed in is wrong.
That was Chong.
Oh,
yeah, but
okay.
Look, I don't even need. Look, check this out, friends. I don't even need a professor. It's obvious. You know triangles. You know the law of triangles. You know the amount of space that can fit in a certain amount of area is limited. So you can't fit everything into a small space. That's obvious. And the same goes for light. You can't fit all light into a small space. So the smaller available space you have in the differentiation between the propagation angles and the reception angles and your available angular resolution compared to your sensor, that should be enough to know that you're going to lose information as the angle approaches 0. If I need to send you to MIT for this, for you to figure it out, then you really need to retire from this argument and just sit back and listen instead of chiming in about this fallacy or that fallacy.
All right, so we got the panel right now. I just want to get everybody acclimated with where we're at. So far in this chat, we have 3 Globers in the chat, or anti-flat earthers, and however you want to look at that. We got on the anti-flat earth side, Nico de Hoot. He's the one currently speaking right now. Yeah, thank you. We also have Chong, who's in here, but he hasn't spoken up yet. He was recently in cognitive dissonance. I just got him out. So he's out of cognitive dissonance, and after a while, possibly he's going to chime in. And we also have Kosho, who's in the panel right now, who's of the Globert side. So we do have 3 people here that are proponents of the globe. After Nico has said what he said, maybe perhaps anybody else in here that wants to chime in. But currently, right now, I think Nico is on a point with the panel. So if the panel is responding to Nico, I guess finish that point up, and then maybe we can ask if somebody else wants to speak.
Hey,
so currently,
hey,
yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, Nico. Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah.
Nico, what makes a hill of water a hill of water? What is the science that makes it so?
A word you don't like, gravity.
Okay. That's one thing that Kosho and I might talk about on Saturday is gravity. So I'm not going to give Kosho my giveaway points on that one. Okay, Nico, is the horizon apparent or physical to you?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it? Is it apparent or physical?
You see the visual horizon. It's apparent.
Okay, I want to get this right.
You don't touch it. You don't touch it.
Nico, you said you can see the physical horizon. It's apparent. Now, unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have cake and pie. You got to choose between cake and pie, okay? Is the horizon apparent or is it physical?
Everything is apparent with what you see.
If
whole time, can I finish?
Please.
Well, it's an A or B. It's A or B, Nico. I know what you guys are trying to say. Well, it's physically there, and I'm also seeing it. I know you guys are trying to lump them into 2. He's telling you it's either a physical location or it's an optical phenomenon. You have to pick one. It can't be both.
Okay. So I will say that it's a physical one. You can have the object on the horizon, and you will know this distance. You know physically where it is. So I will say physical.
So it's physical, but it can change every day according to atmospheric conditions above the water. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes it apparent it cannot be physical, because something physical you should be able to measure day to day, correct?
Yes, and physically you can measure the refraction and know and verify that what you see is according to what the physics and the physical world tells you.
We're not measuring physical refraction. You're supposed to be measuring the physical geometric Earth curve.
Can you measure refraction, Nico? Can you actually measure refraction over water? Yes or no?
You can measure refraction. You have it in celestial navigation. It will give you the formula to ponder your refraction due to the atmospheric condition.
Do you measure 7/6R, or do you measure something else?
7/6R, yeah, more 119, not 116.
Hold on a second.
116 is more for the standard refraction at 1,10 millibar and 10 degrees Celsius air.
Go ahead, AI. I'm sorry. I heard you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I had to retap my mic. I'm speaking to Jim for Jim's benefit. He said that you can measure out to the horizon and know the distance to it by the object. Right? If that's the case, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles from the observer height, yet it's seen greater than 10 miles. That would mean that the oil rigs are actually only half a mile offshore.
Oh.
That's just for your ammo box there, Jim.
Thank you.
MIT.
See, the thing that gets me about globe earthers, whether they're anti-flat earthers, globe earthers, or ballers, the thing that gets me is Nico still there? I think Nico left.
Yeah, he was punching into his ATM, but he forgot his mic was open, so he left.
Okay. Well, it's a fun discussion. Starting in February, I'm 64 years old. Starting in February, just a few months ago, was the first time I ever lived by a large body of water, Lake Michigan. And I'm telling you, folks, in 4 months, I have learned so much not to trust refraction hour to hour, let alone day to day, over a large body of water. It is impossible.
Jim. Small bodies of water, like you said, small examples. For example, I go out to my lake, right? 333 meters. It's roughly that. I just picked 333 to make it sound ominous. It's like 333 and a half or something. Anyway, the point is, it's a super small lake, and if you do the Saginaw measurement, you'll find that there's no appreciable alleged bulge, according to the globe model, that would block anything. Yet I see things disappear from the bottom up all the time, proving that bottom-up disappearance is not a necessary consequence of Earth curvature. It's an optical category. Now, your homeboy here just said it's geometric, and if that's true, then that means that the oil rigs are actually less than a mile offshore. But when you go to California and you measure out to the oil rigs, they're going to be 9 miles, right? Just like the people who built them know, they put them 9 miles offshore, right? So again, it just disproves his claim that the horizon is a geometric anything. It's just that simple. I don't know why they're still fighting for a geometric horizon. They should have abandoned that long ago.
Yep. I love these people we talk to. I call them Globerville on social media, where you ask them, is the horizon apparent or physical? You ask them if Newton's gravity is a law or a theory, and you ask them if the bending and warping of space-time is physical or theoretical. And I love getting the answers from them, because you can always go the different direction and say, why did you say that, not the other thing?
All right, who do we got next up for bat? We got Chong Chong is just released out of cognitive dissonance, so if he wants to talk with new people here, or you want to talk to him, Chong, are you there? Please unmute your mic. You are on the morning panel with the Flat Earth.
Is this the broken mic gang?
I don't know. He wanted to be speaking on the VC. He told me he wanted this, so now he's not gonna talk on the mic. Don't make me regret giving you those perms, Chong. Come on now. Well, if you don't speak like you said you were going to, then I'm just gonna go ahead and take the tag away, and you can now just listen. It's up to you. I'll give you some moments to think about it, and you can chime in because you have the ability to speak. All you got to do is unmute your mic. But if you guys who are of the mindset that the Earth is a globe, you'd be able to present your evidence if there was such a thing. Sure, I know. We've heard that one before, Chong. But it's always excuses, isn't it? This is fine.
Silence was always the best proof for the globe. If you are quiet, you will prove the globe.
Oh no, it's the antithesis of that. It's just words.
Bro, he wants to be out and unmuted so he can wait for the C team to be on, so he can mop the floor with some novice flat earthers who don't know what they're talking about, and dazzle them with those fandangled words, and then feel like he's accomplished something, and then leave the server saying, "See, I won."
Like that one, he said that we are appealing to authority. What you said,
Yeah, that was Chong. Chong said that in the text.
It's actually called the hostile witness technique. So you get on the field.
Bro,
Chong usually wins.
He usually wins. I usually win.
Why don't you come in here? Why don't you come in here and demonstrate some of that winning, friend?
Stop the cap.
Open your mic, dude.
Dude, I'm literally working on some construction while I'm talking to you, so I'm handicapped at the moment. So come get some.
He doesn't want to open mic because he will win and he will embarrass us, and that will be bad.
If you want, it could be the handicap that AI, because he's working at the moment, so he's kind of distracted. You might have a chance, Chong. You might have this chance. So open up your mic. You could destroy him if you just open your mic, because he's currently busy. He can't be focused right now.
It's 12:30 in the morning here where I am, and I've smoked about 14 joints.
Look, man, there's easy targets, Chong. Easy. This will be over quick, man. Trust me. Yeah, you typically do, but you haven't provided any evidence that you've done so until you open your mic. And then we'll find out that you can destroy flat earthers.
You're smoking them tweeds and everything.
Smoking them tweeds.
Dude, I smoke 2 globes in the morning. And
What
then
that
I
mean?
smoke 2 more.
Miggy, what that mean? Destroy the flat earther.
Well, that means in a debate, he usually is able to win the debate.
And if you destroy the flat earther, that means that water will curve in the nature.
Yeah, you know, if Chong does this, he's going to provide evidence to Kosho that Kosho's been, trying to do this for years now. But Chong can actually do this in one go. Just saying, man. I mean, what do you think, Chong? You have the opportunity. Why are you going to squander this wonderful opportunity right now? I have no idea. You could sit in cognitive dissonance where you were. If that's fine. Because, I mean, obviously you got nothing to add here. If you're not going to get on the mic. So that's how it's got to be, huh?
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
How he wins so often is he waits for people to talk to that are like, if the Earth was flat, the horizon would always be exactly at eye level. And then he comes in and mops the floor with them, and then he thinks that he's actually defeated flat Earth. Or he comes in when somebody shows pictures of blurry stars, right? And say, oh, look, stars are water. And then he comes in and mops the floor with them.
Yeah.
You see the point?
He says, phone's at 6%, dude. Let it get some charge. You have permission to speak. You have the Globe Earth role, which gives you the ability to unmute your mic and be able to talk. And plus, check this out. I don't know if you knew this or not, but while your phone is plugged in, you can actually be on Discord and open up your mic because you're on it right now, right? And it's charging. So, damn, AI, that's pretty loud, bro. That hammering's really loud in our ears.
FBI, open up!
Oh, shit. All right, try again, Chang. Open your mic. Inquiring minds want to know.
Come on, Chong. I gotta go to sleep soon.
Yeah, people got shit to do, Chong. Come on. We got time to wait for you.
I hear you breathing. You breathing, huh? That's you breathing? You got a mic? Oh my God, this dude is annoying. Yo. Oh, I'm annoying. You got a mic?
Come on, Chong. You're just talking shit from the chat, dude. What the hell, man? Why don't you tell us if the horizon is geometric or physical? Or optical? My bad.
I'm telling you, man, you're running my patience. You're going to go right back to cognitive dissonance.
Playing with my emotions, Smokey!
No shit, man. He's talking all this mad game, bro. I destroy flat earthers. All right, bro. Now it's time to, let's man up, you know?
He can't. He can only send text messages because his phone's flat.
Let me help you out, buddy.
Bro, I just want you to bring that same energy when it's crunch time. Like right now. I want you that same, that vibe that you had that you could destroy us. That's great. Work with that. Like, keep that vibe. Now open up your mic and bring that energy in here. I'm going to see what you got. I'm going to test you. Actually, you can test anybody you want. I'll even step back. But if you want to go toe to toe, oh boy, I got something for you. So unmute your mic. Let's go. We got audiences waiting, man. We got 25 people in the live stream waiting to hear what you got. We got all these lovely people in here.
Or stay a beta.
Or stay a gamma.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
One word. Yeah. Yeah, what? Hey, wait a minute. Don't phones have microphones on them? How else can you talk to somebody without a microphone on your phone? All right. So how do you get somebody to cog this? I ban them, right? Like I ban whatever command.
Mute.
Yeah, you just ban the fucker. He gets straight sent there.
Nice.
It's a mute, right?
Yeah. Thanks, John. I don't I ban. I hard ban their ass. Like
I got him. Just help save him some battery.
That's Sean guy.
Yeah, he could sit in cognitive. He's wasting my time. We got work to do, fellas. We don't have time for this. All right, so the last one up on deck, it looks like Kosho. He's the only Glober in here. I don't know if Kosho, if you're here.
You're here to win. Did you come here to win this show?
He's still in the shower.
I understand. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
You're here to win.
Scarecrow, say what's good, buddy. You got a mic now, huh? Go ahead.
Scarecrow.
What up, Scarecrow? Oh, you don't have it on? All right.
Put some respect on my name.
Sounds like Kosho isn't here either. Don't act like I didn't give you a chance, Sean. It's too cognitive dissonance with you. You had your moment in the sun. You squandered it. I told you were going to do it. Opportunity of a lifetime, man. You just let it go. Slip through your fingers. You got nobody to blame but yourself. Remember that.
I did learn a new term from the Globe side today, which I'd never heard ever from anybody, is infinite radius. What the heck is that?
I was laughing when he said that.
What is the heck is infinite radius? Oh my God. I mean, are we on an exoplanet that's like 5 million mile radius or what? I don't know what that is.
That's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? It's like, how can you have a radius and then it be infinite? What the fuck?
Oh my goodness gracious, man. I tell you what. You think you've heard it all after you listen to people.
No.
It's mental, man.
It's like,
what the hell's wrong with that guy?
It never stops. It never stops.
Okay.
Then he measured 8 inches per mile squared drop on his infinite radius.
It was too good. I was like, at that point, I'm not even going to get involved with this guy. It's Nico guy. The conversation's just too good, man. It's like, you guys got to get your reps in on this one.
It's kind of like proving a photon in space time. Give me a break.
Yeah. Well,
what happened in the end? I missed it. I had to get out for a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Dude. He actually got on his ATM and he was trying to get some money out. You could hear it in the background. Well, at least I did. And then he forgot he was unmuted, so he left the call because he got to take care of some stuff.
Did anyone get anywhere?
Yeah, Sydney Adams says, haha, Infinite Radius sounds like a Jared Leto psychopath song title. I don't disagree, man. It's pretty psychotic, man, with these guys. But that's the thing, though. They break down like this. It's like, where did he come up with this stuff? Yeah, I thought you had your mic sorted, Sydney. Sorry. I saw you yesterday. You were struggling trying to get it going.
What up?
But Huh? Happened?
Yeah, Mayhem. I'm talking to you, man.
Scarecrow, what's up, dude?
What up, bro?
You know, it's been a while, and you were saying you were going to get a mic, and now you do. So,
yeah, thank you. What's going on? What's the topic?
Well, we're roasting the numpties that just came in here. So, the guy that was in here previously, he's an anti-flat earther. His name was Nico, and he said that the Earth or the celestial sphere has an infinite radius.
Some bullshit.
Yeah, infinite radius, a contradiction in terms. How can you have a radius if the thing is infinite? That's not even radius.
It doesn't, there's no end to it. There's no end.
So how do you know it's a radius?
We're never going to get to it. We're never going to know it.
It's a radius, you just don't know it. How about that? Does that sound cool? Can you guys have a radius that you just don't know that's there? You can think of it like it's a radius.
I've had people literally say that before.
If the radius isn't infinite, how does the sun come back to us?
You don't have to trouble your mind with all that kind of empirical evidence. That's too empirical, man. We don't go there. We got to stay in the realm of just like ambiguous. Like he was actually saying that. Was it him? Yeah, it was about the angular side. No, somebody else. Previous to Nico, right? The Glober that was out before Nico.
Yeah, he dipped out, but then he came back and gave everyone the finger in the live stream chat. And then
that was Lexa. Lexa's the 14-year-old guy who wants to work at one of the space agencies. I never mind him. That was somebody after that guy. There was another one. And he was talking about the angular size of the sun. And I think CB was talking to him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, he was saying that the sun doesn't change angular size, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Correct. The Earth's a globe, therefore the sun doesn't change angular size. What do we call that? Affirming the consequent. Formal logical fallacy. He committed it. But, you know, some of these guys, when they're operating in their mind, they don't realize they're only inside their own head. And they're trying to convey that message of like, well, that makes sense to me. Infinite radius. We're on top of the hill of water. What?
Dude, the obstacles they jump just to make some reasoning why things happen is amazing. It's
Clipcord, you got to get the clip where that guy was and Sasha was asking him. He was like, how do we have that hill of water? Well, it's simple, man. You guys won't believe it, but it's gravity. The fuck, dude? Where does gravity... All right, let's go for the demonstration side of things, right? The physical and natural world. Where does gravity turn water into a hill of water? Where does it do that? Point somewhere on Earth.
On the imaginary globe.
France?
That's not waves we're talking about. France could be, right?
That's a good one, Sasha. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay, fine. We'll give you gravity makes water hills. But where?
Yeah, point to a place on Earth where you see these alleged hills of water that gravity forms. But they got to remain. We're not talking about no waves here or swells. We're talking about actual hills where you can go over, you know, with a boat. Just point to one. Oh, that's too good, man. Gosh. These guys.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, Bob.
Dude, and see, it wasn't just a one-time thing. I thought that was going to be like a one-and-done situation. Nope.
No.
All these goofballs think water forms into hills. You can't make this stuff up, folks.
I don't know. What does Sean keep saying that dad needs his juice? Be right back. We'll debate today. Is he taking care of his dad or something? Why has he got to tell us that?
He's just letting us know he's going to come in and destroy us at a later date.
Wait, did somebody freaking take him out of Cogdis?
Yeah, I'm asking.
He said he was. Yeah, he wanted. I brought him out because he said I was talking to Lexa in there because I want to go see Lexa in the Cogdis. I really wanted Lexa to come back, but he was actually in there typing that he wanted out too. I was like, that's fine. You go into the VC. So he did. He came into the VC, but he didn't unmute. So it's like, what the fuck, dude? I thought the whole ticket for you coming out was you're going to unmute, but he didn't.
Yeah, but I'm saying now, why he can type on the live stream voice text chat?
Yeah, I don't know who did that, but I'm sticking him back in Cogdis.
When I'm in Cogdis, I cannot type.
Hey, check this out. I'm going to play this clip, guys. It's a good clip.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
anywhere.
Why did you say that, bro?
Yeah, because
why did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on a sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on a ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill. Yes.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Good job, Clipcord. Yes.
Oh my god! You know, that's just like when you. I can't even describe how good that is. That's just so good. At some point, we're gonna have to meet Clipcourt in person, dude. Like the man, the myth, the legend. You know, he's yeah, man.
I think Nico, if we ever have like a panel of 5 Globers here at one time, and we actually have a panel 5 against 5 or 5 against 10, however we work it out, Nico has to be one of them.
Oh, Nico? Nah, the guy's.
I want him to defend his hill of water scientifically in front of 4 other Globers. I want to hear that.
They'd probably mute him. Dude, shut up, dude. Like, damn. Like, you don't shut up with your hill of water.
What we do is I can't do it. I'm not technologically savvy. What we do is we make a meme or we make, some graphic that shows a hill of water, and then we show it side by side to a mountain and say, I guess these are the same, huh? Hill of water, hill of land.
Could Nico post in the live stream chat?
Oh my goodness. That's him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any link image perms.
You cannot compare that two things because water slightly curving and mountains it's curving, straightly.
That clip was so good. I swear.
No, he's touched a nerve, he reckons. It's all over.
No, because he can't post something, that's why. He thinks he touched a nerve because he can't post anything. It's not that, man. We just don't let new people post what we do. But it just depends. Or give it discretionary to the moderator. If they can see that
Oh, sorry. I was going to say you got to have a little bit of intellectual honesty.
Well, I mean, the person's just trying to bring out the evidence that he's trying to provide and not be a troll. And yeah. This has been an eventful morning, man. I'll tell you that much right now. Great.
I know it's bad for me, though, because this is when everyone's in here. And I'm just sitting here zoned out, absolutely wrecked from work all day, but I want to hang out.
You work tomorrow? Flight?
Yeah, I got to get up at 5. So it's 1 now at the moment. So I got 4 hours. I might give it another half an hour and then I'll be out.
What's the twilight like over there, flying high? Does it start to get dark and then it just what would typically be a thing like? Just starts to get dark and then it just goes dark.
It's probably a bit hard for me to say where I am because I live up in the mountains and the sun disappears really quickly behind the mountains up here. So at the moment it's getting dark at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 5:30. It's winter as well, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially I got a big property here, especially on my property, like half of it's completely in shade by the afternoon and then it gets dark fairly quick there where it's sort of shady. It all just goes in behind the hills and the mountains here.
Flying high, are you the gentleman the other day when we had MacGyver in, that you touched your TV set at like 9,800, 9,900 square feet and you got shocked?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was actually when I was in Colorado in America. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't wish that to happen to you again, but you have 6.25% of the world's population lives at 5,000 feet or above, and that shock was like close to 10,000, 9,800 feet, 9,900 feet. I would just love to have. Oh my goodness! I don't want people to get shocked, obviously, but I would love to have some sort of experiment of electrostatics or some sort of electric current for people who live at 10,000 to 15,000 feet. That would be so awesome because we have so few people that live there, so we can't determine, the negative to positive charge as you go higher into the atmosphere. I don't necessarily buy 100 volts per meter. That Feynman talked about back in 1957. I don't necessarily buy that because it seems a little exaggerated to me. But I would love to have some sort of experiments done or tests done that deal with electrostatics or electric current at 10, 15,000 feet, next to sea level. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, I think it does have a lot to do with how dry the air is as well. Because I'm at where am I here? I'm probably at about 950 meters where I live now, but it's a lot more humid here than where it was. It was a lot drier in Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just, MacGyver made a really, really good point. I didn't know it. If I go to the top of Sears Tower, which is like 60 miles from me, and 1,450 feet tall, I got the understanding from him for me to measure the electrostatics or whatever you want to call it at 1,450 feet. I have to be grounded to the floor, to zero, down to the first floor. I had no idea. That's how you had to do it. And he was a vast well of knowledge. But we gotta do something. We gotta do something with this testing stuff, because this electrostatic and this whatever volts per meter as you go up, Gaussian surfaces, negative, positive charge, everything wants to seek its equilibrium. In electricity, wants to seek its equilibrium in pressure, in temperature. We need to put these things all in writing so we have science behind us.
Well, we don't even know the cause of electricity, right?
Yeah, like I said, a lot of this comes from Feynman, 1957. I asked somebody who's into this, 100 volts per meter squared. I asked them, what other tests do we have besides Feynman? And the person went, nothing. It was like, okay, that doesn't really look good for our side, because if we're going to talk about this stuff, we need more than one test.
I was just making the comment that how long we've been messing with electricity for? Like the mid 1700s, something like that. I don't know, a long time. And we seem to have, well, you can look around and think, well, we've mastered that. We surely look around, and yet we don't really know the cause of it. And so I don't know. It seems to me, the more I look around, the more that people are attributed a story to a cause, to an effect. We all see an effect. We all see an effect of this or that, don't we? Whether it be gravity or many other things, stuff we can't talk about. And I just think there's a story being attached to it. And I'm just seeing that more and more.
Yeah,
and, Yeah, go on, Jim.
I'm sorry. I think there's an agenda to certain things, and the one thing I'll say about our side, if we're going to go after electrostatics or electric fields or whatever, we do have a field meter on our side, which can measure. We do have an equation on our side that is electric. It's not like gravity that has the radius and the mass of the Earth, which has never been measured as part of it. So we do have the components on our side that we can actually go out and do the measurements, but it seems like we haven't.
How would you take into consideration with that then the atmo conditions and the how dry the air is and all of that? Because I think that seriously affects it. How would you take that into consideration for your measurements of these electricity?
don't know. I don't know. That's where I would love. I tell you what, if somebody gave me, if I had a lot of money and I didn't need it, that's something I might get interested in. If I had a lot of money and I didn't mind about not having it anymore, I might be interested in doing something like that. That'd be kind of like fun. I have to get used to being shocked, like you did with your TV, but that'd be fun.
Hey, CB, I have a question for you, man.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Do you think that we can start a compilation series of Hill of Water?
Shit, we're gonna have to. I've got a text log, but I don't have a voice one, so.
Well, and I mean to be more intentional with it so that we can get the sound bites.
Sure, I can just start throwing them in my Hill of Water channel in my server. That's easy. The one you just played, I'm sticking there right now.
Yeah, I'll be more intentional so that we can churn up the content. Because obviously these guys are of that mindset. There's no way around that.
Sorry, I missed that, Jim. What was that? You got shocked, did you say? Or flying high? Did you get shocked or something? I missed that part.
No, I was saying last time on here that I went to Colorado on holidays. I was there for 6 months, and I was there in winter, and it's obviously up pretty high. I was in a town called Frisco, up near the ski resorts. And,
this is in Australia?
No, that was in Colorado in the US.
In America, right.
Yeah,
okay.
I was there on holidays. Yeah.
I missed
Frisco.
that.
Yeah, near Breckenridge. Yeah, and the static electricity up there was absolutely insane. I got electrocuted off everything. I got zapped off my TV so many times, but you would hear it crack and you'd see the spark. It was like getting hit off a PowerPoint. Like, I was scared to touch things. It was that bad.
That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. It's funny when you said Colorado. I instantly thought, oh, there's a place in Australia called Colorado, So
it looks like Nico posted his evidence in the live stream voice text for anybody that's wanting to know what he was posting. It's this flat Earth or anti-flat Earth debunk stuff. Usually, it's the same old stuff. But if you can take a look at that, he's that was his evidence. It doesn't make any sense to me the way he's posting it there, but whatever.
I want him to come back and talk in voice chat. I'm not a real big text message debater. I don't believe in text message debating. I believe in voice chat or actual on camera. I'm not big into voice text at all.
Yeah, I think that's a generational thing. I think, Jim, to be honest, because then again, I was kicked out of school, so when I was like 13, so I never had the typing thing. I understand that's a lesson now. I never had that, so.
Well, you can't really.
When you get an intermediary like me and you get messages third party in the wrong order, I know that's not the order that Nico sent them to me. So, yeah, it doesn't help when it's all sort of by wire or through snail mail. Sometimes
it doesn't.
Voice, but yeah.
That's what I was saying, man. Like at some point, we have to get off the text and bring them in. Like if you're debating somebody in text, we're like, look, man, let's just settle this in a voice call. We'll get everybody in there. Like that's the way it should go anyway, right? Am I right? Like,
yeah, of course it should. Why can't it be a good conversation? Of course it'll get heated, and that's the point of it. When if it gets that heated, that okay, we have to maybe close down some background microphones, or some people have to wait in line to get into the convo to stop it being a mess. Yeah, that's the point of it, and that's the whole point of the arena as well, where we can facilitate all these things and take this to any level, Miggy. Any level of conversation, but the whole point of it is that it can stay in conversation with content and evidence being supplied there and then, like almost a courtroom, a live courtroom. Yeah.
I just don't like people running away. In voice text, you can run away. In voice chat, you can even run away. I want on camera, so one, I can see when they're lying to me. I can see their reaction when I know they're lying to me. And two, I just want to get a general observation if they stay on camera or if they go run to their computer, because when they run their computer, you see that white light from their computer coming on. so you can tell if they're getting help from Google instead of from their brain or from their notes. And so I'm really big into on-camera, in conversations. Obviously, we can't do that, here and a lot of other places. So, but screw the text messages. Let's just do voice chat.
Yeah, I got really good with it, man. Like, as soon as they say something and then you tell them, okay, so I need this information, and then you get like a little pause, like you hear, you already know they're searching it up, man. Like they're Googling it.
Yeah, in the background. Yeah.
I mean,
I agree with having the camera. I reckon they should put their camera on if they're going to get on and they're going to carry on and lie. And like you said, let's show your face.
Yeah, that's a real quick.
At any time, go down to Chill Chat. We've got a moderator down there. You can open cameras in Chill Chat. And if there's a moderator down there to make sure it's all fair and square, at any time, please do that, yeah. It doesn't need to be just flat earthers in different rooms. We've got different purposes. It's just that we can't have cameras open in here because we're broadcasting live. But, as long as it doesn't turn into an all-out, shit fit, then of course you can go on camera. But just use a different room. Yeah. That simple.
Yeah. And the only thing is, the reason why we have to kind of moderate that is because before it used to be where they were putting porn up on the webcam.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
So we'd get porn bombed. So that's the thing, that unless you actually know the person's like a staunch, dug-in anti-flat earther, then yeah, of course, the arena and such.
Instead of debating these anti-flat earthers like Nico, we should just debate Chat GPT, or Google, because it's basically the same thing. So let's don't have Nico. Let's just bring Google in or Chat GPT and debate them.
Well, I wanted to ask Nico what the observer height was on his photo of these turning torso towers, 190 meters tall.
Oh yeah. No, but the thing with the people like Nico, the interesting part about them that you're not going to get from a Chat GPT is that they make shit up on the spot. So they are themselves like the content for us. Like, we don't know what people are going to say until they actually, when they're cornered, they'll start making things up on the spot, and then you're like, what, dude? What? Never heard that before. And so yeah, they make stuff up on the spot. I was telling Coach that, and just like I challenged the astrophysicist, who, when I got him to the third point, right, gas pressure without a container, he started to make up this hypothetical of putting a balloon in a bucket, taking it to space, and having the bucket move at such a great speed that the air inside the bucket, like if you had like a balloon that was in the bucket, and as it was moving really fast, the bucket, and when you pop the balloon inside the bucket to see the air not leaving the bucket, like it would stay in the bucket. They make shit up on the spot, bro. Like they don't. There's no viable way to do that in reality, right? So just making shit up on the spot as in a workaround on how gravity is the container. That's the mental gymnastics that are used. So that's why you could challenge a Chat GPT, but what you get authentically from these guys is the kind of bullshit that you wouldn't get, like, because when you make something up and so you want to pass it off as something that can be done, but it's really just bullshit. When somebody's bullshitting you couldn't get that authentically from like a Chat GPT or something.
Are you saying, Mayhem? I got to get you on record. Okay, I'm gonna get you on record, Mayhem. Are you saying that Chat GPT, you know what I mean, Chat GPT wouldn't bring up hills of water as far as an argument?
Yeah, wouldn't use it that way. Not the way these guys are using it. Not that. It would not say that. It would say something more redundant based on like a ambiguous wording or something. Kind of like the rhetoric what we hear. But these guys, they're making this shit up, man. Like, there's no doubt about it. They are making shit up on the spot. Like, how are you going to say that, man? Why would anybody logically think what you're saying has any validity in our physical and natural world? That's nonsense, bro.
I don't really like using that Chat GPT. I feel like I'm aiding the system. I'm helping them along.
Yeah,
but he's going to use it against us.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They can't thwart the efforts of truth. They try, but they're not going to be able to ever overcome.
Hey, Chat GPT, please answer me this. When I'm on a boat, what am I on? GPT, a hill of water.
Not a hill of water.
Not a hill.
Not a hill of water. Oh my goodness! Hey, Mayhem, you're right. We got to have the real human being so we can have their real response. Yep.
Because if you don't, I mean, I just I have to play this again because this is great. It's just great, guys. It really is. Watch this.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
Anywhere.
why did you say that, bro?
Yeah,
Why
because
did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill of? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill. Yes.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? It's so good.
Did he say he was on top of the hill and top of the water at both same time? So he was on top of land and water at the same time, something like that.
No. I because he's like, no, I'm on because I asked him from his example, are you on top of the hill of water? He's like, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm on top of land. So I said, no, man. When you're on a boat, are you on top of a hill of water? And he's yes.
I missed that part. Thanks for clarifying.
Well, according to him, anywhere he's standing, he'd be on a hill.
Yeah, he's on the hill everywhere. So yeah.
Came back an hour later, and he's still giving quotables to the audio. Well done.
Yeah, no, we're okay. So we'll do the whole hill of water compilation, CB, and then we'll do a series after that about moving houses. How about that, man?
Bro, what is happening right now? How about measuring stuff without touching it?
Well, I put signs up for a living. I make signs, and when I go to make a sign, I usually just hold my tape measure in the air, and then I try and eye it off for the size.
Yeah.
I usually get it to the millimeter.
Well, I approve those signs to be installed in my municipality, and the funny thing is, whenever I get the measurements for those signs, they're always shown to be touching the sign. They don't ever give me measurements with perspective, like a sign maybe that's 100 feet away from them, and then they mash up an elevation or a dimension to it. I'm not sure how you introduce perspective into measurements. Sorry, please, Mayhem, go ahead.
Yeah, with check this out, man. There's a little secret for you guys. You know how you do it? It's very easy. You put your thumb and your pointer in an L shape. You put your other thumb and pointer in an L shape, and you combine them two to make a square. And then you throw that square up in the air, and you look at a distance. And then when you measure it, just using your thumb and your pointer, connecting on both hands, that's how you do it.
He was using binoculars. So yeah, when I get high signs up really high on buildings that I don't want to have to climb up to measure, I just get my binoculars out and
that's easy, right?
Yeah, right to the millimeter.
Hey, you don't have to worry. Why you guys been worried about measuring stuff? You guys are doing it the hard way.
We can just count pixels, can't we? Hey, you ever tried that? I heard counting pixels works too.
I think it was him saying that as well.
Have you heard that, Kiwi? That's what Ruhif now says. He likes to count pixels. That's
I have a rough time. If we're gonna start counting pixels, then I'm gonna have to speak to the people who created the camera of the thing that's taking the pic, or the camera that's taking a picture of the object. Because the thing about it is, we should know that optical device that they're using to take pictures of the environment has a certain compression built into it. So if we're going to count those pixels, we should know how much information is being compressed into those packets of information that are being displayed on the screen in front of us.
I never knew that. Thank you.
All you need is an infinite radius. Voila, the Earth is a globe.
The infinite radius was mind-blowing. It really was. 3959 claimed radius, but I've never heard the infinite radius. That's mind-boggling, truly.
That's one for the books, right?
Definitely quotable.
I haven't done a lot of looking into it, but I'm really confused with this celestial sphere because to me, every time I've seen it or looked at it, they put the observer standing on the equator in the celestial sphere on the flat plane. Am I correct in saying that?
All right, so I have another clip. We're just getting some juicy clips today, aren't we? Here, let me put another clip up for you guys. Shout out to Clipcord once again.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. It's a...
Hey,
Go ahead.
Nico. Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah.
Nico, what makes a hill of water a hill of water? What is the science that makes it so?
A word you don't like, gravity.
Okay.
That's it. And you have the answer. If anybody was wondering.
Yeah, that gravity that nobody can ever measure or can't see or can't do anything with. It's just something that I don't want to give away anything to Kosho. Oh, I want to, but I'm not going to. I'm going to wait. Thanks.
I think Kosho's heard every argument backwards, to be honest, Jimmy. Yeah, I don't think you're going to say anything new to him.
Oh, my goodness.
I think he's arguing the tosses.
The thing that confuses me, if I may, is I think about the meniscus in water. You know, how that function, that aspect of the one portion of water, which seems to be consistent. It always shows up no matter how minuscule or small the sample size of water is we observe. We always seem to see this meniscus, whether it's in a bathtub, in a toilet, in a cup of water, a lake, whatever, it's there. Now, the next question follow-up that I have for maybe a Glober who wants to maybe try kicking at this can is, how come the meniscus seems to defy gravity? I'd love to know. Please explain that. How does that work? I'm not going to give you an answer. I know the answer. I'm not going to give it to you. I'd love to hear a Glober answer that question, please. Why does the meniscus seem to defy gravity? No takers, huh? Figured. Thanks.
Yeah, let's play something from Kosho since he was here. We'll give a little homage to his appearance.
I just have no idea where gravity came from. The more I look at this, it's like everybody ascribes Newton, 1666, apple falling on his head, but Newton never wrote one word about that experience, that apple falling on his head, even though he wrote over 1 million words on alchemy. Unbelievable.
Yeah, let me play this clip real quick.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Nico. Thanks, Mayhem.
Wrong one. Hang on.
Nico, what makes a hill of water a hill of water?
Even though that was a great clip, I gotta play another one. Hang on. That wasn't the one.
The Clown Show, Co-Show, March 2021.
I'm trying to say something to you, man, because that way you don't say this anymore.
Huh? What is up with you, dude? Every single time you open up that religitard, incoherent blowhole of yours, with 2 or more streams of thought whistling around the funhouse mirrors between your ears, the innocent onlookers are pelted with a carpet bomb barrage of utterly meaningless sentence fragments. Perhaps you should consider centralining Adderall. Just a thought.
Nobody's claiming that the geometric horizon is visually blocking anything.
What on earth? That's been the foundation of the entire ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we've heard incessantly over the past 5 years. What the kind of angel dust-laced shrooms are you on? Good Lord, son. This is tantamount to Catholics denying the existence of the Virgin Mary. Folks, this guy is a grade A moron. He makes shit up on the fly, but if it constitutes more than 6 words or 2 trains of thought, whichever comes first, then the fragmented, convoluted verbal diarrhea monsoon ensues. Anyone that can fog a mirror is lost in a never-ending tangle of batshit insane, incoherent, disconnected drivel. You'll get more sneak peeks into this imbecillery here, continuing with his own wing on the Numpty Clips. Stay tuned. Here's one.
So there is an actual horizon. There's a geometric horizon, which is the actual tangent line, and then there's the one that you see. And the one that you see is defined by you seeing it. So you're not expected to see the other one.
We'll deal with that nonsense later. Here's another one.
Hold on, man. Hold on. That's the regular. That's just the horizon. The horizon is the place where it apparently looks like is blocking the things behind it or whatever.
The prosecution rests. The really scary part, which you've heard so far, is benign compared with his usual standard fare. This is what happens to the unsuspecting poor sap that runs into this crayon muncher. You're absolutely baffled by what you just heard, and you try to reconcile it quickly, but while you're trying to harpoon a line into the incoherent maelstrom wall, he senses the last grasp for life and volleys the next befuddling, batshit insane buffoonery out of his incoherent blowhole. Even if there were 3 full days between Clown Show's first statement and second, Bobby Fischer would claim a time foul.
But the geometric horizon is defined differently than that. It's not defined by something you see.
What? You saying we have invisible horizons in Globetardia? There's no such thing as a non-visible horizon, you window-licking knuckle-dragger. Seeing it is the quintessential attribute of the term horizon. You can't have a non-visible horizon, just like you can't have non-visible rainbows. Next block of instruction, how to stand up on Christmas. Let's define it. Geometric horizon. From National Geographic, the subject matter experts. The local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky, as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon, which is visible. Duh.
Both the horizons are geometries of Earth.
Both horizons? Where'd you get 2? We only ever see one horizon, you delusional schmuck.
The geometric horizon is strictly a product of the geometry of Earth.
That's profound, Captain Obvious. What's next? Is water strictly a product of hydrogen and oxygen?
But the regular horizon, the one you see, is a product of both the geometric horizon and the optical phenomena that's happening in the atmosphere.
The regular horizon, the one you see? You mean the regular horizon, the one you see? Can you define regular horizon? Did you just make that up? Let's see here. Regular horizon. Cottage cheese, regular horizon, 16-ounce delivery. I don't think that's going to make it. Horizon Organic Whole Milk. Horizon Growing Years. Trademark. Organic whole milk for kids. Horizon Organic Regular Cultured Cottage. It's the cheese fiasco. I know what the problem is. Let's go with Regular Horizon science definition. All right, let's see what we got here. So I don't think that's it. Horizon regular. There's no regular horizon here. Like I said, making shit up on the fly. Clown.
The one that you don't see is the geometric horizon. You're not expected. It's not defined by something you see.
My word. So the one that you don't see is the geometric horizon, meaning there's two horizons again in Globetardia, one of which is the invisible geometric horizon, eh? I thought I'd just define this. Let's go over it again. From National Geographic, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon. It's apparent and visible. You're a numpty dipshit.
It's wrong to think of the geometric horizon as something you see at any place, because you don't see it at any place.
So the horizon is the horizon.
And hillbilly redneck retards are hillbilly redneck retards. Photosynthetic numpties, as it were. Listen, clown, go back over there in the corner, and if we need any snacks or drinks, I'll signal your slobber nurses, and they can assist you bringing us some refreshments. Other than that, just sit there and shut the f*** up.
That the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth.
Yes, the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth with a radius of 264,000 miles.
I've got it for you, the definition. Okay. The geometric horizon is also called the local horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky.
Yeah, I know exactly what article this is from.
Yeah, you know where it's from, because I personally busted your dumb ass with it no less than 5 times on Betty's server and 24/7.
It's from an article from Nat Geo, and that Nat Geo article either made a typo or they didn't edit it correctly, but they typed it out wrong. There's an actual tangent line from your outer horizon. The only thing is, you're not really, your eyesight is not subject to that straight line. You're going to see some curved line. So even though there is a straight line there, that is a definition of a geometric horizon. That's not the horizon you see.
You need to be institutionalized. Immediately!
You will never see it as the point where the ground meets the sky. But it is visible.
So there is an actual horizon.
Yes, it's called the local or geometric horizon, which is apparent and visible.
There's a geometric horizon, which is the actual tangent line.
The geometric horizon isn't a tangent line.
And then there's the one that you see.
Yes, it's called the geometric horizon.
And the one that you see is defined by you seeing it.
The one that I see is defined by what it is. The local or geometric horizon, which is visible by definition.
So you're not expected to see the other one.
There isn't another one. You conjured it. In conclusion...
That was Kosho. So.
So there you go then, folks. There's two horizons. It's simple.
Oh, there's more than that with these guys, from what I know.
Yeah, there is more with Kosho. That's why I'm saying when it's here, it's better that you play him and that he doesn't need to speak and people can listen. And no interactive. You listen what he's saying and he's listening what he's saying, and that's good.
Oh yeah, he's been debunked long ago. So
I just wonder how they measured it in the first instance. Can you tell me that, Miggy? I'm a bit confused.
How they measured it?
Yeah, in the first instance, because obviously we can't see it. Apparently, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a calculation. In order for that to fit their paradigm, they have to assume that the Earth's radius then.
They can't do that though, can they? How can they do that?
It's an assumed understanding. Yep.
That's wrong. Then that's begging the question.
I know. Yeah, it is. It really is.
Can I add something about infinite radius?
Yeah, what you got, Sasha?
If you have infinite radius, that means that surface, what you see before infinite, it's flat.
No, he's talking about the celestial sphere, which is the sky. He's talking about the sky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's an imaginary infinite radius.
Yeah,
infinite okay, great. But Miggy, did you know that mainstream astrophysicists, they are saying that thing is not sphere, that thing is flat, that space.
The celestial sphere?
Yeah, they are saying that it's flat.
No, it's actually a term that can be looked up. You can actually find out. Celestial sphere is a...
Yeah, but all stars and space isn't flat.
Stars in space?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead and play. Go ahead and cite the source.
Things flat. You look flat. Everything looks flat. Flat. Sky flat. Ground flat. All flat. Yes.
Yeah, just cite the source, Sasha. That's all you gotta do.
I cannot. I don't know. I'm only saying that I heard that they are claiming that in.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But there's a lot of claims, unless somebody's actually said it, then cite it. Like I would say, because you can cite celestial sphere, but your claim of it being flat is not cited anywhere, unless you can cite it.
Yeah, remember, globe flat because flat.
I don't want to be like a glober now, but I think that they have that,
Right, but then we don't. But Sasha, we don't do things like that here.
I know.
I can't take your word for it, man. You got to show me where they say it. That's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, okay.
I don't honestly. I'm not arguing with you on the point. I'm just saying if they said it, just show me where they said it.
I said that is the claim of the heliocentric model, but
right. Just show me where they've said it. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
You were saying, Lexa?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You were talking. Do you want to say something?
I don't know. I'm listening just to get what you're talking about right now.
We're talking about the guy that was in here before. He was claiming an infinite radius to the celestial sphere.
So he thinks that the Earth has an infinite radius?
Okay, I don't know if you heard the French guy that was in here just a while ago. You remember him? You were in here. You were in here. His name is Nico.
Nico.
You weren't paying attention, were you?
I was. I promise I was, but maybe I didn't just remember his name. Oh, boy.
I was, but I just don't remember his name. That means you weren't paying attention.
Is that Lexa?
Well,
hey, Lexa.
I mean, just listen. I mean, I'm not always looking at Discord,
That's fine. Lexa, is that you? Yesterday we spoke to you and to your brother. Thanks for allowing your brother to jump on the mic. He was awesome, and you as well. Do you brought any proof of the claims from yesterday? Today? Do you brought it today?
Well, I have other proof, but I just want to listen.
No evidence of the radius of the Earth, like 8 inches per mile square, that kind of stuff.
Evidence to calculate the radius of the Earth.
An actual measurement for that. Do you have? Because yesterday we spoke a little bit about it. Today you probably already found it, and you can share it with us. Have you guys spoke about this stuff?
Yeah, let me try to fill you in, Jemsy, before he chimes in. He came in here a little bit earlier, like maybe an hour or two ago, and he was, I don't know if he was upset or he just concerned or what he was, but he was starting to talk about how his brother is trying to think about the Earth as a flat stationary, but he says he never will. Because, yeah, he's not going to fall for what you guys are saying. Lexa, this guy, the one that's in here, right, the 14-year-old, he was saying that about his brother. And I was like, you can't say that about your brother. Your brother has his own mind. He can think about this critically any way he wants. And he was like, nope. He's not going to think about it. And he got really defensive about it. Like, he's not going to allow his brother to think what he wants. So he wants to control what his brother thinks and the information his brother receives because he doesn't want his brother to investigate for himself.
Well,
isn't that right, Lexa?
He talked to me like an hour ago, and he just told me he don't really think that the Earth is round. He don't really know, but he thinks that the Earth is probably more flat than round. It's not sure.
Hey, Lexa, can you have a flat round table? You know, or you can have a frisbee that is flat and round. Can you?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, if you want, I call it a sphere.
Oh, you're the one making the claim, not me. But if you want to be specific about something, just be a little specific, because, you know, you work for the, I mean, don't you, you are aspiring to promote the sphere and talk to people about it, right? And tell people sphere, because sphere. But
yes,
the terms are important when you're going to talk about that stuff. Be specific.
Okay.
But you don't have to do as I say, but if you're telling your brother what to do and how to think, and he has to believe what you believe, that's not how stuff works.
Right. Just
that's your older brother. You should be maybe listening more to him a little more and considering what he's considering possible.
He doesn't really have any opinion.
Oh, your brother doesn't have opinions?
He doesn't really have a strong opinion on the flat Earth conspiracy.
Okay, but he's taking information in and considering it, right? He is doing that. He told you.
Yes.
And you are capable of doing that as well. Your brother is. You are as well.
Yes.
New information that show you maybe another perspective from the information that you've been listening to for 14 years.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can still be an engineer and do you know, like you want to do. What are you aspiring for? Engineering or science computer? What are you doing?
Space engineer, like rocket science and stuff, you know.
Okay, yeah, you can work on that. You can devise rockets. You can devise, let's say, so-called Saraloons. You know, the device that's gonna go on the balloon, and you can send it up. You can send it up very high. You can do that stuff.
I'm talking about real rockets that go into space, you know.
Right, the rockets that go high up, because you know rockets go very high up and then they come down. You know that, right?
Well, I know that rockets have multiple stages, and usually the last stage stay in orbits. That's what's happened. I mean,
yeah, but that doesn't mean outer space, right? You know that doesn't follow.
Well, what do you mean by outer space?
Yeah, they claim in the Baltar that you're gonna go to this place that very low pressure is next to a high pressure system. That kind of like fantasy place that nobody can find, demonstrate, go to. That place. You're not going to La La Land. In reality, you're gonna devise the rocket. You're gonna devise the technology and the camera system and whatever you're gonna do with that technology, and then you're gonna send it very high up and do things up there. But it's not going to Narnia or La La Land, is it?
Well, in my world, it is going to go in space and go in the location it needs to go, but of course, in your
have you considered what that actually means in practical reality? Because you are very capable of doing all these that you're saying in the practical sense of things, but it's not going to fantasy land, the violation of natural law. You think you can divide something here in the ground, utilizing natural laws than here, and somehow you're gonna go to La La Land and use the same device to explore Fantasyland that doesn't exist, the violation of natural laws?
Well,
does that follow?
What's nature?
Does that make any sense to you?
Well, explain me, please. Just explain me why does it violate law of nature?
Because right now you can expand your lungs, right? Take a deep breath. Do it with me. Come on. Double. Yes. Expand your lungs, a lot of air. The air pressure that is around you, right? Is rose the volume that you're expanding, right? Of your lungs.
Yes.
The antecedent, the thing that must be before something else to be, the antecedent. You know what that means? Okay. So the antecedent for that gas pressure and the gas pressure gradient, the antecedent to all those is a container. Right? Well, just like your lungs, when you expand the lungs and you expand the volume, right?
Yeah, just to let you know, I've heard this like 1,000 times. And like always,
just to let you know, no, if you heard it, it's one thing. If you comprehend it, it's a different thing. Do you comprehend it?
Yes, I do. And the thing is that, like always, I always say, it's the gravity that's pulling air and making it stay on Earth.
What's making the gas stay? What's making the gas pressure stay? What are you saying?
It is making the gas pressure stay, yes.
What is, are you saying something is doing something? What is that something that's doing the other thing, keeping the gas pressure? What are you claiming? Gravity. What's that?
Gravity is what is pulling everything into this. It is very massive objects that are pulling everything next to them, and it's not applying just for massive objects. Everything is pulling on everything. For example, I am currently pulling on you, and you are pulling, for example, in an extremely far atom on the universe. It's just so small that you can't even notice it.
What? So you said a bunch of things happen.
Yes.
This that you just said, all the words put together that you just said, is that something that you read somewhere from a book, or you've heard someone saying it? Where do you get this information from? Are you the originator, the source?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so where do you got it from?
Well, for example, NASA explained it. A lot of science channel does explain it, and for example, as you mentioned it in books, you can see it.
Okay, so explanations. So where the explanations are in a book, right? You read it from the book, and it says gravity, a word. This word means that it does things. So like making spheres, causing this and causing that. You're reading that, right? The gravity is attracting to the center of mass, and you're reading all that. How many paragraphs was this? Like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs of information that you read?
It was when I was pretty young. It was like a thing designed for children, so it was like 1 paragraph long.
Okay, 1 paragraph you read of this gravity word, and it does things. And where the reference that you read, that book, right? Referencing something like a test, or maybe an experiment, or maybe a demonstration. Where is that? Where is that the book is talking about? Can you show me that?
You want me to show an experiment of gravity, or just show you the book?
The scientific paper of the people, the date, everything put together, and it's gonna be the scientific theory that has been demonstrated by the scientific method, and now you have the scientific theory already proposed on paper. Do you have that? And that is sourcing the demonstration, right? Do you have it? The how the cause and effect relationship that you're claiming, that gravity is doing this. Where is the how methodology? Where is it?
The Cavendish experiment.
Anybody want to reply to that? Because I need to take a breath. But thank you, Alexa, for replying to
the ultimate authority.
My name is Alexa.
No, we'll deal with the actual method, Kiwi. I think I'm gonna get into the method. Lexa, what did they do in the Cavendish experiment?
All right. Let me tell you.
Do you have to look this up?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what's been done. You just quickly look it up right now and expect that when you look it up, there's going to be an answer there that tells you, right?
Yes, and this answer will probably be right.
But you know what's wrong with what you just done right now?
What's wrong? Do I need to be an encyclopedia to be right?
No. If you are claiming right now that you are right because gravity exists, and now you have to look it up, do you know that you just believe, like a religious belief, that this thing is true?
Do you know that I could say you can go into a rocket, but the thing is that you don't believe in rockets.
Lexa,
say that.
Lexa, hang on. Before anybody, don't chime in, Kiwi. 1 second. Lexa, do you understand what I just told you?
Well, listen, I could have said.
Do you understand, Lexa? Lexa, do you understand? What did I just explain to you?
You explained to me that, like a religion, before that moment, I didn't know how to explain gravity. And in fact, I knew how to explain it. The thing is that the only way I possibly knew how to do this is to explain by rocket science. And the thing is that you don't really seem to believe in rocket and space. So that's...
It's not about a belief, Lexa. It's not about a belief. I told you this yesterday. You have to provide evidence for what you're claiming.
I could have provided evidence by rockets, but the thing is that you don't believe in rockets.
You don't have... No, it's not about a belief, Lexa. You keep saying that word as if it's something that you can say. It's not. What I'm asking for is the evidence. If you're claiming it's going to a certain location that you don't have evidence where it's at, then you can't make the claim. It's a belief you have. That's your belief that it's in that medium. When you say it's going to the vacuum of space, then I'm asking you, how do you know that? You said, well, yesterday, this is what you said. I have an app that I can follow, or I can look at a computer screen. This is what you said, right? Is this not what you said?
I said that there was an application that can tell you when to look up, and you will see a bright dot, and this is probably a space debris or satellite. That's what I said.
Yeah, probably, but maybe it's something else.
Well, it's probably a satellite or a space debris.
So, do you know the word that you just used? Probably means that it's suggestive. A suggestive term means that it could be that. It might be something else.
It could be. I'm gonna say it is because.
No, it is definitive. It is definitive. It means you do know 100%.
If it isn't satellites, what would it be?
Well, that is not my claim, sir. That is your claim, and that's why I'm making you actually look at how you're wording things, which is so important when we're in this discussion. We either know or we don't know, right? So the difference between you knowing something or you just think you know, right? Like the way you're telling me right now.
But like
no, you don't, Lexa. You don't know, Lexa.
Can you stop cutting me, please?
Can we talk the brother? Can I let the brothers speak? Okay, let's listen to the brothers talk about this.
My brother isn't here right now.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, Lexa. Let him speak. Go ahead.
Oscar, go ahead.
Well, I'm just listening right now because I think it's interesting to let him speak. He's really good when it comes to science, right? I think he's a very smart kid, so...
I think he is.
All right.
Yeah, we need to let him speak.
All right, wait, stop. Before you jump in, I need clarification. When he uses term, I just want to finish this point. When I'm clarifying to him is the distinction between him saying the words that are suggestive, like probably, right, and him saying definitive terms like it is. So when he says probably, he does not know. He believes. When he say it is definitive. That means he knows, which would be followed by some kind of example or method that he can tell us. So this is important, right? If we lose sight, it doesn't matter what he says. It's only when he uses the suggestive terms like it could be, it probably, maybe. These terms are suggestive, means he doesn't know, he only believes, and we don't want to hear about beliefs. We want to hear him tell us it is, and here's the method. Here's what you do. That's what we want. We want evidence, not somebody's belief. Go ahead.
Well, what do you want me to explain?
Well, we were talking about gravity at the moment, but you said the only way I can explain it is with rockets. And I don't need
concede, and he can concede you don't have. You can say, hey, rockets, a different book. We're gonna move away from this. Remember the page that we were reading, the paragraph that you read when you were younger. You said that we were on this page. So if you want to go to a different book, rockets, a different page. Eventually we can move on, but before concede that you don't have the demonstration of the claim in the book. Can you concede at the least?
Does he know the word concede, Jempsy? Maybe he doesn't.
Sorry?
Do you know what concede means, Lexa?
Concede?
Yes, the word.
Concession.
Jempsy? You want to tell him?
Can you tell him?
So concede means that if you don't have the evidence for something, you be honest and say, I don't have the evidence for this.
Okay.
That's what a concession is, that you don't have the evidence. So you have to admit that you don't. You're conceding. You have to admit it.
Well, you see, the only way for now, like Crab explained, gravity is just by rockets science, and I guess for you it doesn't quite work because I'm not sure if it is the case, but you don't seem to believe that rocket goes into orbit and stuff. So
do you have evidence?
So in no other terms, I can say that I have no evidence or no real evidence to your eyes. Of course.
The thing that you're saying is that the thing that you're saying is that rockets work because of gravity, and you're antecedents. No, they're speaking, guys. Yeah, okay. You put in like an antecedent, you're saying gravity is the antecedent of rockets working, like you devising the rockets and devising the technology and putting all the calculations together, based that you're going to make that work on a cartoon model that you haven't verified, you haven't demonstrated, you haven't measured. But you're still saying that that's what you're basing, that is the antecedent to you be able to make a rocket work. Is that your claim?
Wait, sorry.
You're claiming that the antecedent for you to build rockets and make them work, it's gravity.
Jempsy, I think he's preoccupied. You might want to wait till he stops being. Jempsy is explaining to you right now, Alexa. But if you're preoccupied, please put yourself on mute because it doesn't sound like you're paying attention. Yeah. Because he asked you something that you're not paying attention. So please put yourself on mute. You're disrespecting Lexa. Listen, stop. You're gonna disrespect my chat by not paying attention. Put yourself on mute and let somebody else come into the chat. I know we want to speak to you, but you're not paying attention to what Jempsy's saying, and you're disrespecting the chat. You know what disrespecting means, right?
I know.
Okay, so please put yourself on mute if you're gonna be busy, and come back when you have your full attention. Otherwise, please do not speak.
Okay.
So put yourself on mute, or else you'll be helped to do that. Locally mute yourself, as in mute your microphone.
I'm not occupied.
All right, so I'll do it.
Jeez.
If we do not have your full attention, I don't want to have my panel be saying things over and over again because you're preoccupied.
Perhaps I could explain him to him because he doesn't know much English, so
go ahead.
It's okay, though. We're not necessarily looking for explanations. We're looking for the evidence, a demonstration, the proof. We know how it's supposed to work. We just want to see how it actually is working, if it is.
Well, he's the one who should provide evidence because I'm not. Like
That's
I said,
fine with me.
I said yes.
You know what? I don't want to put the burden on Lexa.
No, I'm not.
I don't want to be the. He's claiming it, so yeah, I'm gonna ask for it, right? But I mean, he doesn't have it, so.
I would say one thing, and that is, he probably doesn't get everything that you're saying, so it's hard for him. But
it's kind of I figured that, Quaza. That's why I'm saying I wanted Jempsy to kind of the words that we're using in English probably are not translating over for you guys, or at least for him, because he's right. That's what I figured.
Antecedent is from Latin, and French is a Latin language, so.
Some words, not all the words, just some words. Like conceded, I don't think he understands what conceding means. So.
Oh yeah, probably not.
So but outside of that, he understood most of everything else. But If he does have that evidence, I do want him to speak for himself, even though you're still here, Quaza. But if there's something he doesn't understand, could you explain it to him in French?
Yes,
maybe?
I will.
Okay,
so just unmute him because I think he's ready to speak now. No, I'm not sure.
Oh, we got his full attention because you can tell him in French, hey, man, give these guys your attention if you're going to talk to them. If not, he's going to go back on mute.
Okay.
That's all I got to say. Go ahead, Lexa.
Yes. So, just as for gravity, as I told you, I have no evidence.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I mean,
how is gravity evidence the Earth is a ball?
Well, I think I can answer this because we already talked about this. Bon, vas-y, Axel, dis-leur juste, t'inquiète.
Je leur dis quoi, du coup?
Tu sais, parce qu'en gros, il dit comment la gravité, ça prouve que la Terre est ronde, du coup. Tu sais, le truc simple, en mode... ça serait au milieu dans la gravité, tu vois, ça ferait une boule, obligé.
Ouais.
Guys, I see the necessity of speaking in your language, but I will say... respect to you guys for having the conversation, brothers. But do this chat, another language chat, do it in the back chats because we can't comprehend it.
He's translating the question, I guess.
He's translated.
But the arguments are going to be...
and then he's going to reply to the question.
Yeah.
Lex is going to reply in English.
Okay. Du coup, je leur dis pourquoi la gravité fait que la Terre est ronde.
Oui, voilà, juste ça. Voilà.
Okay, so my brother told me that you ask why the gravity made the Earth round, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So gravity makes the Earth round because gravity apply at the center of mass and it apply evenly in almost all the direction, which make objects affected by strong gravity completely round.
So we're back to the page that we spoke about before. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Is there any actual evidence for that? Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but...
Okay, so then what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity, if with this
experiment... You don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists, and it's applied evenly, when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim. No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it, right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
Vraiment aucun moyen d'expliquer la gravité, sérieusement.
Ben non, je sais pas. Enfin,
putain, mais
non, mais l'autre là, il veut pas écouter.
Arrête, mais ils vont...
So I bring this up.
On peut essayer de passer sur autre chose au pire.
I'm bringing this up for a specific reason. It's not accidental that I asked you this question.
Sorry?
A lot of globe earthers come in here and they say the same thing. They come in and say, gravity proves Earth is a ball. And then I ask for the evidence for it. It's not predicted by the physics. So if you run a simulation with a bunch of particles, like a computer simulation, they don't get a ball, right? It's never been observed in nature, and there's no experiment that demonstrates it. So that is just a claim with no evidence, right? It's just a claim.
Okay, just tell him, Quaza.
Okay. Axel, ok, je veux dire un truc, ça a rien à voir, ok. Mais demande-leur, tu sais, s'il n'y a pas de gravité, comment est-ce que t'es attiré vers la Terre, tu vois? Genre, c'est ça que je comprends pas. Demande-leur si, genre, par exemple, tu sais, c'est constant, tu vois.
So, I have a question for you guys. That's it's not included in what we are talking, but why are we all pulled down? Just a random question. Why?
Nobody knows the answer to that.
No, I don't know.
Nobody knows the answer. There's no experiment that can demonstrate.
No one knows.
So you want to know the cause of falling objects, right? The causal mechanism why objects fall to the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay. What experiment can demonstrate that? Now, if we're going to think of an experiment in our head, we want to know the cause of this apple falling. What experiment can we do?
Well, as I told you, the only experiment that I know, remember...
Attends, monsieur.
Yeah, Cavendish, right? Nothing is falling in Cavendish either.
Wait,
right? There's no falling objects.
Let me translate to him, please. En gros, il te parle, tu sais, il parle de... Il a dit un truc genre, à propos d'une pomme qui tombe, tu sais, genre en mode ça, c'est testable, tu vois.
Ouais.
Et j'ai pas très bien compris la suite, en fait.
Bah, moi non plus.
Ok, mais t'as compris ça, il a dit... could you repeat, Injo, what you said, please? To get the full sentence?
Okay, yeah. So, he asked me basically, what's the cause of falling? Why do things fall? Right? The causal mechanism. There's no experiment that can demonstrate that. Right? Because to figure out the cause of an effect, there's a certain way you have to do the experiment. You have to manipulate the cause, the presumed cause, and observe a change in the effect, right? We can take an object, we can take two objects of different mass, right? And we drop them and they fall at the same rate, right?
Yes.
So we just manipulated what people say is the cause, mass attracting mass, we manipulated them, but there's no change in the effect. Right? So the experiment that would definitively show it doesn't exist. And that's why there's 20, 30 theories of gravity.
Well,
there's not just Newton, there's Einstein, there's Gaussian, there's Machian, there's shitloads of gravity models.
Okay, so just let me tell you that there is an experiment that is proving gravity. It's called the Cavendish experiment. And at least, even if you don't believe the Cavendish experiment, we have an experiment trying to at least prove that the gravity does exist, because you don't even have a single clue for why things are going down in your...
Neither do you.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so I asked you, there's nothing, nothing goes down in the Cavendish experiment. How can you say Cavendish experiment shows the reason things go down when nothing goes down in the experiment you're doing?
Why things should go down? There is nothing that is saying that things should go down, unless in your theory, but there is nothing... Like there is no.
He's not understanding, Indio. He's not getting it.
No, he does get it. No, he gets it.
Either he gets it and he's just trying to rumpus and go over the same thing, because he's done this to me before. He'll say the same thing over and over again, like it's going to change the outcome of what he's saying. It's not going to change.
I'm just telling him that.
How do you logically get from the Cavendish? Do you even know what's observed in the Cavendish experiment? Describe it to me.
I think he's too young for this, to be honest.
Just describe it. Just describe it to me. What happens? What's observed? You have no idea.
No,
Somehow
because he had to look it up. The moment I asked him earlier, he punched it into Google because he didn't know. So for gravity, me and Jemsy were talking to him. He on the spot Googled it, and I was like, "What are you doing? Why are you searching it up?" Because like, I don't know that. I've never researched this, and he just started to look it up right there. I'm like, "You see how you're doing it right now? You didn't know before." And what do you think you're going to gain by looking at it now? Like you're going to be an expert at what this thing's about? You have no idea of what this is. And you're not going to presume to tell this people and the panel what you're going to know when you have no idea yourself. What is this? This is
a good illustration, though. Someone just said to him, Cavendish proves gravity, has no idea what the experiment is, has no idea what's observed, and just says, yes, I'm going to take that, make a leap of logic, and go to this is why things fall. Dude, When you set up a Cavendish experiment, it's a torsion bar, right, hanging from a wire with balls hanging down. Typically, this is how it's done, with weights on the bottom. So this thing will rotate, right, sometimes, depending if you set it up correctly. So it'll rotate, and then it'll oscillate back and forth. They time the speed of the oscillation, right, the angle of rotation, to infer G from that. They don't just stick together. So think about what I just said. I set up a contraption. I watch some balls oscillate. Therefore, that's why things fall. That's dumb as fuck. Sorry.
Who's laughing?
Doesn't matter. You pay attention to what he just said?
Because you don't know what the experiment is. Like, when I'm here, I'm just assuming you know what it is, and you're saying, oh, Cavendish proves the reason things fall. Nothing can be further from the truth. It's like me rubbing two sticks together is what's proof of building a table. It has nothing to do with it. They're not even the same thing.
All right, may I speak now?
Yeah,
he's punching way above his weight, dude. Like, and he thinks that him being in here saying, may I speak now? That's not gonna make you understand things, Lexa. You don't know. You need to go away. You need to go away and research. You need to research this information. Listen, Lexa, listen to me. When you come into this panel, you have to be well informed about your position, and you're not well informed about your position. You're a 14-year-old kid who thinks they know everything and are bullying their brother because you're bullying your brother, and you're acting like you know Mr. Know-It-All, and you don't know shit in this panel. And it's becoming very tired when you say, just let me speak. We're not going to let you speak because you don't know, sir.
Then what's the point of talking?
That's right. Put yourself on mute and go away and do research.
Listening. That's the thing. You should be listening, not talking at this stage.
Or research. Or researching. Because you have no idea of your position right now. And this panel is tired of you saying, let me speak, when you have no knowledge about what you're talking about.
So, Larson, did you see what I posted in chat at like 3 or 4 posts? Simulating asteroid rubble piles with self-gravitating south sphere distinct element method model, right? So what they do is they take a model in a 3D simulation and they, apply gravity to it, and then this is what forms. They don't get balls. They get all sorts of random shapes, right? They don't get balls. So let's say, okay, gravity predicts Earth will become a ball. We'd have to confirm that by measuring a ball, right? That's how science works, right? You have a model, it makes a prediction, then you go test the prediction. And that's how you confirm it, right? Try to falsify it. Oh, we have a model. Gravity falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. You keep saying pull to the center of the Earth. That's the shit they teach kids in school. That's garbage. They don't even tell you the right thing. But that's besides the point, right? So eventually you have to get to the experimental phase where you confirm, right, the model by measuring the Earth to be the ball they say it is. Without the ball, you can't get rockets in orbits. You can't get any of this stuff. The radius has to be a specific value. It can't be a different value. It has to be 3959. You realize that, right? That gravity the Earth's radius has to be 3959. Cannot be any other value. You know that, right? Alexa. Can't be a bigger radius.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Cavendish experiment, if you think about it, just thinking about the Cavendish experiment in terms of like a probabilistic outcome, right? So if you were to say just remove the balls and just have a torsion beam on its own and hung from a ceiling or whatever, what is the probability that it would turn clockwise or counterclockwise? Well,
that's a good question. I've asked that.
It's a 50% more or less, right? Maybe 50% clockwise. So, yeah, it would be 50% clockwise and it'd be 50% counterclockwise, right? So, if you wanted to, and let's just say the balls had absolutely no effect whatsoever, you would have a 50% chance of getting it right accidentally, but not based on what the Cavendish is supposed to be proving, right? So, you've got a 50% chance of getting the result that you want based on the effect not even being present that you think is influencing the turning of that bar. So you understand then that if you were to do that experiment 100 times, 50 you could, where it turned the wrong way, you could just assume oh, well, I just must have done it wrong, so we'll just discard those results. And now you have the 50 results that all seem to confirm something that's not happening, just purely based on probability.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The way they set it up, it can turn either way, right? It can actually turn either direction. It's centered, right? So you got two balls, right?
Okay.
And the other balls, it can spin to the left or clockwise or counterclockwise. So the thing is, 50% chances it would only be if it's perfectly balanced.
Okay,
right?
can you speak? Vas-y,
Yeah, go ahead.
speak.
Yeah, good point, yeah.
Can I say something now?
Yeah.
Right. So the thing is that from the beginning I said I had no real clue for the gravity, and now it's been like 10 to 15 minutes that you guys are telling me you have no argument. You're talking about a subject that you don't even know. I said from the beginning that I didn't have clue. So why are you guys keep it up like that? This is nonsense.
Okay.
Nonsense.
Okay, so you've just got some bad feelings now. Okay, that's right. So the problem is that from what I've heard, because I've only just come in, but from what I've heard, sounds like you asserted that gravity exists, which is a claim, and you've then asserted that the Cavendish experiment is how you prove that. Now, I think the reason that people are going on about that is because you've wasted everyone's time by making these silly claims with no evidence to back it up.
Yeah, listen, we understand the gold model. Everybody here is perfectly educated in the gold model. We all went to the same schools. We all learned the same things. We all know it, right? The difference between us and you is we actually investigated it, right? We checked their claims for whether they had evidence, and they don't. It's sad story. Or the evidence doesn't actually logically lead to the conclusions that they reach from them. For example, the Cavendish experiment is a description of why things fall. That's nonsense. It's not even logical, even a little bit. It's a non sequitur. It does not logically follow from that test. But this is what you have to be alert to, is that why are they teaching you a messed up model of gravity in school? Why do they teach it to all of us? Gravity pulls everything to the center. Why would they teach that? Because that's not the universal law of gravitation. Universal law of gravitation is every particle in the universe attracts every other particle in the universe inversely proportional to the square of the distance. Right? That's not everything gets pulled to the center. That's a simplification. Right? So why do they teach that? Then why do they say, okay, look at this here, everything in space is a ball because everything gets pulled to the center? Yeah, that's great if you want to brainwash kids, but they don't. That's not even the real quote unquote model, if that's what you want to call it.
Remember that in your theory, you don't even know how to explain why finger pull down. Remember that.
Neither can you.
Well, I at least have an experiment. You don't even have one, and this experiment is just misunderstood by you.
Welcome to Lexa. Welcome to Lexa, guys.
He just can respawn.
That's all he does, by the way.
Indio, can I ask him a question, please? Yo, Lexa, I have a question for you, dude. You talk about
go ahead.
What's your experiment, man?
I said it was a Cavendish experiment, but listen. Listen.
But
Okay. Listen. Just
I can turn around and say to you, I've got the flipper. Yeah.
Okay. Locally, your gravity, how does it exist? How does it display itself?
Well, as I just told you, it's by applying at the center of mass.
Sorry, what?
It's apply at the center of mass.
It's a fly at the center?
It's apply
Look, could you speak with some
gravity
hope in your
apply
voice?
at the center of mass of an object.
Locally, how would you display gravity locally, my friend? Come on, speak with some oomph in your voice. I can barely hear you.
I don't know.
Tu veux me dire, t'as zéro explication dessus? Genre, même sur Internet, t'as vraiment rien.
Lexa, I got a question for Lexa.
Mais il casse les couilles, là. Yes.
I got a question for Lexa. Lexa, are you playing a video game? Which video game are you playing?
BeamNG.
What's the name?
BeamNG.
All right, you're muted. Okay, until you finish playing the video game, and when you're done, you come back. Okay?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you, Jimsy. Thank you,
I did
Jimsy.
it. Fuck it. Yo, you almost threw him out. Where'd that guy go? I was just here asking him a question. Oh yeah, like dude, like he just like respawned at the exact same place, making the same claim that got destroyed. Like what the hell?
Yeah, this conversation is way above him right now. He doesn't even know the arguments. The people that know the arguments get destroyed in here.
He's parroting, and his mind is doing something else. He's playing a video game and just parroting what he knows, and he's not looking at the alternatives.
I don't think he listened at all, quite honestly. I just think he like turned it off.
Check this out. Quaza is his brother. He's in here right now. He's the one that's translating for you guys that are just joining us right now. So we got to speak to Quaza yesterday. We got to speak to Quaza yesterday, but his younger brother seems to have a great influence on the older one. And the younger one seems to be a bully to the older one. And I don't know, Quaza seems to really like that he's got a great mind to think about things. But that is also turned back around to Quaza, and now the little one is actually bullying the older one. And it's I don't know, it's pretty bad.
They'll figure it out. They're brothers. I fight with my brother. It's all good. They'll figure it out. But definitely don't allow your little brother to bully you, Quaza. I mean, he should be looking up.
Well, due respect to your older brother, he's only 14. He ain't as bright as you think he is. He's just bamboozled you with a bunch of bullshit. No, because I heard you say, don't ask me, I don't know anything. Ask my brother, right? I heard you say that, right?
I'm not.
You're as smart as he is, believe me.
Or smarter, actually.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Well, I'm not into space like he is. I don't care that much about it.
That's not
that kills me, man.
That's not a gauge of intelligence, Quaza. That's not a gauge of intelligence, brother. Knowing about space.
I know what you mean, but I'm not as qualified as he is in this subject, right?
What the?
Man, just because you can go to work and talk about black holes at the water cooler, don't make you smart, man.
Hey, what that translates is you are not as emotionally invested and don't have like a romantic relationship with the space idea. And
yes, right. It's what I mean. Actually, yeah.
Correct.
Obviously, I'm older, so I'm smarter than him, right? But I don't know as much as he do. I mean, you can say it's fake, but he knows more than me in this, in this field.
We got Vagabond. We got Vagabond who wants to come in here. Vagabond.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, Vagabond?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
Hey, not much. Doing pretty good. But I want to say something to this guy. One thing. Now, imagine he read Lord of the Rings, right, or the whole series of J.R. Tolkien books. He just has knowledge of that, right? So he's taken his time to learn all these space fantasy stories, whereas you've not taken the time to do that. Doesn't make him smarter or dumber, or you dumber or smarter. He's just invested time into this, and as Jemsy said, he has to defend it. Otherwise, he just wasted all that time, right? Space is fake, and he read, you're sitting there playing space video games and reading space books and, dreaming about going into orbit. All that is wasted effort. So he has to protect it. Has to. Right? It's called the sunk cost fallacy. Right? You have to keep investing in something even though it's a losing proposition.
I understand what you mean, but sorry, I forgot the English word, but yeah, I understand sorry, I know what you say in English, but yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
You understand the reference. La référence?
Yes, but I was talking about, the fallacies, right?
Well, which one?
Like when you talk about gravity, for instance.
Okay.
No, I didn't pay much attention. I was in the vocal, but I was busy with work. But yeah, I overheard.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, if I may, so I think we should separate this topic into two different spaces. So understanding debate structure and logical fallacies is one side of debate. And then looking at just the concrete, like realistic observations and the mathematical proofs that can be had, these are two different things that we have to learn. So the logical fallacies is really important. That if your brother has a better grasp of them, you're going to feel dumber around him because he's going to be pointing out all of these mistakes in your judgment and all of these other arguments you've had together. But it's going to give him a strategic advantage over you in this debate. But what we're trying to tell you is like this debate is grounded in math. If you just study the subject of the flat earth and the math, you'll have more than enough ammunition to argue with your brother.
Yeah, okay.
And then still study the logical fallacies when you have time. But that would only help you stronger if you knew the math. Because you can't just pull out the logical fallacies if you don't understand.
I understand that. Of course.
You understand? If you don't understand the context of how it works in the argument, it's not going to serve you.
Without, the
That's okay.
What you're thinking about. Yes, of course.
That's okay. But did you understand my logic there?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, because I don't have any religious beliefs, so to say. I don't defend as passionate as he is. So. I might change my mind, if I because I think I'm how do you say I need to prove stuff, I need to experiment. So if I can be proven that with real math equation whatever that the earth is flat, then I might start believing it.
Yeah, and I think that's all the guys are saying. Like, if you look in these arguments closer, you realize there are hardcore mathematical proofs on the ground that's under our feet. So it's like, the reason that they harp on things like the word gravity is because that's a big part of your mind getting pulled into the vision of a ball in your own head. But he's just saying, take the word gravity, just put it on a shelf for a second. And then density still does what gravity does. So let's just remove gravity for a second. And then like measure the floor, measure the concepts of like gas, how it moves around us. But not what we think, what do we really observe? And then you could break from what you've been taught because that's what you think, that's what everybody thinks, and then think for yourself and say, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Like water is always flat. You're like, oh, well, that's a fact. I don't need anybody to tell me that fact. I can see it every time I look at water. You know what I mean? But I have to have enough confidence in myself to say, yes, every time I see water, it is flat. And it doesn't matter what anyone says. I know it's flat every time I look at it. You understand? Mm-hmm. So you're looking from your perspective.
But of course, it raises a lot of questions.
Of course, yeah, I understand that.
Because there's a lot of things that I would love to understand, right?
Sure.
Like, why are we being pulled down, for instance? For instance, how navigation work, in airplanes, whatever. So
sure.
All of this, I would love to understand, right?
Sure, I understand. And those are logical questions, and so it all comes down to the amount of time you're willing to invest in that subject. Just like I believe India was saying earlier, he invested more hours studying this subject, so he's always going to sound more proficient than you. But that goes for every subject that humans study since the beginning of time. If I know more than you, and you know a little bit, and I know a lot, in a public conversation, I'm always going to sound smarter than you. But it doesn't mean I'm right. It's just there needs to be someone that comes forth with a better argument than that person and has studied the subject better than theirs. So everything that comes out of their mouth can be handled properly so that they scratch their head instead of you scratching your head.
Right. Yeah, he just joined the vocal now, so if you want to remove his mute, feel free to do so.
He's playing his video game, Guaza. We're not gonna mute him because he's playing I'd rather him play his game than him come in here and waste everybody's time.
Well, some people do play, and some people in the Discord, they play chess, they play different games, and they still pay attention to the conversation, but that's not what your brother is doing. His mind is completely into the game, and then he's just parroting stuff, and that's it.
Yeah, so basically he's trying to talk about the topic like it's an off-throw topic. Like, I'm so smart, let's just, talk to these stupid people over here. But we're sitting here pointing out very specific things. And if his mind isn't tuned that way to be very specific, he'll miss it. So that's why I'm trying to say, like, you can easily catch up because it doesn't matter how long it takes you to catch up. The fact that you catch up is what matters, and you do the research.
I just wanted to talk about a couple of things that Vagabonds said, but put them together. So you've got the idea of someone being very well studied in a subject, which 100% everything you've said there is correct. I agree with you. And then you've also got the subject of logical fallacies. But the interesting thing about logic, because it's so kind of, let's just say it applies to every single aspect of our lives, you can often understand that someone's being illogical even with very little knowledge of a subject. And I think that's why it's very important to understand logic, because you can basically call bullshit. You can listen to someone making baseless assertions or just being illogical generally, even with very little knowledge of the subject.
Are you speaking to me?
Just to the room,
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Actually, I do agree with that. I've only found value in it after I studied the flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know any of these. I probably heard like the most popular ones here and there, but I didn't even know what a logical fallacy was. You know what I mean? And I've been working in sales. I've been on 1,000 meetings. I've had very complex conversations, but I've never nailed down the subject because it just didn't come up. You know what I mean? And then when it did come up, I was like, oh, I see why this is important. I was like, I better learn these fallacies things before people start just using them on me and I don't even know that they're trying. Because remember, a dumb person surrounded by other dumb people that hold the same fallacy, it'll seem like they're all corroborating each other's opinion because you can't pop that balloon.
That was one of the things that when he mentioned Cavendish, called off the hop, stating appeal to an authority, which Mayhem sussed out in asking specifically what were the observations within the confines of the Cavendish in order to further your understanding of gravity. Now, again, stating what an appeal to an authority is, he literally said Cavendish. Okay, if you're appealing to Cavendish, the authority, that means that you hold absolutely no understanding of the merit of that observation. You're just pointing at him and saying, he did it, and he's going to take the fall if you suss me out.
I mean that you know what is the hypothesis in Cavendish experiment. What is the hypothesis in Cavendish experiment that we finish this story? There is no hypothesis in Cavendish.
Question for you, our friend.
For everybody, there is no hypothesis in Cavendish experiment. And now, sentence. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll, arguing in Edge that hypotheses are not simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are whole point. The whole point missing in Cavendish experiment for the science.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
The whole point it's missing in experiment. That means it's not experiment. That means it's not a science. That means...
Can you let's speak, please?
There is no hypothesis in so-called Cavendish experiment. And hypothesis is whole point of experiment, of science, scientific method.
Yeah, but does he even know what a hypothesis is, let alone that?
That I'm saying. There is no hypothesis for Cavendish experiment.
I know, he probably doesn't know that or what a hypothesis is.
I can read again. Hypotheses are not simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. Their whole point.
No, I will let him speak, but the thing is, he was preoccupied playing the game and he can't focus on this conversation.
I think he's done because I don't hear him playing anymore. So if you want to let me speak now.
Is he going to answer straightforward? Is he going to say, let me explain? I don't want to hear him explaining. I need the evidence to back up if he knows the claim, yes or no.
I'm gonna... Okay, could you just demute him 10 seconds so I know if he's ready or not?
All right.
Ok, t'es prêt ou pas?
Mais mec, je la connais pas l'expérience Cavendish, mais ils arrêtent pas de la demander, ça me casse les burnes en fait.
Yeah, it's not going to go that way, Quaza. You already know. It's not going to go that way.
What do you
mean?
If
he goes, he said Cavendish. I heard him. We're not going there anymore.
He said that he's not familiar with this experiment, I think.
Okay, so Sasha, did you ask him a straightforward question? Or was it you, Heretic?
Now it's strange for me because he said I didn't say, but if I heard properly half an hour ago, some Cavendish was involved, and it came from his mouth or for somebody
Lexus.
Else.
It came from his mouth. But here's the context of that conversation. When I first approached him with that understanding, I think it was me and Jemsy that were talking to him, and gravity was the word that was being used. And when to provide evidence for gravity, he went on Google to research how he can provide evidence, and he went to the Cavendish, which then Indio came along and told him that it was not being able to be used. And he was talking to him and giving the explanation, and Lexa was too busy playing his video game that he didn't hear anything that Indio said. So this is the reason why now he's only going to answer anything people say and not go off into explanations because he doesn't know. So right now it's only for a time for him to be quiet and listen and then ask questions about what we say, not give us explanations because he does not know. So Quaza, you can tell him. I don't want to hear him tell us explanations because he doesn't know anything. He's learning things now. He's not teaching. He's not a teacher.
But Miggy, what if he does not know that he does not know?
Well, he's gonna have to. He's right now. He's full of himself, though, man. He's really bullying everybody. So he's not.
He admitted he didn't know, though. Yeah. He admitted he didn't know, but then used it again anyway.
But I say, like, why not let him get it all out? You know
he did. This is his second session.
Multiple times. This would be hard if you want to go
Yesterday he was yelling his lungs. He was yelling his lungs into the mic. Miggy. Okay. He was yelling to everybody heard him. Even his brother came into the room. He was like, "Bro, what's going on in here?" He was yelling.
Why?
Oh, he got it out, man. Whatever it was he got it out.
I just got here. So like, I didn't get here too long ago. But once I started talking, like, I just got here. So I missed all of the previous.
He did got it out yesterday.
Yeah, he did. So right now is the time to learn and maybe ask some questions. If somebody wants to ask, tell him something. And if he doesn't know, for him to be honest and say, I don't know that. And that's fine. Intellectual honesty gets you a long way in this chat versus you thinking you know everything. You don't. You're 14 years old. You're just learning.
What's his name?
I have questions. Lexa, again, one of the questions I asked you earlier after India was done with you. How would you locally demonstrate gravity?
Oh my god. Just as I probably told you, the thing is that I don't exactly know how to demonstrate the gravity effect, and I can't tell you in a proper way. That's
Thank you. Gravity's supposed to be the cause. Hold on. That's supposed to be the cause, though. Gravity's supposed to be the cause, not the effect.
Let's go with the major presentation of gravity, which Neil deGrasse Tyson used to speak about it, and him picking up the microphone. What do you think about that? Him dropping the microphone. Do you think that's a fair observation for gravity being displayed?
Well, no.
I don't know if he knows what you mean, Kiwi. Some people don't know what that.
Okay, it's what India said. Because
he's lucky they probably don't have Neil deGrasse Tyson on TV.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Good call.
Use a demonstrate. Yeah, just use a demonstration that you can make him understand what you're talking about.
All right, my friend. So if I want to observe gravity commercially shown, I would pick up something and then observe it dropping. Do you think that's a fair observation of gravity working?
Well, not exactly.
Why is that? Is gravity not a downward bias?
It's not always pointing down is just pointing to the center of Earth.
Center of what?
La Terre, mais il t'a pas entendu.
The center of Earth.
Okay, so you're presupposing that there's a center, an attraction center.
Presupposing that center is the center of a ball, so the globe is at the core of everything that he's claiming again.
Now, do you think that point shows up in Australia?
Well, yes, Australia is.
So the relative downward bias would show in Australia and also where you are located.
Well, I don't really understand what you want to mean, but if what you're trying to say is that people in Australia will fall down, it's not the case.
Right, but the idea of invoking this downward bias, would you not have to exert some kind of a force to it in order to observe the downward bias occur?
Well, for me, there is no downward force. I mean, the only force that it is pulling me, you, and everyone on Earth is the gravity that Earth produces, and it's pointing to the center of Earth. When in Australia, it's not pointing down; it's pointing to the center of Earth.
So it's like basically what you've said is we're not floating around in the air because the Earth is a ball that we're sticking to.
Yes.
Okay, so now you got to go back to the first premise and prove that the Earth is a ball.
As I just told you, I'm not 100%. No, that's not what I want to be. I want to say just that I don't exactly know how to prove gravity, just because I'm not entirely sure how the experiments work.
But I mean, it's just a claim stack, right? Like, I mean, ultimately your argument is that the Earth is a ball, right? And then you go to gravity, and then that claim just goes like, oh, well, we're not floating around in the air because the Earth is a ball. Well, let's just go back to the first principle of the Earth being a ball and see if we can prove that.
Let's There's a bunch of channels, information channels in this Discord. I would recommend you to scroll down in the server with information, read through there's a lot of links, videos, demonstrations. There's also a Wikipedia in the server that has a bunch of observations of reality. And once you go through a good amount of that information or some topics that you find interesting at your leisure, you come back here, you can ask questions and make comments and probably say, hey, I figured something out, guys.
If you want, I can give you a representation of what gravity is, but I don't think it is what you...
No, we already know the representation of the mainstream information. We already know that. We need you to... We need you to look at the information we're presenting to you, because right now you don't know any of the arguments at all. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I want to ask you a question. Lexa. Now, let's say before there was a heliocentric model, I have a time machine, right? And I grab a Cavendish machine and I go back to 2000 BC and I set it up and I go, look, guys, you backwards cavemen. This proves gravity. This proves Earth is a ball. This contraction. What do you think would happen? They'd fucking stone me to death or burn me. They'd be like, "Oh, this guy's retarded. Let's just kill him." You can't logically get to Earth as a ball from Cavendish. No matter what kind of mental contortions you do, it doesn't logically follow from that test, experiment, whatever, that Earth is a ball. Just doesn't logically follow from it.
Angolo, t'es débile, c'est ça qu'il dit là, t'es débile.
No, it's not the only proof that I have that the Earth is round.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're abandoning gravity. So
This ain't gonna go well if you don't know what you're talking about, Lexa. The next thing that comes out of your mouth, I'm gonna get you on it if you don't know what you're talking about. I will. So right now, I'm telling you, please go look at the information, because if you come back with something that you don't know what you're talking about, I'm gonna get you.
Rien que tu peux prouver, sérieusement, t'as pas un autre truc.
So it's up to you. Take your time, go into the information we have at the bottom of the server, look at all the things we discuss. Perhaps later on you can come back and you understand the argument, you'll be able to talk about it. Right now, just like everybody's been telling you.
Hey, Mickey.
Okay,
Yes,
so
when my dog heard said, "I'm gonna get you," he growled. I swear to God.
I'm gonna get you. Oh!
He's protecting you. That's why.
No, he's following suit with you. You're acting like a bulldog, dude. What's your favorite dog?
Mine? You
Yeah.
wouldn't. You'd be kind of like stumped if I told you.
Oh no. Now I have to know.
Well, they're small little. My wife has the name of it. It's a Yorkie.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, she's got a small. It's a little rat. It's a tiny little rat. But
Well, you may know already. I have a long-haired Chihuahua. He's kind of fat right now. He's like he needs to lose 2 pounds. Like seriously. So he's supposed to be. Well, toys are 6 pounds. He's 7 pounds, and now he's 9. So I got to dial it back for him. It's my fault. But he's still good. But anyway. But you're acting like a bulldog's like, dude, I'm gonna get your ass.
Yeah,
That's
if he
what I'm
comes in
hearing.
there with another, because I had his whole complete spiral yesterday, so we don't need that anymore. What we need is Lexa to take some time to go research all the arguments. If he really wants to be in here, that's what he should do. Not come in here and say, I know how this is, and then at the same time,
do you want
when
a real
we...
argument?
What?
Do you want a real argument?
Do I want one or do I know one? Don't step into it. You're
do
going to
you
step
want
into
one?
it,
Do you want a
Lexa.
real argument?
No, you don't know any. You can't tell me, you can't give me something that you don't know.
Do you want one? I have one.
I don't want one from you. How about that?
He's a parrot. We don't talk to parrots.
I've been doing it. I don't care what you are. Listen, I've been doing this for a long time. I know most of the arguments. I don't need your help. I need you to go research the flat earth and come back with your arguments against it. How about that? Go do that, Lexa.
Then I'm gonna ask you a question.
No. I don't want to hear you asking me any more questions. Go do research.
So there's no point of talking.
For you, no. For you, no.
I'm gonna leave. So there's no point.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Even
fine.
if I
Go
learn
ahead.
something,
There's thousands of low birthers. There's thousands of low birthers
You never
come in
listen
here.
to me because you will always think I'm wrong.
No,
Lexa,
you don't know.
There is two things. There is two things that you can. There is talking and listening, right? You, sir, you should be doing listening, not talking.
Right now,
I've been listening from you for hours.
You don't have to listen, and you don't have to speak. You can. You also have that as well. You don't have to listen. You don't have to speak.
But yesterday you listened to us for hours, and we asked you what you had learned from it, and you said nothing. You couldn't repeat back one thing you'd actually heard, so you need to listen a bit longer, maybe.
Lexa, respond.
He's muted. I didn't mute him, but he's muted.
Did you mute? Oh yes, you server muted.
No, I said I didn't mute him, but he's muted.
So he's gonna respond to that. Go ahead, Alexa. Respond.
Not anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Go through the information. Gather the observation.
But,
it's a scientific method.
The arguments. You should let
gas pressure. He has to go through the definitions and read, because he was reading from the gravity book. Remember, he said that, and he said he read it when he was very young. He's 14. So now he has to open other books and read those, because he hasn't done that yet. So he's trying to spew what he read a long time ago.
And pro tip, Lexa, gravity is a derivative topic. The core claims of the globe would be curvature, spin, outer space. Try to focus on those.
Can I ask a brother something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
For example, what do you think? He spoke about gravity and things. He's struggling. He wants to answer. He wants to find. For example,
okay.
You see that. But for example, do you know who is Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Who? Oh
Neil
yeah, I know. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I
One
know,
of the Yeah. And if you ask him what is gravity, do you know what he will answer?
No, because I don't really know.
I will quote him now.
I don't know.
That's
No
that's
idea.
the answer.
Next question.
No, I don't get what you said.
CB, can you repeat? Now you will hear what he said when people ask him what is gravity. Play it.
Like what it is? I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Okay, so he doesn't know. All right.
Yep. Now my question would be, how it's possible that people from wherever, you, me, trying to explain what is gravity, and the guy who is, let's say, at least we are saying for him is the most clever guy, astrophysicist, he doesn't know the answer. But we want to answer. That's very interesting. You know, I find it interesting that guy who is that it's his how to say he studied about that. He's based, you know, and he doesn't know the answer. But people like us, normal people, we know we want to explain what is gravity.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Do you find?
I think it's interesting.
Now it's second question. Should I listen that Neil deGrasse Tyson saying I don't know, or should I listen to people, whoever they are, explaining something?
It's up to you.
Okay. But
I don't know. Sorry.
yeah, but the Neil deGrasse Tyson, all his work, it's based on a heliocentric model.
Yes. Okay.
But my life is not based on a heliocentric model. My life is based on my wife, on going to work.
Yeah. So in short, what Sasha is saying is that an authority figure on the subject of heliocentrism is not able to define what gravity is.
Yeah, I understand.
As a science communicator, and we get a 14-year-old child that comes in here and tries to lecture us on what it is, when he tries to Google on the fly what it is. That's a huge disrespect to this panel. Huge disrespect.
I didn't know. I told you I didn't know, and you will keep asking me, what is this? What is this? Tell me. I told you I don't know, bro.
All right,
so let the record show you don't know. So don't talk about it anymore until you do know.
There you go.
Hey, Alexa, do you know
here, right?
My name is Alexa.
Oh, so yeah, Alexa. So do you know what a triangle is?
I do.
David.
What is a triangle? Can you tell us, Alexa? Sorry, I got background noise.
What did you say? What did you say?
What is a triangle, Alexa?
C'est quoi un triangle? Dis que c'est un triangle, c'est facile.
Well, a triangle is a geometrical form, I think I can say that has three faces.
Ah ouais. Hein. À trois.
All right. Well, once you're done, Jemsy, we got a treat for the panel. So I'm gonna play a clip.
Go ahead and take it because I have other stuff in the back.
All right. So everybody, mute up, please. I'm gonna play this one clip. It's 10 minutes long, but I think it'll be worth it. Because you don't know. I'm gonna ask you, Lexa. Do you know where the rocket goes when it goes out of sight?
Yes, I know.
Okay. How do you know?
I know because you can see it in the sky.
Yeah, and then after it disappears from your view, where does it go?
Well, you can see it. As I said, there is satellite. If you are careful at night, you can see, little flying dots.
You went from a rocket to satellite, Lexa. We're talking about the rocket. I don't care about satellites right now. We'll talk about those later. But the rocket
can stay in orbit, in debris, or just burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. How do you know that it goes into space like you think it does? How do you know that?
I can see the payload is launching.
What?
I can see the play. Oh my god!
What did you say?
Rocket has payload.
Yeah.
And this payload goes into orbit or goes further. It's not the case.
Yeah, you're saying that it goes into orbit, You're saying that it goes into orbit, but you don't witness it go into orbit. You
Yes,
just see
I
a
do.
rocket.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, listen. Into space, into orbit. Let me explain. For example, when I'm looking at, for example, the ISS, I can see
that's a satellite. That's a satellite. It's not a rocket. That's not a rocket.
It's the
Talk
same
about
thing.
a rocket. Don't talk about a
Satellite
satellite.
launched by a rocket.
Well, then talk about the rocket, not the satellite.
Well, as I said, the rocket just burned up in the atmosphere. You can even witness it. But the thing
So
is,
does it come back down? So does rocket come back down?
Yes, but it come back down in
Okay,
ash.
then. All right. So then, if the rocket comes back down, it's not going into where you think it's going, right?
Well, it's just the first stage. Just come back down.
Answer my question. No, answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Does a rocket come back down and it doesn't go into space?
I'm gonna explain to you. There is.
No, you're gonna answer my question. You're not gonna explain.
I'm gonna
you're gonna
answer
answer
your
my question.
because
yes or no? Does a rocket go into space? Yes or no? Does it come back
Let
down?
me answer.
No, it comes back down. It comes back down. No, you're not giving me. You're not giving me straight answers, so you're not allowed to continue.
You are all so fucking stupid. You don't even let me explain.
Because you're not being honest.
Rocket has multiple stages.
Honest.
The first
So what?
stage. The first.
How do you know? How do you know that the third stage goes into space? How do you know
Because
that?
I can witness it with my own eyes.
Where? You're seeing a rocket go away from you. That's it.
You have fucking application app. Sorry, that can tell you when there's space debris, satellites, or just the ISS itself into the sky.
Yeah, but what?
So that's not you seeing it. If you have to look at an app on your phone, then that's not you seeing anything go anywhere.
The app on the phone tell you when to look, and when you look into the sky, you see flying dots that's going above yourself.
That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's a satellite, not a rocket. We're talking about a rocket.
You so fucking dumb. That's not possible.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb for thinking that a rocket goes to space.
You are dumb because
you brought rockets into this. You brought
You're the one that
rockets into
said
this.
You're the one that said rockets go to space and they come back down, don't they?
That's what
rockets come back down. You're saying that satellites are in space, but you're talking about rockets going to space.
Listen, okay, you want to listen to me?
No, I want you to tell me how rockets go to space when you know they come back down.
If you don't want to listen to me, I can explain to you.
No, I don't want to hear you explain about satellites.
And then you tell me I don't want to listen to you.
Tell me about rockets going to space. Tell me about rockets going to space, Lexa. That's what I want you to tell me.
Okay,
not satellites.
Listen to me. Listen, please. Rockets has multiple stages, and the first stage is usually just boosting the rockets up into space. Then, when the first stage finishes burning off its fuel, the second stage is released, and that one is putting itself into orbit. And usually, the second stage or the first stage is staying into orbit forever.
Yeah, that's what we're told.
Unless it is not high enough and it is slowed down by air friction.
Yeah, Alexa, that's what we're told. How do we prove this is taking place?
Hang on.
Listen to me.
Yeah, third stage is not going into the vacuum of space. That's where your fantasy begins. You don't witness that, do you?
I do.
Where do you witness the third stage in space? You show me where the third stage is in space. How did you witness that? How did you witness the third stage going to space?
I witnessed that first in my life.
The third stage. No. Not the first or the second stage, the third stage. Because the other two fall down and you said the third one stays up there, right?
Yes, and you can
Okay. No, where? How?
The sky, just like I told you, there is an application.
You're lying. You're lying.
Tell you
an application.
For 1 fucking hours, I listened to your fucking explanation. It doesn't mean anything, and now you don't even want to listen. 30 seconds. How stupid are you, bro?
Because you're not giving us evidence. Alexa, you're not giving us evidence that rocket. No, you're not. You're showing us that an app is telling you that it's up there. I don't want to look at an app.
And when the app is telling you, just look above and you fucking see a dot in the.
That's a satellite.
You don't. And you keep flip-flopping too. You brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite, right? Hey, you brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite.
How long is the
claim
clip,
that rockets go into outer space, right? And instead of actually demonstrating it, all you do is just reassert the claim over and over and over again. We want verification for the story.
Real quick. Real quick, I just want to ask Lexa, next time when you're done with all this, go back and watch all your little rocket launches, and you'll see that there is no video of what you're claiming. Everything turns into a computer graphic on the screen.
All right, getting some complete footage of their.
No, you don't witness it going to space, Lexa. You just see the app, or you see the app. Listen, hang on, man, because you see the app, or you see a computer screen. You do not see with your own eyes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You don't.
Listen.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You want to lie. You want to lie. Go ahead and lie to me. Lie to me, Lexa.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something.
Lie to me. Go ahead, lie to me.
You know, when I'm going into the app that is telling me, for example, for the ISS, the Internal.
Why are you talking about a freaking app, dude? You're talking about an app again. I don't want to know about an app. You say you witnessed a rocket go to space.
I'm just telling you that the app is just telling you when to.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about an app.
Listen. Why in the sky can I see an extremely bright dot that is going over the horizon?
We do not care.
Why can I see that? It's not a flying star. I don't know how to say that, but why can I see a flying dot sky? It is not in plane.
What? Because it moves in cycles around in the sky, so you can post-tick those cycles.
It doesn't mean anything, bro.
So what about technology going above your head? I don't understand. Why are you so hung up on technology that's above our head? Why is that something important to you? What I'm asking you is, how do you know that it's in space, like the vacuum of space? How do you know it's there? It could be just... No, wait a minute, man. You want to interrupt me? Like, I'm talking about it being in the place where you think it's going, as in where we're knowing that it's at. It's just high up in altitude, in the upper parts of our sky. You're saying that it's going to space. And I'm like, how do you know that? You're like, well, I got this app. What I'm telling you is it's just really high in space, in the sky, not space. So it's up really high in elevation. I can get that, but it's not going to your fantasy space idea, Lexa.
Okay, so why it is going so fast around the horizon?
Who cares? Who cares? It's not going to space.
So fast, you would burn up in like a second.
What? It's not going to your fantasy space, Lexa. It can be up in the sky. That's fine. Nobody's challenging you on that.
Because it is going.
But it's not going to your space.
Just a second.
It's not going to space, and you can't provide evidence for that either. That's why we're telling you.
Yes, I can. You don't.
No, you cannot.
I'm telling you. It's
no, you
been
can't.
10 minutes. I'm telling you.
There's
You
no
don't
evidence.
have the fucking
You got no evidence. You got no evidence.
See the satellite orbiting the Earth. You suck.
You got no evidence, and you know it. You got no evidence, and you know it, Lexa.
You are the dumbest crop mankind ever known, bro. This is
cool. Lexa, go language.
This is why sometimes I lost faith in mankind, bro.
Can we get
you lost faith in mankind? Because you don't understand what reality is, Lexa. You don't understand it. We're trying to tell you.
You are the dumbest crap I've ever heard.
You're spiraling, man. Cut it out. Can we get to the brass tacks of your claim? Basically, it goes like this. Why do I see a light in the sky if the Earth is flat? As if the Earth has to be a ball for that light to be there in the sky. But you already conceded on all three core premises of the globe, right? The curve, the rotation, the spin. You don't know how any of those were determined in the first place, right? So a light in the sky is not going to tell you that the world is this ball that you've never known it to be measured to be.
Why do I see a lot of lights traveling into the sky when I'm being... example. Okay, when website or something like that is telling me right now there's something that's going to fly above you in like 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later I see in fact...
Who cares? Is that a curvature measurement?
Why is it right? Why?
Who cares? Well, it's not in space. It's not in space. It's just in the upper part of the sky, Lexa. That's what I've been telling you.
Why is it... Okay, if it were to be in the upper side of the sky, it would burn up extremely fast because of the...
No, that's what you keep saying.
Bro,
you
travel the horizon this fast, you would have to go... Yes, you fucking...
You keep saying that, but you don't have no evidence, Lexa. You keep saying that, but you have no evidence.
You need...
That's a bit spicy. Yeah, that triggers all the Globers. Even Bro One was like, "What's the point of this?" Speaking Globers.
Yeah, they both left.
So I'll tell them what the point is. point is that they have a belief. And it has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with the search for truth or objective reality or anything like that. It's purely an emotional, psychological attachment to the idea. That's it.
Did you hear how he turned? Wow. That's crazy, bro.
I mean, it's the same thing. Obviously, B said it. Take away space and they spiral, man. They go crazy. Can't take that away.
I think
I
at
wanna read
some
this
point it sounded like
excerpt
he was banging on his keyboard, I think.
Yeah, he was pissed. He took his blankie away. Yeah, let me read this excerpt from an Alan Watts lecture. It always comes to mind when they talk about stuff like this. When a hero goes on an adventure and leaves his people and is going to a strange land, he can go away and just hide himself around the corner in an obscure house, and then appear a year later and say, I've been on a heroic journey, and tell all sorts of tales. And they say, prove it. Because they expect him to bring back something which nobody has seen before. And then they'll believe you've been on the journey. So, he's basically claiming that they went to some magical land and we're asking him to prove it. What did you bring back? What does he bring back? Nothing. So why would anyone believe it? You can't just go around the corner and claim you went to some magical place. Bro, what? You're in the chat saying, well, where did it go? Well, not to a not to this magical land you're claiming. That's for sure. Because what's the evidence?
It's the old replacement girlfriend again. If you can't tell them where it actually went, then it has to have gone to outer space. This magical fantasy land vacuum in the sky.
Man, TV reminded me, there's a movie from the 80s. Can't remember the name of it. But there's a part in the movie where, like, there's some Shangri-La or something they're looking for. And then this person says they found it, and nobody believes him, right? And he whips out an orchid that's supposed to be there that doesn't exist anywhere else. Right? Wow. He brought back that thing, right, to prove he was there. That unique thing. We're waiting for him to do that. Like, where's that unique thing? Because even the moon rocks that they said were unique are not unique.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm watching a show right now that's almost exactly like that. But yeah, you guys can't just claim you went to some magical place when you could have easily just went around the corner. You know what I mean? Well, the people on the ground are asking, well, where did the rocket go? Well, can't it have just gone out of your view?
They have it around the corner at the launch site at NASA. Underneath the launch pad is living quarters. This is public knowledge. They have an escape hatch, right? In case there's a problem, they have to jump off the rocket, and the rocket's going to blow up. They have a place where they can go underneath the launch pad that's safe from the blast. And they can live down there for something like 2 weeks.
Ding, ding, ding. It's literally straight out of the excerpt that I read out. Going around it literally says here, he can just go away and hide himself around the corner in an obscure house and then appear sometime later and say, I've been on a heroic journey and tell all sorts of tales.
That's crazy, dude. I would
say
just
prove it.
That's freaking crazy.
Exactly. So at the very end there, I didn't read this part out because he was kind of tying it into like going on a spiritual journey or whatever, a heroic journey. And he's basically saying if you do go on some type of journey, you got to bring something back then more than just saying, oh, man, it was a gas. It was amazing. You're going to need more than that. I saw the rocket go into space. Okay.
Kind of the same as coming back from sort of like coming back from a DMT trip and telling everybody you went to hyperspace with elves and aliens and stuff.
Pretty much exactly it. You're going to need to be able to put it more into words than like, man. That's kind of how he tied it up. But yeah,
No, they obviously don't have anything to bring back for us here. So. I think the one thing that the elephant in the room here is that if anyone was going to believe this stuff, it would have been us, me. I watched all the documentaries. These guys are coming in saying, what does it matter? Who cares? What? And in the same breath, he's like slamming his desk. It's real! It's real! Okay, if anyone was going to believe that it was real, it was me. It was some of the people in this panel. We cared. I watched all the documentaries. I don't know about you guys. Every single one of them. Carl Sagan, The Cosmos. Neil deGrasse Tyson, The Cosmos. All the videos. How much space junk is in space. Gravity, Vsauce. Everything. Okay. I feel like they're forgetting that we used to be believing in this stuff, so you can't just slam your desk and exclamate that it's real. What, are we supposed to just accept that?
The weirdest part about that is I used to think I was smarter than most people because I remembered a bunch of this shit and just watched TV.
That's funny. Kind of reminds me of the first time walking into like an MMA gym. Before you go in, you probably think, man, I could whoop a lot of people's ass. Then you get in the gym and you realize, wait a minute. I ain't whooping nobody's ass. So, it's kind of like
you get
funny
tapped out by a 130-pound dude if you weigh 200.
There you go.
Exact same thing.
I typed it out in the chat to our friend Lexa. I usually talk about it in terms of dancing, but like if you've never had a boxing match before and this was your first time sparring, who do you expect to win? Why do they expect to come here and win? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, and I usually put it in terms of dancing. It's like going on a show, Dancing with the Stars. Okay, we've done the rodeo. We've had this conversation with many people many times. We've had a lot of dance partners. For these guys, a lot of them, it's their first time doing the rodeo here. Why do they expect to lead the dance?
Because it can't be flat.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just showing they have two left feet. Because flat Earth is just outside. So if you're saying it can't be outside, well, malfunction, error. You're saying outside can't be outside. All right, well, you maybe need to go outside and fix that. Bro, one, you were in the chat asking, like, well, what does the whole thing look like? I was trying to help you understand that we're all in the same boat. You can't forget that you and I are no different. We live on the same earth. You don't have access to any special information. God didn't pluck me up and show me what this whole earth looked like.
They didn't pluck Bro up and show him what the whole earth looked like either. How should anyone?
Exactly. Know? Yeah. So you're like, well, Effie should have a model or a map, right? No, because you and I, neither of us know what this whole place looks like. I mean, you should easily understand that if I just took you to your outer space or your existence where you think everything exists, what does that all look like? Could you give me a little Lego representation? Could you give me a little model of what you think all of reality looks like? Probably not. I wouldn't even expect you to hand me something that would be representative of everything in existence. I used to believe that. I don't even know how I would represent that. So when you come to me and you're like, well, dude, show me what the whole earth looks like. How? I can't. You're not able to look at the earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You don't have that outside view. So I think that's where a lot of people get this wrong. is they're not looking from the right POV. You're here on the ground, on the Earth. You can't put your Indio came up with this freaking space patio, space porch. A lot of people just skip the POV of reality where you are on Earth. Open the door to the space porch and put their minds outside of Earth, outside of reality, and looking back. You're never going to get that view. That's not a realistic view of the Earth. They're going to show you that on TV, on a screen. I call it selfie vision. You don't get selfie view of the Earth. You can go up in the sky, you can zoom in, but you can't go out. And you can't zoom out to quote unquote see the whole Earth. So when people come and ask me, well, what shape is the whole thing? I have no clue. Neither do you, neither does anyone else, and that's there's a lot of mysteries, and it's not a gotcha that you or I don't know what shape this whole place is. We do know what the surface is doing. It's definitely not curving, especially not the water. And I don't know what the big deal is. Is it so difficult to understand water doesn't curve? If it doesn't do that, then what is it doing? The way I see it, can only be doing one other thing.
Seems difficult to believe that it does curve.
Man, you'd have a tough time in a speedboat. If it was curving.
I said that in one of my songs, dude. I was like, I'm gonna surf off the curve into your girl. But like, yeah, we'd be ramping off the curve if there really were like lakes that was a hill. Mr. Beast would have done a freaking video of ramping off a 10-mile lake into, I don't know, dude. Like, that's not real. Water doesn't do that.
Use the horizon as a jump.
Yeah, dude, we debunked the flat earthers because we ramped off the horizon. Yeah, where's that video? We can't do it because water doesn't do that. Period. I remember, so I talk about how we're in season 9, right?
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
Like in my first 1 or 2 seasons, I remember always saying, water in a cup, sink, bathtub, pool, pond, lake, ocean. It's all doing the same. So now in season 9, it took us all this time. And now we're on this, they couldn't figure that out, right? So now we have to turn it around. What do they think it is? They think it's a hill of water. If you think I'm joking, let's just check in with Bob, the science guy, and ask what he thinks.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
And I think we have another clip. Let me play that.
Maybe it was choke on my food. Just how assuredly he said, yes, it is a hill of water.
Yo, Indio, you forgot that, you didn't come in here earlier when this guy Nico was on. He said that Earth the celestial sphere has an infinite radius.
So it's flat?
That's what he said. It's infinite radius, dude. The celestial sphere.
Well, Golbers have also said a sphere of an infinite radius is a straight line. Yeah, they've said that. They've said a sphere of an infinite radius is flat.
Yeah, because if a ball is infinitely big, it wouldn't actually curve, would it? Curve would be 0.
Yeah, another flat universe there. Where's the edge?
Contradiction in terms, isn't it? Infinite radius.
Yeah.
can't have infinite. It's not even quantifiable.
Exactly. That's the meaning. That it's not actually quantifiable. Because there's always a number that will come after it, right? So quantify something is to actually count something to its, enumerate it to its conclusion, right? You quantify it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you have to count forever, you're not quantifying it. You're attempting to quantify it, but you're failing.
Yeah. It's almost like they're making an excuse for it being flat. If they say it's an infinite ball, yeah, the curve would have to be 0 because the bigger a ball gets, the slighter the curve gets. If it goes to infinity, wouldn't it just be nothing? So anyway, it's just a big circle jerk excuse for not being able to show any curve. They were talking about the celestial sphere, you said, though, right?
Which is completely conceptual.
Celestial sphere, yep.
Interesting.
Isn't Nico the shipbuilder? Is that the shipbuilder guy? From France?
Yeah, he came in the chat earlier. Oh,
he's the one who gave us our second Waterhill clip.
I was gonna say, Steve, you should play that clip.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you are all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
anyway,
why did you say that, bro?
Because
why did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on a sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on a ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You are on top of water. Yes, you are on top of the hill. Yes. Yeah.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
Another one down. Man. Another one down. Another one bites the dust. Yeah.
This shit's too easy.
I literally typed in the chat this morning. I said, this is too easy, man. Like, shit.
Yeah, we're playing this on easy mode. I don't know how we got here, but difficulty went way down.
Yeah, it's like they're... PewDiePie has a clip where he says, "It is evolving, just backwards." It's like, yeah, dude, our opponents somehow are devolving. Even though they think they're evolving, it's kind of funny. They just hit the Benjamin button
because they
like
started,
I guess.
you know, they started years ago with their best arguments, right? And those don't work. So now they're like going down to like the worst arguments. And now they're just totally into the realm of this nonsense. I'll just say some gibberish and say nothing is real, and I'm not even sure if I'm here. I'm a brain in a jar. That's like the last gambit.
Yeah. I mean, some of the crazier ones that I've heard are like, no, the horizon isn't the Earth curve. I'm like, dude.
It's come to the point though where they have to throw out all their classic proofs, all the stuff that they say they gathered over thousands of years because we did away with it all. And now the globe proof is going to come from some guy in his basement on his computer, right, measuring pixels or something. These guys that are arguing with us now, they have to claim to be the ones who are proving the globe, not all these people who supposedly have done it through history.
And to add to that, a heretic is how some of them will be like, oh no, a flat earther proved it's a globe.
Oh yeah, now it's us. Yeah, we did it. So yeah, forget about Alberuni and Eratosthenes, right? It didn't happen until 2020 or whenever, 2017.
Yeah, but the burn down the house fallacy too, man. Well, if we can't know, then nobody knows, and all of it's subjective. Nothing's objective, you know. It's all like you get into these reduction to absurdity mindsets, you know. Well, define is. Now, how about the? You're not defining the. What does the mean? And like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Yeah, define and.
does it mean to mean something?
Yeah. Right, so move over Eratosthenes. Now it's fight the flat Earth. He proved the globe.
Yup, he proved it with MS Paint in a horizontal scale function.
Yeah, fight the flat Earth, McToon. These are the guys who will go down in history with the globe proof.
Dude, it irks me how you ask them, okay, who did it and what method? And they'll go, well, you can do it like this. It's like, bro, why are you telling me how I can do it? Like, did you do it? Who did that?
It's like asking you to hypnotize yourself.
And what gets me the most, guys, you know this irks me. Hold on, let me Google it. No, you fucking ain't gonna Google it, motherfucker. You just came into the chat saying you know shit. Now you're Googling shit? What the fuck, man?
Yeah, hold on. Let me Google this thing I just said I already know.
Yeah, that was Lexa to a T right there. The whole time you could hear the clickety-clacky in the background. That's what's beautiful, I think, about some of us. I mean, I don't sit behind I'm a bad multitasker. I can't type in the chat and pay attention to the VC. I like to think at the conversation or focus on the chat. Or if I'm doing the soundboard, I try to focus on that. Like, I can't do this juggling act. And, like, I just lost my train of thought there. But
You actually pay attention to the VC, you'd make a horrible goaler.
I can't do multitasking either. I was driving yesterday and I said the core claims are curvature, spin, rotation. Oops.
Well, these guys, they can't even pay attention. Well, maybe that's because they're Googling. Maybe they can't multitask and they're just doing a really bad attempt.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to. That's what I was trying to say. Is like they're Googling it as they go. He comes in. Yeah, I know it. And then you could the whole time he's like Googling. Wait, what do I know? Hold on, wait, what am I supposed to believe? Yeah, it's like, bro, what the hell?
Okay, so you said gravity, right? Let me look up gravity because I don't know it, but let me look it up. Like, well, didn't you just admit you don't know shit? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do Googling it? What's that gonna do for you? The fuck, bro?
Yeah, and what ends up happening is what happened with Donald, where he posts just like a NASA.gov link, and you go, oh, okay, what's the citation in there, or is it in there? Oh, well, I didn't really read it. It came from Daddy, so.
It's so fun. Like, they haven't seen the proof yet, but they know it's out there and somebody's got it. Just have to Google it up. Don't know what it is, but it's got to be there.
CB, tell me you're going to get that Donald clip of him spazzing out about Earth not being a planet.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Yeah. I did.
Oh, man. He's like, you don't even know you live on a planet. Oh, my God. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, I want to hear
projection,
that.
That was a good projection cup. Damn it! I should have clipped it out when I had the chance. I'll go back and do it right now.
I've linked it. I've linked it in the admin chat and a timestamp.
Yeah, I can do it.
It's like a few seconds long, and I swear, the amount of time we get folk being like, "What do you mean Earth isn't a planet?" That's the perfect soundbite to play.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, his laughter. I think Clipcord can get it if you want, Wolfgang. Just announce it in chat right now. Clipcord is listening. Clipcord is always listening to us, so just announce it, and probably Clipcord can do it. Or TOS UK.
I can hook him up. I can hook him up because I know.
Let me post it.
I can.
Or wait,
that,
I think. Now, if you could do it, CB, I'm driving, so.
Yeah, I can do it. Oh, dude, it was such a projection cope, dude.
Yeah. And he did this fake laugh, and then immediately afterward was like, "So where am I? What are we standing on?" Like, you could tell it was like a total feigned fake laugh there just to cope with this worry that he's got. And yeah, Heretic absolutely just destroyed him.
He's just asking, wait, you don't believe what I believe? It's like, dude.
You don't believe you live on a planet? Yeah, man.
That's just like if you should do it again. You don't believe what I can. Yeah, he's like a total nerd, just.
Yeah, his little laugh at the end is like Disney movie nerd laugh. It's the most cliched nerd laugh I've ever heard. It's like someone out of the Big Bang Theory. But it'll be a perfect 3-second soundboard clip, honestly. But yeah, and I liked Alan.
All right, I'm on it.
Hero's journey that you were talking about earlier. It just to kind of tie it in with the rocket comparison. The equivalent would be like the guy says, "Oh yeah, I went on a massive journey to Shangri-La or something," and then someone in the village is like, "You know, I don't think he did go to Shangri-La." And then the villagers are like, "What do you mean he didn't go? We know he went. We saw him. He went round that corner." And then it's like, well, where did he go after going round the corner? Just like the rockets going over the horizon. Well, if you can't tell me where else he went, then he obviously went to Shangri-La. Like, that's the equivalent.
You can't give me an alternative girlfriend. You're obviously my girlfriend.
And yeah, that little French kid was really melting down. I've not heard a freak out like that in a while. I think he's probably in some cognitive pain.
Been a good couple days of freakouts.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, and someone also mentioned Mr. Beast. Imagine if we could get a campaign with like the entire Flat Earth community just constantly bombarding his videos saying, measure the curve. Right? Get pressure on his community to be like, come on, Mr. Beast, we found out that NASA haven't even measured the curve. Could you do it? That'd be funny.
But you know they're just gonna fake some shit though. Would that be good or bad?
Well,
just fake it?
You'd have to make it like very specific. It's the drop over distance. Like you've got to almost have like the orthographic view diagram of the tangent coming off from the observer and the distance between that tangent line and the second observer, the distance between those two. Mark it X. Say this is what's not being measured, so they don't just go bloody eyeballing a mountain. But yeah, I just feel like that would be a funny thing if it became a public enough thing, like, oh, everyone's asking Mr. Beast for Earth curvature, why is this happening? But then Mr. Beast's in a position where he has to respond to it in some way. I mean, he'd probably just say no, but I feel like that would be funny. Or just in general, old dude kind of brought this up in one of the mod meetings the other night, just the idea of putting together like a very short, succinct digital leaflet or package about Flat Earth, the server, open invitation to come and discuss. You know, a couple of memes, like something like an orthographic. I mean, this is just my idea of what, if you were going to make a very effective Flat Earth pamphlet with an invitation to come and discuss it, like here, what few pictures or images and points would you put on the front to capture people's attention? And I feel like this kind of drop over a distance, that exact value, marked with an X, this is what we're looking for, has never been measured. NASA's never measured it. And just get a little A4 page or whatever with an invitation here and just start spamming it to everyone on Twitter, the journalists, the Mr. Beasts, just something that everyone can easily spam. I thought that was a good idea, but I don't know if people have thoughts on that.
Yeah, dude, that is a good idea. I mean, anybody with a big name like that, you know, that's exactly how they got that guy that went up in a rocket. They try to attach it to Flat Earth, but isn't it that the Flat Earthers basically paid or did something to get their name on the rocket? I mean, that's kind of crazy that they chose that of all things. But it would be a similar type of deal, right? Like, hey, Mr. Beast, slap our logo on this thing or something. I mean, I kind of get where you're coming from. Just get our name out there with big people.
Yeah, just in general. I mean, we're a platform on YouTube or on the internet with decent content, and it should be a fairly simple and doable thing to get something that everyone, other than the server link, something that can, you know, give a summary of what we're talking about and what we do here. And then just start getting that sent around. Because, you know, like all these, like, little shitty journalists or YouTubers, I mean, not even folk with big audiences necessarily, a bunch of them would surely, for, if nothing else, what they think is going to be some funny content or whatever will come about. Like, I just think we're missing an opportunity. So I'm going to keep that in mind. I'll maybe have a look at see what I can come up with. But yeah, if anyone's got any ideas or suggestions, we can workshop it.
Sounds good.
Anyway,
I
good
got
stuff.
the Donald. I got the Donald clip. Let me load it in the.
Oh yeah, let me hear it.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
Planet?
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
See, I don't know if you should just cut it off right at the end of his nerdy laugh. I think you did cut it there.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. I wasn't sure because I noticed you said that. I noticed you said that he went like from that fake laugh to being serious pretty quick. I'm like, damn, you're right. He
does.
Literally
He does
no
do
gap.
that.
I shouldn't
He
have
does do
spoke
that.
though. I wish I hadn't said
Yeah.
anything, and it was just him. Yeah.
You gotta let it breathe. But yeah, the other his little follow up is funny, but for the soundbite on the soundboard, I think ending with the laugh is just too good.
all right. I'll trim that off.
Oh man.
Oh my god. You don't believe what I believe. Like hell no, I don't believe you, dude. The
I
hell?
measured the globe 20 years ago, but someone stole it.
Yeah, that was the most out of pocket thing that he said. He was like, my house got robbed. Like, really, dude? If you told your teacher your dog ate your home, she's not gonna believe you anyway.
Totally, and his excuse then changed to, "Oh, you guys won't believe it anyway, so I won't post it." Well, you don't have it. You said it was stolen. Like, you can't post it, can you?
Imagine these couple of crackheads coming out of old Donald's house with a VCR and some globe proof to show their friends. Man, you ain't gonna believe what I found in this house. Direct measurements of Earth curvature, bro. No way.
We got the telemetry data. Oh my god.
Didn't he also say that he didn't write the information down?
Oh yeah, he said he didn't write it down. But he's going to that effort and he's not writing it down.
Yeah, but then he said a bunch of times that he did write it down, and he did have it, but he wouldn't post it because we wouldn't believe it.
And he said it got stolen, and then finally he said he didn't write it down. So he's full of BS.
Oh my god.
Something's not adding up here, Donald. No wonder he's freaking out. You don't believe you live on a planet? Oh my god.
That just shows that he doesn't even know what he's arguing with. And that's what they do. They come here and argue with something that they don't know anything about.
Yeah. It's just defense. It's all defense mechanism. It's all self-soothing and protection. It's like, as long as I'm saying this, it's still alive. It's like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard. You could hear the cope in the voice.
oh man. Good old Donald. Anyway, great work, guys. It's been some good listening.
Well, good to hear from you, Wolfgang. Yeah, safe travels out there.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll continue to hold the fort down.
CB, how does this
After
mic
these
sound?
short messages. Are you in your car?
No, I'm at work on my desk. I got a little camera, the mic built into it here, so I'm just testing that out.
It's alright. We can hear you. Definitely not as good as your other one, of course, but I think we can still hear you.
I leave this one turned off most of the time because I got too much activity going on, text talking in the background, personal information or misinformation and stuff, so I just keep it quiet.
Copy that. Otherwise, chime in anytime.
Well, I'll be the first one to turn my mic on when we get that proof of the curvature.
Scavenged 2 clips from the webs recently. I'll load in the hopper.
Donald, someone tried to pawn your stolen globe proof.
We could probably make a funny skit about that. Like, flat earthers.
Well, we need Dave Chappelle, man. Like Tyrone Biggums with stolen globe proof trying to buy a rock.
Yeah, and you would take it to somebody who's super gullible. You know, some other globe head that's extremely gullible would pay a lot of money or whatever. You know how gullible they are.
Let's see, Kevin.
Because who would buy that? Not me.
Let's see, Kevin.
You know what sucks about all that?
Exactly.
Hello?
Yeah, we go.
Okay, my mic is acting weird. All these fucking shows that I grew up watching, like, you know, the one that they just posted, the one that they sell, like, all that stuff is fake. It's so sad.
Might be the best excuse I've heard in a while for no globe proof. I measured it 20 years ago, but my house was robbed. The ultimate dog ate my homework.
Exactly. Like, dude, even if you did tell your teacher that, she wouldn't buy it anyway. It's not even worth saying that. Why even bring it up?
I wonder if you listed it in the police report. What are you missing, son? Listed right here.
Is that listed on your insurance?
When I was in elementary school, walking to school, there used to be this one house, and they had a little squirrel monkey that they'd let go out in the yard and hang out in the tree. And he was out in the tree right by the fence one day as I was walking by, and he reached out to my bag. I had my lunch in, and I had my homework in there. He reached in the bag, ripped it, so he could get a cupcake or something out of there, and the homework fell on the other side of the fence where the monkey was. So I had to go to a school that day and tell him that a monkey stole my homework. He didn't believe me either. And that was a true story.
Pretty funny.
You had a monkey?
No, between my house and the school where I'd walk to, one of the people had a monkey that lived on that street. And they let the monkey outside, and there's a tree right by the fence. This fence is like maybe, I don't know, 5 foot tall, something like that. And I saw the monkey there, and, you know, I was talking to it. I thought it was really cute. And he reached over, he grabbed my lunch, and kind of opened it up. He ripped the paper bag, pulled out, I think I had like a Hostess cupcake or something in there that he grabbed. My lunch fell out at the same time, and it went on the other side of the fence. So I couldn't reach it, and I got to school, and I had to tell him, you know, that a monkey stole my homework.
I should have kidnapped that monkey and brought him to school the next day. If I wasn't lying.
Just funny, I wish we could almost flip it around. I've always done this. Just take the situation and flip it upside down somehow. So if he was a flat earther, would he accept the things that he's saying if it was the other way around? Oh, I proved it was flat. I just forgot. I didn't write anything down. Of course they wouldn't accept that. So why do they expect other people to accept such things? I don't get it. It's lazy.
Double standard. No standard. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Wolfgang.
Sorry, no, I'm just saying it's obvious when someone already knows that they can't provide a measurement of Earth curve because they're not even like going to Google to try and get who the mainstream would say measured Earth curve. So they end up saying, "Oh, I did it, but you know it was 20 years ago. Oh, I didn't write it down. My house got burned and set on fire." It's like, why would you even be doing this if the Earth was a globe? A bunch of people would have measured it, and you would not have to be citing yourself who didn't write it down and then got robbed or something. Like, it's not obvious. You've looked into this, realized that all the answers that the mainstream narrative are giving you are dog shit and aren't actual measurements. So you have to come up with a story other than that. Because anyone who's honest and who's just coming into this for the first time, they're like, okay, let me check with Google. Who has measured this? This guy, Eratosthenes. This guy, whoever, Alberini, whoever they might get. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
You're starting to break up, actually.
I think we got most of that, hopefully.
You'd think if it was a globe, they wouldn't have to go out and prove it themselves. Like, the classics would have been proof enough. Like, so basically, in a way, it's sort of like conceding that it never has been proven, but now I'm going to go prove it. But yeah, I mean, they'll take nothing for evidence for the globe because they have zero standards of evidence for that and impossible standards of evidence for reality.
There's no burden of performance on these guys. So you have to forgive me. I'm slowly working on this idea, but I heard this on Fresh and Fit. They'll say that some girls will they don't have the same burden of performance that, say, a guy does. And obviously, as a guy, you can't be some lazy Cheeto eating, in the basement, and then still be confident that you're gonna like get a bad B and all that stuff. You have a burden of performance to do more than that. And so when I heard that, I started trying to okay, how can I relate this to the Globers? They have a very, very low burden of performance on themselves. So they feel like they can still be lazy, not really do much. I can just Google it. I don't really have to go outside. Someone else has done it for me. I can be lazy in my basement covered in Cheeto dust and still have my claims be proven by someone.
It's like that meme where it's like flat earth research and it shows people using lasers and stuff, and it's like globe researcher and it's just like some fatso sitting on a couch in front of a TV.
Yeah. So it's like, and then, they also look at us like we have a higher burden. Oh, well, notice how they'll start applying a bunch of rigor to flat earth. Oh, well, where's your measurements? And did you do this and do that? When they have done none of these things. So, this is only like the second time I've talked about this, but yeah, Globers have a low burden of performance. They're lazy. They feel like they can still be in the basement covered in Cheeto dust and still, get things their way. No. A lot of us have done the work. So you don't just get a bad B by being in the basement. You have to do things. You have to accomplish things. So you don't just get the earth to be flat by sitting in your basement. You have to actually go out and do things, measure, test, observations, and so on. What's up, Eli?
There's a phenomena going on outside, right? And it's happening at the same time.
I told you it's him.
And it stopped happening at some point of the night. And I didn't think anything of it, right? Because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But I instantly came in here because if this was happening anywhere other than New York, I figured you guys would have talked about it, right? So I asked, so I didn't say anything. My peoples asked me, do you know what's going on? And I'm like, what's going on? She was like, oh, that's right. You don't watch the news and blah, 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 blah. I knew she was talking about this thing because I was like super interested, but nobody was talking about it. So I didn't bring it up. And she's like, well, the news said yada, 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 yada. And I'm like, okay, so what happened? What did they say? And she's like, well, the news said that the air quality, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what did they say happened? And she's like, I told you, the air quality. I'm like, you're not telling me what happened. You're just telling me the same shit I figured out when I walked outside. I know something's going on. What happened specifically?
I told you she fucked up.
And she's like, it's like nobody understands what we mean when we're like, what happened? So there's this phenomena that's happening outside where it's super fucking yellow.
You ain't have enough. I said,
And I'm like, why?
She put 330
Because
she said, right, because she thought it was this thing.
I don't know. It's like, it's so weird. It's yellow outside.
Elijah, yeah, I've noticed. I checked the air quality because I was gonna go for a walk yesterday, and it was like 119. Like it was like hazardous for those people with breathing problems. And I'm like, what the fuck? How's that like 119? Why is it so high? And I've been monitoring the air quality, and it's pretty high lately over here in the Midwest. But I didn't say nothing because I thought, normally it's probably just like high pollen or something. Maybe something.
No, suck my fucking balls. Something is going on in New York. No, it's not just that. That's why I be like, what? Like it's deeper than that. A phenomena is happening, and people turn on the news, and the news just says, "Oh, the air's dirty. Don't go outside." And they're like, "Oh, okay." I want to know. No, what the fuck
is a forest fire or something?
I'm in the East. How are we experiencing the same shit? What is going on?
So here's the funny thing, Elijah. They say it's a forest fire in Canada. But the thing is, I've seen the pictures from New York. And New York is south of me. And I'm in between New York and Canada. But the air in New York is dirtier than the air here. I just posted 2 images of the sun that I took yesterday that were whacked. This photograph does not do it justice. It looks straight out of like Star Wars or something.
I know, yeah. I tried to take photos too of my camera, like kind of corrected for it or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty accurate, I guess. But we were talking about that yesterday. AI is going to just be correcting all our photographs. It's going to be adding in the curve. It's going to be adding in refraction. So I think if we see too far, it'll hide half the object.
Are we dead ass saying that these are wildfires though? Like this is the second time.
That's what don't make sense, Elijah. Because if they're in Canada, I'm between you and Canada. That's the thing. How did it jump over me and go to you?
Right. So okay, so it's happening supposedly in Canada. You're above me, but the air quality here is dirtier than where you're at. Basically, is what you're saying. Or
yeah,
whatever.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
I just got a delivery from FedEx, and the driver was commenting.
That's the shit I hate. It's like there are wildfires, and that's that. Like I want to choke the shit out of people. I'm like, yo, it could be God walking on the earth, and the news will be like, oh, it's just like CGI. And people will go, oh, yeah, did you see that CGI? Like, yo, you're missing some type of event.
I'm like, stop.
Well, what do you think it is?
I feel you, bro. I feel that. Look at me and bro in the chat. You guys never heard of wildfires? Yeah, bro. Of course we heard that's what they're saying it is. But like, man, we talked about this before. You guys got to get out of this autopilot, auto-believe mode. Stop it. Whatever they say, you just go along with it. It's okay to question things.
Well, they've also evacuated people in Canada in certain areas. And Halifax, that was one of the places. So I'm going to post a map of where they say the fires are. Right? I'm like halfway in between Elijah and like where this smoke is. Like how did it jump over me? Like this, I don't get it. Of course, they say it's like they'll probably say it's the air currents or whatever. But that's a very weird air current.
Yeah, well, it's swirled around the curvature, bro.
Well, because on the East Coast, man, typically like storms come from west to east, right? And then they'll either come up from Florida, like straight up the coast, or they'll like just come straight across the Great Lakes, like in a straight line. They don't ever like come. I mean, they don't come down from Canada. Very rarely.
Yeah, but
and only usually in winter.
But gravity.
Oh yeah.
Why is the
didn't I
air
think that?
acting that way? Why is the air acting that way? What about gravity, huh?
Coriolis.
Oh man. So why do you think that's happening? The yellowness in the air.
Don't you smell it? Didn't you see what the news said? Obviously, it's wildfires that we can all experience all over the fucking world. Obviously.
Well, see,
People,
yesterday it smelled like
go back to sleep.
it smelled like wood yesterday. Today it smells like burnt asphalt.
What did it smell like when you went outside?
That's the answer. What's going on? Don't you smell it?
Well, I mean, if it smells like burnt stuff, then I don't know.
Yesterday it smelled like burnt wood, but only like in the afternoon and in the evening. And today it smells like burnt rubber. And like tire rubber, not, you know. But it's also, I can see blue sky, so I don't know, kind of weird.
And I have to believe this is a natural phenomena. Because humans can suck my dick with we're creating these supernatural disasters. I'm sorry, I'm not jacking that. I don't believe that. Like it, me personally, y'all can believe what y'all want. I just wonder what the fuck. How is this pot? Like, what is causing this? Like, could it be the angle to the sun exactly is specific? You know what I mean? Like, is the angle of the sun causing like fucking a massive wildfire like across some line? I don't know.
This is what happens when you don't like. This is what happens when you don't like clear forests, right? Like they do this shit in California where they don't like to touch the environment, and so you have all this shrub and like fallen trees and bushes and all this shit, and it just piles up, and eventually all that stuff will catch on fire.
High fuel loads.
And they don't clear that shit because they say it's like, oh, it's against nature and this and that, and I don't know, they don't want to touch nature. I'm like, well, you gotta clear shit sometimes.
Remember a few years ago, the sun was yellow, and they were saying it was like the sun was yellow. I mean, you guys, orange. It was orange. It was a dimmer hue than it usually is, and they were like it was wildfires then.
Yeah, I mean, the other day when I woke up, I went outside and it was really misty and it smelled like pesticides. And I was like, dude, I live in the fucking city. Like, why would there be like people spraying pesticides? It was really weird. The thing is, we don't know how far human technology actually goes, right? Because they don't tell us anything. They don't tell the public anything, so who knows?
Usually it's like 20, 30 years ahead of what they say to the public.
Man, they're really looking out for us when they say don't go outside. Like, I'm going to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't go outside. Yeah, I'll figure that out when I go outside and realize it's bad to go outside. Yeah. Stay in the house because you said so.
Yeah, what happened last time they said that? Yeah, flop. So, no thanks.
Yo, and here's the other thing. It's like hard to find out. Like I'm on actually Canadian. It's hard to find out where the fires actually are in Canada.
Has there been any like footage of it? Like,
well, like the articles say, that's the other thing. I can't find that either. So it's just stock footage, right, of trees burning. So it's saying it's in Ottawa and Quebec, right? But like that's what it says in like the articles. But then when I look at the maps, it's showing it's in Winnipeg, just quite a ways away. Canada's pretty big, so.
Doesn't that shit always happen in California? There's fires every year.
Yeah, it happens on the west side all the time, in Canada too.
So why is
the West
any different?
Does the West always experience this, or is this just?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's been like that for like the last, I don't know, 10 years or something almost, I think, here.
It's because they don't clear the forests. That's what happens.
Fire is supposed to clear the forest. That's the purpose of the fire.
Well, yeah, obviously, but you know, when you live in a society, humans can clear it as well, and so that you don't have those like fires. But they don't clear them because, you know.
Well, that's the edge. That's the double-edged sword, right? So when they clear it, and there actually is a fire, like the forest won't grow back once it's destroyed. Because it burns down. Typically, the larger trees will survive the forest fire, but when they clear out all the underbrush and like do controlled burns, and then they get out of control because of wind or whatever, then it ends up burning the trees. And then the trees are gone, and then the forest never comes back. Because there's a natural forest fire cycle, and if you like interfere in that, if there is a successful fire, that's it. That forest is gone. That section.
Hey, Elijah.
Yo.
Hey, did you see the map that I sent there for the Air Now map that I sent? I don't know where you're at on that map, man, but like there's some shit that looks like if you're in that darkest purple area, according to this, it's like there's high risk for like I don't know, carcinogens in the air.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's the same, bro.
He ain't in that. He's in New York City.
Well, yeah, because
that's what, Rhode Island and shit.
Well, this one.
No, that's like upstate New York, man. That's mid New York, Rochester, that area.
Yeah, Syracuse is like in the. It's right in the ground zero of this. Syracuse. What else? I don't know. These county names are, I don't know.
Syracuse.
The name.
Don't ever go there.
Well, it's saying that New York is like how the fuck? Why is New York the purplest?
Yeah, you see that?
Because Canada. No, I mean, if see, the propagation of this doesn't make any sense to me either. But I guess it would have to do with the wind as well. I mean,
are you out of that area though?
It looks like I'm. Let me see, Binghamton.
I just like in the red part.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Are you close to that, Indio? Close to that shit?
Well, I'm in Boston, so I'm like in the yellow part, the edge of the yellow. I can actually. Yeah, I can see blue sky.
Well, fuck, there's most of us. I'm in the yellow too. In the Midwest, I'm in Iowa, so I'm in the yellow as well.
So what are we supposed to do about this? Put like it's air. There's nothing we can do.
But listen, they evacuated Halifax. Halifax is in Nova Scotia. That is like you can take a ferry to Nova Scotia from Boston. It's a long ferry ride, but like why? That's on the eastern side of Canada, on the east coast. Like it doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
where they say the fires are versus the map versus who they're evacuating. Like these are all like three different things that don't match each other.
Well, I'm saying on this map, they're not affected. Halifax is not even in any color. It's just way out of the way.
Well, the only reason I know about it is because I watched a YouTuber and he was filming from a new place and he was like, "Sorry, they evacuated Halifax, so I'm filming from a new place. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know."
Yeah, because you do see it. I mean, like I was wondering for the past before everything got all orange and shit. Like it's like the opacity, whatever of the air is like, definitely a lot thicker. Cause it's like, damn, it looks like the sun is. I can see the sun rays and shit.
Fucking, there ain't no way you can wear a mask on this shit because that mask won't do shit.
Yeah, you'd have to wear like the special masks with like filters.
So pretty much everyone's fucked on this.
Yeah, it's nice knowing you guys.
Where are you at, Kel? Are you near this?
Hell no, I'm all the way down in Miami, dude. I'm fucking.
Oh, you're fucking.
I dodged that bullet.
You're way safe, dude. You're just nothing.
By the time it gets down here, everyone up there is already gonna breathe it in, and it'll be
Wow, dude.
I don't know. It's
what is staying in the house gonna do? It's air. Like, you know what I mean? Unless you got like, I don't even know. That's trying to have like an air purifier in this is like trying to stay dry in the shower with Q-tips. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. But what the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna go outside and breathe in the smoke? I mean,
the whole point is inside is outside. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, yeah, you're right, because the air from the outside has to be filtered, and AC and comes from the inside, from the outside to the inside. Yeah, but the AC itself, I don't know. My AC here has a filter in it. It does. I don't know if it filters out really thin stuff like smoke, and those particles might be too small. I don't know.
Either I'm gonna be okay or I'm not. It is what it is.
I think you'll be fine. There's people who, like, when you go camping, I don't know if you ever gone camping, and you're like right by the bonfire, like you're breathing in a lot of that smoke. And yeah, it doesn't really.
But this is sustained and it's throughout the air that you're breathing all the time.
It depends how much of it is in the air, right? Because I mean, it could just be a small amount that you might just start coughing up black stuff, right? But no big deal. Like that happens to like, you know, when you're in a campfire, you'll get like black stuff coming out of your nose, and you know, sometimes you'll cough up black stuff. Like your nose will like filter out a lot of it. Like if you breathe in through your nose will actually filter out a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Hey, has anybody ever seen anything spontaneously combust? Because the whole narrative behind wildfires seems far-fetched.
Yeah, I've been asking this question since last time they told me this. Oh, it's the wildfires bullshit.
I mean, in the news, like they usually admit that a lot of them are started by arson.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. That's all I'm saying is like this has to be a natural. I feel yeah, are wildfires natural? Yeah, but like I don't know, man. Because I mean, we're talking about this shit as if it's a new thing, right? Because if it was just wildfires, doesn't that happen all the time? And the guy from the West said, yeah, that does happen all the time. On the West Coast, I'm like, okay. I'm like, never really, no one's ever really said, yep, I don't know, man.
Yep, fires every year out here. Pretty standard nowadays.
It depends on the intensity of it, I think. But yeah, the fires happen all the time. I don't know. Would it be at the level of like a volcano? I don't know.
Usually not really till later summer, though. This is pretty early.
I sent something in chat. With the California wildfires, their cars were melted, but the trees were fine. So maybe in some instances, it's man-made, like actually intentionally started.
So are there videos of this amazing fire?
Yeah, I can send them across if you want.
I posted one video, but I don't know how legit that actually is.
No way to know for certain unless you're there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know.
That is kind of an interesting point, though, I will say. The only thing I can think of that comes to my mind that would spontaneously combust would be like a battery, but then again, that's usually not necessarily a spontaneous thing. That's something that has built up to that moment where it explodes because it's expanding and stuff like that. So I can't think of something that just goes into flames immediately just for no reason.
Damn, I'm looking at this and I'm sitting here like, is it CGI? Is it real? Right? This raging wildfires burn across Canada, sending smoke down the U.S. Video, Bloomberg television. But if this is really happening, man, my heart bleeds for the animals, yo, and all of the wildlife. It like that kind of fucking sucks for other creatures. Like,
now, all of those masks that people have been hoarding, it's a good time to pull out the masks and use them.
yeah, are they telling people put on your mask? Because this would seem more like the appropriate time to do that.
But no,
masks aren't gonna do shit.
Yeah, they can do shit according to like what these guys are saying that the particulates would go right through those masks, so it wouldn't help. Masks wouldn't help. They say staying indoors and being by your AC would be better until this blows over like in a day or two.
See, but what's crazy about it is look at how yellow shit gets.
You know that.
And it has to do with I don't know. It was just a lot lighter than it is now. And it's going to be a lot lighter than it is now later. And I'm like, what is it about what time it is that makes it so? I don't know.
Here's the problem. Nobody fucking knows, man. There are fires in Canada, though. That's for sure. But
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. What if this video was taken a few years ago or something, and they're just putting it up? You never know. These days, they use so much trickery.
I'm mad because when Orchid 19 was happening, they were using footage in New York on, for the New York hospital that was literally from the hospital in the UK. So I mean, I can't trust that this is like video from right now. I don't know.
If I knew what I found,
I'm skeptical because of specifically that you can't have hospital footage from somewhere else, and then change a little things here and there graphically, and it's like, oh look, this is a New York hospital. That's insane for the news to do.
They did the same thing when Trump was president. They showed pictures of kids in cages, and it happened to be that it was from the Obama administration.
Yeah.
So yeah, they lie about shit like that.
They also showed footage of a child stopping a tank and said that it was happening in Ukraine when it had actually happened in the Middle East and years before.
Yeah, you can't trust what you hear in the news anymore. I'm sorry if it's.
So there was that photo of the child in front.
You may be right, buddy. You may be right.
What is that?
Got to put in a position.
The Tiananmen photo, I think it's called. The child is in front of the tanks.
How is a kid going to stop a tank?
Yeah.
Has he got superpowers?
Well, it was just an example. Sorry.
When people look at like these pictures, for example, where it says, the most selective forest fire in history, and my whole thing is, what if it's not us? When I say us, I mean humans. Because this just seems. The directed energy weapons. I'll give you that, but at this level, how do we know it just isn't a natural phenomenon that they can't explain with the globe? Because if the sun is at a certain angle and there's a lens up there of some type, why isn't this possible based on the angle of the sun at certain times a year or whatever year that how do we not know that this isn't a natural event? Because everybody's quick to say that's our government doing that. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. That's a very easy thing to believe. It's way harder to believe that this is just some natural event. If you live on a globe,
even if something like that,
not a globe is possible. Anything is possible.
Yeah, I feel you. Even if something like that did happen, you pointed out how the news would come up with something else, and people would just, all right, yeah, that's what it is. So it's like people would miss it, even if something crazy did happen. It would go over a lot of people's heads, just because the news said otherwise, or whatever. I think you're making a good point here. Just to maybe I've kind of been reinvigorated lately as well. There's a lot more mystery to this place than we understand. There's probably a lot more than we don't know. So, I'm not so quick to just jump on simple answers. So, I feel you, Eli.
Yeah, I just don't like that.
If Effie has taught me anything, it's how to say I don't know.
For real.
Right.
I don't want.
I'm just saying, the directed energy beam fucking people, they are on fire right now. That's a very bad pun right now. They're like, yes, this is our time to shine. Churn out the news about the directed energy beams in the government. And I'm like, fam, this is so much more amazingly scary if it's natural and there ain't shit humans can do about it. Fuck causing it. What if there ain't shit we can do about this? You know what I mean? That's amazing and scary and miraculous, and I don't know how to feel. Shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out. You know, like just to be aware that something like that could happen. And if it does, would the news tell you? Probably not. Would they even know?
Hell no, they're not gonna. They can't tell you because this does not make sense on a globe. Because you can't. The sun hits in the globe paradigm. The sun hits the earth on the lit side with sun rays parallel. They're all parallel. This makes no fucking sense in that paradigm. So why would they tell people some shit is happening and we don't know? They would never be truthful about that. How are they going to explain it? China, based on the angle of the sun, at some point a few years ago, China had like this phenomena in the sun, the sky in Mongolia, where you could like you see these sun dogs and shit, and they're even like kind of connected and shit, and everybody started talking about Caustic Cup and all that, whatever that is, and it's like, but the rest of the world, let the news tell it, thought that China was creating new suns. You see what I'm saying? Like, dude, stop thinking that the Chinese government ain't making suns, fam. That's just something that can't be explained on the globe. So I'm tired of the government this and the government that. This is God's government, first and foremost.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's hard to understand.
Now.
Sorry.
That's deep. That's deep.
No,
that's deep. But I feel you. That doesn't come up here a lot.
It's not hard to understand.
Talking about.
It's not hard to understand.
Yeah, it's not hard to understand. Yeah, I agree.
Maybe like for a globalist, but
yeah, man. Once you have your they live glasses on for a little bit, I think you do have to have them on for some time. But yeah, I mean, the longer I've been in, the further I get into this flat earth stuff, the more mystery I realize there is. I said, I've been reinvigorated lately, and hearing Elijah talk about this, just adding more fuel to that fire. No pun intended. Jeez.
I mean, if 2020 told us anything,
Firefly's a terrible guy. Like, it feels horrible. This is the first time I do a pun where I'm like, "Ooh, that was bad."
Elijah, the conspiracy theorist. Yeah. 2020 told us everything. I mean, it was obvious that the whole narrative was just, some kind of control psyop that worked.
Yeah, so we got snacks in the back. DJ's taking requests, but we also have a vendor booth. We're selling They Live glasses. We got space beer. We got space insurance. We got. What else do you need? Oh, I'm selling space junk helmets as well. I'm actually running out of the space junk helmets. So if you guys, if you want one, you're gonna need to pre-order. So.
Oh, I'm gonna need one of those when I go on the trip to Mars.
Well, the space junk helmet you're going to need for here on Earth. You're also going to want to add on the space insurance as well, just because things will come crashing and falling and hit your car and your house and your head. So that's what you need the helmet for, and then you'll get insurance. Yeah, space junk helmet will protect you. I'm actually running really low on inventory. They've been really popular. So make sure you pre-order your space junk helmet to protect yourself.
Need
I
some
also have
duct tape,
space
too.
insurance. Well, if you want, there's extra tinfoil coverage. You can have your space junk helmet wrapped in aluminum foil, tinfoil. Just to protect yourself extra. So, I'm out here. We're just out here, helping the people out, giving them what they need.
Has anyone ever here, like physically, like not on like video or something, seen a meteor like actually hit the ground?
No, but apparently they did somewhere in China.
It's always not you and not us. It's never us. Nobody can ever witness it, but somebody over there did.
My bad, not China. I think it was Russia.
Like they actually found a chunk of rock that was not foreign to the world, to the earth. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's still like disintegrated, but they saw the impact or something like that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, man, because I've personally never seen rocks falling from the sky. But, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So make sure you guys get your insurance.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that. But I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Oh God!
You thought I was joking. You thought I was joking.
The propaganda is so scary because the way people react scare me. Like instantly, it's scary. I know that for a fact. There's nobody in New York City I could call right now that's not gonna annoy me with, a narrative. Like I wouldn't even bother. Like none of my friends, because they're like little mouse. Oh no! Look at the sky. What's going on, Eli? I'll tell you what's going on, and then they'll start telling you the shit that came from the news, and it's like, oh my God, I feel so bad for you, man. And I can't communicate with you because the moment I do try to communicate with you, you're gonna turn into Mr. Smith or Agent Smith. We've all seen it. So it's like a pain. We got to suffer through a lot of shit these times.
Well, let's not forget the fact that they are using something tragic. They're going to also make it to where you can't talk about the things that we are skeptical about because people will be virtue signaling. Like, think about all the wildlife that, is impacted by the wildfires and the people that have died, and how could you say that it didn't happen, and all of the virtue signaling, just to be skeptical about what's going on.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. I might have a clip just for that.
I mean, the issue is once you start, if they were to ever, if there was something supernatural happening right now in New York, right, that science can't explain, they would never reveal that. I mean, they would have to make it fall under the.
Mm-hmm. Dude, we know they would never reveal. I wish the news was an extension of us to where they're like, what do they call themselves? We're the watch, right? I wish you were. I wish when some unordinary shit happened, we could trust that they're the eyes that we don't have, or they're the expansion of our eyes where they could actually, on a broader scope inform us on shit. That would be amazing if that were actually true. And unfortunately, it's not.
And let's not forget how Disney has the ability to make you smell different things in certain areas of the park to trigger certain senses. to trigger certain
Oh,
senses.
come on now. Don't fuck my head up with that right there.
Hey, man.
Sorry, my son was trying to say what time it is, and he's distracted me. But I was trying to keep my line of talking and point that I was making pretty clear.
They have sections now in Disney World that'll make you turn gay.
I don't know.
Oh my.
Well, they make it smell like popcorn at certain areas so that you'll stop and buy food, and then they'll, don't forget that this is a thing that they can do.
I've heard this.
That's
I've heard this.
That's a fact.
But yeah, Kim, to your point about like asking questions, I wanted to play a clip about that. This is 1 minute.
The anti-establishment people are the most annoying people in the world. You know why? Because all they do is ask questions. And there's nothing more annoying to the establishment than those who ask questions.
You know, some people might say that what that is also called is getting red pilled.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So whether it's politically, whether it's in relationships, it's like the understanding of like everything that you thought that you knew, maybe it ain't that true. Everything that the government told you, everything that we learned during the last couple of years, hey, you can trust this, trust the science, trust Fauci, trust whatever. Who got canceled? People asking questions. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Where's that mask?
Hold on. You're telling me the Wuhan lab? Mm-hmm. What? We can't talk about this lab leak? Well, okay. Yeah. You can't talk about the mask thing? You can't talk about, hold on, women are supposed to be, everything nice, sugar and spice and everything nice. Hold on, we can't hold these women accountable? Hold on, women deserve less? Why? Why is that? This is getting red pill. So in many facets, what we talk about is becoming a free thinker.
Asking questions. Powerful move there.
Yeah.
You know what really fucking pisses me off? People who are like conspiracy theorists, right? Who, like, let's say like Alex Jones, right? They will question everything, right? Then they'll have an open mind with everything, but they won't touch flat Earth. Stuff like that really pisses me off.
Red flag.
Their open-mindedness is not our open-mindedness. Their open-mindedness is a religion. Because you see how some people believe that the virus was created. Oh shit! Can I not say? Okay, I can't say that probably. Some people talk about this Wuhan, blah 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 stuff, and it's like you're only saying that because they told you not to talk about that. This is all still information that was carried to you.
I'm thinking.
You know what I mean? So it's like even in the way that Alex Jones thinks is purely religious and man-made, meaning he's manipulated to think that way, if he really does think that way.
Yeah, scripted. Or prescriptive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. They will question everything. They'll question aliens. They'll question the government. They'll question this. They know the government's lying, right? Why the fuck? And NASA's part of the government. Why wouldn't they be lying? Especially if you have like data and like proof that the Earth is flat that we can show. I don't get it. Like I know what Elijah said makes sense, but I still don't get it. How they can filter out everything. I
don't get it either.
How they can just question everything, but then somehow filter out that one part. And it's obvious that they're censoring it, right? And usually when they're censoring something, these people, they kind of get attracted to it and they kind of want to find out more of it. But for some reason, this one topic, flat Earth, no, we can't touch that. It's got to be a globe.
So those with the They Live glasses on, that's your cue. That's your heads up. That's your red flag. If this quote-unquote person, this conspiracy guy, can't talk about certain subjects, well, I'd head in that direction. Because
they think flat Earth is
cue right there.
the reason that the Earth can't be flat, like they're gonna phase it something. They might phase flat Earth in, but that's gonna take us dying and a new generation to slowly change the narrative. Which obviously that's easily doable. They don't give a shit about us right now. Like we're just a thorn in their side. Like, but they'll be dead. We'll be dead. But for the future, though, they know what they're setting up for their children and shit. But like the whole thing is this thing where the thing about the globe is it answers a lot of questions that really aren't answered. What's going on with the Mongolia suns and shit? It's a globe, therefore the scientists know all this shit. Therefore, yeah, they're making some fake suns. Oh, what's up with well, man can do a whole lot. Therefore, they could engineer some shit that would like it's an easy answer versus oh shit, something's happening, we don't know and we can't stop it. Like what if the Earth wasn't a globe? You couldn't answer the questions that people would have concerning the sky right now. But they think something to do with the Earth spinning and so I'm sure of it. Like even if this isn't the official narrative, the Earth is spinning a certain way, and so it's being spread and propagated this way because like people are making shit like that up as we speak. I guarantee it because of what they believe. Because of the program that's downloaded into their mind, they can only see the world through that program. And that's what heliocentrism does, because ultimately there's an authority for that. There are people out there that can see things we can't see. Therefore, when they say jump, we say how high. Because we're just trying to be safe. Tell us what to do. You're an extension of us. That's why when people come in here and we attack certain facets of quote unquote government or the people running things, they're personally offended because what's the globe is supposed to be an extension of our humanity. That's why they can't take it when we say no, that shit's bullshit, man. But we may as well be cancer to the program that is heliocentrism right now.
Well said. And you can see what happens with the last patient, Mr. Lexa. The slamming of the keyboard and the high-pitched voice. Yeah. Took away his blankie, and you saw what happened.
Really? He was slamming the keyboard?
You don't know that outer space is real. It's real. I tell you, outer space is real. I mean,
he definitely punched his. There was a desk punch or two for sure. Had a lot of emotion evoked.
Damn, time out.
We call that furniture abuse.
Was that really somebody in here?
Alexa, oh, dude, yes. You missed it. You just missed it.
I missed it, guys. I missed it.
He was 14. Wants to be an astro, something. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Clipcord clipped it out. Mayhem shared it. Might be able to pick it up. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, we were talking to him and his brother earlier today. Came
Hey
back for round
Alexa.
2.
Hey Alexa, play Spiral.
Exactly.
Oh, Elijah didn't hear his Spiral, right?
No, I was
play it for him. Mayhem, I didn't know you were here. Play it for him, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, the Spiral. It's gonna be a classic. It's an instant classic.
So much emotion. So much.
All right, give me a second. 10 minutes. Here he goes. Because you don't know. I'm going to ask you, Lexa, do you know where the rocket goes when it goes out of sight?
Yes, I know.
Okay, how do you know?
I know because you can see it in the sky.
Yeah, and then after it disappears from your view, where does it go?
Well, you can see it. As I said, there is satellite. If you are careful at night, you can see, little flying dots flying.
You went from a rocket to satellite, Lexa. We're talking about the rocket. I don't care about satellites right now. We'll talk about those later. But the rocket
can stay in orbit, in debris, or just burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. How do you know that it goes into space like you think it does? How do you know that?
I can see the payload is launching.
What?
I can see the plane. Oh my god.
What did you say?
Rocket has payload. Yeah. And this payload goes into orbit or goes further. It's not the case.
Yeah, you're saying that it goes into orbit. You're saying that it goes into orbit, but you don't witness it go into orbit. You just see a rocket.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, listen. Into space, into orbit. Let me explain. For example, when I'm looking at, the ISS, I can see.
That's a satellite. That's a satellite. It's not a rocket. That's not a rocket. Talk about a rocket. Don't talk about a satellite.
Launched by a rocket.
Well, then talk about the rocket, not the satellite.
Well, as I said, the rocket just burned up in the atmosphere. You can even witness it. But the thing
is, does it come back down? So does rocket come back down?
Yes, but it comes back down in
action. Then. All right. So then if the rocket comes back down, it's not going into where you think it's going, right?
Well, as I said,
answer my question. No, answer my question. Answer my question. Does a rocket come back down and it doesn't go into space?
I'm gonna explain to you. There is.
No, you're gonna answer my question. You're not gonna explain. You're gonna answer my question.
Because
yes or no? Does a rocket go into space? Yes or no? Does it come back down?
Answer.
No, it comes back down. It comes back down. No, you're not giving me. You're not giving me straight answers, so you're not allowed to continue.
You are so fucking stupid. You don't even let me explain.
Because you're not being honest.
Rocket has multiple stages.
The first so what?
The first
how do you know? How do you know that the third stage goes into space? How do you know that?
Because I can witness it with my own eyes.
Where? You're seeing a rocket go away from you. That's it.
You have fucking application app. Sorry, that can tell you when there's space debris, satellites, or just the ISS itself into the sky.
Yeah, but what?
So that's not you seeing it. If you have to look at an app on your phone, then that's not you seeing anything go anywhere.
On the phone, tell you when to look, and when you look into the sky, you see a flying dot that's going above yourself.
That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's a satellite, not a rocket. We're talking about a rocket.
You so fucking dumb. That's not possible.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb for thinking that a rocket goes in space.
You are dumb because
you brought rockets into this. You're
the one that said this. You're the one that said rockets go to space and they come back down, don't they?
That's what
rockets come back down. You're saying that satellites are in space, but you're talking about rockets going to space.
Listen. Okay, you want to listen to me?
No, I want you to tell me how rockets go to space when you know they come back down.
If you don't want to listen to me, I can explain to you.
I don't want to hear you explain about satellites.
And then you tell me I don't want to listen to you.
Tell me about rockets going to space. Tell me about rockets going to space, Lexa. That's what I want you to tell me.
Okay,
not satellites.
Listen to me. Listen, please. Rockets has multiple stages, and the first stage is usually just boosting the rockets up into space. Then, when the first stage finish burning off its fuel, the second stage is released, and that one is putting itself into orbit. And usually, the second stage or the first stage is staying into orbit forever.
Yeah, that's what we're told.
Unless it is not high enough, and it is slowed down by air friction.
Yeah, Lexa, that's what we're told. How do we prove this is taking place?
Hang on.
Listen to me.
Yeah, third stage is not going into the vacuum of space. That's where your fantasy begins. You don't witness that, do you?
I do.
Where do you witness the third stage in space? You show me where the third stage is in space. How did you witness that? How did you witness the third stage going to space?
I witnessed that first in my life.
The third stage. No. Not the first or the second stage, the third stage. Because the other two fall down and you said the third one stays up there, right?
Yes, and you can
Okay. No, where? How?
This guy, I just like told you, there is an application.
You're lying. You're lying.
Tell you
an application.
For 1 fucking hours, I listened to your fucking explanation. It doesn't mean anything, and now you don't even want to listen. 30 seconds. How stupid are you, bro?
Because you're not giving us evidence. Alexa, you're not giving us evidence that rocket. No, you're not. You're showing us that an app is telling you that it's up there. I don't want to look at an app.
And when the app is telling you, just look above and you fucking see a dot in the.
Dude,
that's not a lie.
You don't, dude. And you keep flip-flopping too. You brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite, right? Hey, you brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite. You have a claim that rockets go into outer space, right? And instead of actually demonstrating it, all you do is just reassert the claim over and over and over again. We want verification for the story.
Real quick. I just want to ask Lexa, next time when you're done with all this, go back and watch all your little rocket launches, and you'll see that there is no video of what you're claiming. Everything turns into a computer graphic on the screen.
Alright, complete footage of their
No, you don't witness it going to space, Lexa. You just see the app, or you see the app. Listen, hang on, man. Because you see the app or you see a computer screen. You do not see with your own eyes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You don't.
Listen.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You want to lie. Go ahead and lie to me. Lie to me, Lexa.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something.
Lie to me. Go ahead, lie to me.
You know, when I'm going into the app that is telling me, for example, for the ISS, the International.
Why are you talking about a freaking app, dude? You're talking about an app again. I don't want to know about an app. You say you witnessed a rocket go to space.
I'm just telling you that the app is just telling you when to.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about an app.
Listen. Why in the sky can I see an extremely bright dot that is going over the horizon?
We do not care.
Why can I see that? It's not a flying star. I don't know how to say that, but why can I see a flying dot sky? And it is not a plane.
What? Because it moves in cycles around in the sky, so you can post-tick those cycles.
It doesn't mean anything, bro.
So what about technology going above your head? I don't understand. Why are you so hung up on technology that's above our head? Why is that something important to you? What I'm asking you is, how do you know that it's in space, like the vacuum of space? How do you know it's there? It could be just... No, wait a minute, man. You want to interrupt me? Like, I'm talking about it being in the place where you think it's going, as in where we're knowing that it's at. It's just high up in altitude in the upper parts of our sky. You're saying that it's going to space. And I'm like, how do you know that? You're like, well, I got this app. What I'm telling you is it's just really high in space, in the sky, not space. So it's up really high in elevation. I can get that, but it's not going to your fantasy space idea, Lexa.
Okay, so why it is going so fast around the horizon?
Who cares? Who cares? It's not going to space.
So fast it would burn up in like a second.
What? It's not going to your fantasy space, Lexa. It can be up in the sky. That's fine. Nobody's challenging you on that.
Because it is going
but it's not going to your space.
Just a second.
It's not going to space, and you can't provide evidence for that either. That's why we're telling you.
Yes, I can. You don't.
No, you cannot.
I'm telling you. It's
you can't.
10 minutes. I'm telling you.
There's no evidence. You got no evidence. You got no evidence.
You can see the satellite orbiting the Earth.
You got no evidence, and you know it. You got no evidence, and you know it, Lexa.
You are the dumbest crop mankind ever known, bro. This is
cool. Lexa, the language.
This is why sometimes I lost faith in mankind, bro.
Can we get
you lost faith in mankind? Because you don't understand what reality is, Lexa. You don't understand it. We're trying to tell you.
You are the dumbest crap I've ever heard of.
You're spiraling, man. Cut it out. Can we get to the brass tacks of your claim? Basically, it goes like this. Why do I see a light in the sky if the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
As if the Earth has to be a ball for that light to be there in the sky. But you already conceded on all three core premises of the globe, right? The curve, the rotation, the spin. You don't know how any of those were determined in the first place, right? So a light in the sky is not going to tell you that the world is this ball that you've never known it to be measured to be.
Why do I see a lot of lights traveling into the sky when I'm being... example, okay, when website or something like that is telling me right now there's something that's going to fly above you in like 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later I see. In fact,
who cares? Is that a curvature measurement?
Why is it right? Why?
Who cares?
Well,
it's
Nora,
not in space. It's not in space. It's just in the upper part of the sky, Lexa. That's what I've been telling you.
Why is it okay? If it were to be in the upper side of the sky, it would burn up extremely fast because of the.
No, that's what you keep saying.
Bro,
that you
to travel the horizon this fast, you would have to go as. Yes. You fucking.
You keep saying that, but you don't have no evidence, Lexa. You keep saying that, but you have no evidence.
Hey, you need.
Wasn't that kid like 14 years old?
He wasn't. He is.
Oh, okay.
Spicy meatball and mozzarella.
It's crazy to me how someone that young
You see what I'm saying?
can be so
Look,
sure of
look,
himself.
it's bright as fuck outside right now. It was just super yellow. What could possibly cause that? I mean, I hate those what could possibly be doing that questions, right? But I'm just saying, what if it has to do? All right, never mind. My bad. I'm going back on mute. I'm going back. Forget it. Never forget I said anything. I have to think about this more so I can make what I'm saying make sense before I just bleh on the live stream. Sorry.
Well, it's good because now people are going to go outside and they're going to notice it too. Well, at least some people will. Because I'm about to go out there now and I'll report back when I get back.
I'm afraid, man. I'm honestly afraid. It's like if I can't breathe like fresh air, it's like what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Like, there's nothing you can do.
I hope you inside.
This is the problem with how we live nowadays, where we're like stuck in one place, and a lot of us are kind of like fucked if something happens there.
That's deep.
Favorite line from that clip: "You are the stupidest crap I've ever heard."
He also, that was just a 10-minute clip of his spiral, but he actually spiraled more than that. Go watch the full clip. He had it was a lot longer than that.
That was insane, Biggie. It's like you're at a daycare and you got the baddest kids and you're like, hey, sit down. Don't you put your hands in that stove. Hey, like you're running a race.
Exactly. They don't even realize it too, man. Like they think they're the teachers.
Yeah. I feel like the truth happens within the spiral. I think that whole encounter with the truth is just like it's gonna leave an impact. That's gonna leave a mark one way or another, man. Because he couldn't get past the wall of trying to provide his point, and I think those guys get really frustrated and mad because they wanted to have their point asserted. So he's completely dominating his brother, his older brother, that little kid, that 14-year-old. He's dominating his brother. His brother's totally like. Whatever his younger brother says, he's like, yeah, he's a smart guy. I mean, I don't know nothing. Like, just talk to him. I'm like, dude, what a fucking... What?
Well, at least not on this topic, right? Not on this topic, because he probably is with his brother in the realist level. He can see good things of his brother, obviously. But then on this topic, he's in the real East level arena, and he's kind of lost.
No, the little one is telling the older one.
It's possible that you have like a 19-year-old and a 16, 15-year-old where, you're the dumb jock and you know that your brother is like nerdy as shit and you're like, whatever, dude, can you just give me a can of soda? Like, you know what I mean? That's possible.
Yeah, that's what's going on. And I think that's kind of how he views it. But the younger one is capitalizing on it. He's saying because he knows this, that he's not going to allow his brother. He was saying that earlier. He's not going to allow his brother to like look at this stuff. So
he doesn't want the big guy. He's also probably the first time he ever heard of this. They're probably around the same bubble of mentality in these topics. So this is new information for him as well. But he's more open. He's a little older. He wants to listen a little more. But he wants his brother to be. He doesn't want to crush his brother's dreams, right? He can't do that at the moment. I don't think.
I think it's probably a situation where like the family sees the younger one as like the smart kid, right? He's the nerdy one who studies all this stuff and he knows all these things, and they're probably like real proud of him, and it's just super disillusioning for him to go through this.
Yeah, and he's super enabled too. So he's a super enabled kid who's they never had him tell him no. He gets everything he wants, like whereas the older one probably had a rough time growing up. So this one's like totally enabled, whatever he wants, and it gets everything his way. So now when you say no to him, he's throwing a fit. This is a classic case, man. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one.
And he thinks he can say whatever he wants because he's smart. So everybody has to listen to him. Yeah, that spiral was a lot longer than that.
He kept saying, like, you're not listening to me. It's not like he wants to be listened to. He wants you to just accept what he's saying.
Yeah. He wants you to capitulate. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he means by listen. Like, no, listen, right? I'm going to say this, and then you just, take it.
I'm pretty sure he's good at doing that. Yeah, go on, Elijah.
I was just asking if anybody grabbed that clip from early this morning. We were up kind of late, like 1, 2 o'clock, and I was talking to that. What's his name? The Sea Orc? Well, something with a C or something. I don't know. With the white and black background symbol.
Chong.
Chong, that's him. Yeah, we had a pretty funny conversation last night.
Oh, he said he can destroy flat earthers, but I invited him here from Cogdis. I got him out of Cogdis and put him in here. And I said, go ahead and unmute your mic so we can have a discussion. He never did that, so he went back to Cogdis. He said he was charging his phone because it was at 6%. Or on the text chat, but he never opened his mic.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, go ahead, Kim. It's all good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, I remember Chong being in here being drunk while I was doing laundry, and he kept saying, why aren't we doing more NASA this and NASA that? And Elijah chimed in, and Heretic was also chiming in, saying that we are doing something. We're literally here volunteering our time, exposing the nonsense. And Elijah told him about an audit NASA. So he was that guy. So he was in here LARPing drunk.
Yeah.
And then last night happened.
So he does come on audio.
Yeah, he was playing as a flat earther at first. And actually, to be honest, I'm not even sure which one the LARP is. I think they're all LARPs.
Yeah, and they don't really follow the scientific method anymore. They just like kind of like, the pseudoscience, like just make up whatever the fuck they want.
You said they don't follow the scientists. Yeah, this is where that BYOB comes in. The B is already provided. The claim of the globe is already provided. We got bowls of punch, plenty of it for everybody. So there's no need for people to bring their own ball, if you will. So yeah, like you said, I think if I heard you correctly, you said they don't even follow the scientists. You're right, because they're bringing their own claim, their ball claim. So there's no BYOB necessary in here, folks.
We're having a bring your own ball party.
It's like, what's the point of that anyway? The last guy was like, you flat earthers are so stupid. Well, we're stupid because, in their eyes, because we're supposed to drop what we think and get back on this quote-unquote globe. That globe, not these random, vague ideas of a globe that these people bring to us.
It's not only that you're supposed to drop what you think, you're supposed to drop thinking altogether.
Yeah. Shout out to Donald C. He was like, why don't you believe what I believe?
Right.
It's because we have a thinking brain, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't require any thought to just go along with the mainstream opinion. Just think what everybody else thinks because that's what you're supposed to, because that's what everybody else is doing. So they want you to just stop thinking altogether.
Yeah, precisely. Man. Yeah, it's stupid. I just, season 9. We're in season 9, and now I'm starting to realize, they're trying to do some BYOB in here. They want to bring their own ball. Nah, you can't do that. Because this comes in many cases. They'll be like, yeah, you can see curvature from an airplane. Okay, that's you bringing your own ball claim. Because the claim of the globe doesn't involve you seeing curvature from an airplane. So you just brought that, you just got your own globe now.
Well, the globe isn't working, so they need to come up with their own globe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Since the claim doesn't work, mine, I can see curvature from an airplane. Okay, so which one are we supposed to believe in? Your random backyard ball that you brought, or the one that Google says I'm supposed to believe in? Yeah.
Backyard ball. Love it. Doing some backyard globing out here.
Yep. Exactly. If they even go into the backyard, more like they're in the basement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they don't even go outside and look at the thing they're making all these claims about. That's the funniest part.
That's what's funny about the last clip with the kid Lexa.
Yeah, get an app.
Yeah, exactly. Mickey asked him over and over and over, what do you see exactly? Oh, I saw this thing disappear. Okay, that's what you saw. So what is that? What's happening? Well, it's going into space. Well, but you didn't see that though. But on the app. It's too good, man. It's too good.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
They're more inclined to just read out of the textbook. The textbook says this, but reality says this. We'll tell them no. Reality presents it like this. They're like, oh, but the book says. So what are you going to go with?
Yeah, the book is a reference. Show me the demonstration that the book is based on. Show me the real thing that the book is based on. Oh, gravity does do things. Okay, where? Oh, the guy picks up a pen and drops the pen.
Man, it's so stupid because think about what they're saying. Hey, a guy dropped a pen. That means that the Earth is a ball.
But your pen drops, doesn't it?
Yeah, so must be because we're on a ball and stuff sticks to it.
Does that mean, based on that logic, does that mean that if one releases a helium balloon, that's an anti-gravity device, right? Because
you're asking too many questions.
Yeah, dropping the pen to grab. I mean, it's not just dropping the pen; it's picking up the pen, then opening your hand, and it will drop to whatever surface is below. Gravity.
You guys.
Gravity. Then
we got
it's a helium balloon, therefore anti-gravity, right?
We got Yes that just entered the chat. Yes, are you there?
No. I was expecting that.
No.
Hey, Yes, are you there? Your VC verified. It says you got a Muslim tag on there. Okie dokie.
now.
It's crazy because. Oh, my bad. Are we getting it? Are we getting things rolling?
Well, he didn't respond. I thought he was going to.
For you, Elijah, to get everything rolling.
Go on.
Oh, I'm not, because I'm just looking straight up at the sun. Like, do you guys know how hard that is to do, even on a cloudy day? Like, because the clouds and the light is so bright that itself makes you tear up and your eyes sting. Even when you look in the direction of the sun, even when not when it's like cloudy OD, but this kind of cloudy. I mean, to be able to look at the sun and it's like orange, like that never happens.
All right, we got Render that just entered the chat. See if he's there.
I've seen it like that, bro. I've seen it before in the Caribbean like that. Even in the US, it's look kind of similar. But you know what? Can you share a picture of what you're looking at right now, bro? Can you? Let me see.
All right. Yeah, we got Render that entered the chat. Render, are you there? Hello, Render. You can unmute your mic.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on? And 2 questions. What is your position on the topic of the server?
Well, it's been a while. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I was super into this stuff. I am a friend of Loggy's, if you know Loggy. Let's see. My position on it? I don't really have a position on it. I'm very apolitical. This stuff's not my focus right now. But I saw a lot of people in the chat, so I just want to see what you're talking about.
What is apolitical?
Nothing to do with any of that. Doesn't interest me.
So you came into a chat room of something that's very provocative, and you have no interest in it whatsoever.
I am very neutral. Well, not even neutral. I'm just what's the word? Not on the fence, not on the side. I'm watching from afar.
Okay, so when you come into the chat, you can just be honest, man. Just say, look, kind of curious. What do you guys have to talk about? Because I think the Earth is a globe, but can you guys give me some information, perhaps? You know, there's other ways to go about it instead of saying, like, well, I don't know anything, man. I'm just like, you know, very ambiguous. Don't count me in. Just I want to be a fly on the wall, like, you know, because we want to talk to real people. That's all.
I used to be very into Hollow Earth theory.
Okay, so that's where you're leaning towards right now, Hollow Earth?
It's a couple years ago, yes, probably.
What are you right now? Hollow Earth still, or is it
just kind of in my own zone, man. I don't know what's going on in the next state.
Yeah, but like, you know, it's just we're just talking, man. Like, so you could say, hey, I'm leaning towards globe again or whatever, you know. Just what's your opinions, man? That's all.
Maybe simulation. Maybe
simulation.
Oh, the Matrix.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so maybe simulation, but right now it's not a globe in your mind. Like, that's not what it is.
Well, you mean like a round thing, right?
Well, what a globe would be to you. Did you ever go to school?
It's been a while. Hold on. I have to remember school.
You don't remember if you went to school?
I did. It's been a while.
Okay, so, well, in school, did they teach you about the globe?
Yes.
Okay, so from that, do you think that what they were saying has some valid points that it could be a globe?
I was always just more concerned about what was in front of me and not what's beyond. I wondered why they weren't looking into the oceans and why they're looking into what's above us.
So definitely not a globe in your mind, even if they were presenting it to you, right? I mean,
I don't have a take on it.
You don't have a take on it. You could say that, you know, they presented it. I don't really think that it was. So, you know what I mean? Like, just have an honest conversation. That's all we're asking.
Maybe skeptical.
Okay. You're skeptical of the information that they were presenting to you. And, coming into this chat, that's all we're asking is like maybe a position you can tell us so we don't mislabel you as a whatever, Glober. Or, just say, hey, look, this is what I think. You don't have to be afraid because that's your own opinion, right? That's what you think. That's the only thing we want to know.
Huh. Yeah, I just say skeptical.
Of the globe.
Sure.
Sure? You don't sound sure. I don't want to put words in your mouth, man. You got to be like telling me what's going on with you. What's your position? That's all.
Well, I'd say globe skeptic over flat skeptic. Does that make sense?
Globe skeptic over flat skeptic?
Yeah.
So you're on the fence?
Sure.
Okay.
Bro. You don't have to tap dance. You don't have to be a flat earther to be here. Like
I think what he's saying,
there's some cool people that come in from the globe side. So I don't necessarily agree that there's this. I just don't think that there really is this like. We're all on the same boat together. So when we turn to you, go, oh hey man, what's your destination? You're like, I'm just here. Look at me like a cameraman. It's like, no, dude, we're all in this together. We all live on the same earth. It's okay to have a stance. It's almost like I'm going up to you. I'm like, hey, man, I see you wearing Nikes. You must be like a Nike over Adidas guy. And you're like, nah. It's like, but you have a position, though. It's okay to be honest about that. Just, you don't have to tap dance around these questions, Render.
I'm not a very opinionated person.
Well, welcome to the server.
Necessarily looking for opinion. Yeah, it's not like an opinion server. Like, we're just asking what your position is. What is your stance? And then we can move forward from there.
Yeah,
I think it's better to, just like a pro tip in general, like take a stance. It's okay to roll your sleeves up, get your hands dirty. You'll learn more in the process if you put your stake in the ground, because then you'll either be able to refine your position or make adjustments. But if you're like, I don't have a position, I'm just, floating above everybody, I don't think that's a real position. I think you're just like us down here in the same boat.
Yeah, I'd say simulation.
Simulation. Like the Matrix? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Right.
Simulation Earth.
Simulation Earth. Don't we have a tag for that?
Yes.
I believe you, bro.
Mayhem, why don't you ask, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I could, but simulation puts him out of the category because it's not even the globe.
I mean,
it's BYOB, bro. That's what we're doing today, are we?
Yeah, literally, we just talked about that. This is a great example of somebody BYOBing.
Is he sure he's on Discord right now? Is he sure?
Oh, that one. Yeah. Well, we're talking on Discord right now, Render, right?
Yeah. This weird app.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now?
Oh man. Yeah. Pretty sure.
Okay. You sounded like you struggled a little bit. What was that about?
Huh. Well, I have no idea. I think I'm just being very fussy today. Sometimes I can be very opinionated, very undecisive.
But are you decisive on this specific matter that you're talking on Discord 100%?
Yeah, I opened the app and we're on Discord. Yeah.
You're 100% sure, right?
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
Okay. Good to go.
There you go. It's a good start, Render. It's a good start, my man. Some people say they're not sure, so it's just a quick check.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna go check back on Loggy, see how he's doing.
Check on him.
We got Lexa piping up again. He's upset again.
Yeah, he says, "What, may I talk? Stop always saying the same thing." He's micromanaging the chat. Why are you micromanaging my chat, Lexa? You're like a petulant child, bro. Like, honestly, 14-year-olds should just have a seat and listen.
You already conceded on the core claims of the globe anyway, so what do you got left, Lexa?
Pretty much nothing.
You don't know how curvature was measured. You don't know how rotation was measured. You can't prove the existence of outer space. What do you got?
Not looking too good for the globe side.
Yeah, when I was 14 years old, I was pretty rebellious. So he's probably in that phase.
Agreed.
Very rebellious and shit. I honestly, I don't like talking to kids. Unless it's my
Would
kid.
like to know what globe?
I got
What,
one
George?
for you guys. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, George said something I didn't hear. What'd you say?
No, I was asking, what globe are we talking about?
You're not
There
serious,
is no
are you?
evidence for any. Yeah.
Oh.
BYOB, baby, bring your own boy. Bring your own ball.
Or simulation, or whatever you want.
But he was saying it's a simulation Earth. What's Earth to you?
Wait.
He said that he has drop over distance measurement. That's interesting. Can you tell me what drop over distance is? Oh no, you don't have evidence of that. Oh,
Yeah,
right. You
he
just
said
have
he said no.
religion. You just religiously believe in your heliocentric priest. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
You can tell he's screaming behind the mic, bro. His caps.
Why isn't he on the mic?
No.
What is space? Oh, let's take it back over 100 years when they first invented the vacuum of space expanding at the speed of light. Only 100 years ago have the pillars of man reached new heights that they've never been before.
He doesn't like that we talk about there is no space. That's his whole world. Don't take my space away.
Yeah, space is only 100 years old, bro. Sorry to tell you.
He's going with lunar eclipses now for curvature proofsies.
Oh, I can talk now. Great.
Go ahead.
Oh, I got this one, guys. I got this one. Please. Lunar eclipses are my favorite subject.
Take it away.
Now, before this, let me go ahead and pull up your name, sir, because we're going to have a back and forth if you'd like. And the one thing I'm not going to have is you talking over me.
No, and I don't want you to talk for me too, alright?
Right. So when I'm talking, I'll just mute you so that, you're not actually talking over me. And when you talk, I'll just let you talk.
I don't really like that, but alright.
All right. So what is a lunar eclipse in the heliocentric paradigm?
So a lunar eclipse is when the sun, earth, and moon is aligned, when where the sun is at first, the earth second, and the moon third. So when there is a full moon, the earth just block off the light that is going from the sun to the moon.
So it's in a line, so it's 180 degrees apart from each other.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you ever seen an eclipse, a lunar eclipse for yourself?
You mean if I ever saw one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice how the moon was above the horizon?
Well, of course it is.
Right. And you know that there are times that this happens at dawn when the sun is also above the horizon?
well, the sun can't be over the horizon because
that's
they
just
wouldn't
true.
be aligned.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't happen when the sun is over the horizon.
You're 100% right. So if we show you this video of the moon and the sun both above the horizon during this eclipse, what would you say to that?
Alright.
That it's not in alignment, right? Because geometrically speaking, that creates a triangle. If you were to draw a line from the Earth to the sun.
I'm looking at the video right now, but I can't see much. Are you sure it's a lunar eclipse, man? The moon doesn't even look to cast shadow on it.
Yeah, no, not that. I'm looking for the eclipse, guys, where the guy is like, I think I'm not sure, but he's high up in elevation, and he has red beard, I believe. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I'm watching the video.
Yeah, Spake, we saw it. Oh, that's Heretic posting it again. Spake.
All right,
So anyway, so there he is. There's the guy right there. Watch this video right here. Watch it with us.
Okay, so I'm currently watching it. Now I have a question for you.
3 minutes and 19 seconds. That's the video you're watching that was just uploaded only like 2 seconds ago. You're watching it?
Oh, yes, I'm watching.
All right. What timestamp are you at? What timestamp are you at, bro? What timestamp are you at?
Sorry?
What timestamp are you at in the video?
The video, I'm at 30 seconds.
Say again?
30 seconds. Now at 35.
30 seconds. Okay. Pause it there.
Yes.
All right. Screenshot it. Show me.
All right.
So that I know we're looking at the same thing. I'll post it for you as well.
I mean, you're just seeing the guy in a white dot in the background.
This is what you see?
Yes.
Okay, go on. What's your question?
Well, the question I have is the shadow casted by the Earth on the Moon, as we can see, is completely round because it's because the Earth is round and the shadow it is casting is completely round. So if the Earth was flat, we won't see such thing. Tell me why I see a round shadow.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
You see that GIF right there? That Heretic just posted.
Down. Which GIF?
20 minutes past the hour with the what does that look like? It looks like a lemon or something. Lemon squeezy parcheesi.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's not completely right. I mean,
it's not.
No. Listen. The video is extremely low quality. I'm sorry, but
listen. We can all see that there's a curve on there. With as low quality as it is, we can see.
Bro, I can't see anything, bro.
Okay, well, back to the lunar eclipse where things are supposed to be 180 degrees in alignment, a syzygy, if you will. Back to the video I was talking about. Why aren't those things in a syzygy?
In a syzygy?
Alignment.
Yes. Why are they aligned?
They're not aligned.
What is not aligned?
I thought you were watching the video. Press play. Continue watching.
The GIF or the video you just sent me?
The video that we were looking at.
Right. So you tell me that they are not aligned. So I'm just looking.
So just watch the video. Yeah.
I can't really see the sun. I mean, I'm
not yet because you haven't got to the point of the video where he looks at the sun.
So I think I'm seeing. the sun. I mean, there's just an extremely bright light at a certain point, but
You think that's like a lamppost? A moving
when
lamppost?
you look at the other side, I mean,
what do you think that light is that you're talking about? You think it's the sun? Do you think it's a fish? Do you think it's a refrigerator? Or
you know that there can be lights coming from the sun, even if you can't really see it. If even if the sun is not, even if you can't see the sun, you can still receive light from it. When the sun has set, it is not completely dark.
Yeah, wait till you actually see the sun hitting coming into the camera.
So he's showing the moon, very low quality, and then he's showing what can seem to be the sun, but I can't even really see if this is the sun. I think it is, but I'm not even sure if I'm witnessing a moon eclipse. I mean, sorry, but
it is a lunar eclipse. You can see the sun. As a matter of fact, look at his finger. He can see it because he's looking at it without the camera, right?
Check this out. There is something you could not explain. Just is that
no, it's nothing to explain. It's just something to describe.
There's something.
No. Don't overtalk me. It's not something to be explained. It's just something to be described. See this right here that I just posted?
Yes.
Wait, I can't even see what I just posted. What happened? Hold on. Oh, okay, I never sent that the first time. Wow, okay. Well, you see that right there?
Yes.
That's the sun.
All right.
Okay. And on the other end is the moon.
Yes.
Right? So the problem with that is they're not in alignment then.
Are you sure that you and the guy in the video is witnessing a moon eclipse? Because at one point,
it's definitely an eclipse. You can see the sun and you can see the moon.
Yes, but it is not because the moon is not entirely lighted up that it is, of course, a moon eclipse. I hope you are aware of it.
There's 46,000 views on this video from 11 years ago. Why are you questioning whether or not this is an eclipse that this man went outside?
Why did you counter the matter of the truth of something? Are you aware that there is a lot of fake video on the internet that has a lot of view, and it is not because they have a lot of view that they are true?
Excuse me?
This is not because video have a lot of view that it is true.
No, you're questioning that it is a video of an eclipse. It's titled Lunar Eclipse, and I'm looking at it, and it's a lunar eclipse.
Okay.
You know how I know?
Mm-hmm.
Because when else is the sun and the moon in this position?
I don't know. Tell me.
When an eclipse happens. That's the point.
Okay. Now, I just want to mention the fact that when the sun, the earth, and the moon is perfectly aligned, the moon is completely casted with shadow and almost invisible. So
that's brilliant.
And in that case, the moon is not completely casted with shadow, and it is probably why. That's probably why, because okay, sorry, I'm gonna repeat it again in a better way. So, the Earth and the Sun and the Moon are not perfectly aligned, but they are still, in a way, a bit aligned. So it makes it that only a small part of the Moon is casted with shadow, but they do not require to be perfectly aligned. They need to be aligned, but not extremely perfectly. And it wouldn't seem odd to see a little bit of the sun and a very little bit of the moon at the same time and still witness a shadow on the moon.
Well, here's the thing, hot stuff. the heliocentric explanation is that you're not right now. What you're seeing in this man's camera, you're not seeing it. Both of these things are below the horizon, like 0.05 degree, like 0.5 degrees or something like that. So, in other words, what you're seeing is a mirage. So you're not actually seeing the sun, nor is the man seeing the moon that he's been seeing traverse the sky probably the entire night. Because they're just for lack of a better word, a hologram of the actual moon and actual sun. That's the explanation. I don't expect you to understand that. Let's get into. Yeah, that's not my words. That's their words. Google it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You know how you think that this is the major point right here. You know how you think that the Earth is blocking the light, causing the shadow on the moon?
Yes, the Earth is.
Do you see this GIF right here, or this picture right here that Obvious It B posted at 3:25 minutes? Or 25 minutes past the hour.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a lunar eclipse happening. Now, if he's standing on the Earth taking a picture of the moon, how could it be that the shadow begins at the top of the moon, if that is the Earth's shadow? Explain that to me.
Well, we don't know the position of the sun.
The position of the sun is 180 degrees behind him. So, again, if the moon is moving into the Earth's shadow, why is it that the shadow begins at the top?
Well, because I mean, it is at top. What actually?
Are you looking at the photo right there? The failing globe theory?
The failing globe theory, I think.
Right. So he's standing on the Earth, and that shadow right there is supposedly what's being caused by what he's standing on. Explain that to me.
Well, it depends on the angle of the moon compared to the angle of the Earth. I mean, if the angle is set, it's kind of hard to say.
Well, doesn't that look like?
Sorry.
Doesn't that look like about 20 degrees, 30 degrees? What do you mean the angle?
20 degrees, 30 degrees of what?
Off of where he's standing. What do you mean by it depends on the angle of the Earth and the moon? We're looking at it. He's standing on the Earth. He's taking a photo of the moon. I'm just trying to figure out how the shadow would be at the top. Can you explain that to me?
Does not really require to start at the top or the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if there's a light on in your room and I put my hand in front of your face, is it going to appear in your stomach? The shadow?
What is this comparison, bro? No. I mean, sorry.
Like if there's a flashlight being pointed directly at your face, and I intercept it with my hand, are you expecting the shadow of my hand to be upside down on your face?
No, but listen.
Okay. Go on.
T'es encore là?
Mais oui, non, mais ils sont mecs, c'est des phages, je te jure. Bon.
Come on, go ahead.
Alright, so it just depends on the angle which the eclipse is starting from. It is not the comparison you just made is not.
Yeah, the angle in relation to the Earth. So you're standing on the Earth as it relates to what you're seeing in the sky. Okay, you know the sun is behind you. Go on. Because you see, it looks like daytime, right? Right. So the sun is up 180 degrees behind the cameraman. Okay. So the sun is up, the moon is up. Keep in mind, you're not actually looking at the moon right now. That's a mirage, right? But anyway, from below the horizon, which it is projected upward, how is the shadow on the top of this?
Man, I mean, sorry, but if the sun is behind that man, it is not possible for the moon to be light this way.
Oh, right.
All right. This means you are not witnessing lunar eclipse, bro. I mean, okay. Listen. Before laughing, we have no image or no clue where the sun is at this right moment.
Some of these we've taken ourselves.
I'm sorry, but there is no.
I'm sorry. Some of these photos we in this server have taken ourselves. We know exactly where we were.
Yes,
we
and
know
I
exactly
know where you were and where the sun is supposed
so you're
to
just
be.
highly skeptical. So high skepticism for us, no skepticism for the globe.
I'm sorry, but where the sun is supposed to be? I don't know. You told me
What?
180 degrees behind.
What do you think? What do you think a selenilian eclipse is?
I know what it is, man. I know.
So what? Google selenilian eclipse and read out loud to me what it says.
So you want a solar eclipse?
SELENION. I think.
Google-le, vas-y.
Mais ça veut rien dire. Hein.
Vas-y, tu verras bien ce qu'il y a marqué.
I found nothing. Mais je trouve rien, il fait SELENION.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
Yes.
SELENION. Eclipse.
Alright.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Okay. Alt plus Shift plus A, Alt plus CMD plus A on Mac. That's the only thing I found in it.
C'est pas ça.
Mais mec, mais ils disent n'importe quoi. Je trouve rien sur le net. Je sais pas c'est quoi leur truc à la con. Là.
And what is? Can you translate that for us?
Translate what? What'd you say? He said that he doesn't find it. Could you just provide the link? That would be easier, I think.
They got Google over there. I asked him to Google it.
He did, but he cannot find it.
That's interesting. Oh, is it like a language thing or something?
You know what? Just copy the Google search, right, and send it him in DM.
All right.
Why don't you just read it?
Because I want you to read it. That's why I asked you.
Just send him that. That's easier, I think.
Yeah. Post that into your search bar.
Alright. Alright, so it is a type of lunar eclipse where both of the eclipsed moon and either rising or setting sun are visible at the same time. Happy now?
Right. So they're describing to you what you're looking at in the chat, where you're like, I don't know where the sun is. That can't be an eclipse. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada. Yeah, that's what that is. It's an eclipse. So how is the shadow of the Earth on the top portion of the moon? Was the question.
Let me guess for a second.
T'as compris la question ou pas?
Oui.
Ok.
Il demande pourquoi l'éclipse commence
Yeah, 33 minutes past the hour. That's someone by the name of Bambi. She took that photo during an eclipse for the server. So again, if she's standing on the moon, and she fucking is, I mean, if she's standing on the Earth, and she is, how is what she's looking at the Earth's shadow?
Okay, so do you see the image that just got sent at 32 past the hour?
No.
There is an image that got posted 32 past the hour, not the fading blur theory, the image past that. Can you see it?
Yeah, you might be posting in the wrong place.
I'm in live stream Roller Stakes.
Can't see it either.
Okay, I'm just gonna mention it.
Can y'all see it?
No. Okay, now I can.
So, okay, if you are standing at the top of the Earth, I mean the North Pole, let's just imagine that even if this is not the case, and you are looking down at the moon, look, there is multiple you see there is the moon going into eclipse, and if you see the moon all the way down, just the one on the top of the one all the way down, you see that there is a shadow cast on the top, and imagine you are at the top of the Earth, not exactly, but let's just imagine that, and you're looking at the moon. You see that the eclipse is starting from the top. Yes. I hope you understand what I say. If you didn't, just tell me.
I'm looking at the graphic.
I didn't.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the graphic. And this is showing different positions.
Can I have the permission to do a live stream really quickly, just to show you?
No, nobody can do a live stream in this room. Not even me.
So, imagine you are.
No, I'm looking at the diagram. What's hard to understand about it?
Okay.
I get it.
At the top, but a little bit at the right, and the eclipse is the moon is coming from the bottom to the top. Let's just imagine that, and the eclipse from your point of view will start from the top of the moon to the bottom.
Does it?
But well, yes. It would seem like that. Yes.
What's that? That's the other side. Okay, the United States is on the lit side.
Je les ai pas, mec.
Let's see. Because here in, where was it? It was somewhere in the West. Who took the I think OK got a shot of the eclipse last time here in the United States, somewhere in like the West or something, like Midwest maybe.
Je te jure, il faut vraiment qu'il fasse la troposphère. Hein.
Mec, c'est des fois. Je vais faire un petit schéma, tu vois. Ok. I'm gonna do a little representation so it's easier for you to understand. Let's just let me 1 minute really quickly. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Fais ce que tu peux là, vraiment.
Oui.
Au mieux.
It's really hard to draw. Okay, I try to do something. I hope it will be more clear. Oh, I can send image. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna send it in the debate text. Okay. Okay, let me just save.
Yeah, because this image that you told us to look at from from who posted that for you? Heretic. And he said, "Look at that image," and I am, and I'm trying to
Okay, I
figure out
just
what.
found it in the debate text.
I'm not in the.
Ça sent qu'ils sont gros quand ils parlent, tu sais, genre vraiment quoi.
I'm not in the debate text.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't send it in the live stream voice text. So you have to go to the debate text to look at it. I just sent it at 42 past the hour.
Okay. Yeah, we're already looking at that. Okay. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Explain to me.
Wow, cassé.
Absolutely not, bro.
Explain to me why.
Because you can see the moon the entire night, right? So you can get the angle, the declination, and all of that. The hold on 1 second. What's up?
Il est en train de se faire femme, il arrive pas à répondre ce con.
Je crois qu'il y a sa maman qui vient d'arriver là. Genre, tu sais, pas sa mère, genre sa grognasse de femme.
J'étais fait 5 kilos de ma fille à te manger.
It's part of the server rules. English only. We cannot moderate other languages.
No, we are not swearing at all. Don't worry.
It doesn't matter if you're swearing or not. It's part of the terms of service for the whole server, so you're gonna have to cut it out.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
it's also called etiquette. ETIQUETTE if you want to check it out.
I'm not misunderstanding the eclipse. I just explained. Look at what I sent you to debate text, please.
Hey, don't forget, guys, we got Donald C in here as soon as we get done with Lexa.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's hard. Sorry, I'm back. It's hard to understand because number one, you're just standing in the middle of the ocean. This isn't real. This is a side view, so it's hard for people to understand what you're trying to convey. You've arbitrarily circled one of the positions of the moon, and you're like, this is what's going on.
Wait, you just
because here's the thing. The moon, you see the moon would have to be going in the opposite direction, and the moon only goes in one direction all the time, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so you see how at the bottom, the one that you circle, it would have to be going from west to east for it to set into the Earth's umbra from what you drew. So I'm not thinking that you're trying to convey that message. I'm just trying to help you out. If I'm not getting where you're going with this, specifically because obviously the moon doesn't go from west to east. Right?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, you have I don't know. I don't know where you want to go from here. Miggy, I mean, it's cool if Donald or whoever wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, we're going to put Lexa on mute because we've already spoken to him here. We had like 2 sessions with him, or maybe 3.
Okay, so we'll put him. One Lexa, last question, please.
Lexa, just put yourself on mute because we've already had a conversation with you. So go ahead and put yourself on mute, or else we will put you on mute. So please put yourself on mute.
Really small.
All right, so I guess Donald is in here. Lexa, put yourself. Hold on, Donald. Lexa, excuse me. Thank you. Go ahead, Donald.
Well, hello. Can you guys hear me?
What's going on, man?
Not a lot. So you guys had a room open. Thought I'd stop in and say hi.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Anybody been convinced of the globe yet?
Are you a disc in space believer?
Oh, I'm a globetard for sure.
So you're a disc in space believer then?
No, I'm a globetard.
All right, but isn't the picture that you have in your icon of a flat galaxy basically a disc in space? Isn't that what that is?
Spiral galaxies are disc-shaped, sort of, but yeah. I mean, that's an artist's rendition of the Milky Way galaxy.
Of course, because we can't see our own ass, right?
Well, we can't take a picture of our entire galaxy from inside the galaxy.
Exactly, but you believe we are in a disk floating through the vacuum of space. That's correct.
Well, we're in a spiral galaxy.
Which is a disk floating in the vacuum of space, correct?
Spiral galaxies are roughly disc-shaped, but no, they're not discs. They're on a plane mostly, but not completely.
Oh, a planar disc-shaped spiral galaxy.
But you understand that galaxies are not planets, right?
Yeah, I understand that the artist's rendition is disc-shaped in the vacuum of space.
It's not a perfect vacuum, but yeah.
Whatevs. It's called the vacuum of space. I don't know why you're being pedantic.
It's called space-time.
No, space-time is a concept invented by Einstein.
No. Space-time is very, very physical.
No, space-time, the idea was invented by Einstein.
All right, but is length physical?
I don't know about that, but check this out. I just was asking about your spiral galaxy disc in space belief, but you can go on. Take it away, Miggy. You're there.
Yeah, I was just going to open it up to the panel. I think more people that haven't had interactions with Donald, so that's cool. I guess if anybody wants to chime in, Donald is here, so he's also the belief the Earth is a globe. So anybody in here wants to interact with him?
Just still waiting on his globe measurements is all.
Did the guy say that space and time are very physical or something like that?
Extremely physical.
Can I have some of that physical stuff put in a cup and paint it purple? Can I do that?
Sure, paint any cup purple. There you go.
The stuff that you were talking about, space and time.
It's inside the cup.
It's inside the empty cup?
It's inside. Those cups aren't empty. They're filled with space-time.
So can I grab that physical space-time and paint it a different color so I can look at it?
Well, space-time is transparent.
Also, it's not as physical as you were saying, or what is it? Which one is it?
Just because something is transparent does not make it not physical. I mean, glass is transparent. It's physical.
But is it there, like you're saying? Is that thing that you're saying very physical? Is it actually there? Or you're just saying a certain is there, but is it?
Is length there?
Is space-time there? Were you saying inside the cup? That's what you're saying?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Is length there?
Length. It's a conception.
No, length is not a conception. Whenever you cut a board to 6 feet long, is that conceptual?
The board is the board made out of what? Wood or, I don't know, a stick made out of silicon, right? So is that's what it is. And then you conceptualize references in Word about speaking or putting it in language or math, and you talk about it with that stuff. But is the figures, the numbers, the thing?
Doesn't matter what you call the unit of measure. The thing that you measure is real and physical.
Yes, it is. The thing you're measuring. So can we measure the space-time?
Listen, I wasn't quite done yet. So space-time is length, height, depth, and time. That's all it is. Those things all exist.
And those things are causing those things are causing something in physicality. You're saying the space and time that is there inside the cup is causing things to happen. Like what?
Well, sure, everything. Everything happens in space-time. And you can leave out the and. It's not space and time. It's just space-time.
How do you manipulate it?
How do I what?
How do you manipulate it?
Which?
The space-time. How do you manipulate it?
So you move in space, and then you move in time. That's how you manipulate it.
Can you show me the physical space-time being manipulated?
Yeah, sure. No problem. It's called
You move the cup.
It's called gravitational lensing.
I didn't see any space-time.
Well, the smears of the gravitational lensing is the curvature of space-time.
I'm hearing a story about something you saw, but I still didn't see any space-time.
Well, that's just because you misunderstand. That's a very you thing. That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Well, it's my fault that you didn't.
Why would we be embarrassed why would we be embarrassed about misunderstanding or not even caring about thought experiments?
I never said you should be embarrassed. I never ever said. Hang on 1 second, please.
My bad.
I never.
This is this
You
kind
asked
of
me a
guy.
question. I want to answer. You asked me a
Don't
question.
worry. Don't worry, Donaldson. You'll be heavily moderated. It's no big deal. No big deal at all.
Need to be moderated.
So that's the thing, Donald. That's very interesting. That you would think that we care about misunderstanding people's thought experiments, which aren't real experiments. I don't go around giving a shit about my understanding or lack thereof of everyone's explanations of everything ever. But if you have any evidence to provide for the direct claim about the curvature of the earth or something like that, that would be nice.
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's gone.
He left because he wanted to be able to interrupt these very pointed questions. I wasn't gonna have it because I don't have the patience for that. Oh well. Sorry, guys.
Well, he'll be right back, probably. He did this the other day. He rage quit like 3 times.
Elijah, don't apologize for being with him, my guy. They can't stand the test. Run for the hills.
Can I have 3 minutes and 15 feet, please? And paint it black, please.
You don't understand the minefield that is Einstein. So what?
It's my fault he couldn't show me anything. Damn.
Oh my God, Miggy. I mean, not Miggy. CB, are you still there? No. Well, who knows Red Shirt? Red Shirt is a character that Trey DeRags invented. And like every time this character comes on, like it's like a TikTok YouTuber kind of deal, right? Every time he does a skit where like somebody's like super serious about something, then they start playing this violin and he's like, who's asking? And they're like, well, we're just asking if you're gonna do your job. Who's gonna make me? So you're not gonna do your job? Who said I wouldn't? So you are? Who said I would?
Hey, so did Donald see Dip? Did he quit?
Yeah, he did, bro. Sorry, man. You know how it is.
Yeah. We got Milk Dud in here. I haven't checked Milk Dud. I don't know who that is. I'm on the move right now, so I don't know. Milk Dud is in here, so.
Milk Dud?
I'm claiming that. Yeah, it's an avatar of like a dog.
Was Donald claiming that space-time is the cause of the effects, therefore gravity, there's therefore globes curving because of space-time? Is that the cause of the effects? I think that's where he was going with it. But
it seemed
is
more
he
like
actually going somewhere with it?
I think it was just his fantasy interpretation of stuff he saw in the sky that he couldn't verify.
Can I ask, would it be
hold on, Milk Dud doesn't have any roles or anything, I don't think.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to give
Milk
him
Dud
some?
needs to get roles and then Yeah, because I don't know. Maybe just unmute him and see if he's just not gonna outright be a troll or something.
I did take him off mute.
Yeah, I did that.
I was just going to ask first, can it be a false identification for the space and time in the cup because it's already air and gas, you know?
Well, like Whitsit always says, they're privations, right? They're the absence of things. Space, the absence of something.
Or is it?
That's what I'm trying to get these Globers to show me.
Zaki is also in the chat. Earlier, he said that he was going to come back and holler at us, so I think he might be ready right now, too. Zaki. I think I might have gave him VC Verify, but I can't be too sure.
I was saying, space-time is very, very physical. And I was, can I get some of this physical stuff and so you can, put it in a cup and paint the colors? But
the real question is, if we don't grasp this thought experiment, who cares? But like it, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't understand. Okay, so what? Like when I say so what, I mean so what? As in, what does that mean that I don't understand? Like, what is it? Okay, what does that have to do with the shape of the earth?
Yep.
This maybe you don't understand thing is just a bad way of arguing, or people who don't know how to debate properly and they don't have a counterpoint to your argument, and they throw you don't understand because anybody can claim that, and that puts them in a higher position in their own mind. But it's just bad faith arguing.
All right. I have philosophies from my favorite book, Legend of Driss. None of you motherfuckers understand. But what meaning does that hold? Really?
Nothing.
Right? Like
nothing. And there's no way for somebody to actually know if the other person understands something or not. Like you cannot know what's in their brain, especially after you told them the concept. So it's
How are you gonna put that into practical reality? And what way is it going to be useful for mankind if it's not just some thought someone has in their head, propagated it throughout the masses?
Yep.
He's kind of trying to pull a magic trick on us. He's sort of saying like, oh, I had a point, but you missed it because you didn't get it. But there was actually no point there.
Yep.
Eli, we don't know you. We don't recognize any Eli's with a Y at the end. That's gay as hell.
and that's the point, heretic. Making no point. That's the whole point. No point.
And if the audience is confused enough, they'll think you must have had a point, but they were just not smart enough to understand it. But it was there. I could prove space-time to you, but you wouldn't get it. Sounds a lot like the old my curvature proofsies went missing. You wouldn't accept them anyway.
Anytime that's ever a preface to something that is supposed to be so complex that you can't understand it, more than likely it's a bunch of BS.
I think it's kind of how they think, though. They think like if it's complicated enough and it's all over their heads and everything, there must be something there. It's just that you need a really smart, sciencey expert guy to interpret it for you.
This is why a lot of them also cling to these smart, sciencey public figures, because it makes them feel smarter that they're even talking about these very, very complex, complicated topics that these scientists told them how complicated and amazing they are. But in reality, it's all smokes and mirrors.
Yep. I mean, maybe I am dumb. Maybe he made a really good point and it just went over my head. Did anybody else get a point from him?
Nope.
Yep.
All I wanted is some of that physicality. I can play with it, but couldn't get any. Can I order it in Amazon?
Nikola Tesla himself said this about Einstein's work and his relativity theory work and the bundles around it, is that it's a bunch of theoretical metaphysicist thought processes that have nothing to do with real-world physics, nor experiments, nor actual natural science. So,
yeah, Sabine Hasselhoffen or whatever her name is said the same thing.
Yeah.
They're just thought experiments. He's the greatest thought experimenter in the world.
And they keep changing them. The time frames keep changing. The dimensions keep changing. Whenever you combat their thought experiment or their theory with something, they go like, no, but this actually takes 100,000 years. And then you bring in evidence that proves them wrong in that regard. No, actually it takes 5 million years. No, actually light is going to travel much faster this way. I was like, come on, man. Pick something. I think they changed the distance of the sun to the Earth and the globe model since they created it at least 5 or 6 times.
Oh yeah, that's true, Eli. You got to get in here because you can't talk. You can't text in the type. And is he in? Well, technically he is in VC. Then all right, well, fair enough.
No. He wasn't, but now he is.
How is this an opinion? Please let me know.
No, I posted it because there's a bunch of flat Earth memes going around, so I posted a Glober meme.
But how is that an opinion?
Well, my opinion is that we live on a globe, so I was trying to make a meme.
Let's talk about a chair. Give me an opinionated question about it. That questions the geometry of it.
No, I was just saying y'all didn't like that I'm a glober. Like, that would be my opinion, because y'all obviously don't think that's a fact.
I know what you said. You kind of just repeated it. It's kind of telling me that I didn't understand what you said, but I did. So the globe is an object like a chair. Give me an opinionated question that puts into question the geometry of the chair.
I have no idea what you want me to say.
Right, because an object isn't something that you have an opinion about, not the geometry of it. So I'm failing to understand how you think flat and globe Earth is an opinion kind of deal.
Because you don't think globe Earth is a fact, so I just labeled it as opinion. No, it's not like that deep.
Because it's not geometrically a chair. Oh, my bad. The object of a sphere. That's why. That's not an opinion.
You're looking into it a little too much, man. It's just a meme.
No, it's not. It's just geometry. What I said is not an opinion. Now, to the meme, how's that an opinion? We already went around this. It's becoming circular now because you're telling me that your position about the globe is an opinion. And I'm pointing out to you that it's not an opinion. And I challenge that logic. I challenge that logic by giving you another object and saying, give me an opinion-based question that puts into question the geometry of the chair.
Here, I can just say I worded it wrong, and it's a belief, not an opinion.
Okay. So, I mean, you can have whatever belief you want. Nobody said you could.
Yeah, I got banned for it, though.
I don't know who banned you. That was pretty dumb, if they did. I'm a shit moderator because I don't know how to go into the backlogs and see who did it. But I would say that's wrong, if that's truly what happened.
So does being banned prove the globe? Tell them, no globe.
No globe.
Besides the one on the table.
Now those memes are funny. Global logic, dogs are birds. Yeah, and I guess you didn't get banned. You got image perms removed, but guys, that's not a reason to take his image perms away. To let you know, so don't do it again.
What's that? Oh, my bad. What's going on?
Well, if it was the image itself, something in the image that the bot caught, then stop crying to us because that's not our fault.
No, I was banned by. He was just in here. I think.
What's his name?
Heretic. Heretic banned me because he wasn't trying to hear my meme. Like I knew y'all wouldn't like the meme. That was obvious.
Let's see what Heretic has to say when he comes back in here. Let's put a pause on that.
He basically just said the voice chat wasn't meant for memes and shit.
I just took him out of the chat for a little bit because he was just like incessantly whining and crying. Well, he posted a meme and it was like, it's a dumb meme, don't abuse your image perms. And he's like, oh, come on, everybody else gets to. It's just going on and on like that. So just put him in cog dis for like 10 minutes and then he cried about that.
Oh, that's not ban, sir. That's actually not a ban. You're still in the server, so yeah, you're not banned from the
detention. I wasn't allowed to join anything other than the detention.
And
that's fine. I've been in that room as well, and it's not a big deal. It's a temporary thing. No need to hug the mic in here just to complain about that. That's just our futures of the.
I've been in there. We've all been in there. Stop crying.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying why I got put in there.
Yeah, the same reason we all got put in there because I posted a meme. Same reason we all got put in there because the bot put us in there. Stop crying.
I just told him to get back on topic and stop crying, and then I was like, no problem. Let's go ahead with the conversation. Then he just kept crying, and I let him out anyway, so I don't know.
Hey, I found a flat Earth
Why you always whining?
From ChatGPT, and I was wondering if you guys wanted to hear it.
Why not?
All right. In a world of theories, curious and vast, where mind... So this is about 60 seconds. In a world of theories, curious and vast, where minds embark on quests, questioning the past, there stands a notion both peculiar and rare, a tale of the earth that's flat beyond compare. Behold, dear wanderer, let me spin a rhyme of a belief that challenges the sands of time, where mountains don't rise and valleys don't dip, where the edge of your realm becomes a cryptic crypt. Upon this plain, a canvas so divine, the heavens stretch above a celestial sign. But here they say, no curvature does lie, for the earth is flat under the open sky. The sun, a spotlight, dances in the air, casting its light on earth's surface so fair. No sphere to shape its radiant path, just a cosmic lantern guiding the aftermath. A firmament stretches a dome above, a protective shield, an eternal glove. Stars, like glimmering gems, hang from its height, in patterns unbroken, shining through the night. Some say the world is round like a ball, yet flat earthers stand firm, defying it all. They challenge the science, they question the proof, seeking answers to mysteries in search of truth. But as poets, we ponder and reflect on the tale of a flat earth's journey and the winds that prevail. For in these tales, even if far from true, lie lessons of curiosity and a different view. So let us celebrate the seekers of truth, the dreamers, the thinkers, the audacious in youth. And as we wander through life's mysterious sphere, may we always embrace the wonders that appear. The end. Yeah, I found that it was a Facebook link from somebody who asked ChatGPT, and that's it.
How does AI do that? Like, see, they've been saying that Hollywood has a hit making machine. Like, what if ChatGPT's been writing their movie scripts and writing their songs all this time?
Maybe. Nowadays, they're gonna start trying to use it, but it's curated based on the data sets that it gets. They heavily control it, especially if you go into controversial topics. So I don't know how good the scripts are gonna be, but maybe in 5 years.
I like the points. Just kidding. Is there new people with new questions or what? That was a good poem, actually. Who was saying that?
I'm not sure, but somebody was reading it from ChatGPT.
Okay, yeah. I do like the poems that highlight the truth. If you believe you live on a globe, maybe you're cuckoo-doo. Make one on the fly.
So why don't you believe in the globe, Eli?
I'm a glober. I do believe in the globe.
Well, I would challenge that. You don't.
I'm gonna start talking at like 4 because that's when I'm gonna get to work.
All right. I would just argue that you don't. Like, people have this, like Creation Bear says, bring your own globe mentality, but the globe is supposedly an objective thing with objective measurements and figures. So when you say you believe in the globe and I ask you, okay, well, on the beach, if you'd be laying down with your head propped up in your hand, looking out into the distance, do you believe that everything beyond 1.2 miles is a hologram?
No, I just feed that into refraction perspective and things like that.
Which is a hologram. Like, if you're seeing something that isn't physically there, that's what you would call it, a hologram.
Yeah, no, I know. I would just say it's due to like how high you're standing, elevation, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's what the formula calls for. 1.2 times the square root of your height. So it is height dependent. not only height dependent, but Earth geometrically being a globe dependent as well. So those two things are tied together intrinsically. So depending on your height, it will give you the distance that you can see the ground. But for some reason, when we show you guys that the ground isn't where they claim it stops, you don't believe that. But that's the globe belief that you don't believe. I don't get it.
I would say that's an average they're giving you because there's going to be inconsistencies on something that's not a perfect sphere.
Not over the water.
But are you seeing something in the water, like out in the water? It's like sticking up above it?
Yeah, so there's like a boat that's like 5 miles, and then there's a horizon past 5 miles when the ground is supposed to stop at 1 mile. In the example I gave, based on the height that I've given. But you guys don't believe that for some reason. So, you know, if I said I was a mile away, right? And then there was a landmark and someone was, you know, they saw the landmark and the landmark is 3 miles and you can see me behind the landmark somehow, that clearly means that I wasn't 1 mile away. But when it comes to the globe being supposedly a mile away, but it not actually being there, you guys can't accept that what you should be seeing is not what you're seeing. It's odd to me. Because I was a globe earther too once, and I had expectations of the globe because I believed in the globe. So it's because I believed in the globe that I no longer believe in the globe. What does that mean? It means that because I believed in the globe had certain objective things about it that I looked into and realized that those things weren't in reality. So sorry, the music in the background is throwing me off. But the bottom line is when somebody makes an objective claim and you go to validate that claim and it's an invalid claim, you kind of just go, whoa, okay, it's invalid then. I'm just trying to figure out why you guys haven't been able to come to the conclusion that it's invalid. And it's because you don't believe in the metrics in the first place. You bring your own belief. Hey, Eli, you want to read something really tough? It is cognitively painful. So I'm warning you now. Would you like to read it?
Yeah, just post it in chat. I'll give it a quick read.
You ever set down a tripod, you know, for telescope use?
I'm too fucking broke for no telescope, man.
Yo, you know what? So was I. You should get the binoculars instead. Much better. Very cheap option.
I mean, I got a rangefinder I use for hunting, but other than that,
yeah, look it up on YouTube. These the Celestron binoculars. I think they're like 25 by 80 zoom. Hey, you can see a lot of good shit. I live in New York with a lot of light pollution. It's still very good. You see that image that I posted in the chat?
Yeah, no, you showed me that before. We've talked about that.
Right. So I mean, this kind of is an issue because it's like, are we disc believers or are we globe believers, right? That's why I say they abandon their belief in the globe for phenomena that's explained otherwise. So then you go here, and it says it may be a bit confusing for beginners, like most of us were at one point, to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. There's no tilt, by the way. So even when moving the telescope any place on this disk, you could be anywhere, the declination of the object will always be the same. So that's kind of concerning if you're thinking you're on a globe surface, but you have to assume that everything in the northern hemisphere is on a disk for all intents and purposes. That's kind of odd.
So like that's basically talking about like what you can see from different points on Earth, like stars.
Hold on, I got more. You said you saw that, right? Okay. I got more for you.
La musa. Tengo que aguantarte y escribirte.
Would you mind reading that for me concerning satellites from NASA?
Sorry, what did you say?
Could you read this article concerning NASA satellites? Like, can you read it out loud for the chat and for the YouTubers?
Very good bit of science needs a datum, a place to start measuring from. Whizzing around above your head right now is the NASA ICES, a satellite responsible for measuring how badly and at what rate we're making.
¿Qué pasó, mi amor? Dígame, mi amor, venga con papá, dígame.
Yeah, your hot mic and Jimsy. Sorry.
Cuando venga, mi amor. Cuando venga, viene. Si no viene, no viene. Pero si viene, viene.
Somebody mute Jimsy.
Why does
I
he keep
got it.
muting? He's
Oh, he got
muted.
it. Please continue, sir.
I'm about to head to work. I'll start talking again at 4. So,
all right, no problem.
Cut your point off.
No deal. No problem. We got like hundreds of citations just like this, so we could do this all day. And you can come back anytime. Can you answer me this? If science is a method that establishes cause and effect relationships with natural phenomena, how's the globe being a concrete noun fit in any of that? Eli, if you got a moment to answer.
If science is a method, what?
If science is a method that establishes cause and effect relationships with natural phenomena, where does the globe being an object fit into that scenario?
Like where they take observations and conclude the Earth is round, or is that what you're like getting at?
Well, I know that observations of objects aren't, because an object isn't a phenomena. A phenomena is something happening, first and foremost.
So, like, if you observe a eclipse and like the roundness of it, or some shit like that.
You want to go through what
Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse?
You want to go through what the young boy just went through about lunar eclipses?
I don't know.
I mean,
I can't afford just give me 30 minutes. Literally 30 minutes. I'll be able to talk all you want.
It probably creep you out to find out that a lunar eclipse isn't what you think it is. That's not to say I know what it is, but it is kind of creepy realizing what it isn't.
So, like, you're basically saying it's not what we explain it as, but you don't have an ulterior or.
Yeah, the explanation is that the three bodies, the sun, the earth in between, and the moon are in a syzygy and alignment. But when we look at lunar eclipses, specifically selenilian eclipses, we're looking at both the sun and the moon above the horizon, which takes it out of alignment, out of syzygy. So the geometry in the explanation already doesn't bear out in reality when you're experiencing this phenomena. So that's number one. The geometry is off. Now, at the same time, when you're looking at this eclipse and you're looking at the shadow that the earth is supposed to be causing, when the shadow is coming in from the top or the side or any other orientation that doesn't make sense with a setting eclipse into a shadow, it brings into question what you're looking at, because it can't be the earth doing that.
I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Somebody posted like a quick picture of an eclipse right now that we were just posting earlier.
I got you, man. Don't worry.
All right, we got Sad Face in the chat. He is VC verified, and just letting you know, guys.
Thank you, Flatsy. So okay, go look at that right there. At 31 minutes past the hour, Eli.
Ring the bell.
That's the thing. They're standing on the earth. The sun is behind them, and the shadow is at the top. Geometrically, we all know that makes no damn sense if it's the earth that's doing that. Flatsy, could you bring in the newcomer and have a little conversation with them if you don't mind?
They got server muted because they're making a bunch of noise, I think on purpose. But yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted.
It's him.
Fuck, my bad. Oh shit. Oh, it wouldn't happen again. I'm sorry.
Well, welcome to the server.
Oh, thanks.
I guess I'm just calling you Sad Face. I guess that's what you.
Yeah, I'm severely depressed.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Well, what is your opinion on this subject of the server?
What, the Flat Earth server? I think the Earth is flat, yes. And you guys bring up some good points, and I agree with it.
You think you think the Earth is flat?
Yes, I have reasonable doubt. I would like to accept both sides. Open-minded.
Well, what evidence have you been presented with for the flat Earth?
Evidence for flat earthers. I saw a really good TikTok that changed my view.
Okay,
I'll
you
try
drop
find
the trolling. We know you're trolling, you know?
Yeah, it's clear that you're trolling.
What? I would never.
Mm-hmm. Nice try. Find the higher level of trolling.
We can have an open debate. Give me any question except that. I educated in my. Yes. What theories do you flat earthers have?
It's not really a theory, bro. It's like calling your height a theory. It's something you can measure and know. There's no theory involved.
But you understood what I said. Along those lines, what things, you know?
Well, the Earth is measurably and flat and utilized as such. Why would we even believe that the Earth is a globe in the first place?
So, you know, like when we went to like the moon, you know, we took like a photo of the Earth.
Not possible.
Not possible. What? Excuse me?
It's not possible to go to the moon. So why don't we stay on the ground? Think about the ground. I know. I've seen it. I've seen all the things that you've seen.
You said theory, and you might be speaking about what type of theory, like a scientific theory, something that has been established by a cause and effect relationship, and then establishes a theory, like actual laws of nature, things that always are. That's the way it is. That's the way it works. What type of theory are you talking about? Like an idea, an abstract?
An abstract.
So you're talking about what specifically? An abstract, yeah? Because things that you can demonstrate and things that are verifiable and proven scientifically, those are scientific theories, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that would be an abstract. Would be, I would say, at best, information based on something being true, based on a premise being true. Usually, what we ask for is the proof of the premise first, so that the abstract information is relevant, and we know it's relevant.
Exactly.
Right. I understand. But have you seen like a globe? It's like a circle. Why is it not flat?
Yeah, I think the first thing globe, because remember, by definition, my bad. Well, go ahead, Elijah.
You know, what do you mean? Those like globes, like the toys you give to kids.
Circles are flat.
I don't get what you mean.
Like a
you guys, you don't answer questions that are like vague with answers. That'll have us here all day.
Oh, sorry. I mean, right. No, I'll go into the next question. If the Earth's flat,
see how that works?
Rectangle or is it a square?
Hold on. See how that works, guys? Let's move on. You like that, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Gish gallop.
No.
Flip flop. Flippity flop.
No, because it's like once is the point is when you get someone to articulate what they're saying, they typically abandon their point because they're not saying anything.
It's just a fucking globe. What do you want me to say? It's a circle with the
globe.
Earth on it.
What's that?
Spin. What's that?
Yeah, but what do you mean by that?
What globe is?
Yeah, it's you want actually.
All right.
A globe is supposedly a representation. Like a globe is a thing in the classroom that's supposedly a representation of the Earth. However, you can't use it practically for any purposes other than assuming that the globe is a representation of the Earth. So that's what I'm talking about. You know, abstract things. We want to know the proof for the proof.
I see. But if you like put a ball on the floor, it rolls. You get me? If the Earth was flat, it wouldn't. You get me? I think, you know.
I don't get it.
The Earth is the floor. the flat
don't
floor.
get it. No, I don't get it.
But if it's flat, why would it roll?
No, I don't get. I don't get what you're saying though.
Right, interesting.
Because when you put a ball on a level surface, it doesn't move. When you put it on a grade, it moves. So, other than that, like, what do you mean?
Right. No.
Yeah, you mean that globe? Because I remember the globe, that ball on the table, the level table that
exactly
is building the horizontal line that has a vertical line that is plumb, that is axiomatic for this to work, and then you have that table, and then you have the globe. So that's the globe that you're talking about.
Oh yeah, sure. We could go for that one.
There you go. That's the globe, guys. This representation of an idea of a mathematical construct on a table written down. That's what it is, the globe.
Right.
So we seen a globe. We know what it is. What's your point?
It's a circle. You get me?
No, I don't get you, guys. Please, it can't be 5 of us. Like, what's up? Which one of us? Me, Heretic, or Gypsy? Which one?
You go. You got it.
You.
So you say globe is a circle. Well, here's the thing. A circle is a 2D shape, right?
Yes.
Right. There's no 2D objects in reality, though. So I don't know what you mean by a globe is a circle. That's not true.
Well, a circle, sphere. I'm sorry. I made a typo. All right, I'll go back. A globe is a sphere. All right, that it represents the Earth. So that means the Earth is a sphere if it represents it.
Well, they say it represents the Earth, but how so?
I'm not gonna doubt him. If I see a sphere, I'm gonna assume the Earth is flat. All right.
Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I?
Why would you do that?
Why would I assume the Earth's flat?
Why would you?
Exactly. Just answered my question. Cheers.
Okay.
Oh shit, the hard K.
Because a globe is actually a projection of elevation angle measurements, which require a horizontal plane. So that's how a globe was built. So it's interesting that you say that. I just didn't think you knew that, though.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, so you guys being flat, so the flat theory, or whatever you wish to call it, says that the Earth has no curves, right?
Who says the Earth has no curves? I've seen hills before.
One of the no. It means you. I had a debate with someone
that there's no 8 inches per mile squared. Because that's the claim. That's a geometric claim. Because we can't be separate from the geometric claim if we're talking about the geometry of the Earth, and that is the claim. That's the abstract information that we were talking about. So all we need to do is directly figure out that that's the case. So if we're not doing that, then what are we doing?
Word. But when I was in a debate with someone earlier, they said the theory is that looking at the Earth, it has no curves. I don't know what he meant, but if it has no curves, that means
I don't know what that means either. Do you often answer questions that are ambiguous, like I'm trying to tell people in here not to do?
I didn't hear you tell people not to do that.
Yeah, you can't really answer ambiguous questions because you don't really. How would you answer a question you don't understand? Why would you even try?
All right. So when you guys
are you going to answer one question directly? That was a point blank question.
What the fuck do you want me to say?
Why would you answer a question that you don't understand the premise being proven within the question? If there is no premise trying to be proven,
just
then
asking basic
what would you
questions
be
like
answering?
the globe.
No, I'm talking about what the other guy said. You said that the question didn't make sense and then you proceeded to answer it. How do you do that?
What are you on? When did I answer? What question did I answer?
You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You just said some guy made a claim that that there's a theory. I don't even know what he means by theory, that the Earth has no curves. You said you don't know what that means. So how could you possibly begin to answer a question you don't understand the meaning of?
Right. I said I was having a discussion with another guy. He said, because I asked the question, if the Earth is flat, where are the edges? And he said that there were no edges. But he also claimed that the Earth has no curves. And I was just wondering what he was on about. If
Well,
the Earth is flat...
let me ask you a question.
Yes, go on.
If there is an edge, how would any of us determine where that is?
Surely if you just keep walking, it's not an infinite plane. Surely
Sorry, I can't do that. If you Google or YouTube the Navy, where they say 98% of Earth's waters are policed by them 100% of the time, that would kind of be why we can't do that.
I'm not talking about ordinary people. Like, what, are you assuming the government is trying to hold us back from reaching the edge?
I don't know. I know flat earthers want to know where the edge is, and the rest of you guys don't. So how are us, the minority, going to figure this out when the people who have the power to figure it out aren't giving us a valid way to do that, or aren't doing it themselves? They're basically saying, actually, there will be no exploration for you.
Who said that?
But I just told you what to Google or YouTube.
YouTube. So what, the military are trying to hold us back? The Navy?
No, the Navy has borders, just like the military has borders, just like your country has borders. Even though borders aren't real, they're just something that we agree upon for some reason because we're in a cult. So it is what it is. So you're asking us why we can't explore beyond those borders, but the answer is very simple.
Right, so...
Bro, you could barely go to the grocery store and buy toilet paper like a couple years ago. Where do you guys get this idea? You can just freely roam the whole earth, go wherever you want.
Exactly.
What? What? I'm just
dude.
Surely...
this isn't a hooligan society. You just travel freely wherever you want to go. I'm sure you can't even do that in your local area. You just have a free pass to go wherever you want.
You probably could. I don't understand what's holding you back.
What do you mean?
Didn't you say something about the globe earlier? The ones that we see in class?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for changing the subject, but I thought this was funny because I was looking for the screenshots that I took of the Navy, and I found this. So look at what it says. Yup, there. Oh, Clipcord is the fucking man, yo. I swear to God, yo. Look out your window. What do you see? This is a children's workbook, by the way, right? So this is like some elementary grade type stuff. This is how they taught you, me, and everyone else. This is how it began, right? So,
right.
Look out of your window. What do you see? Is it flat or round? If you look out your window, you will see land for a distance that is flat. Uh-oh. Maybe you might see a hill or a mountain. You could probably make your own map of what you see. What you don't see is anything round, like a globe. Uh-oh. So, how were globes invented? Underlined in red. More than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. They invented globes. But it took hundreds more years before most people believed that the Earth was round. That's interesting.
So what's the point here?
When people say they can see curvature, they can go outside and you'll know it's a globe, that's not true. They literally said, when you look out, you see flat. But somehow what they were observing in the midst of all of this is a globe somehow. I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
Exactly.
Right. That's an interesting take, but fair enough. I'll give you that one. That makes sense.
Give us everything, man. We got lots more.
Congrats! I got hundreds more to go, man. I'm like the base version of Dave Weiss when it comes to this shit.
Yeah.
Like what Dave Weiss does is he shows like all of the good, and gory NASA stuff, all the ISS stuff where clearly they're faking it. Well, I like to pull up like little historical clippings like this because it's hard for people to deny because they'll say no, you're lying. We've seen curvature. You just go outside, but it's like you didn't learn that in school. Stop lying.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. I'll go on mute for a while I watch the U.S. Navy video. All right. I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
All right.
Well done, guys. Well.
Dude.
Taking a break.
Is that what you were about to post, Elijah?
Yeah, I was looking for my screenshots of the Navy video.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I got the earthly thing pulled up.
Taking a break.
Think of it this way too. You technically could just hit the highway and drive however you want. Forget the lanes, forget the speed limits, just do whatever. Technically you can.
Yeah.
How long are you gonna get away with that?
No. You technically can. Nobody travels on a straight line because you have topography. You have, like you're saying, streets. You have if you want to cross a body of water, like let's say a river or a river bay.
Well, he's saying you can find a way to do it anyways.
But think about it, right? Oh, you can just travel in a straight line and reach the edge. That's not even.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, that's impossible.
Do that
unless you're like
that's a whole nother
you got
thing.
A plane or.
What I'm saying is they're just saying what I'm saying, Gemsy, is they have this idea you can just break loose, make a run for it, charge the edge. It's like that's the same this is the same mentality.
Ninja run the edge in Naruto. Ninja to the edge. Let's go.
Yeah. So they're basically that's their mentality. Is they're like, well, let's just gather up in a parking lot, all of our hot rods, all of our cars. We're just gonna scatter out of here and everybody drive reckless. They can't catch all of us. Dude,
but
they have faster cars, they have helicopters and planes, they have more of them than you. I just don't know where these guys' idea comes from that they can just make a break for it and no one's gonna catch you or stop you. They don't have to be waiting for you. They have faster boats, they have faster planes and helicopters.
Amen.
And the Fast and Furious, they did tend to.
If somebody is saying that flat earthers, like if somebody's saying like where's the edge, doesn't that mean he's asking that? Doesn't that mean that they assume that the earth is like a flat disk in space? In which case we shouldn't say, well, you can't see the edge. We should first tell them that it's not that. Otherwise they think that we think that.
Yeah, we point that out very often, but Elijah was following some certain logic step by step, and that's why the guy got to the conclusion. All right, that makes sense, because what Elijah brought up to him was logical arguments, not just let's believe this and believe that. So he was questioning his logic about the conclusions that he's believing without evidence, and now he's questioning it now at this moment.
Here's another one. These are completely non sequitur, but why not? It's bound to the earth by gravity. Most of the atmosphere spins along with it as a result of friction with the ground and the viscosity or stickiness of the different layers of air above it. Those words are quite ridiculous, seeing as that gas has no intermolecular bonds. So, anyway, Above 200K kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. The cause of this bizarre super rotation effect remains unclear, but has also been detected on Venus. You know what's interesting about this bizarre super rotation? Well, if you're on a globe, you have to call it bizarre because
we don't
this
experience
is a first law of thermodynamics violation. That's what this is. If you live
How
on a
high
globe.
was it?
It doesn't even matter.
Don't
But
put
it
that,
says
no.
above
Don't planes
200.
fly that high or below?
200 kilometers. So they're basically saying that the air is actually spinning faster than the Earth. That's the second law of
Wow,
thermodynamics.
that's crazy. I don't even know that
I mean,
law.
not second law, first law. And second
I don't know that. I don't know those laws.
Meaning, where did the energy come from? Because the energy of the gas is moving because of the Earth and the Earth's gravitation. So where did the extra energy come from for the air above all of that to move faster? That's the first law of thermodynamics violation.
Comes from NASA, probably. No.
What is it? Correct? Kilo. Are you doing correct? Track? No. Stop it. Backgrounds.
The hell was that?
Are you muted?
Electric guitar.
Yeah, some type of music instrument going in the background. So yes, he's gonna.
Sorry about that.
I mean, question about the edge. Like, have you been to the edge of a dream? Did you
What does that mean?
hit a barrier and bounce off of it? Like, have you reached the end of a dream space that you've been in?
Never.
No, I don't really have controls on my
wouldn't say I have
dreams. I don't
Yeah,
think. Right.
Would you
So-
say there is an edge somewhere in that space?
Really? I'm
okay. Thank you. Because I would say that the Earth doesn't have to have an edge like that either. The way people are asking it, it's almost as Enrico pointed out. They're looking for some type of edge that you could go jump off of into some other place that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist.
All right, can I talk? When you're having a dream, it's all imaginative, right? It's not physical, but the Earth is physical. You can't have an unlimited amount of resources to an unlimited plane.
Why?
I also don't think the Earth is unlimited or infinite.
Why not?
Interesting that you say that about the Earth being an object, because objects have geometry to it. So why don't we see any of this geometry?
Wait, what was the question?
It's funny that you mention reality and objects, seeing as that the Earth is supposedly a globe and it's an object. It has set dimensions, radius being 3,959 miles, circumference being 25,000 miles. So that would mean that we can use the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to give us the distance to the geometric curve of the Earth, which is called the horizon. How come there's no evidence of that?
I don't know.
Because you don't believe in it, right? Nobody believes in the globe. Everybody brings their own globe or brings their own belief. But when it comes to the actual dimensions, when we say, how come that's not provable? They go, I don't know, but look at eclipses. I don't know, but look at sunsets. I don't know, but look at the sky. It's, I don't know where the geometry of the globe we supposedly live on is, but look at everything else. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, but I don't have access to. I'm not working out calculations. I'm just bringing up random questions I have. I'm not.
If I was to show you a video made for elementary students about the distance to the horizon, do you think you would have to be a scientist to understand what I said after that?
I don't know.
Can you run that clip, Creation Bear? Let's test it. See how he feels about it. Very simple stuff.
One more time. What was the clip?
The horizon, the distance to horizon video.
Yep. The 90-second one? Yep, I can do that. How the horizon works?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Where is it being projected? I want to see it too.
Where do I watch it?
Yeah, how do I watch it?
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon?
Hey,
and said,
how do we watch
I
the
wonder
clip?
exactly how far away that horizon is. You know, where the sky meets the sea. That's the horizon.
All right, pause it. The clip's been posted in the chat. If you need a visual, you can follow along with that. It's only 90 seconds long, so.
You can do the YouTube watch together thingy in Discord maybe, and they can all hop in there, and you play the song from the bottom or something.
Oh, I see the clip in the chat. Yeah.
True.
No, it's a photo.
I don't know.
What the fuck?
Just an idea.
Right.
You agree? Sorry, gentlemen. Good evening, everybody. Hope everyone's well. You agree maths exists, my friend, right? And you understand that if you're standing on a curved surface, a ball, you know.
I'm out. We've been through that.
Okay, good.
So the reason that I bring up this video is because people say that everything that you're saying right now is too complicated because they're not a scientist or something. So the video is to get them to say, yeah, that's a 5th grade video, but I can't understand that either. Like, that's my goal. Either you understand and we can move forward with the point, or you don't understand a 5th grade point. That's all I want.
LOL.
All right, I've got the YouTube activity open, so if anyone wants to join that,
All right, give me a
you can
sec.
see it there.
This is also a reason, guys, that the text chat. The text chat is important. Follow the text chat so we are all on the same page about the conversation. So the bot, when it's presenting something, like it's not interrupted, asking, "Well, we're gonna watch it." Follow the text chat so you can follow the reference.
I'll watch it separately. I'll
'Cause
see you in 90.
Now the whole point is behind now, and we want to be on the same page.
Horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is...
Just wanted to pause there. When he says it's going like this, he's moving his hand in a curved fashion, left to right, and then he's going to say, but it also goes like this. And now he's pointing to and from, like away from himself, saying it's curved in that direction out in front of you as well. So let's continue.
Pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am, about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more.
Okay.
2 miles. Wow.
This is the original claim. The Earth, the horizon is curved at a certain distance away from you. You can measure out or calculate how far the distance to that curvature will be based off of how high off the ground you are. So for a 6-foot person, the horizon would be about 3 miles, is the claim. So this isn't flat earther math or whatever. I see Broad1 in the chat saying like, oh, who came up with this math? This isn't flat earther numbers or anything like this. This is just the claimed size of the globe. If you don't adhere to this, now you're getting into this BYOB territory where you're bringing your own ball, claim you're bringing your own globe, and well, we're just getting into La La Land. This is the globe you're supposed to believe in, the one that he's talking about here in this video. So, step 1 is knowing what the claims are. That's the claim. The horizon's curved at a certain distance away, based off of certain height off the ground.
It's an inverted mirage.
So, Broad1, this video was made like 9 years ago, before I even got into flat Earth. So, I don't know why you keep trying to impose this idea that this is flat earther math here. I mean, we can play the clip again. He says, because the Earth is curved, if you're 8 inches above the water, so this 8 inches per mile squared isn't flat earther math. I don't want to say that again.
Exactly.
Maybe it could be a flat sphere.
What the fuck is a flat sphere, bro? A disc.
Well, that's how the sphere was driven from. Yeah, the surface level, and the eye level, the height of the observer. So the differential between these two level planes is what makes the sphere.
Right.
Oh, the video's over? Okay. Did you understand? Hello? Sir?
Sir?
Sir, did you understand the video?
Referring to me?
Yes. You understood the video?
Yeah, but why are we talking about horizons?
Because it's relative to the geometric claim. That's what Creation Bear says about bringing your own belief. Because people don't understand that. Remember, you said the Earth is a real object. So the horizon is the direct consequence of this real object. So we just want to know that you understand the nature of the horizon within the claim that's been given based on the geometry that we have. So you did understand it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Are you still there? You know who I'm calling out. You're my main man. You know who I'm calling out. Chris,
DJ?
Jedi.
Right here, man. What's up?
Take it away. I just wanted to get that out the way.
So we understand that this is really simple and easy, right?
Yeah?
Yeah. So we've all been told that horizon blocks things. Like the ancient Greeks told us, right? The Earth's a ball. They knew this because the bottoms of ships are obstructed, right? Making the horizon physical, the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay.
You understand the video and the point that Creation Bear and Elijah have been giving to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the claim that the horizon is the geometric curvature of the Earth. We understand that all we're doing is applying the model to reality. So the model says the horizon, if it was physical, should be at a location. Depending on your altitude above that curved surface. It's just a mathematical calculation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably already been said, but 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
What?
Yeah. It's 1.2.
Sure,
yeah, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's really simple. Have you seen the image of the black swan? The 2 oil rigs.
No.
Have you seen that?
I may have.
Pardon?
I may have a photo of a black swan because of
No, yeah, it's called the Black Swan. It's just because it's a logical argument. But the images of two oil rigs, have you seen that image? And for reference, can somebody just post it in the live stream for me, please?
Black Swan.
I'll wait for the image to show up. The one sent by FlatGBT.
Yeah, that's the one, my friend. And there's another one as well. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate that.
Where's this chat?
It's the live stream voice text just above the chat room. You in there, buddy? Yeah? Yeah, no worries, man. Just so we're all following along. Now, this image has become quite famous within kind of this circle, flat Earth, globe Earth argument. Because the claim has always been, we can't see that over a distance of water because the horizon is physical and I can't see the bottom of a boat. For years and years, we were debating why we couldn't see the bottom of objects and why we couldn't see things. There's an Earth curve calculator out there which dictates to us what we should see at distances. Now, this is why it's poignant, because if the horizon was physical, it should be where the math dictates. That is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and phi. Now, the observer's height's 1, so 1 foot above the surface of the water, where this image is taken. Now, this image is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you the video if you want. You following me so far? Yeah, we're just going to be looking at this image. Now, you see those two oil rigs, my friend, yeah? Do you see that they've got distance markers on them? We're telling you how far away they are from the observer. Do you see those distance markers?
Fucking tard, man.
Yes, no, maybe so.
If you go on.
Do you see the distance markers? Do you see the platforms?
I don't think he's here anymore, man.
I told you they don't believe in the globe. And I'm going to keep proving it. And they're going to keep leaving. When you let them jump around and think they have a point, they will talk to you all day.
Yeah.
But when you do it this way, they just kind of leave. I know it's boring, but I mean, what are you going to do, you know?
Hey, can somebody give me access to the chat?
You need
I don't have access to it.
Have you got voice verified yet, mate?
I don't know what that means.
So when you come into a service, you usually go to voice check-in. Somebody just checks you out, make sure that you're not a troll. Going to play poor music in the background.
Like years ago. I don't remember.
Okay. So just check your roles. Tell me what roles you've got.
What is? What does
you have
that
access,
mean?
bro.
I have. It says I don't have permission to send messages in this chat.
What chat?
The live stream chat.
Are you the one that's
send me a
been
screenshot to my DMs?
Are you the one that's been breathing into the mic and saying stupid shit, or?
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Now it's funny.
Okay, Timbo. Now you're the flip-flopper. Flapjack.
Who do I gotta send the screenshot to?
I get where you got that from. I watched one of Dave's latest interviews. It was something around there where the guy was like flip some show. I was like, oh, is that where she got it from?
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't doubt that it's something else that people are. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Hey, nothing new under the sun. I was actually in the lobby and we were dealing with some Globers coming in, and somebody said something about like referring to the claim stacking being something food related, and then I just expounded on that. But I went the flapjacks way when I think they went the burger or sandwich way.
Blade Runner, New York City. Very odd, and it only I'm waiting for it to do it again because it only happens at a certain time of day that is that yellow. It's pretty interesting. That means there's an angular relationship, and the sun is not actually 93 million miles away with parallel rays. Otherwise, it'd be orange all day, wouldn't it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're gonna need a flat plane for that.
Oh, I found the chat. Thank you. Fucking Discord, man. Haha.
Wait, bro. I can't believe he just left like that, though.
They've been whining about how hard this is.
I will refrain from talking to people in the future. Because what he wanted to do was not be on point with Jedi. He wanted to say, I don't understand, so anyway, let me make my point. No, thanks.
Yeah, what you did with him, Elijah, was funny because you actually spread out that you wanted him to admit that he understands what the horizon was. And then when the video finished, he still couldn't admit, kept on avoiding the question that he understood what the horizon was. Then he had to dip.
What did I miss?
A good old hit and run, Crypto. Hit and run. Drive by Globies. Yeah, he was doing that, Elijah. So anyway, what I was saying was, and he wouldn't address anything that you said. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you would make a whole point, and he'd be like, "So anyway, that really bothers me."
What happens if you let them speak and you kind of destroy their points?
Well, you can't, because if you let them get to a certain point in the conversation, then all points will become circular, and that's what they want.
Yeah, I mean there are certain things that where they have like a certain foundation of fallacious logic that then they move on to a second point that's based on the fallacious foundation, right? So you have to address the fallacious foundation, or you're going to end up talking in circles around the conclusion, which doesn't have any basis.
Yeah, but if you address it, you should be able to break it down and let them speak. And
you can't disprove a premise if you've already allowed them to assume it.
Yeah, right. So if someone says to me, "Oh, well, the Cavendish experiment proves gravity," well. I mean, the issue is that you don't know that gravity exists. So to then go into that Cavendish experiment, like when you're now talking about this, it's in order to say that the Cavendish experiment is even legitimate, you have to have already accepted the gravity is legitimate, right? Does that make sense?
No. Yeah. Because you're proving it. It was proving it. I mean, it was...
No, because okay, let me. If I was to say to you, "Oh yeah, I've got this really cool test. It involves unicorns and swings, and if I push a swing and it swings 4 times, then it proves that unicorns exist, right?" Okay. You would say to me, "But I already know unicorns don't exist. So why are you doing a test involving swings? None of this makes any sense, right?" You would challenge the premise of the existence of unicorns. You wouldn't start going into the details of the swing test.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right, so that's exactly the same. Like they're taking gravity and they're saying, we know gravity exists because of this Cavendish experiment. There's no point getting bogged down in the weeds of the Cavendish experiment if you haven't established that gravity is even legitimate to start with.
This is also poignant within the flat Earth, globe Earth argument because 99.9% of their arguments require you to beg the question and assume that the Earth is already in existence in the first place. So everyone will go on the premise that the Earth is already a ball, and they can start explaining it from that point.
I mean, I think the very best example of that is Eratosthenes, because if you already know you're on a ball, you can use Eratosthenes to measure the size of the ball, right? But they then say, well, therefore it proves that you're on a ball, which it doesn't. Like, the ball has to be there first.
Yeah. Why ball? Aristosthenes goes in with the math that's going to figure out how he's going to end up. Well, sorry, the size of the ball he's assuming. So don't be surprised when the math comes out with a ball. It's already got the R in it, the radius value. And this is the big question within the flat Earth. How do you get that? How do you get that R value?
Use the flat plane.
We want that directly measured.
Yeah, he used the flat plane. That's what they did. They used sea level to establish the height of a mountain.
Without drifting away from the point of why this fallacious argument is what we don't accept on this server. All right, what Creation Bear's pointing out, what Crypto's pointing out, and what I'm pointing out, this fallacious logic. If we let them carry on with their story, carry on with their assumption, then we can be off within the weeds arguing the point within their story. That's not, we want proof of the story in the first instance, not a story from within the story. Does that make sense, yeah?
Yeah, but the story itself requires a flat plane.
Well,
no,
the point is that step one, assume the Earth is a ball. That's step one in their fallacious argument. Assume the Earth is a ball, and then you have other assumptions that are piled onto that one assumption.
That's right. Yeah. Bra is demonstrating this right now in the chat. Right now, he's going on about refraction, assuming that there's a ball to refract.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously refraction is invoked because the radius value doesn't work for certain observations, so they have to change the radius value mathematically, which they obviously don't understand that's what they're doing. They're actually changing the size of the Earth mathematically, but then asserting that it's better light bending. Because the radius value can't change because the rest of the model is built on certain size, right? So the radius value can't change. So they have to change the radius value through special pleading, i.e. refraction.
Oh,
yeah,
you mean
they're claiming a different apparent? They claim one actual radius and then another apparent radius. Whatever apparent radius they need to explain away anything that we see on the Earth. So where did you get your actual radius from if it looks like you say it does instead?
Well, it's not even.
They want to. They want to detangle themselves from the actual claim by just saying the word ambiguously, refraction. Now, what they're talking about is 7/6 the radius that's already presumed.
7/6R, yeah.
Not necessarily, because that was what I was going to bring up with Creation Bear. They're not just saying that there's one radius value that's the physical size of the Earth, and then here's the refraction radius value. They're actually saying that there's the one physical radius value, and then the other apparent radius is whatever we need it to be, right? So it might be 7/6R, sometimes it might be 9/6R. Well, if this observation requires 11/6R, then now it's 11/6R, right?
Yeah, but that's referring to a radius of a circle, not a sphere. Yeah, of a circle. A circle on a plane.
No.
That's what it is. That's what that's how the claim is made. Elevation angles.
It doesn't matter though, because they don't have any radius to apply refraction to in the first place. There's no globe to refract. That's why they have to make that argument that it's being refracted when we should be seeing it and we're not.
Yeah, they reify the horizon as to be something physical. Like it has a postcode that you can send something to.
Yeah, I mean, every time you hear refraction, you should just hear unfalsifiability. That's all that means. They're making their claim unfalsifiable.
Yeah, it's the excuse that they use as to why we can see further away. But again, you see further away on the horizontal plane. And the radius value in this case is the distance between whatever you I can see, and the differential of your height of I, the observer, and the surface level, that differential is what they give the name of the curvature of the Earth, a radius around you. But it's a circle on the surface, on the level surface. It's not a sphere, it's a circle.
But anyway, where is this radius to claim refraction of a globe in the first place?
So I understand what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying now with regards to like you're talking about like a circle of vision, right, around the observer.
Correct.
On a plane, yeah. Okay, I mean the thing is they would just assert that circle of vision is the limit of the curvature of the ball, right? So they just conflate the two.
That's correct. So what the claim is that they used the sea level to establish the height of a mountain. So they have a horizontal level already in order to establish the height of the mountain. Now, they go to the top of the mountain and they establish another horizontal plane. And as you deduct the height of the eye, that gives you the inclination for a radius of a circle, which is as far as your eye can see on that day. So that is the radius. That's how they claim that they obtained the radius, but that requires a flat plane. Not only that, the Cartesian system that we use even today, lines of longitude and latitude, are driven from elevation angles to Polaris. You know your latitude by the angle to Polaris. It requires a flat plane for your elevation angles. The globe was driven from a flat plane. Yeah, it's a flat globe.
The two buttons meme comes to mind. So there is a geometric 1.2 mile horizon, but it's being refracted so that what we see instead is a 10-mile horizon. Can you show me that 1.2 mile one that you say is being refracted to look like what it does instead in reality?
Is that so? The horizon is refracted, but not the platforms. So what type of refraction pushes the horizon further away, but not the platforms? Is this a special refraction?
Yeah. Special imaginary refraction for an imaginary globe that we don't see in reality because it isn't there. That's why you have to say refraction.
Because the argument in question is distance to horizon. And distance to the horizon is greater than the distance to the platforms, which is beyond the limitation of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. That's why it's not a ball. There is no curvature. That's so 2020 arguments, guys. Yeah, the black swan killed it.
There's no coming back from it. They might think there is, but there's not.
Black swan.
Well, why don't you tell us about this globe refraction on the mic? Why are you in the chat with that?
Yeah, flat Earth is the cat out of the bag. The cat is not going back in the bag.
Is this curvature in the room with you right now?
Crypto, you sound like you're in a tin can again.
Right, you must understand that in order to have a refracted image of something, it first has to be in reality, right? There has to be a physical thing there to be refracted. So your claim of a refracted globe is pretty much tantamount to claims of refracted ghosts or fairies. They're not there, so how can you be looking at a refracted ghost?
Yeah, they're using refraction as a band-aid once again because they cannot invoke gravity anymore. So they need to evoke something. And it seems like they find refuge on this word.
If I put a straw in a glass of water and I see it refracted, it's because there's a straw there. In your case, you're just telling us something that you imagine that's never been demonstrated to be there in the first place is being refracted. How does that work?
How would you measure with refraction?
Wait, who's asking questions here?
I am.
Sweet. So why is a question being answered with a question? That was to whoever was just speaking. Dude with the accent.
Just kidding. George is on our team. No friendly fire.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure. I'm so sorry for the...
Well, he's just filling in the gaps because our globe contestant, I guess, isn't ready to step up.
Hey, cool. So I can talk about... I'm about to witness in about 17 minutes. I'm about to witness localized refraction. Do you guys want to hear about it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yep. Sounds cool. Localized in your area. Your local area.
Oh, no. This is local. I'm talking about, like, everybody can do this local. So, like, about an hour ago, I set my oven for 350 degrees. And the oven went ding. And I put my food inside. In about 17 minutes, it's going to go ding again and let me know that the pie is ready to be pulled out. That's my food that I put in there. Now, when I open up the oven, what I notice is, like, the temperature is 350. It's listed on the clock of the oven if you look at the display. And I know when I open up that oven, those numbers on the back of that stove display are going to start to dance if I catch them at the right angle, right? Because the heat from the stove or the heat from the oven, the box is going to be coming out. And it's going to cause those numbers to dance a little bit. That, to me, my friends, is localized refraction. We know that the object is there. And we know that when we introduce a temperature change, there will be this thing called, I believe it's atmospheric lensing, perhaps, that will alter the object that we're looking at. But at the end of the day, when that temperature returns to whatever it needs to return to, that object is still there. Even when refraction changes.
Yeah, but you see what... You see... Because in the end, you're correct. It's a lensing that you are creating in the air, not quite a refraction. You know, you're close to fall on the reification fallacy. You're trying to refine this as to being refraction.
Is it not?
No, it's just temperature coming out of your oven, which is causing an effect there. But it's not refraction, though.
But isn't it causing atmospheric lensing, which is a form of refraction?
Yeah. Well, is it? What's refraction?
Should we go to? Okay, no, then let's go to the definition of refraction. I'm curious. Let's check it out. Because if I'm horribly mistaken, I will definitely withdraw my observation without a doubt. I would hate to inadvertently mislead anybody with a gross observation. Bear with me, please.
I mean, it's not a bad example, though, because ultimately what they're saying is that there's something there that's been distorted through the air, right? But the problem is what they're saying is there that's been distorted has never been shown to be there.
Exactly my point. So
they're talking about the effect you just described not long ago about the straw in the glass. But you need to have those two different mediums, though.
Yes,
and not exactly. Not only that, the light needs to come sideways.
See, George, hold on.
But that has nothing to do with the temperature coming out of the oven.
Okay, but let's read the definition of refraction so we can be clear, because words have meaning. So, refraction, the fact or phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc., being deflected in passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another, or through a medium of varying density. So there we have it again, says it states, or through a medium of varying density. Therefore, when you introduce a temperature change, i.e. opening an oven, you are observing a medium of varying density. This is my point. Right? So their explanation is...
All right, I can see.
Right? And that's all I'm saying, is that I initially thought that as well. However, further investigation actually susses out the idea that we only need one medium with a variation of temperature in order to observe refraction happen. Which is like, we look at that GIF that's all over the place where the shoreline exists, right? We only observe the shoreline changing form because of the lensing that's in place. And that's why I'm like, why do we have to point at refraction when we can just call it lensing? Everybody's familiar with the concept of lensing because everybody's had their eyes tested. I'll withdraw. Thanks for listening, guys. I appreciate it.
Really, what they need is a globe to apply any effect to it.
Exactly it.
They can say whatever they want is happening to a globe once they actually prove that there's a globe.
Well said, well said.
Oh, Xanapic has been all over the...
The problem is that this referred globe has been debunked in 2020, 1st of January. Because this globe is based on the model that we're still waiting to see this model.
Yeah, still waiting to see the model, still waiting to see the globe. Haven't seen any of it.
Well, I've seen many globes, but they are for decoration purpose.
Right.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the one they're talking about. Yeah.
No, the one they're talking about, would like to see the model. The closest they're going to get will be the so-called celestial sphere. But that requires a flat plane.
Uh-oh.
Yep. They go to the center of a sphere. They require a plane in order to do the navigation. And that's where the globe was driven from.
The azimuthal personal dome of observability.
Well, in the case of the celestial sphere, the Armillary sphere is one for the northern and one for the southern hemispheres. You just need to change the dials, you know. You flip the coin around, and there you go. You have another plane.
Raw One, why are you eternally chat skanking? You're in the call. Why don't you just use your mic?
No chat skanking.
My mic's broken.
Identify thyself or go play on YouTube.
It's funny that they talk about hell because in navigation using a globe, the measurements are made from the center of a sphere. I think they're making these measurements and observations from hell.
You gonna just let him blaspheme your globe like that, bruh?
So this guy has a globe? Well, I had a balloon once.
He said that your globe is from the pits of hell, bruh. You just gonna let that stand?
Hey, George, was that balloon filled with helium or oxygen? Or no, actually, carbon dioxide?
I was water on this one.
It was water. Nice. That's a pretty dense medium to be using for a balloon.
Yeah, I was playing with it on the swimming pool. But anyway, this guy, if he's listening to me, I wonder, I have a question for him. How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
Why so mic shy, bro? One. Should be easy, right? Globe's been proven for thousands of years, right? The ancient Greeks knew, right? It should be a piece of cake.
And we also know, I mean, we have proved that we are spinning because we can't feel it. So what other proof you want?
Yeah, no motion detected, therefore motion.
Well, yeah, because we already know the Earth is too big to see and it's spinning too fast to notice. So being as we know these things already, then yeah. Wait, do we?
Being that we already know that the Earth is a globe, whenever we see something that doesn't match the expectations of that globe, we know that we're just looking at a refracted globe because we know it's a globe already, right, Brodwin?
Yeah, but it makes sense though, because if you are traveling at a certain speed, you know, you wouldn't notice. I mean, if the speed is 0, you wouldn't notice, definitely.
And you definitely wouldn't notice going around in a circle, whilst also going around in an elliptical orbit at the same time. You definitely wouldn't notice that now, would you? Because the elliptical orbit's got acceleration and deceleration, and we don't do we feel that, bruh? Can't remember. Probably not. Or do we?
Yeah, but don't forget, while he's doing that, all of the atmosphere is following you around.
Well, if you want to be really technical about it, the atmosphere is both leading the way and also the last thing to travel, because that's the thing that's encompassing the land and the oceans, right? So the gas is leading the way. Interesting.
That's a good point.
Yeah. All you got to do is think hard enough about the heliocentric model, and every single point is a fucking good point, because all of that points are shit.
So
about it.
it sounds like you're describing one reference frame of ball and air, so no Coriolis, right?
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, for Coriolis, you're going to need two different reference frames. Yeah, and one of them needs to be rotating. As we just said, there is zero velocity, there is zero speed, there is no movement whatsoever. So no Coriolis. No.
Uh-oh, what are we going to do about this, bro one?
Unless he's trying to debunk any type of navigation.
Well, rest in peace, Foucault's pendulum. Fuck all's pendulum, I mean.
Oh, dang.
Bummer, dude.
Foucault's pendulum. Begging the question, formal logical fallacy. Brilliant. So if we beg the question that the Earth is a spinning ball, then the pendulum will do this. The pendulum does this. Therefore, the Earth is a spinning ball. Brilliant.
So now the air isn't rotating to keep up with the Earth?
No, in Foucault's pendulum, it demonstrates two reference frames, the Earth spinning underneath the pendulum. So, Coriolis effect. Aeroplanes, helicopters, all of those different things that left the Earth's surface, according to Foucault's pendulum, would drift. Does that happen, Heretic? I can't remember, I've forgotten.
I've never seen it happen.
No. Being on an aeroplane and the airport isn't coming rushing towards me in one direction, and then we're having to try and catch up with the airport as we're flying back home because it's going away. Yeah, that's never happened before. I haven't jumped up and the Earth moved underneath me. I haven't witnessed a plane as I'm standing underneath it with those trails, chemtrails or contrails, a completely different issue, are going in a straight line, and that aircraft is definitely not deviating from its path, as it would have to be if I was standing on a rotating reference frame, according to Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, but that claim, not only that claim implies that airplanes will fly backwards as well.
Yeah. So, depending on whatever argument you want to talk about, the Earth is either spinning with the air attached or spinning with the air not attached.
I just can't keep up.
Oh, well.
We need you to jump into the chat to clear all this confusion up for us.
How long do you guys think it takes to land at 747 from cruising altitude?
I forget.
Chris?
Starting when? Like, when
I don't know. I'm just thinking like when the captain comes on, turns on the put on your seatbelt, return to your seat, all that stuff. And he's like, we begin our descent down into the warm skies of whatever the hell it is or wherever we're going. But like the actual time it goes, I think the cruising altitude is like 35,000 feet. My question is really, to get to the point of it, is how long does it take to descend 35,000 feet And what is the expectation of the ground moving within that time? So if they claim 1,000 miles per hour is the rotation at the equator, and it takes 20 minutes to land a plane, then that runway should have moved location by a distance that we should be able to extrapolate. Probably about 400 miles, I would imagine, in 20 minutes, something like that. But maybe that's just me, crazy self.
While you dipping the nose down, because you need to compensate for the curvature, just to keep level. A mini level curve, which is nonsensical.
Well, that's just it.
An airplane flying over a sphere, the way they describe to us, just to keep the same altitude, which is a level flight, around the curved surface, it needed to be dipping down the nose all the time. Just to keep altitude.
The pilot would have to be in a constant attitude adjustment. Yes, I said attitude adjustment. Attitude being the relationship between the nose and the tail of the plane, to so that make sure that the flight path of the plane maintains a flight path around a ball. So that's a very valid point.
Yeah, aerodynamics would be completely different. Aerodynamics is actually one of the sources that tell us the Earth needs to be flat and stationary in order for you to be able to navigate. Your destination stays where it is. It's not moving. You move to it. I know it's primordial, but we've been missing out on all of these things. It's been in our face all along.
Testing.
5,
1,
6,
2.
7, 8.
All clear.
Roger.
What's your vector, Victor?
I'm on your 6.
Roger, Roger.
So what's this fresh and flat podcast all about?
You never seen it? I guess I should speak on that.
What's your clearance?
What are you familiar with Fresh and Fit, Crypto?
I'm very familiar with Fresh and Fit, but I'm less familiar with Fresh and Flat.
Well, I guess I've been trying to intersect the two lanes for a little while. We ended up having a bit of a collab recently with their Discord. Did you hear about this?
I did hear about that, yes.
Yeah, so it's just a little bit of cloud stealing. I don't know what you want to call it. I've just been having some fun, Fresh and Flat. Just kind of mixing the two avenues.
I actually think that's really catchy. I really like the name. That was why I asked about it, because the name's great.
Yeah, I quite like it as well. Yeah, it was really interesting that whole debacle turned into something I did not expect, and a potential to have somebody go on the show. So we'll see how that goes in the future. I know we've got a guy in Miami, Kel. So hey, Dave Weiss, maybe we need to put him up in Kel's spot for a little while and get him on the show. That'd be fantastic. But we did link the producer with Dave Weiss, so we'll see how that goes.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I can only imagine what that'd be like. I could see it going quite well. A daytime show, an hour or two. Let Dave Weiss, hey, maybe even Whitsit, let them tag team. That actually might be a good idea to have Dave not go on his own. But yeah, a couple of the moderators from their Discord ended up joining the panel. I think we've got some from there now. Dev's here with us. So yeah, it's just if you want to comment on it, you're welcome to do that as well. But it was fun.
Actually,
it was a really good time. Wish you could have been there.
If we do have one of the guys from the Fresh and Fit Discord server in here, I've actually been struggling to join their Discord server. Every time I go to join it, it just doesn't let me in. It's like I get the personal DM and then just nothing happens. So if one of those guys is listening, maybe they can help me get in that server.
I think it's because of the name. The bot will definitely stop if the name is crypto. Because a lot of people from crypto scamming communities and stuff and try to join with crypto-like names, and the bot is stopping them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, actually, someone else said that as well. So maybe I'll just join an old.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of security.
Yeah, we have a lot of bots. They helps us catch a lot of spam and a lot of scammers DMing people and click on this link and that link, and it's a very targeted Discord.
Which one?
The Fresh and Fit Discord.
Flat Earth?
No, the Fresh and Fit Discord.
Which one?
It's a podcast. It's a Red Pill community, basically, and talk a lot about Red Pill topics, improving men's lives in terms of fitness, health.
Can you invite me to it? Do you have access to it?
If you go to the announcement channel in this Discord, I think it's the announcement or it's the VIP partner channel. You will see a link there. Yeah, it's the VIP partners channel.
Thank you. So it's called
Fresh and Fit Podcast.
Fresh or Fit. I don't see it.
It's the last in the VIP partners channel in this Discord.
Oh, Fresh and Fit. Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a fun experience. I enjoyed my time that day. Like I said, I wasn't sure what to expect. Someone dropped a $100 super chat and said, "Hey, bring Dave Weiss on the show." They read the super chat out and said, "Hey, we're gonna have somebody named John Zerko on the show. He'll talk about flat Earth." And so I heard that and started ringing the bell. Hey, everybody, let's get over there and talk about flat Earth with them. But they actually didn't. They didn't really talk flat Earth on the podcast. We ended up sort of taking control of the. Everyone was talking flat Earth in the YouTube chat before this show even started. It was like 600, 700, 800, up to 1,000 people at one point. We're all getting it on flat Earth style, and we ended up spilling into the Discord. So yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun day. Did you hear anything from Dorkhead about the communication with getting David on?
Yeah, he did give me a follow-up fairly recently, I think in the last week or so, saying they were working on it. So, I mean, we'll see. They just did their little valuetainment thing, and I'm sure they've got some other shows lined up. But yeah, I'd love to see it on there.
Yeah, me too. But just know, like, they have a lot of stuff going on, a lot of appointments and shows scheduled. There's 3 weekly shows about different topics that takes a lot of time to prepare and all of that. So
yeah, I can only imagine. So like they say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Can somebody drop a link to that page in the chat?
Sure. It's in the chat right now.
Thank you.
Do you guys remember?
Good.
Do you guys remember that guy who talked about flat Earth? It was Matthew Powerland.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that worked for Google, became a comedian.
Yeah. What happened to him? What do you guys think about him?
I don't know what happened to him, man. It's been a long time since I've watched any of, or even tried to watch any of this stuff. So
Yeah, it's difficult to watch his video. Like, they're so badly made. Like, the audio quality sucks, and I don't know. Difficult
Just
to
a quick,
follow.
sorry, buddy. Just a quick shout out to any moderators in the room because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered. There's a guy called Hethix that's jumped into the server. I don't know if he's got any roles or anything, or whether he wants to speak. Tell you what, I'll have a quick look. But Hethix, if you want to speak, buddy, you can go to voice check-in number 1 and speak to one of the volunteers there, mate. Just a quick check-in, just to make sure you know you're a normal person and whatnot.
I am muted. If you want to say anything now.
Say that again. But yeah, I don't think Hethix has got any roles. Hethix, I'm going to do the honour of just quickly unmuting you. See if you want to chat. If you don't want to, buddy, that's fine. You've got control of your mic. But yeah, just give me 2 seconds. Close. Hethix, you got control of your mic, my friend. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. What brings you here today? I'll give you about 20 seconds to reply, buddy. Like I said, you have got control of your mic, so if you want to speak, you can do so. Just a quick introduction. We always like to bring new people into the conversation that we don't recognise. Might be a good reason why you're here, or you might just want to sit back and listen to Flat Earthers discuss why we think the Earth is flat and so on. That's absolutely fine.
I'm just listening, that's all.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. But thank you for giving me a quick shout. I do appreciate that, mate. If you want to stick around for a bit, I'll maybe we'll have a chat and I can get you the voice verified. That'll enable you to go into the text room as well, buddy. So you can have conversations in there and maybe ask your questions if you just want to sit back and listen. But welcome to the server anyway, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just new person in the server. Just wanted to give him a quick shout out and introduce him and so on.
Or anything like that, don't worry.
So,
for the fresh and fit guy, was it dev lead?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you said, are you German, or is that just your username?
No, yes, I'm in Germany.
Okay, I was just curious because I was watching some stuff on YouTube, and I'm not sure exactly how to say this the most diplomatic way, so I just go out and say it. Do men pee sitting down? Like, is it normal to sit to pee?
You mean in Germany?
Yeah, like, is there signs and everything, like real men sit and stuff like that?
They do a little bit of that in like public places where they put a little sign, please sit down on the toilet, so that you do not piss on the sides of the toilet, I guess. Yeah. But I don't know any friends who actually do that. Like, I never do that shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's kind of like the take. The video I saw on YouTube was about like kind of mocking Germany for like warfare and how bad of a shot they are, that they need to sit to pee. You know, it was kind of like a stand-up comedian shtick. You know, so I thought.
Yeah. No, I get the joke. It's funny, and it's also kind of based on true, but it's more to do with the how do you say, kind of a socialist, kind of a obliged by authority mentality that a lot of us Germans have, which I hate about it. And people just love to follow orders. Like, we are orderly when it comes to work, which has positive benefits in creating awesome machines and very high efficiency products and systems. But at the other half of it, this blind follow of order would lead to much easier way for corrupt politicians or certain groups of people to control how the population behaves and thinks in a certain way. Yeah. It's one of the downsides of Germany for sure.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but the largest ethnic group in America is people descended from Germans. So that would explain the problem with American society as well.
Interesting, yeah. And America is also under attack in that regard as well. Since the 60s, 70s, I would say there has been a lot of socialist ideas and dogmas and people infiltrating different aspects and societies and groups in American society and politics and companies in order to install those ideas slowly and ruin the free market capitalism that America had and used to be on top of the world.
Yeah, well, the problem is that as soon as you've got a free market, people become very wealthy. Then a bunch of, let's call them bankers, want to come in and take their cut. They can't just allow you to just be free and make money. That's not allowed. So we'll set up a central bank and we'll take our cut, thank you.
Facts.
You know, in America, income tax was introduced in the same year as the central bank.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
At the same time, America gets involved in European squabbles. Just let them bomb the shit out of each other.
Yeah, but you're implying that the Europeans were actually the cause of those squabbles. The same people running the banks over in America are the same people who caused the quote-unquote squabbles in Europe, which is why America was involved in the first place. It's all the same
It's the same system. Whatever you call them, it's the same system. It's a centralized money system. And once you have it centralized and not backed by any real commodity that is hard to get, then everybody who's in control of that system is going to be able to print as much money as they want for whatever reason they want. And that's going to increase the money supply, aka the inflation, and that's going to ruin it for everybody.
Meanwhile, on the plane, they've gathered around to talk about the sphere.
You know what's crazy?
Well,
Oh wait, do we have guests right now?
we have one that won't talk, so I guess no.
I don't know, but hearing Meantime on the Sphere made the song go through my mind. Round, round, get around, I get around.
Wait, Heretic, is Bra One still chat skanking?
I haven't been looking at the chat, but my guess is probably.
Okay.
So you know how
Someone's so convicted. So just quickly, someone's so convicted in their beliefs that they don't have the bravery to come in and defend them. Weird.
Yeah, he's just going to let us talk shit about his beliefs in here all day.
So you know how we were talking about like cloud seeding and them manipulating the weather? How much smoke do you think it would take to make it rain?
Smoke.
Sounds science to me.
Yeah, this from that. Well, I mean, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They said there was so much ash in the air that it rained like black. The rain was black.
Happens during volcanoes too. You get thunderstorms. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, what?
All saying.
Sorry. I was just going to tell a shit joke. Sorry, Gary.
How bad could it possibly be?
Or not to
Where,
be.
where are the guys from Canada at, man? Where they at? They be in here.
Gamma Panda has a bunch of Canadians, and they're all like talking about it. It's like, okay, already, dude. Seriously, you got a fire going on.
I'm Canadian and I don't talk about it.
Well, what's going on over there? What is it?
Like I don't know if you're for Yellowstone when in like in the '80s, Yellowstone caught on fire. I'm not sure if you remember that or if you're.
Come on, baby, light my fire.
Hey, there's somebody at the bottom, Zachy Stolt or whatever. They're hot micing.
Heretic?
Yeah. Need me
What's it
to,
looking like over there?
sorry, what's that?
What's it looking like over there?
I'm on the west side. I don't really see any fires actually here at all. It seems it's all out east at the moment. It's pretty clear. It usually gets going like later in the season here. This is really early for fires, I would say.
What is the sky looking like over there?
It's clear, beautiful.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Are you in New
It's not particularly a windy day, so I mean, I just wonder how this shit spreads. Like, I'm just thinking.
So, hey guys, we've got somebody at the bottom, Zachy Stolt, or however you say that. They were the ones hot micing earlier. Hi, welcome to the server.
Thanks.
So, Zach, you don't believe in the globe, do you?
No, I do believe in the globe. I feel like I live in the bottom of the earth. I live in New Zealand, so there's like a really
One
big
second.
mountain.
It was just a yes or no question.
Yes.
Because I'm gonna challenge that belief.
All right.
All right, most people they like to bring their own belief, and their beliefs aren't tied to the geometry of the globe. Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Not necessarily. No.
Well, the globe is an object, and it has set dimensions. And if there were set dimensions, then we would have evidence of those dimensions. Do you agree?
We do have evidence of those dimensions, though, don't we?
Also, do you know what drop over distance
I'm sorry.
measurement is?
So sorry. I gotta go.
Damn, I was see what I'm saying? Why do they always leave?
Elijah, man, you got
probably told him start to bed.
what the fuck?
That was
Come on,
the
let's go with.
best smack ever, bro. What'd you say, Jedi?
You got to stop speaking to people, man. That's like the second one is just bolted. That one was quicker than the first, though. That was pretty good.
Because they want to talk about their religion, and I'm here to tell them, no. We're going to talk about a specific religion. This specific religion involves an object. We're not talking about the sky. We're not talking about all this other stuff. We're talking about the specific religion that the earth is an object and there are consequences of that. And they're like, nah, I'm out. Like,
But that's what I call a brain
You lost
quit.
the fish.
Like the second you force them to use their brain, they're done. They're like, nope, I can't parrot Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm out.
it didn't sound like he was in a rush. He wanted to explain how it was a globe, but I don't know.
That's why I made the joke, because he sounded very young, and I made the joke that his mama probably told him it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, probably.
Oh wow, we got Donald C back in the back in the house, guys.
Donald's back to try again.
I'm sorry, I had to go.
He's server muted though, so just a heads up.
What is that sound?
Oh yeah, he is.
So you're back.
There we go, Donald.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
So you're
this
back.
is
So
like
people typically don't believe in the globe. Specifically, what I mean by that is when we start talking about the geometry that this object called the globe has, people don't believe in it. Specifically because there's no evidence of it.
Oh, well,
there's
is
mountains.
it also,
So do you know what drop over distance is?
Yes.
uh,
All right. Where's the evidence of that?
I'm sorry.
I mean,
I'm getting a. Jesus Christ. I have to come back later.
Oh my goodness.
What?
What
That
is
was
going
that.
on with this?
No, that was that Zach at the bottom again. He came back in and was hot micing.
It
Just
could
mute
be
him
like
if
a
he comes
LARP.
back.
It's like a LARP when they come in and they pretend like they're getting yelled at because they're talking to flat earthers or something. Like he's like a Muslim girl hiding, like a conversation with like people they disagree with.
Well, just wait.
Yeah.
Donald will, start talking and, not let anybody else talk, and then he'll have to be muted so somebody else can talk, and then he'll leave. It's just another cycle.
Let's just
Nothing
get
new.
back to
the
Donald.
thing is,
Yeah, nothing
only
new
reason-
under the sun. He's doing it already.
I
He
thought
couldn't help
everybody was
himself.
I thought everybody was done
Donald,
talking.
every day you do the same thing. You're like Pinky in the Brain. Okay? You're not going to take over the world. You're just an idiot with an internet connection. As soon as you learn that, then you'll be able to actually understand something presented to you, so then you'll be able to make a case against it. Until you have some level of understanding, you're never going to know what you're against. You're just pissing in the wind, and you're upset because of something you added. No one's talking about space pizza,
Jesus
dude.
Christ, you
Nobody, no one's talking about space pizza. No one's talking about a pancake. So as soon as you get that part down, the flat is an adjective.
All right, so show me a measurement of flat.
Show you a measurement of flat.
Sure, take a measurement of flat.
Sea level.
Middle means curve.
I'll do that.
But the question is, who thinks it's flat? Who do you think that is?
Do you want the direct measurement of it?
Listen, I don't care about what people think. I care about measurements. I have measurements.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when people talk about the globe, right, you're the guy that I have to mute when I'm talking because you
Well,
can't.
you interrupted me, just so you know.
That's right. Okay, so are you ready? Are you ready? Yes or no?
If I get muted unwarrantedly,
yeah. I muted you, so you're either gonna leave or you're gonna answer yes or no. Are you ready?
what's the question? What question? What is the question you
read? Can you read what's in the live stream?
Sure. Is this Donald? Yeah.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Is this Donald? That's what I see.
No, that's my meme. He's asking about something else.
So are you talking about? Are you talking about?
Sorry. One second.
So are you talking? So are you talking about the
No, 17 minutes past the hour.
17 minutes past 5:17. Can you see it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Look out your window. What do you see? I see a horizon which can only exist on a curved surface. Is it flat or round? What?
Can you read without inputting what? Because what you're saying right now contradicts what this is saying, and this is what's in the books of our children to begin to understand this concept.
So if you look out your window, you will see land for a distance that is flat. Maybe you might see a hill or a mountain. You could probably make your own map of what you see. What you don't see is anything round like a globe. So how were globes invented? More than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. They invented globes. But it took hundreds more years before most people believed that Earth was round. That's just incorrect. Everything in there, except for more than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. That's the only true statement in there.
Why they're teaching it to children?
Well, they're not. That's not from a textbook.
When you look out into the world, when you go outside, do you see anything round like a globe?
Yes, I do.
So, can you take a picture and send it to us?
Sure, no problem. It's called the horizon. Just take a picture of the horizon. Only a curved object can possess a horizon.
Well, I know that's an assertion of yours, but the real... I'm sorry, don't make me mute you when I'm talking. Okay, I don't want to have to do
You
that.
misrepresented me. I don't like that.
Like I said, or like I began to say, if the horizon is geometric, which is actually the claim that you're supposed to be representing, then we would have evidence of that. So the horizon being a geometrically verified consequence of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You agree or disagree?
Plus refraction.
Do you agree? So you disagree, huh?
No, plus refraction. Everything you said plus refraction. Yes, I agree.
So you don't agree?
No, I do agree with everything you said plus refraction.
No, plus refraction makes the statement a contradiction because
it doesn't. Refraction is not contradictory to the statement you just made.
No, because if we're going to say that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height gives us the distance of the visible blockage of the Earth.
No, geometric horizon. No, geometric. That's the geometric.
Oh, my bad. I warned you. So when we're talking about that's right, geometric horizon, that's the Earth measured distance between you and the land that you can see. Everything else you can't see. So when you say except for refraction, basically the statement is, well, we have an Earth measured distance to the visible boundary that we can see, except we can't see it, is ultimately what you're saying. I gotta unmute him, but my phone is blocked. Sorry.
He left us, Elijah.
No, he got detention. He put potty words into the live stream.
Yeah, but
triggered out.
He has to leave the chat. Like, detention won't take him out of the VC.
Yeah, I'd like to pick him up on a couple of assertions he's made that are just factually incorrect when he comes back. But yeah. When he goes.
Yeah, we have like a 18-minute clip of him saying all this stuff and getting destroyed on it the other day. He's just doing a classic respawn.
Yeah, it's like nothing new under the sun. You say at least just remember something told to you. That's all I need to. I said this. Do you remember what I just said? He's like, comes back, refraction, horizon, ball. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, it's funny because it's like when he says refraction, he's accepting the 1.2 based on the rate, like the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is based on the radius value that refraction changes. So when he says plus refraction, he is therefore disagreeing with the formula you presented, and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah, bye geometric horizon.
Correct. If it's refracted, it's not geometrical anymore.
Yeah. So if it is 1.2, it has to be 1.2, like, that has to be factoring in his
all
refraction.
The time. Yeah, if it's a measurement, it cannot it cannot change.
Yeah, or else he's making his radius unfalsifiable, which of course he's doing.
It's double speak. He's saying like, oh yeah, it is 1.2, but it's actually not because of this caveat.
Yeah. Well, it's 1.2
it's within 5%.
Yeah. But he said something that was factually incorrect.
How long's this guy been floating around? I've only really heard him over the last week. Have you known him for longer, Crit?
No, he's a new one. I haven't heard him. I don't think it's a sock or anything.
He's a bona fide anti-flat earther at this point.
Yep.
The last time he was in here, he was like, "Space-time is real. It's in your empty cup." Oh gosh.
Yeah, June 4th he joined.
Yeah, how much time is in a cubic meter?
Yeah, can I get a box of height, please?
He's on the verge of a spurg out at any given moment, and he wants to blame you for why he can't control himself.
Oh, Elijah, he's back.
Yeah, he's server muted.
Crypto, you want
Really? You really want to give him another chance?
I'll be in literally 2 minutes, and I want to have a chat with him if that's all right. But
As
give
long
me
as-
2 minutes.
You just gotta refrain from using potty words, and the bot won't. I mean, at this point, an impartial moderator, a bot, muted him the same as do for everyone else, and he spurged out. Even
Please don't
with
use
a bot
spurg.
set up
That
to
is a
auto mod.
pejorative. That is a very insulting pejorative.
So feelings. We were looking for globe proof, hopefully, instead of feelings.
Well, now we know this
I mean,
guy's
you guys have
offended by
nothing
words.
but feelings. You guys got nothing but feelings.
Why do you care?
I don't.
Yet you make an observation about it.
I don't like being muted for no reason. That's why I leave for no reason.
So okay, so you're triggered out because you used potty words and the bot muted you, and you flipped out.
I don't give a fuck about potty words.
Donald,
Just
how
told
old
the live stream to F off Donald.
Shit this
Donald.
fuck cocksucking motherfucker and tits fart turd and twat. It's my favorite quote
How old
ever.
are you? How old are you?
I'm 43. What difference does that make? How old are you?
How old are you? How can you be 43-year-olds and not understand basic mic etiquette of finish their speech before you start talking? You're an adult.
I have different etiquette than you. That's all.
No, you don't have any etiquette. You're an adult. You behave like one.
Different etiquette as in no etiquette.
Come on, guys, let's drop the attitude. Come on, let's have a civil conversation.
So, I mean, I don't like being muted for no reason, just because I disagree with you. So
Yeah,
every
but
time
we-
you guys do that, every time
we
you guys
don't wanna
do
talk about your feelings.
every time you guys do that, I'm just gonna leave.
We don't want to
Then
talk
do it.
about your
That's not
feelings.
what
Okay,
happened.
we don't care, Donald.
That's not
Yeah,
what
no
happened.
one cares what you do. You don't even care what you do. Why would I care what you do?
I do care what I do.
Donald, that's
You're
what
not
happened.
even in control of yourself. If you get muted by someone else, even a bot, you leave when it was your own damn fault and you didn't even care. So think about your own actions and how you impact yourself. If
So
you
I got
don't
muted.
want something, if you say, I don't want to be muted, you know what to do. You were given feedback on how not to get muted.
So
Well,
I
and
got
also-
muted simply for.
Wait, did you rejoin to talk about how you got muted and why you?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Not at
Or
all.
something?
Not at
Okay,
all.
then
This is
let's
what you
just
guys
get
have
past
brought
that.
up.
That's
Let's-
right.
Let's
Let's
skip the
leave that.
foreplay.
Let's leave
I
that.
think
Let's move
Crypto
on.
would like to have a word with you anyway. So welcome, Crypto. Crypto, this is Donald. Donald, this is Crypto.
Crypto,
Hi,
nice to meet
Nice to meet you too. You made a statement about Horizon can only exist on a curved surface, right?
Yes.
So on a flat surface, what would it be? All sky or all ground?
Well, it would be a fuzzy little edge that where the sky and the ground met would be very, very fuzzy, and if you got a big enough telescope, you could see as far as you wanted. You'd be able to see all the way to the edge.
So if I was to try and recreate this on a smaller scale, for instance, like a table.
How about a cup? Let's do a cup.
Well, no, I want to do a table because it's.
Well,
a
I
flat
want to do a
surface.
cup. Let's do a cup because
Well,
a
no, I
cup
want
has
to do a
flat and
table.
curve. Well,
I want to do a
because a cup
table
has
because everyone
and
has
a
a
curve.
table.
Again, you're interrupting. Let him finish speaking.
No, I was still.
This is why you get muted. No, he was speaking. You interrupted him. This is why you get muted.
Do you know what
Yeah,
a
so-
conversation is?
A table is.
It's not
objective
no
flat
mine.
surface. So can everyone agree that a table is a flat surface?
Yes, not a cup.
Fantastic.
Yes.
You bring your eyes down to the level of the flat surface, maybe an inch above it or whatever. You look down it, and there's a very sharp horizon at the end of the table.
No, there's not. There's an edge.
That's what your horizon is.
No, very different things.
Why?
Because an edge has nothing beyond it. A horizon has more stuff beyond it.
But that's just the edge of your vision either way.
Your vision does not have an edge.
You can see forever?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Go on then, can you prove that?
Yes.
Sorry, hold on. Everybody who sells binoculars and telescopes, we've just been put out of business. Now think about what you said.
Binoculars and telescope. You don't need those.
Oh, hold on, what? Ships at sea to see further. I can't see that boat. Hold on, if I get my binoculars out there, it fucking is. Do you know what a telescope is and why they were brought into fucking existence? Now think about what you said and return to the conversation with crypto.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that.
Forever.
None of that is relevant to what I said.
You can't see forever.
You can.
Was your claim?
You can
you said you
see.
Can see. Hold on. Let's get this right. Did you say you could see forever?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you don't need binoculars, then, do you?
No.
Right then.
As long as the light is bright enough. As long as the light source is bright enough, you can see it for as far away as possibly be.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. I have to apologise to Crypto. Sorry, buddy, for jumping in, but for fuck's sake.
I mean, just read a physics textbook. That's all.
But you don't understand. Sorry, you don't understand that we see in angles and with distance things
Don't see in
reduce
angles.
in angle.
No.
Hold on.
No, we
hold
don't.
on.
That's wrong.
Listen.
That is
You don't
infactual.
Why?
That is infactual because we don't see.
Do you understand? Do you understand what perspective is?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. And do you understand that things reduce in angular size with distance?
Yes.
This house is big when I stand next to it compared to the one that's down the fucking street. It appears to be smaller.
I do understand.
Yeah. So eventually you will understand that that house down the end of the road that's too far away for you to see is too far away for you to see because your eye can't resolve that angle that it has disappeared into, as in that angle is too small for you to see. And then, hold on, and then you get your binoculars out, and then you see the fucking house.
Well, it depends on a lot of stuff.
Hold on, Mister.
You're
I think I can see. Hold on, Mister.
Preaching.
Hold on.
I don't like being preached at.
Listen.
So mute me if you have to, but I don't.
Stop interrupting, Donald.
Fuck off! I'll interrupt. He's preaching.
This is why you get muted.
Why'd you have to
irony
interrupt?
of the Globus saying that you're preaching.
Yeah. Sorry, Crypto, again for interrupting and going on for a little bit too long, but this man kind of deserves it. He's preaching that you can see forever, and when demonstrated that you can't because you need binoculars, for example, or telescopes, and understanding angular size, I'm hoping he takes it back because it's fundamentally ridiculous. I can understand why he wants to interrupt me because he doesn't want me to point that out to him. But what he said is stupid. We can't see forever, or better, because forever would be time, infinitely.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jenna, you can crack on if you want. I just wanted to get him to say something ridiculous, so my job is done. You crack on.
Yeah, he's gone.
No, that's fine. I do apologise, man. He said something ridiculous, and I had to jump all over it because it was fucking stupid.
Well, that's cool, man. It's cool. I'll be back a bit later, guys. I'll be back a bit later. Have a good evening, guys.
You too, Crypto.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, well done.
Later, man.
He's just on a complete Spurg meltdown, and he's got to work out his issues before he'll even begin to understand. He's added something. This topic is all in his head, and he's not able to get past that. Then something happens, and he melts down, and he comes back the next day and does exactly the same thing.
Yeah, he just responds, and he's just either very, very dishonest, or he has to be a retard.
Who this? Has jumped in.
Donnie.
Okay, I don't know. Is there any moderators on?
Yeah, man.
I was wondering if I could get my my image picture, like be able to post things in the chat, images and shit, and my flat Earth rollback.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes for that, you can go to the interview room and the mod will meet you there and see what's up.
It was I don't know if it's Mayhem's back in here. He's the guy that took it away. Because I posted a picture of Uranus, a CGI picture.
I guess the question, Bearded Dora, is can you be a better representative for 24/7?
How would you want me to represent?
He already told you, didn't he? And the server,
He
that's
didn't.
what.
He texted me, and he wasn't even specific, and he didn't even take down the picture that was quote unquote obscene.
Yeah. We'll leave it there as a mark of shame.
Shame for, like, can I not talk about sexual reproductive systems
just
at
want
all?
you to step it up and, not stoop to like vulgarities and whatever. Just try to post good content, I think that's what he's getting
I
at.
thought I was.
I guess there's a disagreement.
It was just that one picture that all of a sudden just like, I don't know, like the day before that I was I was with you guys and I did post this picture. I didn't know that you guys didn't allow about obscene. I don't even have a filter.
It's not just about the pictures. There's more to it. So just leave it there. Concern.
Well, that's what I got taken away was my pictures, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what I got taken away.
Well, it might be a lot of different things. You realize that, right? It could be like you're on the danger zone.
There's more to the story than you.
Yeah, there's always more. Exactly. So
don't
solving one problem
because that won't get your rules back any quicker.
I just wanted to do it so I can actually send studies to health and nutrition.
Stop the cap.
If I can, the channel for that anyway, so.
If I can chime in real quick, I know Bearded Dora from another server. I'll just say this. I'll just say this, Bearded Dora, but somebody who's been involved with Flat Earth 24/7 on and off. It's a really, really good server, and I would just play by its rules because I've learned that. So I just play by its rules because you got a lot of great people in this server, a lot of heavyweights, and just don't argue with them. Just do what they say because they're good people.
For sure, I wasn't arguing. I just didn't know what was the obscene before that. The reason I got taken away was I was apparently warned for posting a picture. The picture I posted the day before was a picture of it was a fat chick with a laundry outfit, and it talked about it was a bad picture with like NASA and I'm like, yeah. So I heard, and you told me and took it down, and I listened, but I didn't know that the picture I posted or was it yesterday or the day before, Monday? I didn't know it was obscene or it was inappropriate. I just thought it was a normal picture with a picture of Uranus, and it was just had some text underneath it. It wasn't like a chick in lingerie farting into a tube. There's another picture that I sent. It was just a CGI picture.
Bearded Dora. It was obviously like a lowbrow type of pic. Right?
What?
It was obviously lowbrow humor, right?
I mean,
it was more the fact that it could trigger the YouTube bot algorithm.
Oh,
because it was flesh. So Indy would.
Yeah, no, I am not arguing about that. I'm not arguing about that at all. I 100% agree with that. Like, I didn't know. I forgot. Like that.
You're kind of sus right now, dude. Like you're trying to become like the center stage, big stand, attention grabbing. You got your perms taken away because you were told why. It doesn't involve anyone else but you and that one mod. But yet you're trying to include the whole server after people told you what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, Bearded, just try to get an interview in the interview chat with Mayhem.
Do you know when you'll be on?
Almost always.
Okay.
Right now,
All right.
Ponto is doing interviews too.
And
I
let's
know
get
I had
back
to
to our
do an interview
regular
for this
Flat
role,
Earth. Let's get
'cause
back to our regular Flat Earth program.
All right.
You know what to do, Bearded.
Nobody in here can give you them roles right now anyway. All the mods are AFK.
And now, back to our regularly scheduled programming, 24/7 Flat Earth. Welcome.
What's Eli saying in the chat about if it's flat, the method would show it, or whatever?
Yes, spherical trigonometry. A contradiction in terms.
I like this idea, though. If it's flat, the method would show it, because we have a bunch of methods that do show that, which would not show that. They would show that it's curved if it was that. So, for example, like lasers, when we do a laser test and we find no curve, if there was one, we would, right? So those methods would reveal a curve if there was one, but instead, they just reveal flat.
Yeah, the Globers are all prepared for the day that the globe, just pops into existence. They get right on fucking figuring out it's a globe. Just unfortunately, the Earth they stand upon is not a globe. There's no curvature. So you can devise your methods to find curvature, but there is none to be found. That's the issue.
Right.
I don't know how else to put it.
Here's a conclusion of a survey over Kansas. They come up with, simply put, our results show that Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. Mathematically speaking, so in terms of math, if flat is 1, Kansas is 0.9997. Mathematically can be described as, quote unquote, damn flat. So kind of my... Oh,
no, go ahead, Chris.
Like,
I was going to say, it reminds me of that joke where...
flat?
No, almost 1. It's almost perfectly flat.
So if you scaled a pancake up to the size of the Earth, it would have bigger, taller mountains than the Earth does.
Exactly. Yeah, a pancake is less flat than the Earth is. Or Kansas. It reminds me of that scene in when the Guardians of the Galaxy, where Iron Man asked the Star Ranger, "Where are you from?" He goes, "I'm from Kansas." And the Iron Man says, "That's on Earth, you idiot." That's like was talking to like a globalist. You're like, "Is Kansas on Earth?" Well, yeah. And Kansas is flatter than a pancake. Well, yeah. Mathematically, it's damn flat. Well, yeah. Can you show me these measurements of flat? Dude, it's right there. The survey of Kansas shows that a pancake has more curvature than Kansas does. And not only that, they did other states. Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Louisiana, Minnesota, Delaware, Texas, Nevada, and Indiana are all also flatter than pancakes. So what, you have a disco ball Earth all of a sudden? Like you've got little smeared shaped flat pieces stuck to your ball?
Well, that's what I mean. These states only got put out in these headlines because they're impressively flat, compared to the state next door that's just like kind of averagely flat.
Yeah. Yeah,
obviously spheres have flat planes.
So yeah, mathematically, if you assign a value of 1.0, it would indicate perfect tectonic flatness. So a pancake measures at 0.957, which is pretty flat, but far from perfect nonetheless. Now, Kansas is 0.9997, mathematically damn flat. And the globals would be like, well, yeah, Kansas is on Earth. I'm looking for the GIF for that, but maybe there isn't one.
Yeah, but that measurement is made above sea level, isn't it? It's in reference to sea level. So yeah, it has to.
Everything is in reference to sea level.
Yeah, there's people who have thought about using the abyssal plain as the benchmark.
Yeah, correct. That's the benchmark, sea level. Above sea level, below sea level.
Yeah, the abyssal plains would be the seabed, though.
Yeah, that'd be negative. That'd be below sea level.
And as we know, every large body of water needs to have a shore, a limitation. Therefore, more land.
Oh, I just watched the clip again. He's actually from Missouri. That's kind of funny too, though. I thought he was from Kansas.
Yeah, speaking of the shoreline, I've been recently looking at some like old newspaper articles from Australia about Antarctica, and it's very interesting that the modern map that we see now on like Google Earth or something, at least until the 80s, it's not the same. Like, so in the 40s, it looks pretty rough. Well, in the early 20th century, it looks really pretty rough, barely any shape, just like a circular blob. And then in the 40s, it gets a bit more shape, but then still nothing like what we have today. And 80s is still not refined. And it's very interesting how everything evolved, so to speak, from, okay, this is very interesting, then Admiral Byrd, European explorers, British explorers, you know, we've got a lot of opportunities there. And even in the 50s and 60s, there were a lot of articles in the Australian newspaper, at least, about, you know, look down south, this is a new land of opportunity. And then soon after the Antarctic Treaty and so on, in the 70s, that's when all the environmental stuff started happening, which perhaps they hijacked the actual environmental movement in the 70s and then started using that to say, oh, no, we got to lock it down because it's really pristine, blah, blah, blah. So just seeing in 100 years how they kind of like were looking there, they locked it down. And besides Operation High Jump, there was something, I can't remember what it was, I posted it, something, I think Operation Helio or Heli or something, where they were taking all these helicopters to try and map it out. So who knows what they found there in the 50s and 60s. And I think they found something that freaked them out. And that's why from the 70s onwards, they started locking down everything pretty hard. But it was definitely not just from the Byrd interview and all that, because some people may say, Globus may say, oh, Byrd's crazy and all that, but definitely there were lots of interest from the Europeans, the Soviets, the Australians, the British, in trying to exploit the resources. And apparently a lot of whaling was done at the time. They estimate like 500,000 whales maybe were being hunted and killed middle of last century. So if people ask like, oh, why didn't you just go to the edge? We can say, well, okay, you try, see what happens. And Timbo as well was talking about, from Australia anyway, you need to apply for a lot of environmental permits, which is another big, piece of red tape that's really not easy to get through.
Isn't that the expedition that Admiral Byrd says that there are more resources?
Yeah, I mean, Admiral Byrd is part of it, but it's not just Admiral Byrd. It's also there was a lot of interest from the British, from the Soviet, and at least in the Australian newspapers from the middle of the last century anyway, they were promoting like, okay, from this side of the world, we need to go down there to start using the resources. And so I think that was originally how the quote unquote research stations were being funded, because they wanted to establish each country or each interest wanted to establish these stations to start looking for resources and how they might be exploited, because there was interest in like its value for, say, whales, oil, coal. Perhaps there was coal, according to the Australian newspapers. Other, biology research. So yeah, it wasn't just Byrd. There was a lot of interest in it from the British, the Soviets, Europeans, Australians, not just the Americans. Like Byrd sort of kind of like kicked it off, and they had Operation High Jump, another operation where they were sending helicopters. And it was only after the 60s, and especially in the 70s, when they really started, bringing up all the environmental rhetoric to start shutting everything down.
I'm surprised you didn't mention the Germans. I mean, the Nazis.
Oh yeah, of course the Nazis as well. Yeah. Because the Nazis were
Which
interested
apparently
in
is the reason as to why Admiral Byrd went that way, looking for Nazi bases in Antarctica. And 2 weeks later, he came back defeated. And the descriptions of the objects that defeated them were flying saucers, according to the report. And the treaty was built. That's why I can't go to Antarctica.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
On behalf of the Germans, I would like to officially apologize for my German people for sending you those asshole scientists to stop me.
Hey, apology accepted.
We are just human, man. Regardless
sorry.
where you're from, we're just human, man.
There was a long pause. I was wondering if you were actually going to apologise for anything else.
Uh-oh. I already apologize so much for that, bro.
Oh, brilliant stuff, man. Brilliant stuff.
That's funny.
Did I hear Timbo as well? Where are you, you Aussie bastard?
Yeah, I think with Antarctica, it's a really interesting situation where, obviously there was sort of like a lot of competition. There was stuff related to the war, all these other skirmishes, or, who knows what happened. But something must have happened where they decided not to continue fighting, or who knows whatever happened. So it is, it's highly suspicious and intriguing.
To the point that they managed to convince several nations in the world that signed this treaty. Why?
Yeah, because
why would everyone agree in that?
Exactly, because it was some kind of conflict. It doesn't make sense that for how many years? Since 59, so 60 years? That they just said, okay, no, we're not going to do anything. And there was the Falklands War, which was
all of these wars fighting for land. We want land, we want more land, let's conquer this land, let's conquer that land. So but when it comes to this extra land that we call the Antarctic land, no one does anything there. That is for conservation of, I don't know, maybe the mammoths or whatever. Whatever story they tell us as to why they cannot explore.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the numbers are, but at least from the the newspaper articles around the middle of last century or last, it said that Australia laid claim to 45% of the Antarctic territory, and today they still do. So it's weird, man. So Australia basically claims at least, 45%. And even in 2022, there was another article of, Australia to invest 800 million shoring up Antarctic claim amid strategic competition. So they haven't given up. I mean, all the countries, I'm not just saying Australia, of course, but if Australia claims half of Antarctica, that's pretty significant. And then they say, expert warns Antarctic arms raid, secrets beneath the ice. I'll post the article. So everyone's still interested for sure, but, whether they, like you say, whatever the reason, it's highly suspicious why no one's made a big play yet that we know of.
Yeah, but the military is there, though.
Yeah, of course.
Why the military is there?
Secret weapon programs, supernatural resources.
Why would you need to carry heavy machine guns, to a place that there is only penguins? Why would you require a team of specialists? Because some of them they jump in parachute in. So why? What are they gonna find there that they need weapons and stuff?
Just my personal speculation, of course, it doesn't represent every flat earther's opinion, is that there's some kind of supernatural force there that they're freaked out about. They can, and then
let's face it. If you and I would decide to go and explore and organize an expedition to go to the Antarctic, according with the information we have today, would we need to consider to go heavily armed?
Yeah, definitely not. We might carry some harpoons or one or two shotguns in case there's some very aggressive wildlife, but no. You certainly wouldn't
penguins, you mean?
Yeah. Very aggressive penguins.
Miles away from the shore.
Yeah, I think it shows that. Go on, sir.
I was just gonna say, I think it's more of a case of a much more advanced society. If you take one of the most advanced societies in this year and all the technologies and advancements we have, and you compare that with a very poor society in the 1500s or the 1400s, this is what it would be like comparing us to people who are living on that land that we're not supposed to know of. And they want to protect that, of course, if that's the case.
Yeah, and if you look at the Google map...
Are you a time traveler or something?
No, I'm saying the existence of other planes or other countries, let's call them, that we're not supposed to know about, those could simply have people like us, just normal, just they are way more advanced. Anything that is technological, it is a much more efficient society, it is much more advanced by hundreds of, maybe even 1,000 years. So
You mean the extraterrestrials? Yeah. I agree with you.
Just humans. Just humans.
Yeah, from the extraterra. Yeah, extra land.
Yeah, okay. I'm not talking aliens. Yeah, I got you. If you compare today Germany or America with a very poor third world country, and you go visit both of them, you're going to see a huge difference in technology and society and efficiency and how people build businesses or make a living or farm land and all of that stuff. So if you take that and compare it with a country from that land, then it could be, I don't know, 200 years in the future, let's say. For example, the idea that we have Wi-Fi now. If you take this idea and tell it to somebody from 100 years ago, they would put you in mental asylum. Like, what do you mean data over the air? That doesn't make any sense. So they might have technology that right now, if you tell us about it, you're going to like, what's wrong with you? That doesn't exist. That could not even exist. It's impossible. But they actually have it. It's working.
And speaking on the technology issue, though, even today, though, with just the Google Maps or Apple Maps of Antarctica, it just gets pixelated and fuzzy, especially as you go inwards towards, the so-called continent. So they're telling us, and this applies to the Arctic as well. If you look at Google Maps of the Arctic, it doesn't show any sea ice. So, of course, all we see of the Arctic sea ice is just the composites or data from NASA visualization. So, I mean, it's 2023, and
Unless it's the old maps, isn't it? Because there are very old maps that depict Antarctica with rivers and mountains and trees and exotic animals and so on.
Yeah.
So there are two different depictions of the same land. Why are they hiding it? Why they say it's all covered with ice? Maybe just a part of it is covered with ice. It doesn't need to be the whole lot, whatever the whole lot is.
True.
Yeah, that's why if one were to speculate, one could say that there's obviously something there that we're not supposed to see, or something there that's keeping them from really getting into it, or yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but anyone who visits it, or anyone who goes there, goes in and comes back the same way it went in. No one crosses, no one goes to explore. So everyone who has destination Antarctica, they all go to the same spot. Who's to say that that area is the icy area? Like Admiral Byrd reports, there is area with vegetation, with fresh water. But meanwhile, whoever today wants to go there, they'll take you to a place and they'll say, "Here you are in the South Pole. Okay, take your pictures and let's go back." He didn't explore. He went to a place.
Yeah.
In out the same way.
Well, but I mean, if you went to a chunk of ice out in the ocean somewhere, then I mean, the world must be a ball, right?
Yeah, so they say.
I think that's the part that's hard for Globers to comprehend. They say, well, you can go it, people go there, it's easy to go to, why don't you just go there? Planes fly over it, which they do, but not over the whole thing, it's just all the edge. And then they say, oh, where's the ice wall? Penguins are guarding it with machine guns. It's just a way that they're trying to rationalize not being able to go there.
They've put it another edge before that edge, which is the parallels they cannot go to. I don't know why people will think otherwise. They will stop you on your way to work and from work home. They will stop you on the street. Them, the powers that be. Why they wouldn't stop you at sea?
They'll stop you trying to go to another country. You can't just go wherever you want.
Exactly. That's why there is limitations of how far we can go, even though we know that there are locations further away, like Antarctica, for example, that you can go to. They'll take you in, they'll bring you out, to a specific point. But there is a limitation before that limitation that we're talking about, as far as we can go. We, the public, that is.
And regardless of one's opinions about nuclear weapons, it's also the boundary of the nuclear weapon-free zone. So supposedly North Korea, Iran is going to like blow up the whole world or start a third world war, but apparently no one can have nuclear weapons, as part of the South Pacific nuclear weapon-free zone and the Latin American nuclear weapon-free zone. It's just so many bizarre things going on.
Yeah, because I don't think they have the authority, if you know what I mean. Imagine a border, a border of any country. You have patrols on both sides of the border. Yeah, so obviously this side of the border is being patrolled by the powers that be. That's why they need the patrols. That's why the military makes sense. They need to patrol the borders. Now, whoever is patrolling the borders on the other side might make it easy or might not make it easy. Imagine you trying to cross the border to a different country. Will they just open the door and say you are welcome, or we're going to shoot at you and say no trespassing?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense that, whatever quote-unquote research stations or military bases are positioned around that shoreline, which circles the whole, primary flatland ocean and land that we live in. And yeah, there seems to be definitely, as far as we can guess, some sort of entity that is, preventing us from going past those borders on the shoreline, wherever it may be. All these countries have to establish this border in a circle around us, some kind of circle around us. And the treaty, that's why the treaty is a very interesting word, because these people always like to play with words, and, the evil one, Satan, likes to just, put in his own 2 cents that screws everything up. So the treaty may not be between the countries. The treaty may be between us and whatever entity is on those borders. That's probably the real treaty. And potentially part of that
Who's
treaty...
to say that it's only one entity? It could be several entities for all we know. We're talking about the times that they were exploring the world and they found extra land, like Americas, so they say. They said they found it. They didn't found it was there. But anyway, the notion of finding more land, if you would find more land, you wanted to keep it secret. You want to keep it for yourself. And even today, there's lots of land not showing on the map. And there was a time that much of the land wasn't even on the maps. Many islands not mapped for a reason. So it only makes sense, They want to keep the extra resources for themselves.
But just to be clear, you believe that the entire border around every piece of whatever you think Antarctica looks like is being patrolled by governments and warships?
No, that's not what I
said. It's a borderline. No, but it would make sense, though, because it's a borderline. If that is our limitation, as we cannot even approach the shoreline, that's the problem. Yeah, our limitation.
Why can't you approach the shoreline?
Because it's patrolled, like I'm saying. It's a borderline. Any border will be patrolled.
So, but it would have to be patrolled, all the way around everything we know of as the Earth, right?
And? Radar would do most of the job for you anyway. Radar detects the movement of anything, and it just calls them.
Well, radar.
That's what's been happening with ships trying to go in.
Things.
They pin on the radar. The authorities are there waiting for them.
But you would still need a source from that radar. You would need lots and lots of ships to patrol every direction, every